Every time Kang Sol closed his eyes, a world from his dreams appeared before him, filled with peace and joy. But at the same time, there were moments when merciless battles raged within his dreams. This dream repeated itself with frightening accuracy for 17 years, showing the young man the same images over and over again. In reality, the hero stood at the cash register, ringing up another purchase and moving as automatically as he had yesterday. His name was Kang Sol, a 25-year-old guy who announced prices to customers with the same lifeless politeness as he had done thousands of times before. For an orphan with no education or connections, his only chance of survival was to work in a 24-hour store where time flowed in a faceless stream. Somewhere nearby, two guys were animatedly discussing how one of them couldn't believe his friend was dating a girl, and Kang Sol glanced at them indifferently. He just kept doing his routine stuff, like a machine that didn't notice the world around him. There was something strange about this young man. For 17 years in a row, he had been having the same dream every night. And although the dreams sometimes turned into nightmares, they remained the only place where he could hide from his gray life in a cramped room and endless night shifts. Kang Sol first saw this strange and beautiful dream in a children's shelter when he was just a child and did not know what real fear meant. Then he suddenly realized that he was in an unfamiliar dimension where a grandiose building towered in the middle of the fog. The boy walked toward it uncertainly, as if driven by a force that did not ask for his consent. At the entrance, he was met by a figure wearing a fox mask, and from the voice and ease of movement, he guessed that it was a girl who allowed him to pass. The stranger led him into a huge banquet hall where hundreds of people hid their faces behind masks. One of the guests, whose mask resembled the beak of a bird of prey, announced that it was time to roll the dice, and the silence in the hall was broken. When the dice touched the table, the space exploded with a glow so bright that it seemed as if the sky itself had entered the room. A moment later, Kang Sol realized that he was no longer a child. He was wearing unfamiliar clothes and a heavy mask that hid his face. One of the participants greeted him with a smile and invited him to sit down next to him, as if they had known each other for a long time. The fox girl leaned toward him and asked what name he would like to be called among those gathered at the table. The young man thought that everything that was happening was unreal, so he decided to use his nickname in the game, Snowman. The fox nodded approvingly and said that after the introduction, he could create a character to control in the upcoming game. The guy froze for a moment, realizing that he himself would become a participant in something like a magical board game, and his heart beat faster with excitement. A character creation window popped up in front of him, where he had to choose a profession and attribute from among the flashing symbols and glowing icons. Deciding that he could afford to take risks in a dream, he chose a mage with a frost attribute so that he could keep his cool even in a fictional world. The air trembled with a whirlwind of energy, and the spirit of magic swirled in white light, creating a figure with an icy gaze and glowing hands before him. The blonde knight who was watching the process approved of his choice and noted that Snowman looked too confident for a beginner. In the next moment, the game began. The opponent threw the dice, and it hung in the air for a few seconds before touching the table. Thus began Kanasolya's first game, and the guests, long accustomed to such spectacles, watched the action with predatory interest. The man in the clown costume snorted and remarked that with such success, they usually didn't go easy on them here, and suggested that Snowman roll the dice. Kang Sol gathered his courage, picked up the dice, and felt that the fate of the whole world depended on his throw. Options flashed before him, including the choice to run away, to bind the enemy's legs with a sharp sword, and several others. After a moment's thought, the hero chose the third risky path, to freeze the enemy's legs with cold magic. His character raised his staff, and the ice spell, responding to an inner impulse, glowed with a blue light. A dazzling glow swirled around him, in which cold and flame seemed to intertwine, tearing space in half. The demonic green reptile from his team remarked admiringly that Snowman had chosen a brilliant strategy. The man in the mask with the eagle's beak nodded quietly and declared that it was now his turn, slowly raising the cube. At that moment, the knight stepped forward, swinging his massive sword, and the air was filled with the ringing of metal. A moment later, the enemy collapsed to the ground, paralyzed and broken. A system notification flashed before Kanasol's eyes, informing him that the leader of the key ship had been defeated and the adventure had been successfully completed. The fox announced that today's adventure had come to an end and asked the participants if they had felt the beauty of the world of eternity. Kang Sol thought that this was an amazing game in which the fate of the characters was decided not only by luck, but also by intelligence, and realized that he had never experienced such excitement before. The man with the eagle's beak admitted that he did not expect the game to be so exciting and suggested that Snowman return tomorrow. The young man agreed, deciding that there was no point in pondering the nature of this dream, because whoever these guys were, it was fun and lively here. Since then, every night he explored the world of eternity with this strange company, although none of the real people believed these stories. The children from the orphanage thought he was making up fairy tales, and some even whispered that their friend had lost his mind. Over time, the others turned away completely, deciding not to associate with someone who lived in his own illusions. So Kang Sol gradually became a silent loner, branded as a liar, unable to fit into the gray reality of the orphanage. Now, when he returned to his room in the evening, his body felt as if it were filled with lead, and all he wanted to do was lie down and not move. But inside, he was confident that while others slept in reality, he was able to return to his dazzling world of dreams, where he could forget all his earthly troubles. Soon, Kang Sol found himself once again in front of the same majestic castle, shrouded in thick, glowing fog. The man with the eagle's beak, noticing his appearance, smiled and said that Snowman was a little late today. The fox admitted that she had been hoping to see him again, and Kang Sol felt a rare warmth that he had never known in reality. Over the years, he had often wondered who all these people were. Perhaps spirits, perhaps gods. But he was afraid that trying to find out the truth would destroy the very magic of the dream. The young man simply threw the dice, laughed along with them, and this noise, filled with excitement and light, became the most vivid part of his existence. But today, everything had changed. The fair-haired knight announced that the snowman would play alone, because his previous adventure as a sage had never been completed. The clown confirmed that they would have to retreat, and another participant noted that the previous figures were great, but none had achieved ascension, and now was their last chance. These words sounded like a prophecy, with the road to heaven ahead, the final test in the world of eternity. Over 17 years of gaming, Kang Sol had created many legendary characters and became a hero to many, almost reaching the top. But, like everything in a dream, this world had to end one day. The participants were informed that the trial version was coming to an end, and the official release would begin soon. Kang Sol felt that his friends clearly understood what was happening better than he did, because now they were being offered ascension if this was their last game. Sadness quietly filled his heart, because the young man was not ready to say goodbye to the world where he had lived for 17 years, and he thought that if they had given him a little more time, he would have created the 31st truly perfect figure. The fox said there was no need to be sad. The trial version was coming to an end, but tomorrow the official release would begin, where their dreams would become reality. The blonde knight noted that they had already stayed too long and now had to regain their divinity and take revenge on the insects that had deprived them of their power. Kang Sol didn't understand what they were talking about, what divinity was, who the insects were, but he felt that there was something much more than a dream behind this game. He pushed his doubts aside and concentrated. Now everything depended on a single roll of the dice, and only ascension could be a worthy finale. Over the years, only 9 of the 30 figures he had created had reached this stage, and now he had one last chance to write his name in the history of the world of eternity. When the young man threw the dice, the air burst with an explosion of mana, and a flash of light blinded everyone present, reflecting the power of accumulated knowledge. The system reported that the magical feedback pierced Milan as the explosion was at the ascension stage. Kang Sol, gritting his teeth, once again stepped onto the shining staircase of ascension toward the raging hurricane. On one of the turns of the shining staircase, Milan stumbled, lost his balance, and fell into the void, catching hold of a cracked step. The magical wind instantly caught the boy, spinning him in a dazzling whirlwind, and he flew down, unable to scream or stop. Milan, his figure, suffered defeat once again. His 9th attempt at ascension ended in failure, and luck once again turned its back on the snowman. For a few seconds, he just sat there, staring into the void in front of him, feeling anger, despair, and stubbornness fighting inside him. The boy clenched his teeth so hard that his temples throbbed, history repeating itself exactly as it had every time before. He was faced with a decision: to end Milan's adventure or to try to give him another chance, despite everything. Kang Sol smiled bitterly, thinking that even in a game, it was difficult to get to heaven. He stared at the screen, where his character lay broken and lifeless on the ground. The hero pressed the yes button, choosing to end the game, and decided not to take any further action. The system coldly announced that Milan's fate was now entirely in his hands. The adventure was over, but life, as always, went on. The guys tried to comfort him. Snowman was the only one who really coped. They did everything they could, even reaching the chance of ascension, and it was only thanks to him. The guy thought he would still be able to break through at least at the end, But luck turned away, and yet it was fun, and so ended the world of eternity. However, this was not the end. A dazzling light flashed right in front of him, and the hero looked ahead, unable to look away. Clouds swirled around him, white and endless, and it all seemed strange and unreal. Kang Sol was already sure that it was all over, but suddenly he heard joyful voices welcoming the new hero. The very people with whom he had gone through all the trials appeared before him. The young man heard accusations that he had deceived everyone, that he had pretended to be God, when in fact he was only playing a role. Now the hero himself had become a figure on this board, and the blonde knight coldly declared that he must be captured. At that moment, an invisible force squeezed his neck like a chain of pure energy. Kang Sol felt as if he had been pierced by a powerful magical discharge. Unimaginable. Why they suddenly decided to attack him remained an unanswered question, but at that moment, the young man only felt his neck burning. Many accusations were hurled at him, and those who had once fought alongside him in the game now turned against him. The young man had tried to deceive the gods themselves and must die for it. Kang Sol's eyes widened in horror, and only one question echoed in his head. What had they just said, and how was such a thing even possible? The distraught young man grabbed the collar that bound his neck, but the enemy had already unleashed a powerful magical attack on him. The blonde knight declared that this was where the young man would meet his end. Kang Sol couldn't believe that his death would really be so pitiful and fleeting. Suddenly, a voice declared that he had not consented to such a trial. In the next moment, a man in a business suit and a mask that emitted a faint glow appeared before everyone. At that moment, the blonde knight grabbed Kang Sol and lifted him into the air, turning to Corden and wondering what the problem was. The others supported him, claiming that Kang Sol had insulted each of them and deserved punishment. Corden calmly said that they needed to calm down and not act rashly. Kang Sol thought about how he had already seen Corden in the world of eternity, and a glimmer of hope flashed through his mind that this man could help him. Meanwhile, one of the most influential players said that blood should not be shed in heaven. He proposed that the boy be sent back to where he came from. But the other players asked in confusion if he was serious and what the point of that was. Corden continued his thought, saying that of course they would not let him go so easily, and although he was undoubtedly guilty, everyone seemed to have forgotten what day it was today. The masked men began to look at each other in confusion, not understanding what he was getting at. It suddenly dawned on Lisitsa that today was harvest day, and that was why the guys had decided that the intruder really should be sent back. The mage added a harsh speech, declaring that the boy would go where he belonged, to the land where dreams become reality and die like an insignificant worm in the name of madness. This was too much, and Kang Sol screamed in horror, the tension reaching its limit, and he couldn't even imagine how to understand it all. Finally, the young man sank to his knees, exhausted, and mockery rang out from all sides, with enemies saying that heaven could not be stained with the blood of this pathetic nobody. He knew nothing when he came here, and thought that everything would go unpunished, like in a game. The knight coldly declared that his fate was to die on earth, and that the boy should not even look the gods in the eye. In despair, Kang Sol realized that his last hope had collapsed, that Corden was not going to save him, but only wanted to cause him even more pain. But suddenly, amid the chaos, the young man heard a caring voice asking how Snowman was feeling. A little puzzled, he looked around, and the voice said that only Kang Sol could hear these words. The young man turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. It was Corden himself speaking to him. The mage said he knew who he was, but there was no time for explanations, so they should get to the point. The world Kang Sol was used to was about to change dramatically, and today the worlds would unite. The earth would merge with the world of eternity, and the young man was shocked, unable to understand how this was possible and why it had to happen. Corden explained that the gods had chosen the path of madness instead of faith in order to restore their powers. All the works and stories of humanity would be exchanged for madness, and it would help the gods regain their lost power. Kang Sol still couldn't fully comprehend the meaning of what was happening, and Corden noted that there was only one way to save the people. He had to reach the final adventure, which he had failed before Ascension, and collect as much madness as possible. It would come in handy. At that moment, the young man heard a final warning not to meddle in the affairs of heaven, otherwise the gods would intervene. He didn't understand how to pass Ascension, because it wasn't a game, and he had failed the mission so many times. However, Corden did not explain anything, and only wished him luck in the task, adding that he hoped they would meet again. With these words, Kang Sol did not have time to understand what was happening when a magical force from his companion's hand began to lift him up. A moment later, the guy realized that he was in the sky, and right below his feet lay the living planet Earth with its houses and streets. Corden remarked that they would watch the worm writhe before its death, and the others laughed, anticipating the spectacle. The moment the magician lowered his hand, everything around them changed dramatically. The scenery shifted, and reality seemed to crumble. Kang's soul, having completely lost his balance, fell rapidly downward, but he was caught by a whirlwind and a raging hurricane. His former comrades watched indifferently from above, showing not the slightest concern for his fate. Meanwhile, everyone present began to discuss the harvest of madness and instantly forgot about the young hero. Corden addressed the gathering, calling them dear noble gods. Kang's soul found himself in complete darkness, in a black space, trying for a few moments to look around and understand where he was. Finally, the boy realized that he had survived after all, and thank God everything seemed to be fine. As he had suspected, all his previous guesses had been correct. The people who had been playing with him were real gods, not just figments of his imagination, but physical beings. Kang's soul began to look around, trying to understand where exactly he was. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of him, stating that the loading of the world of eternity was beginning. A moment later, a welcome message appeared, explaining that he had entered the world of eternity. The hero, puzzled, stared straight ahead, not understanding what was happening, because Pandia was from the world of the game. An incredible mountainous landscape appeared before the guy, and a gloomy castle towered in the distance. He really was inside the game, and although it was difficult to verify, the feeling was absolutely real. The system reported that more than 7 billion people had joined the world of eternity. It was extremely strange, and Kang's soul stared at the screen in confusion, not understanding how it had happened. However, his thoughtfulness was soon interrupted by a strange sound vibration nearby, which made the guy flinch. Many more people appeared nearby, and the system notified him that he needed to choose his character's attributes as the first adventure was about to begin. The guy couldn't believe it. All of humanity had ended up in the world of eternity, and the unification of worlds had become a reality. He remembered Corden's words that the world the young man was used to would soon change, and today the worlds would unite. Now he had to gather his thoughts together. The game had not been just a dream all this time, but had become his new reality. But that wasn't all. Words that his enemy had said to him flashed through Kang's soul's mind. Corden had threatened him, saying he shouldn't dare look him in the eye, and that he would die on the ground like a worm. Kang's soul remembered how they called him a worm, and noticed that his former comrades were clearly arrogant. A moment later, he clenched his fist. But they clearly underestimated this worm who was able to deceive everyone. At that moment, determination boiled inside the boy. He was no longer just a figure on a board. Now he was going to prove that he could survive. His traumatic upbringing in the orphanage had resurfaced, reopening old wounds. Now the situation was repeating itself with those to whom he had once given his heart, and it upset him greatly. Kang's soul thought that if he deserved this just because he was born human, then it was unfair. But the hero was at least able to get angry at these self-proclaimed gods. Deciding to use the experience he had accumulated over 17 years, the young man pressed the create button and set his mind on achieving success in many endeavors. A moment later, the system announced that the character creation was complete, and the hero decided that he would become a unique 31st figure who would definitely take revenge and get to them. The Shadow Summoner Snowman entered the world of Eternal Pandemic, similar to a board game where starting attributes decide everything, just like in life. Now the game had become reality, and death meant the end, so he needed a character capable of achieving ascension without obstacles. In the world of eternity, it was possible to choose several requirements at once, which made it possible to create something unique. But because of this system, there were preferred and lagging classes. In his previous attempts, the young man had relied heavily on other players, but now he was completely alone. Among all the suggestions, there was one combination that the guy had never tried until the end of the trial period, and he decided to take it: the Shadow attribute with all the points in wisdom, cooking, and perception. Summoner, a rather unremarkable plan, dealing little damage and of little use in support, but combining two such weak attributes could result in an interesting combination. Soon, the Shadow Summoner Snowman was transported to the pandemic world of eternity. The first adventure was chosen at random, and a mission description titled Moonlight Dance appeared before him. Traps were scattered throughout the pandemic, and in order not to die, he had to learn how to find them, because the place was created for training. The hero boldly set off on his first adventure and reached the unknown ruins. In these ruins, he had to pass at least one test: the ruins of the Forgotten Moon, and receive a reward or die if he failed. The guy thoughtfully read everything he saw and noticed that the ruins of the Forgotten Moon sounded familiar to him. Kang's soul remembered that these were adventures for beginners, designed to introduce them to the nuances of the world of eternity. At first glance, the difficulty was surprisingly high, and he often had to move forward while constantly taking damage. The ruins of the Forgotten Moon were full of traps, and this could be a serious problem for him, since the young man had no class or skill in neutralizing danger. In addition, he was a shadow summoner, a spellcaster who moved very slowly, and he had spent all his attribute points on wisdom. Kang Sol understood that it would not be easy and that he would have to make every effort. Sometimes the young hero even thought that he would have chosen a different class if he had known in advance what his first adventure would be like. The guy thought ironically that the familiar scene had now become reality. He had really become a figure. The ruins of the Forgotten Moon stood right in front of him, and Kang Sol found himself at a massive door leading inside. There were two options for where to start: interact with the door or with the lever, but it was unclear which choice would be the right one. A moment later, a notification window opened in front of him, which was quite unexpected. Kang Sol suddenly realized that he could see the options for action and wondered if this was the case for everyone or just for him. Perhaps the system would give hints. Although the young man had long since learned all the rules, there had been a trial version before, and the hero thought that the choices might change in the release version. But fortunately, that did not happen. Kang Sol smiled slyly, realizing that now he would be able to pass through the ruins and complete the task before him. The guy had been playing this game for 17 years, moving left first and then turning right, as old habits taught him. Choosing the best options was his forte, and if there had been more of them, he would not have relied solely on his memory. But in this situation, there was no doubt, and the gate really opened in front of him. He looked thoughtfully into the depths of the gloomy building, which looked gray and lifeless. Kang Sol began to walk cautiously across the floor, feeling that this place was familiar to him. The young man glanced at the system again to check what it was saying about the current situation. He noticed that this was the first trial of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon, which he had already passed before. He had to step on the tiles and cross to the other side, but the wrong choice could have terrible consequences. Then the trap was activated, and he had to make every effort to cope with the situation. This was not a game, but real life, where the hero was just one step away from death and the unknown. Kang Sol had tried almost all the main talents that existed in the world of eternity and knew all the hidden choices that specific options opened up. The most important thing was his knowledge, and it was not for nothing that he rolled the dice and chose options back then. The guy looked up and saw the answer to the amazing riddle that appeared before him. He did not have the talent of archaeology or theology to read all the inscriptions, but the young man grasped the main essence. The lion was fierce, unyielding, too proud and majestic. Meanwhile, the sheep was obedient, walking last and bowing its head. The generous moon embraced everyone, and the wolf followed right after the tiger. Everything seemed quite obvious. At first glance, it might have seemed complicated, but the point was simply to step on the tiles in the right order. Kang Sol came to the conclusion that it was extremely simple. You just had to repeat the sequence to avoid getting hurt. With a slight feeling of excitement, but still confident in his choice, the guy stepped forward. He moved slowly across the tiles, choosing the correct sequence of animals engraved on the stone floor. His first choice was the lion, and when there was no reaction, Kang Sol realized he had done everything right. Following his own logic, he took another step, and his heart filled with anticipation. Kang Sol smiled with satisfaction. Glad that he had solved the riddle, everything was happening exactly as he had expected. His confidence returned with each movement and each new step. Soon the young man was quickly and decisively striding across all the slabs leading to the other side. He passed the test safely, caught his breath, and found himself in the next hall, where the air was filled with a light silver glow. The hero raised an eyebrow and smiled to himself, thinking that this task had turned out to be much easier than he had expected. The system reported that the young man had passed the ruins of the Forgotten Moon without damage, and the copper chest turned into an iron one, but it was possible to refuse the reward and continue the test. Kang Sol thought hard. The reward looked tempting, but if he took a risk and went further, he could get much more. After a moment's thought, the young man decided to continue on his way, because as he remembered, the ruins of the Forgotten Moon were created to teach the player humility, and greed often becomes the last choice. This was not a problem for the young hero. He decided that he would not succumb to the temptation of an easy reward and cautiously peered into the next corridor. A long tunnel stretched out before him, and Kang Sol immediately recognized it as the second trial of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. There was no room for error here. It was a trap, the essence of which was to move forward despite the constant threat that each step could be his last. But this time, something was different. The young man's eyes widened when he realized that the corridor had become much longer than he remembered. With despair, Kang Sol realized that his old knowledge was useless. The system warned that he could only step on red, blue, and black tiles, and each time the order of their activation changed. The guy cursed quietly. He didn't have the necessary talents, such as trap disarming or mechanical engineering. That could make the task easier. He looked up and noticed his reflection on the smooth wall. In the dim light, it seemed unfamiliar, and the hero examined himself for a few seconds. The black stripe on his neck reminded him of the past, the mark left by the collar. A gift from the god of lightning, anger flared in his chest, and the young man swore that one day he would repay them in full. But now was not the time for hatred. Kang's soul took a deep breath, concentrated, and slowly stepped forward onto the red tile. Who knows, maybe he would guess the correct order and pass the test, even though his body was already trembling slightly from the tension. The young hero slowly looked at the colorful stripes in front of him, covering the entire corridor like snakeskins. He made up his mind and stepped on the blue tile, hoping that his choice would be the right one. But at that moment, the air exploded with a sharp, hollow bang, causing Kang's soul to freeze instinctively. Pain shot through his body. He cried out, and his muscles cramped from the vibration that ran through his entire body. However, this only fueled his excitement. Deep down, the young man felt a strange pleasure from the risk and thought that things were getting really interesting. At that moment, observers above watched him with keen interest, and one of them, known as Hell, even threw a sacrifice into the bowl, a coin of madness. Meanwhile, Kang's soul continued on his way, and as soon as he made another mistake, a trap instantly sprang from the wall. He cursed silently, deciding that the creators of this test were ruthless bastards, because who would think of putting 4 red tiles in a row? Next came red, blue, and black symbols, and the young man, frowning, thought that since red had prevailed before, it was worth trying the other one. After thinking for a moment, the young man decided to take a chance and choose the blue strip, hoping that his intuition would finally not let him down. However, this choice also turned out to be wrong, and at that moment, laughter swept through the hall. Kang's soul gritted his teeth and thought that one wrong move and he would be crushed. The audience was already convinced that the guy was doomed, and someone said that the only chance for this madman was to run at full speed without thinking. But suddenly, to their amazement, Kang's soul sprang from his seat and began to stride forward rapidly, knowing exactly where to put his feet. His movements became confident and precise, and those who watched this test could not believe their eyes. They whispered to each other in confusion, not understanding what had happened to this guy and how he had suddenly changed. Meanwhile, the system announced that the analysis was complete, and it was now clear that he had figured out the logic of the trap. Kang's soul remembered that the sequence of tiles always repeated every 5 steps, and once he understood this pattern, everything became obvious. The observers, clenching their fists in anger, realized that the guy had figured out their test, and now the trap was useless to him. The gods, struck by his success, only asked each other in disappointment who had come up with such a stupid sequence. Meanwhile, the system announced that Kang's soul had passed the second test of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon and could choose his reward. The silver chest that appeared turned gold because the trap had been activated less than 10 times. The young man looked thoughtfully at the shining chest standing right in front of him. He thought that now he could safely take the trophy and end the adventure, because the goal had been achieved. But after a moment's hesitation, he stopped, as if something inside him protested against taking the easy way out. And in a moment, gathering his courage, the hero resolutely walked past the chest. The hero quickly moved forward along the dark corridor and soon saw a massive door with engraved symbols in front of him. Behind it was Moon Square, a place where warnings flashed brightly on the door, saying that travelers should not be arrogant and should know their place. In addition, the inscription reminded him of the need to be humble. Kang's soul was sure that the bastard he was thinking of was definitely there. The system offered 2 options: ignore the warning and test his strength, or admit his weakness and retreat. It was an obvious choice, but Kang's soul, bringing his hand closer to the glowing inscription, sank into thought for a few moments. However, this hesitation was only a formality. Deep down, the young man knew perfectly well that he would never choose the path of retreat. The next moment, the door burst open with a furious crash, as if the moon itself was angry at his audacity. The young hero stepped forward and froze, struck by the grandeur of the hall that opened before him. In the center stood a knight, a giant in heavy forged armor, decorated with lunar symbols and iron chains. Kang's soul immediately understood that the next trial was connected with this warrior. The knight's eyes burned with a dazzling, scorching light, filled with contempt, as if he were looking at an insignificant creature. The enemy angrily declared that he was facing a smug youngster, and this scoundrel who dared to enter where he was not supposed to would regret his actions. He declared that he would cut off the head of the insolent intruder and that it would happen very soon. Kang Sol smiled slightly, thinking that they had not seen each other for a long time, and this meeting promised to be particularly spectacular. Meanwhile, the knight raised his weapon, and fiery whirlwinds flared up around him, filled with the magic of the moon. The Moon Knight Karuna was ready to attack. Meanwhile, another player threw the dice and cursed irritably, not hiding his anger and confusion. He did not understand what was happening. This opponent seemed to be breaking all the rules of the game, and no one knew how to defeat him. The players were indignant because they had been promised that in this game, they would simply roll the dice and have fun, not suffer through deadly trials. But no matter how many attempts they made, it always ended the same way. The monster destroyed them every time without the slightest effort. The trial called Dance on a Moonlit Night appeared only at the very end of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon, and its arena was the legendary Moon Square. There was only one safe zone there, a small pedestal that could be climbed to briefly wait out the attack. However, Kang Sol, deftly dodging another blow, realized that it was pointless to hope for this pedestal. He simply would not have time to run there. At that moment, his opponent raised his sword again, and the space around them trembled with the lunar power concentrated in the blade. If even one attack from the Moon Knight reached its target, all the light around would turn to ash. Such was the essence of this nightmarish trial. It was considered one of the deadliest, because even the strongest players died here with a single blow, overestimating their own strength. Meanwhile, a system notification popped up next to Kang Sol, and the young man immediately turned his attention to it. Several tiles appeared in front of him, and now he had to step on them in the correct order. First on the tile with the black sheep, then on the one with the black wolf, and so on. This was the only way to proceed, and as far as the young man remembered, not only the symbols but also the colors and their strict sequence were crucial for successful clearing. The order remained the same as in the first test and had to be maintained until he exited the ruins. At that moment, the magical enemy gathered speed and rushed towards him like a storm of fire and metal. Kang Sol deftly jumped out of the way of the direct hit and noticed that the first tile he needed was right below him. The hero confidently stepped onto it, onto the red image of a lion shining in the light of the moon's magic. The young man remembered that each color had a unique effect and watched as the knight opposite him stopped in surprise, noticing some changes. The red tiles weakened Karun's aura, depriving him of some of his strength, slowing his movements, and weakening his protective barrier. Kang Sol realized that the time to act had come and prepared to step on the next tile to enhance the effect and seize the initiative. A moment later, the young man stopped on the red lion and then, without losing momentum, stepped forward and found himself on the red moon. He was very close to his opponent, but the knight no longer looked as powerful as before. Karuna had become noticeably slower and now made more excessive movements in the heat of battle. The effect of the red tiles increased threefold, and Kang Sol, noticing this, cautiously moved forward. In front of him was a tile with the image of a black sheep, and the young man decided it was time to take the next step. The moment Karuna approached with unyielding force, the hero had already managed to step on the right symbol. Behind the knight, a magical device opened up, releasing a powerful stream of fire aimed directly at his back. The black tiles activated the attack traps, dealing significant damage to the enemy, but at the same time fueling the moon barrier protecting the opponent. Kang Sol realized that he now needed to break through the defense again, stepping on the red tiles before continuing his attack. It would not be possible to defeat this enemy quickly. Karuna, however, laughed maliciously at the hero and said mockingly that the intruder was too confident if he thought these tricks would save him. Meanwhile, Kang Sol noticed his enemy's stance and realized that the Moonlight Slash could kill instantly. The enemy decided to use this power for a final attack, focusing all his magical energy on the young man. In such a situation, it was extremely difficult to orient oneself, because the magical attack was flying in all directions at once. Despite the barrage of blows, Kang Sol remained unharmed when the dust settled, because he was able to defend himself with the help of the moonlight. The spectators came to the conclusion that his survival was due to the fact that he was standing on a blue tile that activated protection. At that moment, one of the observers announced that he was the first person to pass the final test. Meanwhile, the young man moved decisively, and when Karuna attacked again, decided to step on the red tile. The knight angrily declared that this battle would end in failure for the young hero and that death was inevitable. Kang Sol fearlessly met his opponent's gaze, demonstrating complete confidence in his abilities. When the boy played with his former comrades, he was often asked if there was a reason why he went so far. Then a friend wearing a lightning mask remarked that Kang Sol had decided to perform the moonlight dance. The other participants were amazed when they realized that the three red tiles could slow down the enemy as much as possible, and they came up with a strategy not to win, but simply to survive and escape. The black tile did almost no damage, but it activated the enemy's deadly attack, so using it was extremely risky. Kang Sol began to explain that the principle of the battle was extremely simple. Meanwhile, Karuna received a powerful blow and froze for a few moments, not expecting such a turn of events. The young hero stood on the black sheep and watched the enemy's every move, realizing that only this path would lead to victory. The knight's armor was visibly cracked, and he was breathing heavily, struggling to maintain his balance. The enemy said that the boy should not underestimate the power of moonlight. The next moment, he activated his magical abilities again, directing a stream of energy straight at Kang Sol. The hero instantly got his bearings and decided that the only way to survive was to step on the red square. At the moment when the knight became completely powerless, the guy decided that it was time to step on the black image. A moment later, he jumped forward decisively and stood on the image of a black sheep. The blow that struck the knight caused him to freeze for a few seconds. Victory was just around the corner. The opponent had already lost almost all of his armor. Karuna couldn't believe what was happening. He didn't understand why this stubborn guy was going so far. Meanwhile, the system announced that the Moon Knight was engulfed in light and taking heavy damage, but his agility was steadily increasing until the battle ended. The knight thought that without his deadly attack, he would not be so notorious, but he declared fiercely that he would defeat the enemy anyway and rushed forward. Kang Sol realized that the pattern of the moon steps had changed, and now it was impossible to slow down the enemy with the red tiles. Therefore, he decided that it was time to block the attack using the blue tiles. The young man said that it was time to end this duel, his voice sounding firm and determined. Karuna angrily declared that this insolent youngster should be humble and remember that violators always answer for their actions. But Kang Sol deftly dodged the blow and thought that this would be the last attack in their duel. The knight used his deadly technique again, the moonlight slash, and the fight flared up with renewed vigor. Kang Sol knew that if he didn't dodge in time, he would die on the spot. The only thing left for him to do was to continue moving across the tiles in the right sequence and strike between flashes of light. Moonlight Dance, a name that perfectly matched what was happening because their fight really resembled a crazy, deadly dance. The hero watched every step, stepping on the right tiles even when magic raged around him and stone walls collapsed. Karuna shouted furiously that he would destroy this insolent mortal, but in the next second he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in amazement when he realized that the attack was inevitable. The blow was delivered with such precision that there was no chance to dodge it. The knight's helmet flew several meters away, exposing his head. For a few moments, they stood facing each other, moving tensely and not taking their eyes off each other. Finally, Karuna sadly lowered his head, turned to his master, and admitted that he had failed in his mission. The knight asked for forgiveness just as the final blow fell upon him. Kang Sol caught his breath, watched as the defeated enemy fell to the cold stone floor, and the sword rolled away with a soft clink. The system announced that he had successfully passed the final trial of the Forgotten Moon Ruins. He was offered a choice of rewards, a chest of treasures appeared, and with it, the hero received the achievement of Moon Hunter and the title of the one who toppled the moon. Kang Sol remembered the words of the god in the lightning mask, who once wondered why he was trying to defeat Karun instead of simply avoiding battle. The young man mentally replied that bypassing the enemy was not the best choice, because defeating him was much more appropriate. With these thoughts, he looked thoughtfully at the defeated knight. This was a conscious reason for choosing this particular method, and he held his hand out in front of him. Kang Sol released a magical effect on the knight and ordered him to serve him. This was the use of shadow summoning, his unique characteristic. After a while, the system reported that the shadow of the Moon Knight Karuna had been successfully summoned. Karuna's shadow could not copy the moonlight, so its ability degraded until the full moon broke. The rank of the summoned shadow was too low, inheriting only 20% of its original power. The audience was completely shocked, because this guy was considered a novice. But he looked completely different, as if a true professional was standing before them. Kang Sol looked at his subordinate, smiled, and thought that everything was very good. Although his power had decreased to 20%, the hero class summon gave him a chance to survive. Because to summon a shadow, you only need to defeat an enemy with a shadow. Now it was time to check the reward. The young hero had been promoted to a higher level, and with it came several new characteristics. In the world of eternity, leveling up gave 4 fixed attribute points and 4 selectable ones, with the fixed ones added depending on the profession. The remaining points could be distributed as desired, and Kang Sol, as a true shadow summoner, decided to increase his wisdom. Among the rewards was a useful item, the Moonlight Sword, which he received for defeating Karupa. The Moon Knight's sword, which he had used before becoming an apostle, had outstanding characteristics. The young man decided to give it to his ward because the summoner's shadows had their own characteristics, could be upgraded independently, and could change equipment. Other types of summoned creatures depended on the strength of their master and did not require individual investment, but shadows were much more effective in the long run. Kang Sol also received a staff that enhanced wisdom, as he knew the potential of this artifact, although the audience could not understand why he chose this particular parameter, since wisdom was considered a useless characteristic. In addition, he received an item that the hero did not even hope to get. It had to be eaten, and the guy knew a special method that could increase its effectiveness. Finishing his inspection, the young hero studied the new data in his system with obvious satisfaction. The special effect of the item turned out to be questionable, but the guy decided that if it worked on Karupa, then it could also enhance his characteristics. A few moments later, the hero finished checking the rewards he had received and was quite pleased with the result. Now it was time to move on. With a new challenge ahead, the next adventure called 5 Friendly Brothers. In the southern foothills of the Pandaya Mountains lived tribes of hideous trolls, and one of them, the Stone Fang tribe, chose its leader in a special, even cruel way, thus ensuring its own survival. Their current leader, Tyrant Jamad, was considered an extremely dangerous and ferocious troll whose power struck fear into even the neighboring tribes. Kan Sol's task was to weaken the Stonefang tribe by any means necessary, and ideally to destroy at least one of the tribe's leaders. However, the system warned that if he did not achieve his goal, the young man would face certain death, and he had only 20 hours and 47 minutes left. The hero figured that it was almost noon, which meant that if he left right now, he would only be able to reach the safe zone by tomorrow morning. In the world of adventure, rest was rarely given, only after every 2 completed missions, and the current one, dedicated to the 5 brothers, was one of those where increased difficulty was to be expected. He had 5 targets to choose from, and all of them were located in mountainous terrain where the trolls knew every rock and every trail. The task promised to be difficult, especially given the strong security. After thinking for a moment, Kang Sol realized that he had only one possible way to pass this test. Based on the description, the adventure was designed for a group of 5 participants, but the guy couldn't understand why he was here alone. There was too little time left, and he had to start moving as soon as possible. Otherwise, the timer would inexorably reduce his chances of success. The hero remembered that last time the system had given him exactly 6 hours, but now the timer showed a strange number, 20 hours and 47 minutes. This uneven number seemed suspicious, and soon a guess struck him. It seemed that the rest of the squad for which the test was intended had perished, and the time had been distributed among the survivors. The guy looked thoughtfully at the red glow of the system screen and realized that now he would have to complete the task alone. Having made his decision, Kang Sol moved forward, and soon his attention was drawn to a guard post located at the foot of the mountains. A green flag fluttered in the wind, a symbol that Kang Sol recognized immediately. The Stone Fang tribe raised this flag only on special occasions, when they asked for the blessing of the Earth Dragon Tangrid during the Harvest Festival. This place was the lower level of the Stone Fang tribe's domain, the border where the trolls' lands began, and where his new trial was now taking place. The boy tensed and looked around even further, and in the distance he saw a terrible sight. All around were the dead, people slain by a barbarian people, and a chill ran down his spine at the sight. Looking closely at their clothes and armor, he began to distinguish the roles of the fallen. One was clearly a priest, judging by his heavy armor and symbols. 2 were vanguards, and another was an archer. A good combination for a team. The priest, 2 vanguards, and an archer, with proper coordination, could have gone through this adventure without a bloody massacre. But now there was no point in looking back and crying over what had been lost. Spilled milk could not be returned, and regrets would not fix anything. The guy was left alone and had to quickly figure out a strategy, because a solo mission greatly complicates all options for action. Kang Sol thoughtfully scratched his chin and realized that he would have to use the very method he had been thinking about for a long time. The system notified him that the hero had arrived in a mountain village and could choose to attack the houses in order, minimizing ambushes, or take cover for the night and return with a plan. There were 20 hours and 39 minutes left, and the hero firmly decided that he would go through this adventure to get the best reward he could possibly earn. The world of eternity always reacted to the actions of its participants in its own way. Here, even a single step could change the course of history. Every action of a character in the adventure affected the very fabric of the world, And if his method worked, he would write a new legend in the chronicles. The first option was obvious. Attack the houses in order, starting with the closest ones. But Kang Sul understood perfectly well how insanely dangerous this was, even with Karen's help. The second option, to wait until nightfall and launch a raid under the cover of darkness, seemed tempting. But when a warrior is alone, it is very risky. Therefore, the young man settled on the third option, to explore the area, gather information, and understand where the enemy's weak spot was. First of all, he was interested in the exile of the Rocky Mountains, a strange figure who was only spoken of in whispers. According to the information, there were 5 peaks in these mountains, and the Stonefang tribe lived on the highest one, while the others were inhabited by secondary but no less dangerous creatures. In the Five Brothers trial, this exile played a key role. He had to be found first in order to open the hidden path. Legends claim that the exile was hiding at the foot of the lowest peak, where eternal shadow blocked out the sunlight, and lived there alone, rejected by his own people. Kang Sul frowned and exhaled quietly. If the legend was true, then this guy was already somewhere nearby. As the young man made his way through the trees, he noticed a rope with bells hanging below. Despite their small size, the sound was quite loud, and the bells were enchanted to warn of the appearance of an intruder. The next moment, Kang Sul heard the voice of a local monster announcing that it had spotted a human. The guy took a few quick, careful steps forward so as not to provoke a threat. After that, the hero said that there was no need to be afraid, that he was completely harmless, while the monster tried to stop him. With a trembling voice, the troll asked if it was really a human in front of him. Kang Sul thought that the person he was interested in was probably hiding somewhere nearby. He approached a little closer and said that he had no evil intentions, noticing that the creature was still watching him warily. The system notified him that the outcast was clearly afraid of him and offered several options for action. The guy decided to follow one of the hints, noticed that something was clearly wrong with this troll, and asked what the problem was, why he didn't want him to come closer. There was a moment of silence, and at that moment a deathly silence hung in the air. After a moment, the young man suggested that perhaps its behavior was due to illness. Kang Sul knew this for sure, but decided to act as if he had no idea. Meanwhile, the troll came out of the bushes and showed his wounds caused by the disease. The monster explained that due to the terrible infection, no one should approach him. After that, the troll said that he had shown enough and did not want to reveal anymore. The young man replied that he really wanted to hear the details, which was why he had come here. However, it was difficult to communicate from a great distance, and the troll said that the young man must be crazy because he could become infected if he approached. The monster couldn't understand why the guy was so persistent and wondered why he needed this information at all. The hero said he wanted to hear any information the troll would tell him. After thinking for a moment, the companion lowered his head and headed towards his dwelling. The system reported that the monster had let his guard down a little, while the guy said that it would be better to talk inside and warned that he would not be responsible for the consequences of this conversation. The viewers were shocked, thinking that this guy must be crazy because he was going where he risked getting infected with the disease. Meanwhile, the travelers had already entered the room, and the young hero was surprised to notice a stack of books there. The troll hospitably offered tea, and in response, the guy said that he would not refuse tea, but first wanted to hear the story. The troll began to tell him a little about himself to give him a complete picture of the situation. In the past, the Rocky Mountains had been struck by an endemic disease that lasted for several generations and claimed many lives. Therefore, the inhabitants of the Stonefang tribe established one rule to get rid of the disease. According to this rule, anyone who fell ill and posed a threat to everyone else was to be banished. Kang Sul asked if that meant his companion had also been expelled, but he shook his head. His mother was pregnant with him when she fell ill, and when she did, she was sent away. She begged to leave her child in the tribe, but it didn't work. The elders decided that the child could spread the disease. Although they did not know the truth at the time, the troll was indeed born with the disease. She held a grudge against them until her death and wanted everything to disappear. Kang Sul curiously decided to clarify what everything meant and how to understand it. The troll said that she wanted the Stonefang tribe to disappear, as well as this cursed disease. The next moment, he added that he himself would also like to disappear. The monster had read many books to find out how to cure this disease and had obtained information about endemic diseases. Thanks to this, he discovered that the infection was curable if the necessary ingredients were available. This would require a corpse finger mushroom, which could be found in these mountains, and Kang Sul thoughtfully said that he probably wouldn't be able to do that. The monster replied that the problem was in his bones, and the more the disease progressed, the more it affected him. And now he couldn't even climb up there. After thinking for a moment, Kang Sul said that there was a solution. He could search for it instead. The monster looked at his companion in confusion and asked why he needed to do that. Instead of answering, the young hero smiled and looked him straight in the eye. It was in his interest to study the troll leaders and the problems associated with them and to gather the best story. Besides, the boy would save this troll, so he offered to make a small deal. Thus began a hidden adventure called The Abandoned. The boy ran swiftly through the forest in search of the ingredients he needed. As they parted ways, the troll said that if this young man could help him, he would repay him in any way he could. Meanwhile, based on the situation, the system instructed the young man to find a corpse finger mushroom, an additional quest that would appear in the middle of the adventure and help him move forward. Kang Sol thought that the abandoned quest stood out from the rest, because only here could he get an NPC helper for his character. Helpers strengthen their masters by building equal trust with them, and, if memory serves, abandoned is one of the high-level ones. In every adventure, every second counts. But this quest was worth the time spent, because if he managed to get an ally, even a hopeless situation would be successful. When the guy approached his destination, he cursed in irritation. The other spectators also noticed that the situation was not good at all. They were already prepared for this hero to die. It was strange why he had decided to take on this quest in the first place. But in any case, this guy is hopeless. The rest of the group has already lost to Magada's weakest brother, and this one will die too. It's only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the young hero approached the edge of a large overhanging rock and looked down with interest. The system reported that the terrain perception process had begun to activate. There were no mushrooms in sight yet, and the hero was faced with a choice. Wait, explore the surroundings, return with a report, or check whether the local environment was suitable for their growth. Suddenly, Kang Sol remembered that he had once come here for the first time with the first figure he had created. This was where his adventure in the world of eternity began. 17 years ago, it was a mage, and the boy instantly ran to the peak, filled with excitement about the abandoned quest. He didn't know then that the dream would repeat itself for many years to come. The guy chose the second option and began by carefully searching the area. At that moment, the young hero was in a hurry and made many mistakes. He neglected basic caution and soon paid for it. At that time, Kang Sol did not understand how to control the characters at all and was very upset. The first figure died after falling off a cliff due to carelessness while searching for a mushroom for the abandoned quest. Absurd as it may seem, this kind of thing happens often in life. The mage lacked strength and agility and was completely unsuited for searching in such dangerous places. A character with such a class and rank would not have survived for long, and Kang Sol's wrong choice led to his death. His adventure ended there, and it became a personal tragedy for little Kang Sol. The boy took it very hard, and even years later, the memory remained painful. But thanks to this lesson, he was able to gain experience that would help him achieve success, and now the time had almost come. A moment later, a strange loud sound came from nearby. Since his first defeat, Kang Sol had learned a lot about the abandoned quest, namely about the quest item, the corpse finger mushroom. It appears from the rock at dusk when the day ends and the sun sets below the horizon. The young hero picked up his staff and activated his magical abilities. The Shadow Hand was activated, a basic skill of shadow summoners that creates a hand with little physical strength. The effect is simple but useful in many situations. It was extremely difficult to do this for the first time, and Kang Sol doubted whether he could do it. The next moment, he resolutely pointed his hand straight at the mushroom, and the audience held their breath. It is extremely difficult to control, and it is hard to even imagine how this guy will manage such a task. They joked that the young man should have been born with a tail, then it would have been much easier for him, but Kang Sol himself was completely focused on completing the attempt. The next moment, he carefully reached out his hand, putting all his effort into pulling out the mushroom. When he managed to grab it, all he had to do was pull harder, and the task was accomplished. The guy raised his head and watched the movement of his hand's shadow with excitement. A moment later, his hand approached him, and Kang Sol looked closely to see if he had succeeded. When the hand opened, there was the mushroom he needed to get. The guy looked around thoughtfully, noticing a glow on the branches of the trees. Meanwhile, the system reported that perception had been activated, and the hidden quest, Pocket Watch Without an Owner, had begun. A moment later, the conditions appeared on the screen. It was another additional task. He had to find someone who knew about the lost watch in the city of Kongori. Upon closer inspection, a small wristwatch was indeed visible on the branch. Kang Sol reached out his shadow hand, and the viewers guessed that he was going to take it. However, no one even knew what kind of watch it was, so they had to consult the guide. There was no information about it, and none of the viewers could even imagine what kind of artifact it was. Meanwhile, a fire crackled merrily under the pot, and fragrant food was cooking in the vessel. The troll sat by the fire and watched the crackling flames thoughtfully. The monster did not know whether he could trust the man, and these doubts tormented his soul, giving him no peace. An image floated into Mal's mind of his mother lying bedridden, tormented by illness. She said that everything should disappear, she didn't want to see anyone, and she hated the whole world with a passion. It was the curse of dying flesh, the terrible legacy of the savage Stone Fang tribe, those useless bastards. In her despair, she cursed her own son Mal, saying that he too must disappear along with this world. Mal could not hope that the disease would disappear on its own, so he decided to look for a cure. He read human books. At first, it was difficult for him to understand anything, but soon he mastered the letters, using an old spell book left behind by his mother. The more the troll studied, the closer he got to finding a cure, but the disease progressed faster than his knowledge. He had to hurry and prepare the cure before the symptoms became unbearable and find a mushroom that grew only at the top of the peak. Was it the right decision to ask the first person he met for help? Mal couldn't find the answer to that question. The troll sighed deeply and suddenly heard a rustle at the edge of the forest. Someone was approaching. A few moments later, he noticed some movement in the bushes. The monster looked straight ahead warily, sure that the guy had returned. A moment later, Mal saw a familiar figure. It was Kang Sol, slightly out of breath and tired. The guy came closer and said he had brought a mushroom, adding that the infection hurt much more than he had expected. The young hero held a magical medicine in his hands, and Mal stared at it in admiration. It was exactly the rare ingredient he had been dreaming of. The troll couldn't believe what was happening at first. His lips trembled and his eyes filled with tears. He could hardly comprehend that someone had actually helped him. In gratitude, Mal knelt before Kang Sol, acknowledging him as his savior. He wanted to know the name of this brave and kind young man who had risked his life for him. Kang Sol said that the troll could call him Snowman. The monster told Mael his name, which meant Child of the Stars, and promised that he would repay the favor by helping Kang Sol in any way he could. The troll couldn't help but cry, because no one had ever shown him such kindness before, and he swore that he would never forget the help he had received. Meanwhile, the system notified that Kang Sol had rescued the abandoned child and received help, after which the adventure was completed. After some time, the young hero completely cured his illness on his own, and as a reward, his endurance increased by 2 levels. Mal also began to recover and was soon completely cured. Filled with gratitude, the monster promised that he would always come to the aid of the young hero if he found himself in trouble. The system informed Kang Sol that he could choose how Mal would support him and warned him that the decision should be carefully considered. After reviewing all the options, the boy came to the conclusion that a direct attack would not be successful and that the tribe could only be destroyed from within. Mal realized that the task would not be easy, but a bold idea was already forming in his mind. After some time, the hero approached the settlement where the Stone Fang tribe lived. He had to act today because the harvest festival was about to begin. Kang Sol cautiously peeked out from his hiding place behind a large, massive tree and watched the guards. That night, the tribe was holding a festival in honor of Tangrid, the earth dragon they worshipped, and there were strict rules that no one dared to break. All members of the tribe must drink the blood of animals from a huge cauldron, and participation is considered a sacred ritual. Mal said he had a special potion that could be mixed into the cauldron at the festival, which would seriously weaken their powers. Kang Sol asked what would happen to his new friend if he was caught, but the troll did not flinch and reminded himself of his mother's last words. The monster understood that his own disappearance would not fix everything, but at least he would give his mother the destruction of the tribe she had dreamed of. This task was named Suppressed Revenge, and Mal gave Kang Sol an elixir to mix into the cauldron during the harvest festival. After that, Mael left, and the old hut den was engulfed in flames, while the troll took only the medicine for the disease with him. He also took an old book with blank pages, and the boy asked him why he needed it. The troll confessed that he had always dreamed of becoming an archaeologist, that the world was vast, full of secrets and ancient things that needed to be recorded and preserved. Turning to his savior, Mal said that he wanted to repay him and help punish their enemies with what he called the Star of Reason. The system announced that the young hero had received the achievement, Lonely to be Alone, and the title, Attractive Creature. It looked pretty good. In the future, such bonuses could play a decisive role, especially if things didn't go according to plan. But now it was time to act. Kang Sol looked thoughtfully at the elixirs he had received, the weapons on which the entire operation depended. In his hands were 2 vials, a red one that turned him into a troll at the cost of his sanity, and a blue one that gave him rage, ferocity, and complete fearlessness. Kang Sol picked up the red vial, felt a slight chill run through his fingers, and slowly unscrewed the cap. The liquid had a tart smell reminiscent of rusty metal, But he did not hesitate and drank it all in one gulp. In that same second, a wave of heat swept through his body. His muscles seemed to flare up from within, and his bones creaked painfully as they changed shape. The guy staggered, barely keeping his balance, and suddenly realized that his vision was blurring. His hearing was intensifying, and his skin was roughening, turning into a gray, rough crust. At that moment, the guards standing nearby became alert, hearing the noise, and began to look around intently. They found one of their comrades and asked him what he was doing there, since no one was allowed to leave the village until the festival was over. Kang Sol, who had turned into a troll, replied that he would join them now, and they angrily scolded him and demanded that he march forward immediately. The system announced that the young man could now understand the language of trolls and had received the wood skill for one day. The guy walked past the guards and headed onward. All that remained was to find the cauldron and pour out the elixir. The cauldron was surely somewhere inside, and Kang Sol walked down the gloomy corridor of the cave on the rocky floor. The Stonefang tribe lives in the mountain peaks and consists of 5 warring factions that unite only for important reasons and are ruled by their leaders. The shamans consulted, but the chiefs have grown weak, the tribe is weakening, and now is the best moment for a decisive strike. Kang Sol approached a huge cauldron. Apparently, he had reached his destination. Animal blood was boiling in it. The young man picked up a blue bottle and thought that now was the time to begin the operation. However, in the next moment, one of the trolls noticed him and asked what he had in his hands. Kang Sol said he would like to donate the blood he had collected today, but was told that there was already enough blood for the sacrifice. The young man insisted that it was the blood of a white aragos and that it would definitely not hurt, giving them additional strength. The monster thoughtfully asked if this was true and stared at the vial with doubt. After a moment, he agreed and said he would transfer the contents to the altar, after which Kang Sol bowed and thanked him. The Stonefang tribe believed that offering a worthy sacrifice would bring the blessing of Tangrid, the Earth Dragon. The blood of the white aragos was extremely rare in these mountains and therefore particularly valuable. The chief took the bottle of elixir that was handed to him and looked at it thoughtfully. Then he opened the cap and sniffed it to distinguish it and understand what kind of substance it was. After checking, the leader declared that the blood was indeed good and could be added to the cauldron. They would not be able to detect the potion because Mal had disguised it as blood, and the rank of the abandoned one gave Kang Sol the necessary advantages. The monster, unsuspecting, poured the contents of the vial into the boiling and bubbling bloody mess. The elixir was added to the festival cauldron, and now everyone who drank it would be overcome with mad fury. And meanwhile, midnight was approaching. The leader said that all the blessings they receive are bestowed by the earth, blood and flesh, even those obtained by violence. The monsters raised their cups, preparing to drink and spill new blood in the name of Lord Tangrid. This was the way of their entire tribe, and cries and loud cheers rang out throughout the area. Trolls from all factions of this savage tribe gathered in the square, and among the monsters gathered here were the leaders. Looking more closely, Kang Sol noticed several trolls sitting a little apart, with an important look on their faces. Mal warned him that the reason the tribe still existed, despite its eternal strife, lay in one creature. This was the one who had single-handedly destroyed all the shamans of the previous generation, born of the very power of the mountains, the wisest and strongest troll in the history of Stonefang. His name was Tyrant Jamad, an incredibly powerful creature that no mortal could defeat. Some time passed, and the harvest festival finally came to an end. All the trolls drank blood mixed with the elixir of madness, each getting at least a drop. Even the leaders received a dose of the potion, although its effect varied depending on the power of the troll. Kang Sol understood that in an hour the whole tribe would be overcome with frenzy and decided it was time to leave before something unexpected happened. Tonight, the Stonefang tribe would disappear forever and never appear on the face of the earth again. The young hero set out to complete the next part of his mission and cautiously peered out from behind the thick bushes. Before him lay the tribe's treasure trove, a place known only to a select few. The spectators wondered how this young man could know where it was located. Meanwhile, Kang Sol reflected that Stonefang's most valuable possessions were stored here, guarded by warriors who did not belong to any faction. Although they were not as strong as the leaders, they were still formidable and powerful opponents. The next moment, one of the trolls suddenly brought his ferocious paw down on the other, and the elixir began to take effect. The other looked at his friend in confusion, not understanding why his partner had suddenly gone mad. However, the second one had already gone completely mad, shouting that his friend must die and pay his debt to Lord Tangrid. At that moment, the troll ordered more blood to be shed and suddenly received a fatal wound himself. Karuna cut off his head with a lightning-fast sword stroke and stepped forward confidently. Kan Sol understood that it would be difficult to deal with these creatures under the influence of the potion, even with Karupa's help. The young hero ordered his subordinate to go inside and decided that they would go there together. A guard stood at the massive doors, completely confused, not understanding what was happening to him. The next moment he turned around, sensed someone's presence, and asked loudly who was there. It was too late to leave, so Karuna stepped forward decisively, without hesitation. The young man leapt into the air, clutching a gleaming weapon in his hands, ready to deliver the decisive blow. In the next moment, he struck his opponent with a crushing blow without hesitation, giving him no chance to defend himself. The troll was just trying to figure out who this guy was and where he came from. But Karuna did not answer, only fiercely swinging his weapon, and his sword flashed with a reflection of fire, illuminating the entire area. The tip of the blade approached the guard's neck, and sensing mortal danger, he roared and struck back. In the next moment, there was a clang of metal, followed by a dull thud. The fight was over, and Karuna, breathing heavily, looked at his fallen opponent with a mixture of rage and satisfaction. Kan Sol watched the scene with cold interest and thought to himself that his subordinate's strength was still impressive, albeit weakened. In the past, Karuna could have dealt with such an enemy with a single blow, but now only a shadow of his former power remained. Still, the victory had brought results. The key that had hung from the guard's belt was now in the hands of the young hero. Kan Sol approached the massive gates entwined with heavy chains, behind which the tribe's treasure trove was hidden. The boy could open the treasure chamber doors with the key, take it away, decipher the engraved spell, make a copy, or hide nearby and wait for the right moment. He knew perfectly well that behind the door was a gift not for mere mortals, a gift from the earth dragon Tangrid, stone fists, gloves forged from petrified scales. These gloves gave monstrous strength, breaking rocks and amplifying earth and metal spells, but their price was terrible. Centuries of bloody rituals, battles, and feuds within the clan. To put an end to the endless slaughter, an ancient shaman placed a brotherly curse on the leaders. A brother's killer would turn to stone, but the hatred would live on in their descendants. Such was the grim history of this clan, and so the current task was given the ironic name, Friendly Brothers Again. Kan Sol took the key and decided not to touch the gloves. Chaos would do its work, and the mad leaders would rush to the treasury themselves. And then, seeing the dead guards, they would decide that one of them had betrayed the others. Kan Sol understood that this was enough to reignite the flames of mutual hostility. Meanwhile, the tribe's chieftain furiously ordered the gate to be broken down, and in the next moment, there was a loud crash. A powerful explosion shook the earth, and the night was lit up with flames. When the monsters entered the treasury, the air there was thick and heavy, saturated with the smell of ash and ancient magic. They looked around frantically, hoping to see the legendary Earth Dragon gloves. But they noticed who had taken them and claimed them for themselves, and then fear mixed with rage settled in their hearts. One of their own had done this. Suspicions first fell on Tyrant Jamad, too strong and proud to tolerate equals. The chiefs hissed, baring their fangs, and were already preparing to attack. But Jamad roared so loudly that the floor shook. He reminded them that they were bound by a brotherly curse, that none could kill another without paying with his own life. One of the elder shamans said that now was not the time for strife, that the tribe was tearing itself apart, and if the chiefs began to fight, the remnants of their power would perish with them. Another supported him, reminding them that madness was taking over everything, and that they needed to save at least those who were still sane. After much deliberation, they decided to stay and guard the ruins of the treasury until new doors could be installed. But at that very moment, one of the leaders, sensing something was wrong, looked up. His eyes widened as a strange glow flared up on the ceiling among the stone slabs. Meanwhile, the settlement was completely dark, with many trolls lying on the floor. The chief cursed. Their dwelling was completely destroyed. Everything was smashed and broken. First, he needed to deal with the anger that was overwhelming him, and then with everyone else. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was there and asked who it was. The system informed Kan Sol that the shaman of the land of Magate had recognized his true nature, and therefore the effect of the potion was interrupted, his body was changing, and the language of the trolls was becoming permanent. The young hero did not think he would be caught so quickly and was slightly confused, but this was not surprising. Although the enemy was the weakest among his brothers, he was still the leader. Meanwhile, Magate angrily remarked that he now understood who it was and growled fiercely. The next moment, the troll pushed off the ground decisively, intending to take revenge for this man destroying their tribe. However, Kan Sol cold-bloodedly called Karun for backup, and his powerful friend's eyes flashed fiercely. After a while, an incredible and furious battle continued between them. Magate got to his feet and could barely stand, but he still retained his ferocity. Karuna, meanwhile, used the Moonlight Strike, the first phase of the crescent moon. With his last ounce of strength, the shaman said that his brothers would surely avenge him. The system reported that Magate was holding a grudge against the snowman, and for this he was punished with sluggishness and a 50% reduction in strength and agility for a week. However, along with this, experience points were received for defeating him. Kang Sol thought that this curse would have almost no effect on him because the summoner did not rely on strength and agility. Meanwhile, the goal of the adventure had been achieved, and the young hero approached the torch hanging on the wall. The next moment, he threw it decisively and thought that the brothers' revenge would surely not take place. It seemed that they would not have time for that because the settlement was in incredible and frenzied chaos. Monsters shrouded in the magic of madness were experiencing frenzied rage and were unable to control it. All the trolls had fought each other and now lay dead on the ground. Soon the leaders arrived at the Stonefang clan's meeting hall to see what was happening. One of them shouted loudly, calling for Tyrant Jamad, and his voice echoed throughout the dungeon. They knew he was there and demanded that the leader come out and show himself. He was silent for a few moments, and a tense silence hung in the cave. But soon the troll turned around and said with predatory anger, "Have they finally come, my dear brothers?" Meanwhile, Kang Sol returned to base, lit a fire, and calmly prepared dinner, which caused complete bewilderment among the observers. This madman calmly set about preparing his meal, and some of the spectators even defended the guy, saying that maybe he was just hungry. Besides, it was unclear what kind of talent he had, perhaps a secondary one, of little use without a recipe. The guy used moon seeds, and their special feature was that they could be used in different ways. The audience couldn't understand where he got the recipe, but Kang Sol was aware that moon seeds had different effects. They can be divided into two categories: increasing attribute points or temporarily acquiring skills. In another situation, the young man would have chosen stat points, but now for the final battle, he needed a temporary skill. The guy knew the most common way to use them: process the seeds and add them to food. The broth turned out to be surprisingly flavorful. The beginner's luck worked. The taste was a little weak without spices, but in the midst of chaos, even warm food in a surviving house were a miracle. After a while, the hero ate, and the special effect of the moon seed was activated. Kang Sol received the moon phase skill for one day. Meanwhile, the shamans went to Tyrant Jamad and immediately warned him to choose his words carefully before making excuses. He was under suspicion, so they demanded that he answer honestly and not try to evade the question. The shamans were sure that someone had taken advantage of the chaos and killed Magate. Tyrant Jamad did not rush to answer, but thought to himself that Magate had indeed died. Now it was clear that an outside enemy had infiltrated the tribe and caused all this chaos. Most likely everyone had gone mad because of the blood they had drunk at the great festival. Someone had mixed a potion into the drink to drive the tribe mad. That was the stranger's true plan. The scoundrel attacked the treasury, took the key, and then took Magate out of the game. These fools couldn't have come up with such a cunning plan. Their limited minds are incapable of such things. Such a cunning move was indeed reminiscent of Tyrant Jamad, so the brothers rightly suspected him. Meanwhile, the leaders noticed the stone fists in his hands and indignantly said that he had stolen them. Surely not just for the gloves. Let the scoundrel not count on a quick death. A traitor of this level will indeed pay for everything. Tyrant Jamad approached the brothers decisively, his gloves glistening, and said that it was indeed his doing. The trolls shouted angrily that his power did not match his arrogance and asked if the scoundrel was not afraid of a curse. With these words, the monsters grabbed their weapons and sharp clubs, preparing to kill the traitor. Tyrant Jamad acted swiftly and decisively, each of his movements precise and powerful. The monster gathered all his strength and swung his huge, powerful fist. Then he delivered a crushing blow that shook the air. His gloves flashed with bright fire, shattering stones that flew in all directions. The others were amazed by his strength, unable to believe that Tyrant Jamad could possess such frenzied power. At that moment, one of the trolls felt a powerful blow and screamed in panic. The others began to scatter rapidly, hoping that they would not suffer the same fate. The mud shaman Miam harbored a grudge against Tyrant Jamad, causing him to fall ill, weaken, and suffer more frequent magical failures. Now Jamad understood why they had attacked him, for they had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to kill him and take his place as chief of the tribe. Did they really want this so badly, even though the tribe had fallen into decline? His opponent said that Tyrant Jamad still relied on his gloves, but that was not a power that a single shaman could handle. The next moment, he delivered a crushing blow that sent Tyrant Jamad reeling. The opponent shouted angrily that if the mountains were to be drenched in the blood of their tribe, then so be it. The shaman delivered one blow after another with determination, but Tyrant Jamad skillfully parried all attacks. A moment later, he gathered momentum and knocked his opponent off his feet with a swift lunge. He then delivered a crushing blow and declared that blood should belong only to the weakest. Then Shaman Gravia Trog also harbored resentment, and Tyrant Jamad lost his balance, distorted his perception, and lost 70% of his strength and accuracy. Their fight finally ended, and the defeated enemy sat exhausted, leaning against the wall. After his death, the Stone Shaman Tron left Tyrant Jamada with a grudge, and he developed a heart condition that would cause his stamina to drop throughout the week. The monster realized that he was the last of the leaders and had a duty to unite the remnants of the tribe to restore the lost balance. However, sudden footsteps nearby made him wary, and the troll turned around, wanting to see who had approached. Before his eyes appeared the silhouette of a young man who, without hesitation, swung his sword, causing the air to shudder from the clang of metal. The hero cut through the air with a swing of his huge, sharp blade, leaving behind a bright, magical light. The Tyrant Jamad looked ahead angrily and was surprised to see that the person standing before him was someone he had already met. It was Kang Sul, and next to him was Karuna, ready to fight again for his master. The young hero calmly remarked that the troll would be wise not to fight the brothers. After all, together they could achieve more, and now allies would not hinder him. The troll asked how this guy had managed to arrange all this. At that moment, Karuna took a few quick steps forward. He was under the influence of moonlight, which caused the moon's energy to charge into the boy faster. Tyrant Jamad lowered his head and thought that those fallen fools could never have pulled off anything like this. His gloves flashed like lightning, radiating frenzied power. The monster wondered if this devil really wanted to take his mountains. Kang Sul watched his opponent closely, never taking his eyes off him. The monster charged forward, growling that if the hero wanted to take the land, he should try to do so. They stood facing each other and swung their arms, preparing for a devastating blow. In the next moment, the opponents clashed in a fierce battle. Tyrant Jamad's gloves glowed brighter, filling with power. Karuna began to swing his weapon rapidly. Kang Sul watched them and thought that the fighters were almost equal in strength. Tyrant Jamad used stone fists, but he was tired after fighting his brothers. Therefore, Karuna must win this battle at all costs. The monster growled that climbing the mountain would not be as easy as it might seem. Karuna made another sharp lunge with his weapon, quickly blocking his opponent. Kang Sul looked straight ahead in slight confusion, trying to assess the situation. The battle between the combatants continued with renewed, frenzied force. At one point, Karuna began to slide across the ground. Bones cracked from the recoil of the summoned shadows, and it remained unknown whether 20% of his strength would be enough. The opponents continued to fight, Karuna's sword flashing with magic, and Tyrant Jamad relying on the strength of his stone gloves. Their enemy was weakened after the curse, but he still did not give up his position, holding his fury inside. He considered himself an impregnable rock and was confident that no one could break his will. At one point, Karuna decisively intercepted his opponent's blow and threw him back. The shaman who possesses the whole world subjugates the elements. Everything on earth belongs to him, including the smallest particles of living matter. Karuna took a few steps back, feeling his strength rapidly leaving his body. Kang Sul realized that now they had no chance of turning the tide of battle. All they could do was wait for the moment when luck would turn in their favor. At that moment, Tyrant Jamad spread his arms and prepared to summon a devastating earthquake. His fists slammed into the ground with great force, and streams of magical sparks shot up from the impact. The stones beneath the monster's feet began to move and scatter in all directions with a deafening clang. Karuna decisively cut through the falling debris with his sword, escaping the heavy boulders crashing down from above. The young man's gaze was focused and steady. He had no intention of retreating, despite the growing chaos. The Tyrant Jamad soared into the air, spinning his flaming gauntlets, which left trails of heat and smoke. His roar pierced the air, breaking the atmosphere around him and causing the ground beneath his enemy's feet to tremble. In the next second, the monster delivered a crushing blow, and Karuna's blade barely withstood the onslaught. Kang Sul froze, realizing that the battle was not going according to plan and that the balance of power was collapsing before his eyes. The stone gloves gave the enemy incredible power, but with it came a devastating recoil. The young man tried in vain to understand what he had missed, because the enemy should have already fallen. The Tyrant Jamad declared that anger filled his body, and he was ready to unleash his wrath on the whole world. Kang Sul realized with alarm that the stone gloves had not weakened the monster, but only strengthened it. The enemy swung his fist and declared that he would crush his enemies with one decisive blow. The monster roared, promising to tear apart the invaders who dared to set foot in his domain. Karuna continued to swing his sword furiously, deflecting wave after wave of blows. Kang Sol realized that his fists were consuming energy, but for some reason his opponent's strength was growing. The stone gloves began to change, turning into majestic mountain fists. This was mentioned in ancient records that spoke of the secret will of the world of eternity. Kang Sol wondered why the monster's strategy had remained unchanged for so many years, yet had still failed. From an outcast to a fratricide, he had fallen completely, becoming a prisoner of the curse of malice. The difficulty of this adventure depended on who became stronger and disrupted the balance between the brothers. Then Tyrant Jamad became a new variable, forcing Kang Sol to order his comrade to be more careful. Suddenly, Karuna received a powerful blow that threw him several meters back. The young man barely managed to catch his comrade before he hit the rocks and lost consciousness. In the next moment, the space shook from an explosion released by Tyrant Jamad. Kang Sol fell to the ground, feeling his body disobey him, and his throat constricted with pain. From the new blow, the guy collapsed face down and felt the cold stone floor. He opened his eyes slightly and saw his opponent, whose rage was becoming more and more terrifying and insane. Half conscious, the hero realized that the best option now was not to attack, but to retreat. He remembered his childhood when he watched fights and dreamed of becoming the one who always wins. Memories from the past flooded back suddenly, forcing the guy to relive the events of those distant times. At that time, the legend of the snowman did not yet exist. He was the leader of a group of figures, and their group found itself in mortal danger. The masked man said that it was impossible to save everyone, and that part of the team would have to be sacrificed. The snowman realized that he faced a difficult choice, to run or to fight, but he decided not to retreat. The others were surprised because new figures could be created, but the young man was not talking about soulless puppets. The hero meant the living people who walked beside him and believed in him until the very end. The players did not understand why he was willing to risk everything for useless figures. But the young man always chose to face challenges head-on, and now he had to make another choice. After a moment's thought, the young hero decided that his third move would be to strike the giant Zura's ankle with his sword. The players watching him were skeptical, because the probability of success was extremely low. Meanwhile, Snowman had to make his next move, and he took the risk. The dice had already been thrown and were spinning rapidly in the air. Kang Sol watched its movement with bated breath and could only hope for a miracle. The guy got to his feet and stood behind Karun, who was continuing the battle with his last ounce of strength. The enemy roared furiously and promised to finish them off once and for all, sparing no one. The monster was preparing to cause a landslide, and at that moment, Kang Sol realized that he had been unconscious for a long time. At that moment, Karun's moonlight entered its third phase, reaching the power of a full moon. The moment for the decisive blow had come, and Tyrant Jamad cursed his enemies, promising to crush them. The shaman swore in rage to wipe his enemies off the face of the earth, leaving not even a shadow behind. Then Kang Sol stepped forward decisively and activated his magic staff, ready for the final battle. The system reported that he had activated the full moon phase skill, maximizing his abilities. At that moment, the enemy cast a landslide spell, and the earth shook, spreading throughout the dungeon. Karuna raised his sword above his head, and the blade flashed with a dazzling flame, reflecting off the stone walls. The curtain rose above the lunar scene, and the Moon Knight Karuna confidently raised his head to meet his fate. The enemy rushed forward, scattering cobblestones and rocks with powerful thrusts of his gigantic strength. Karuna gathered all his determination to repel the blow and moved swiftly toward the approaching enemy. Magical circles and pictograms flared up around him, filling the entire cave with light. Tyrant Jamad watched with fury on his face, his gaze flashing like fire in a raging storm. The young warrior's stats increased, half under the moonlight, while his allies' stats decreased by 20%. The boy calmly said that the full moon had already risen and reminded his opponent of the need to remain humble. The enemy was confused and asked in bewilderment how to understand these words. At that moment, Kang Sol encouraged his comrade, telling him not to dare lose because the battle was not over yet. Karuna slowly said that he had come to fulfill his destiny, and his voice sounded like the call of the moonlight itself. The system reported that there were enough attribute points to activate the final stage of the skill. The full moon's crescent widened, transforming into the final blow of the shining moonlight. Tyrant Jamad felt a powerful magical impact, barely managing to stay on his feet from the force of the energy. But in the next second, there was a monstrous explosion, and Kang Sol, unable to withstand it, stumbled backward. When the dust settled, it became clear that the enemy was defeated, exhausted, and barely able to get up from the ground. His gloves were still smoldering with fire, but they no longer possessed their former devastating power. The monster couldn't believe that this man was the Lord of Shadows, the one who had started it all. In silence, the young man looked at his opponent and took a few steps toward him. Tyrant Jamad said to take him away from this place. He was ready to listen to and obey such a fighter. The troll could not end his journey here, for there were things that had to be done no matter what. At that moment, Karuna jumped decisively next to him and swung his magic sword. The shaman fell to the ground, leaving his resentment toward the snowman behind, but he still died. The system said that the snowman would get a skin disease, and all his stats would go down by 30% for a week. But since all 5 Stonefang brothers were defeated, the hero was freed from the grudge, and Tyrant Jamad was defeated by the snowman. The reward was received, Stonefang's treasure was upgraded to a sacred relic, and the adventure would be complete when the boy took the reward or the time ran out. The young hero looked at his achievements, and the audience praised him for his incredible power and coolness. Karuna also gained a new skill and incredible useful abilities, which the system immediately notified him of. Kang Sol noticed that monsters usually hate becoming shadows because they are torn from the clutches of death, which is considered rest, and are forced to serve the one who killed them. But Tyrant Jamad himself asked to be taken along. A powerful troll, an unpredictable variable, one who destroys the initial settings of the world and exceeds expectations, it is not even known whether it would be a good idea to take him along. The young hero reached out his hand, thinking that it seemed that everything should indeed be this way. The boy ordered the decrepit Tyrant Jamad to serve, for victory would be incomplete if he were left here. A few moments later, a magical transformation began, and the shadow rapidly separated from the body. Finally, the process was successfully completed, and Tyrant Jamad was ready to follow this devil. The system reported that everything had ended well, the transfer attempt was complete, and Tyrant Jamad had acquired the skills to serve. A moment later, the monster turned to his master and said he had something to do, namely to collect the bodies of his brothers who had fallen in this difficult battle. The shaman calmly approached the lifeless, stiffened bodies. He released magical streams that reached each of the fallen brothers and used magic absorption. Kang Sol thought that this shaman clearly wanted to use magic absorption. The Tyrant Jamad took the magic of the throne, gaining 40% of its power. He said that they would always be together, even after death. Nothing would separate them. This mountain would be hidden within him, and the powerful leader felt all the power and agility of this magical system within himself. Meanwhile, there was commotion in the village. Tyrant Jamad was dead, the other brothers had also disappeared, and the Stone Fang had come to an end. The Rocky Mountains were freed from the tribe, and the secret labyrinths and moving heavens were also open. The snowman brought revolution and achieved a lot. Big and small changes came to the world of eternity, and in Pandia, the news of the snowman's escape from the tribe spread throughout the world. His name was spread to every corner. Even merchants praised the snowman's achievements. The city of Kongri is freed from Ermak, and the name of the liberator will be remembered. The dragon Tangrid heard the sad news of the tribe's demise and noticed that changes were taking place in the structure of the world. Kan Sol reflected on how the structure of this world changes depending on the achievements of the players, which is why he was never bored. Now the hero received many messages, and the system said that the verification of the rewards for the sacred relic of the Stonefang had been successful. His level had increased, and he had received attribute points, a sacred relic, mountain fists, stone magic, and spirit root, as well as 892 gold coins and 277 silver coins. The mountain fists he received possessed incredible power and could truly bring victory. The guy decided to give them to Tyrant Jamad, as this strong man would definitely use them. The hero himself donned a stone cloak, a powerful artifact that added wisdom, endurance, and willpower. In addition, he had a spirit root that could be used in different ways, but its effect remained unknown. The young man understood that this was a very good reward, and had indeed brought him enough. The young hero was enveloped in a magical glow, and he healed after a crushing battle. After a while, the hero was transported to a new location, where there were already people who did not understand what was happening. After a while, it became clear that everyone there was Korean, but the young man remained puzzled as to how they had ended up there. Kang Sol thoughtfully studied the system to figure out what kind of place it was, and discovered a points rating system. This was Adventure 2, which created a points rating from the beginning to 5 friendly brothers. Some of his information became hidden, and soon a table appeared in front of the hero. The others saw it too, and people couldn't understand what these ranks were, and where one of them got so many points. It remained a mystery who this person with 320,000 points was, but he must have known what situation they were in. However, this guy hid his name, and the crowd thought that he must be feeling guilty, and that was why he was hiding. Kang Sol thoughtfully shook his head and looked straight ahead at the people around him. Only Korean speech could be heard. It seemed that only Koreans had gathered here. Today the worlds will unite, said God in the mask of lightning, cordon, and this clearly goes beyond national boundaries. In other words, Koreans must not be the only ones who found themselves in the world of eternity. The next moment, the guy noticed the system, which informed him that he was in a safe zone. The system instantly provided more detailed information about what was happening in the free city of Kongori, where there were problems with Stonefang prisoners. After resolving this situation, the adventurers would have to rest and train to regain their strength before facing new challenges. At that moment, Kang Sol heard a girl behind him talking, staring in confusion at her adventurers at doom. The guard standing at the gate looked thoughtfully at Kang Sol and wondered where this guy was going. The young hero held his ID in his hands and continued walking along the rocky sidewalk. The guard let him pass because the ID allowed him to enter further. When the other people saw this, they began to rush forward. The adventurer's ID was an important document that allowed him to enter, but the problem was still the huge number of people. Considering that Kang Sol's group had managed to get through before he arrived, the rest should have waited their turn. In that case, it turned out that there were probably very few free places left in the commune. When the young man entered the small hall, he saw a bearded man who asked who he was. The young man replied that he wanted to rent a room and showed his adventurer's ID. The bearded man said that only expensive options were left. The cheapest ones had already been taken and asked how long he needed the accommodation for. Kang Sol replied that he was interested in an apartment that could be rented for a month. The man thoughtfully remarked that many visitors had said the same thing and said that such a room would cost 10 gold coins. He also offered food and a bath for only 2 additional coins, which was quite a bargain. The young man finally opened the door to a small but spacious room located there. He caught his breath, thinking that he could finally sleep and rest properly after such a hard day. The hero told Karuna to keep an eye on things while he rested. When the guy lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, he clearly felt how tired he was. He hadn't slept for almost 24 hours since then, and this nightmarish day had finally come to an end. Kang Sol touched his neck, which still felt the humiliating collars. But still, the guy closed his eyes and tried to focus on resting. The young man asked his consciousness not to take him back to that nightmarish place. But after a moment, he realized that he was in space and could clearly sense his surroundings. This dream was conscious again, and Kang Sol looked around thoughtfully, trying to understand where he was. It seemed too dark to him, and the young man hoped that it was not the strange heavens he had seen before. His madness attracted attention, and Janet, the madness merchant, decided to appear as reported by the system. Nothing like this had ever happened to him in a dream before. A magical wind rose around him, and the guy became alert. After a while, a slender figure began to approach him, its footsteps barely audible. It was a girl who covered her face with a mask, and she noticed that the smell around her was very pleasant. The young lady said that she had found him first and had overtaken the idiot Tirad. Kang Sol asked in a firm voice who was in front of him, because he couldn't understand who he was dealing with. The stranger noted that he did not look surprised and remembered that in their land, he was called a human. But in the next moment, the lady stopped herself, because she couldn't scare away customers. Otherwise, she would be considered a bad merchant. So the lady immediately bowed and said she was glad to meet him, introducing herself as a merchant who acted as an intermediary in the merging of worlds, named Janet. The young hero couldn't understand anything, and Janet said that this was precisely why it was very difficult to work with those who had been sold, which raised even more questions for the boy. She told him to listen carefully because their owner had sold the inhabitants of the merged worlds. The inhabitants of other worlds were surely watching what was happening and dying of laughter as they observed their fate. In other words, they had been sold as gladiators or slaves to an arena where the audience paid madly for a good show. Madness is the complete opposite of faith, and it is what sets entire worlds in motion. The merchant exchanges the collected profits for items, and, of course, part of Janet's share goes as commission to those who sold it. Now it became more or less clear to the guy, and Cordonai's words made sense. The gods gain madness by selling humanity and the inhabitants of Pandia, and they also take an interest in the inhabitants of other worlds in order to collect even more currency from them. Now that the system was clear, there was only one way to escape this hell: to ascend. Judging by this girl's visit, he had accumulated a certain amount of madness. The young lady said that he had 3,000, and Kang Sol asked if that was a lot. She replied that by their standards it was a huge amount, and it seemed that at the moment he was the richest person in this world. The man who was in second place was hot on his heels but died in a recent adventure, which was such a pity. The next moment, Janet showed him everything that was available to him for that amount. The young hero looked at the items and came to the conclusion that there were so many of them that it was easy to get confused. The boy scratched his chin thoughtfully, considering his next move. Finally, he chose a container with spices and a bag for fresh ingredients that would keep them from spoiling. Janet noticed that his choice was quite unusual, and Kang Sol replied that nothing else caught his attention. At that moment, the girl exclaimed angrily that such harsh words hurt her heart. However, after a moment, she calmed down and said that she could offer him something special. The guy looked confused at what she was offering him and noticed a bright glow in front of him. It was a shadow flower that the girl was holding in her palm, and it looked truly fantastic. This flower grows all over Plagaria, but you can only encounter it once in a lifetime, if you're lucky, because it has incredible properties. She admitted that she rarely offers such things to customers she sees for the first time, so he should understand the value of this item. The girl added that the price of the shadow flower was about 3,000 madness, and it was a rare opportunity. The young hero thought for a few moments, and the lady asked with a smile if it was really that expensive for him. In fact, it was difficult for him to decide, because he did not know the exchange rate of madness and could not understand whether it was expensive or cheap. Janet, noticing his hesitation, said that she could offer both items he had chosen as a bonus. However, in return, the young man had to promise that the next deal would be with her. Kang Sol realized that she didn't want him to meet with other merchants, and the lady promised to show him her rare goods soon. Thus, the deal was successfully completed. Finally, Janet said she was glad to see him and hoped he would survive. The young hero received a shadow flower, a spice chest, and a bag for fresh produce. Meanwhile, dawn broke, and Kang Sol opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. He got up on the bed and noticed that the items he had purchased were indeed lying nearby. While viewers were indignant about why it was necessary to arrange a whole month of rest, Kang Sol smiled smugly. This story was much more interesting than it seemed at first glance. Even though the young man was in the rest area, he still had a lot to do, and the first thing was to distribute the points he had accumulated into skills. After that, he was going to check out the next adventure, as well as the mood of the other players. The fourth item on the to-do list was to complete a task related to the pocket watch. Kang Sol took it out of his inventory and looked at it thoughtfully. The hero knew practically nothing about it and couldn't remember any information, because his memories seemed to disappear from time to time. It seemed that he remembered everything well about his adventure in the world of eternity, but after waking up, when he tried to gather his thoughts, he couldn't remember many details. The young man did not remember how some adventures began, what choices lay ahead, and how they ended, which was strange because he had never suffered from a poor memory. Apparently, now he would have to act much more cautiously in order to avoid getting into trouble. Meanwhile, people were in a state of panic, because this was the most serious incident in the history of mankind, and no one understood what the government was doing. Kang Sol thoughtfully approached the crowd and noticed that everyone looked tired and depressed. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard among the hubbub, calling for everyone to be quiet. The man said that it was important to listen to him carefully, because the only way to survive was to unite. He reminded them that it was easier to survive together than alone, and looking at the crowd, urged them not to repeat the mistakes of the fallen adventurers. Kang Sol concentrated, activated his perception, and sensed a strange wave. The air was trembling with the energy of a mass gathering, where dozens of people were arguing but still listening. One of the girls remarked that they needed balance, not mindless force, and many around her murmured in agreement, agreeing that trusting anyone here was pointless. But the man did not back down and said that this was precisely why he had gathered them, for the sake of a decision on which the fate of all depended. After a short, heavy pause, he said that everyone surely already knew about the ranking, where first place always remained hidden. He added that this person was the best of them all and was standing right next to him. The eyes of those gathered immediately turned to the strong, broad-shouldered guy with a cold gaze standing next to the speaker. Kang Sol looked at him closely, this powerful and confident guy, and at that moment realized that the others also felt this power. The speaker continued, saying that now everyone had a choice, to believe only in strength, not in friendship, gods, or old oaths. His voice deepened as he asked about the doubts of those who did not believe that this man was truly the most reliable of all those gathered. When a question came from the crowd about what they should do now, the man fell meaningfully silent and allowed the tension to grow. After a long pause, the speaker finally spoke and announced that he was going to create a community, an organization where people could protect each other and share their strength for the sake of common survival. Kang Sol listened to the speech without much interest, knowing that such groups would soon turn from alliances into struggles for influence, because human ego grows faster than trust. The hero had long since given up on illusions. He didn't trust anyone and felt no sympathy for the people around him. Indifference and distrust were natural to him, like a second skin, because since his childhood, spent in an orphanage, the boy had seen only betrayal and indifference. Over the course of 17 years, the young man had learned a simple truth. The more you trust, the harder you fall, so he decided that these people would manage without his participation. Leaving the crowd, Kang Sol soon arrived at the majestic building that housed the Center for Training Seers of Darkness and stopped in front of the huge gates. The guard standing at the entrance looked closely at the young man and asked what had brought him there and what his goals were. A system window with answer options appeared before the hero's eyes, and after reviewing them, he realized that the fifth option was clearly not worth saying out loud. In the end, the young man chose a neutral option, saying that he had come to improve his skills and learn new ones. The guard nodded approvingly, said that it was a worthy goal, and then slowly opened the massive doors inviting Kang Sol to enter. Kang Sol crossed the threshold and paused, allowing his eyes to adjust to the dim light inside the building. The air was filled with the faint whisper of magic, and ahead stretched corridors shrouded in soft darkness. Soon the young man noticed a strange light in the corner, a subtle glow emanating from the Tree of Skills. Now he could finally see it with his own eyes and understand what the tree he had heard so much about looked like. Kang Sol smiled. He had encountered similar systems before, which meant he would be able to quickly get used to it and use everything to its fullest advantage. Without wasting any time, the young man invested 2 points in developing his abilities, hoping that this would help him pass the test faster and more efficiently than before. The next level required 4 points, which opened up the possibility of awakening the summoned creatures. Spending a point, he strengthened the shadow dimension, reinforcing the connection with his creatures. The hero was betting on the summoned creatures, and soon Tyrant Jamad and Karupa could become monsters completely under his control. However, when Kang Sol tried to activate the skill flower, the system coldly informed him that he did not have enough points. The hero sighed, deciding that even without additional power, his current development already gave him enough advantages to feel confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, in the spacious hall of the restaurant, where the surviving adventurers had gathered, there was a loud buzz of voices and the smell of freshly cooked food. Several people were animatedly discussing the latest events, and one guy remarked that in real life, his friend had been unemployed, but now he had suddenly become almost a hero. At the next table, the girls were heatedly arguing about the name of their new guild, Steelheart. It sounded a little old-fashioned, but it still inspired more confidence than the proposed option, Black Tiger. Discussions immediately flared up among the audience, and someone even took offense, asking why they didn't like Black Tiger, since it sounded so powerful. However, everyone quickly switched to another topic, noticing that Snowman, or Kang Sol, apparently had no intention of joining any guild, preferring to act alone. Many considered this to be the right decision, that it was better not to tempt fate, and someone in the crowd whispered that the guys should just wish him luck. Kang Sol remembered Corden's words. If the source of his power was revealed, it would be destroyed, so he had to act cautiously and, as before, alone. However, the young man was increasingly preoccupied with the mystery of the pocket watch, and he knew he had to find someone who knew its true nature. His gaze slowly swept across the hall, picking out faces. Finally, the hero noticed an elderly man whose features seemed strangely familiar. The young man turned around and stared intently at the stranger, who began to approach him for several long, tense moments. The old man stopped and said that the watch the young man was holding looked painfully familiar. He thought for a moment, as if remembering something, and asked permission to take a closer look at it. Kang Sol cautiously asked if the man knew anything about the origin of the watch. The old man replied that he knew even more, because he had made it himself. After a while, the two of them headed toward a small hut that stood not far from the restaurant and looked very old but well-maintained. The man took a bunch of keys out of his pocket and, after hesitating for a moment, turned one of them in the lock until he heard a slight click. He said that this used to be his workshop and that it was a great place to talk without prying ears. When they entered, the old man paused for a moment, looking around the room, and said with quiet sadness that almost nothing had changed since then. Kang Sol looked around with interest, thinking that he was in the very workshop of the watchmaker who had created his mysterious watch. Meanwhile, his new acquaintance introduced himself, saying his name was Bill Marcus. The young man thought for a moment because the name seemed strangely familiar, as if he had heard it before. His head began to throb unpleasantly as he tried to remember where he knew the name from, but only vague images came to mind. Most likely, the young man had already encountered this person in one of his past adventures. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember any specific details, so he simply introduced himself in response. And when the old man heard the nickname Snowman, he asked again in surprise, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then Bill Marcus slowly turned to the wall and stared at it for a long time with a puzzled expression on his face. There were many clocks hanging on the wall, of different shapes, sizes, and styles, all of which were his own creations. The old man noted with concern that this was strange. When Kang Sol asked what he meant, Bill did not answer, but only asked him to tell him where and how he had found the clocks. Kang Sol replied that he had gone deep into the mountains while searching for rare plants and had stumbled upon them at the very peak. He didn't even have to lie. The young man simply decided not to tell the whole truth and limited himself to sharing only part of the information. Bill Marcus frowned and said thoughtfully that now everything was clear, because the watch really was where it shouldn't have been. After a short pause, he added that he finally understood what had happened. He carefully picked up the watch and said that it was definitely his work, because his own name was engraved on the case. Then he began to tell a story that began 20 years ago when he gave this watch to one person. It all happened because of his granddaughter, who had been captured by trolls from the Rocky Mountains and held captive for a long time. Bill said that he had gone through many trials to find out the details of her fate, and Kang Sol asked what happened next. The old man replied that no one had helped him at the time because that region was ruled by mercenaries, free knights, and adventurers. He asked them all for help, but they all said the same thing, that it was a hopeless cause and that he had no chance against the trolls. But one day a brave man appeared who agreed to help him. When Kang Sol asked who this brave man was, Bill replied that his name was engraved on this very watch. The young man said he couldn't see any inscriptions, but Bill Marcus calmly replied that the engraving was hidden inside the watch case. He then added that luck always favors the brave, because only such people are capable of winning, no matter what. When Kang Sol heard the name of that brave man, he was completely shocked, because it was about himself, the snowman. Bill Marcus was just as stunned. He couldn't believe that after 20 years, the watch had returned to him through a man of the same age and with the same name. The next second, the young man sank to his knees near the table, feeling his legs buckle, while the man watched him with incomprehension and concern. Now the young man remembered everything. The story involving Bill Marcus, his granddaughter, and the snowman, the very one who had saved the girl 20 years ago. His first figure was indeed the snowman, the ice mage, and it was this player who had influenced the world of eternity. After a while, the young man was already in the library, where the quiet voice of the manager warned him that there was only 1 hour left before closing time. Kang Sol was completely excited because now he realized that if his figure had died 20 years ago, then it meant that he himself had come to this world 20 years after his own death. 10 years of turmoil, legends of heroes who changed the course of history. This was the book Kang Sol wanted to study most of all. The young man carefully opened the volume and began to read, trying to find out what had happened over the past 20 years. After a few minutes, he came across lines describing the story of the Archduke of Ice, and his heart skipped a beat. The young hero couldn't believe his eyes. Everything he saw was connected to a character he himself had once created. A lot can happen in a human lifetime, but the 30 figures he had created had lived through an entire era without him in the past 20 years. These figures had become the main characters in the story of the formation of Pandia, and it seemed simply unthinkable. After a while, he and the old man arrived at a large cemetery nearby, where silence hung in the air. Bill Marcus quietly said that his granddaughter was buried here, and even though her body was gone, her memory needed a place to stop and remember. They looked at the monument, on which was engraved, "To the most beautiful girl in the world." The old man added that this place was a symbol of her memory, because it didn't matter if her body was buried here. If a person was not forgotten, then they were still alive. Next to her gravestone lay the grave of another adventurer named Snowman. Bill Marcus said in a trembling voice that it was time to return the watch to its owner. The gravestone said that this monument was dedicated to a man who was not afraid of difficulties. Kang Sol looked thoughtfully at the inscription, and a multitude of different emotions filled his heart. The young man held the watch in his hands and whispered words of apology. He apologized for coming too late and approached the monument. Fumble, a term denoting the greatest failure, as well as a roll of the dice that comes up one, was exactly how his first hero, Snowman, died. Perhaps the reason for the memory lapse was caused by deep psychological trauma. The moment the system reported that the pocket watch had been returned to its owner, the young man felt unwell. Kang Sol felt as if his brain was about to explode, as memories rapidly returned. Now he knew for sure that they had not disappeared anywhere, and he was in complete shock. The memory of the 30 figures fell apart along with him, and the young man looked at the system that appeared before him. It gave him a new game called The Fate of Things to Return, and explained that he had to find all the fates. Bill Marcus approached the young hero and asked how he was feeling. The young man replied that everything was fine, and the old man said that he had almost thought he would have to dig another grave. He admitted that he didn't fully understand what was going on with this guy, but kindly told him to come anytime if he found himself in a difficult situation. The old man added that he might not be able to help with the matter, but he was always happy to tinker with watches, and now it was time to leave the forest if everything was done. The young man thought about how the transfer had taken place in this very place. In the world of eternity, this meant the process of inheriting abilities or things, and now Kang's soul was able to explore the will of his own figures. However, this ability went to Tyrant Jamad, who also received the temperament of a lump of greed. Kang's soul remembered that he was the one who created this figure, the snowman, and now he understood how much power he had once put into it. It was a truly remarkable ability that significantly accelerated the character's growth, and all the gods admired it, although he himself did not even realize its true value. Many thought that the created figure would turn into a real monster, but that never happened. Unfortunately, the snowman died, and Kang's soul experienced his first fumble. The first figure was truly great and had incredible potential, and now it was this figure that helped him find his destiny. Traces of other figures are scattered throughout Pandia, and by finding them, the young man will gain some of their power, and at the same time, be able to recover his own forgotten memories. These thoughts became a guiding thread for the hero, which was supposed to help him rise up and teach a lesson to those who once betrayed him. A month passed, and a crowd of concerned people gathered again at the Adventurers Association. One of the guys asked in confusion if the government was not going to rescue them. Another replied that it was not worth saying such things, that help would surely come, they just needed to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, the rest were completely confused, waiting for news from the guild, which, although not particularly trustworthy, was still considered a safer option. In reality, many were only thinking about themselves, and it was wiser to stick together than to perish alone. Kang's soul heard that the participants had decided to focus on survival and meeting their most basic needs. Meanwhile, there were many messages between viewers, which was not surprising as the last day of rest was approaching. Among the many adventures, only one caught Kang's soul's attention, and he had to go through it. In the corner of the room sat a suspicious man, whom the young hero immediately noticed. This guy's gloomy look was different from the other participants, and he clearly had something to do with the adventure. Kang's soul approached, and the stranger asked what he wanted. The system gave him several possible answers that could be used in this situation. Kang's soul chose the fourth option, assuming that this guy was clearly not an ordinary person, and asked what he was doing there. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully, invited him to sit down, and explained that he was looking for people for a difficult job. A large trade operation was awaiting them, under the terms of which the goods had to be delivered to the city of Noviru, which meant that reliable security was needed to escort the cargo. The young man activated his perception and immediately realized that this man was lying. He asked why he would entrust such an important matter to the first person he met. The man replied that they were just talking and added that if the young man did not intend to help, he would not try to persuade anyone. The system offered several possible courses of action suitable for this situation. Kang's soul chose the one where he agreed and confirmed his willingness to take on the job. His new acquaintance nodded with satisfaction and introduced himself as Arden, and in response heard that his companion's name was Snowman. Thus began a new adventure called Delivery of Goods to Noviru, which was the first part of a long chain of tasks, the next of which could not be chosen independently. At that moment, a guy in a red sweater and a soft down jacket stood in the corner, watching the proceedings intently. He nudged his friend lightly on the shoulder, and the latter asked with slight irritation what was wrong. The guy in the red jacket noticed that there was some weirdo in a robe standing out in the crowd, who was clearly trying to hide his high-level gear. He said that this guy was talking to a merchant using espionage techniques and seemed to be involved in something interesting. His companion was wary, doubting whether they could handle it, but the guy in red objected, saying that truly powerful people don't hide it, so the insolent fellow was just pretending. He told his partner to go to the guild and bring reinforcements, while he decided to find out everything from the merchant himself. The next day, Kongori Square was bustling with life. People were noisy and gathering, but most of them were not eager to set off on their journey. Kang's soul walked among the crowd and thought that a month of rest had made everyone sluggish, and the spirit of adventure had almost died out. However, his next assignment was already beginning. It was his third adventure in a row. Arguing could be heard among the fighters. Some said that it was all over, while others insisted that they should believe in success and not lose heart. The south of Pandia was famous for its natural resources, especially the Great Quiet Forest, and that was where they were headed under the contract to escort the wagons. The problem was that there were often bandits and looters of ruins along the way, encounters with whom could end in disaster. Kang's soul carefully studied the instructions and realized that he had already been through this adventure before. Memories of it came back to him along with the snowman's memory. The snowman had gone through this adventure just before the quest about the five brothers, but when Kang Sol played his second character, he was unable to complete it. Meanwhile, the porters were already assembling the cart, loading the prepared supplies and checking the fastenings. Arden greeted Kang Sol in high spirits, noting that he had arrived just in time. He introduced the companions who would be traveling with him and suggested they get to know each other better. One of the guys called himself Pak San, and his friend in a hood, Chi Chul. Kang Sol immediately recognized these two. They were the ones who had been staring at him in the association. However, the young hero decided that now was not the time to dwell on the past. The main thing was that this adventure could hold clues to his second identity. Arden explained that although this was a simple escort mission, their group was formally listed as reserves since the merchant had no real security. He added that if there were any problems with reconnaissance or night duty, they would distribute the responsibilities themselves. But for now, they could rest a little. Chichol skeptically remarked that it all seemed too easy and suspiciously calm. Pak Sang said that now he understood why the merchant had initially planned to go alone, because he knew the task was easy and had deliberately dragged them into it. Kang Sol secretly watched these self-confident fools, who didn't even realize what they had gotten themselves into. The guy knew that such missions were often deceptive, seeming simple at first but turning into a deadly trap in the end. This chain of adventures could suddenly change in difficulty, and Kang Sol understood that the test would not be easy for him either. But he couldn't refuse. Only by going through this journey would the hero be able to find traces of his second figure. The carts moved forward, slowly rolling along the dusty road surrounded by low bushes and sparse trees. Inside, there was an oppressive silence. No one spoke a word, and even the creaking of the wheels sounded too loud. Kang Sol secretly watched each of his companions, trying to understand what was going on in their minds. Their motives were unclear and their expressions were alarming. However, one thing he understood for sure: these guys had come for him. Their goal was to take his equipment and keep it for themselves. However, Kang Sol admitted that everything could be much simpler. Perhaps these guys had just followed him without any particular intention, driven by curiosity and stupidity. Meanwhile, Park Sang smiled slyly, clearly pleased with the circumstances, because what they were about to go through seemed like child's play. This cowardly employer had given them the simplest job, and after their last failure, when they had nearly died after falling off a cliff, this easy mission seemed like a real stroke of luck. Pak Sang turned to Kang Sol and asked with feigned interest what his profession was. The young man calmly replied that he was a summoner, and for a moment met their appraising glances. They immediately began to laugh, assuring him that only a slacker could choose such a boring and useless profession. Park Sang, trying to save face, told his friends to shut up, but Chi Chol smiled and said that since there was a chance, one should strive for greatness, because true strength is determined by equipment. Pak Sang apologized half-heartedly for his friend, adding that at least he could be relied on in battle, even if he had a lousy personality. Kang Sol held back his growing irritation. Their bravado seemed like empty nonsense, and the spectators just joked that the summoner could use some training. One of the guys asked if he was in a guild, and Kang Sol replied that he wasn't, thinking how easily these people judge by appearances without knowing who they were dealing with. In response to his words, his friend smiled slyly and remarked that sometimes it was worth trusting others, because loners don't live long. Baek Sang joined the conversation and advised the young man to join the guild after all, adding that they themselves were members of Predator. He said that if Snowman was interested in the prospect, he should definitely look for them after his return, as they were always happy to welcome new members. Kang Sol thought to himself that he would rather burn his cloak than join a guild full of such slippery types. He knew this was an adventure, an intersection of his past characters, where the second character had failed and everything could happen again. Finally, the travelers decided to stop for a rest, built a fire, sat down around it, and stretched out their tired legs. Arden said with a satisfied look that they had done a great job today and asked how everyone liked their dinner. Then he added that he had stashed away some alcohol, and the crowd immediately perked up. Laughter was heard, and the atmosphere instantly warmed up. Arden warned that the drink was very strong, but that was its charm, so they should try it, and then the night would seem shorter. Kang Sol raised his wooden cup of liquor to his lips, but immediately activated his perception skill because he sensed a strange smell. The hero summoned his shadow hand and discreetly pushed the cup aside, deciding not to drink it, as his intuition told him that something was about to happen. Sure enough, Arden soon spoke, but before getting to the point, he apologized to everyone for such an unexpected introduction. He admitted that their plan had changed slightly and was no longer going according to the original scenario. Pak Sang asked in surprise if this meant that they would have to stop somewhere else before Navira. The leader replied that it was no longer possible to change the route, but he could offer something else, something more profitable. After a pause, he announced the price, 600 gold pieces per person, and a murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. The slightly tipsy adventurers were ready for anything for that amount of money, and Park Sang, his eyes shining, asked where exactly they were going. Kang Sol became alert at the moment when Arden thanked everyone for their support with a laugh and began to tell them the details. But before he could finish, a deafening explosion rang out from deep within the forest, and the night was lit up by a blinding light. Kang Sol was the first to notice movement among the trees and managed to shout to his companions to duck immediately. However, one of the mercenaries did not have time to react, and an arrow whistled through the air and pierced his throat, cutting off his cry. The others barely had time to react as dozens of arrows flew over their heads, striking the ground and the wheels of the cart. Kang Sol acted instinctively, darting behind the cart and taking cover behind it, feeling the tree next to him shake from the impact. One of the guys, Song Ho, collapsed to the ground from the impact, and the last thing he heard was his comrade calling his name. Shishul and Pak Sang rolled to the side of the cart, caught their breath, and tried to figure out how to survive this sudden attack. Pak Sang, trembling with rage, turned to Arden and shouted, demanding an explanation of who had attacked them and why the ambush had caught them off guard. Arden, pale with pain, clutched his wounded leg, blood already seeping through the fabric, his breathing becoming ragged. Pak Sun pulled out his knife and stepped closer, showing no mercy to the wounded man, demanding that he tell the truth immediately. Arden coughed hoarsely and managed to say that there was a canyon nearby, pointing with a trembling hand in the direction where they could hide. The guy said that if they shook off their pursuers at the canyon and then returned to the forest, they would not be able to find them, so they needed to prepare the carts for departure. When Pa San tried to object, Arden flew into a rage and interrupted him, saying that this was exactly why he had hired them. Then he put his weapon to Pa San's neck and coldly said that if he wanted to survive, he had to obey the order, because the jokes were over. In the next second, they jumped on their horses and rushed forward, leaving behind the carts and arrows sticking into the ground. Arden, gritting his teeth in pain, furiously spurred his horse on, racing through the night air. His pursuers were not going to fall behind and were quickly closing the distance, giving him no chance to escape. The merchant raced onward, desperately trying to escape and get away from danger. Peksing turned to his companion, Ken Mo, who was already seriously wounded and clinging to life with his last ounce of strength. Kang Sol noticed a system notification in front of his eyes where the inscription had changed, and the story of the adventure delivery of goods to Novaru had transformed into the chase for the wagons. The carts raced down the road, their wheels screeching, the wind tearing at their cloaks and hair, turning their escape into a desperate whirlwind. Ken Mo, unable to bear the pain and exhaustion, cried out in exhaustion, then went limp and collapsed silently, breathing his last breath. Chi-hul couldn't understand what was happening because this adventure was supposed to be easy and harmless. But now the situation had become deadly dangerous, and it was unclear how they could get out of it. Park Sang, breathing heavily, turned to Kang Sol and suggested that they join forces to try to escape from this trap together. Kang Sol calmly looked at him and asked why he needed to do that, because he saw no benefit in it. The big guy asked irritably if he still didn't understand the situation they were in and that they couldn't survive alone. However, his face suddenly contorted, he froze and turned pale, and his gaze became glassy and empty. At that moment, he and Chi-chul fell to the ground, unable to understand what was happening to their bodies as if they were paralyzed. Kang-sul stood motionless and watched coldly, showing no surprise or pity. The guys decided that he had cast a spell, although in reality they had been knocked out by the alcohol mixed with poison they had drunk the day before. Kang-sul looked at the approaching crowd of enemies and realized that there was almost no time left. The pursuers were already closing in, the distance between them and the cart reduced to just 3 meters. The young hero held out his palm and concentrated magical energy in it, which immediately filled the air with a powerful hum. In the next moment, the space shook, and the figure of Tyrant Jamad, the giant leader of the mountain trolls, wrapped in chains and clad in ancient runes, burst out of the shadows. Pak San and Chi-chul's jaws nearly dropped in amazement, for such a creature could not be summoned just like that. It required unimaginable power. They couldn't believe that the legendary Jamad was here in this modest adventure. The realization came instantly. Even if they all fought together, they would not have the slightest chance of defeating this monster. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, with several horsemen already chasing after them, approaching from all sides. Kan Sol, remaining calm, noted that it was too early to panic because they needed to understand how to use the situation to their advantage. The boy and the troll chief rushed forward, breaking through the wall of the carriage and flying out. Behind them, they could hear Pak San shouting for them not to leave. But Kang Sol paid no attention to this, concerned only with his goal. Soon, massive ropes stretched across the road blocked the wagon's path. Arden shouted to his companions to hold on tight and warned them that they would have to break through, as there was no other tactic left. But as the horse galloped forward, the powerful ropes stretched across the road stopped it, preventing it from continuing on its way. The cart and horse, rushing at full speed, began to flip in the air, breaking into pieces, and the debris fell to the ground with a crash. After the fall, Arden gradually rose from among the scattered debris and looked around. The young man could not believe what was happening and cursed angrily, ordering all survivors to get to their feet immediately. Armed enemies were approaching them, and Arden announced that now the real war was beginning, and it would be every man for himself. The enemy noticed Arden's naivety. Did he really think it was that easy to escape? In response, Arden coolly stated that he had already escaped, and his enemy doubted that he would dare to say this to Sir Borgo's face. The young man admitted that he did not like the leader's behavior and offered to cooperate in order to deal with him. In response, his former ally remarked that Arden would hardly be able to protect anyone from Borgo and said that it would be better for him to die in silence. The former comrade was confident that he had the upper hand, as he had the map and the decryption key, which allowed him to predict the enemy's actions. The next second, they pounced on each other, intent on completely destroying their opponent. The sound of fighting could be heard, and Arden, whose real name was Kujo, noticed that his enemy was clearly inferior to him in strength and agility. At that moment, Tyrant Jamad appeared from behind a tree, watching the fight from the sidelines, assessing the strength of both sides. Kang Sol decided not to intervene, believing that they would only waste energy if they tried to join the fight. The young man reflected that he had already been through 2 chases after the wagons, so he understood that this adventure was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. A well-known looter of ruins who had settled in Novire, named Borgo, closely watched Kujo's actions. Kujo, an eternally dissatisfied subordinate, found a map while exploring the ruins, took it for himself, and tried to decipher it to gain an advantage. Borgo learned of the discovery and intended to capture Kujo, but he managed to escape to Kongori, forcing his enemies to set up an ambush in the Great Forest and wait patiently. Judging by Kujo's actions, he planned to make 5 bloody sacrifices related to the discovery of the ruins and took them with him, using liquor to prevent the victims from resisting. If a conflict had broken out between the 2 groups, no one would have survived. The first figure, Kang Sol, had the ability to heal and was able to escape safely, while the second chose a different path. At that moment, Kujo, completely enraged, shouted for his opponent to finally die. It was all over, and the final blow was delivered right on target, finally deciding the outcome of the confrontation. Kang Sol approached and watched from the sidelines for a while. The guy sensed the presence of the snowman and asked for his help in this situation. Kang Sol replied that he would not interfere because there was already a corpse in front of him, and the situation was irrevocably over. Kujo confirmed that this was true, that he had lost too much blood and could not survive in such a situation. However, he could still be useful and tell a rather interesting story about the events that had taken place. The system provided several possible answers, but Kang Sol firmly decided that he no longer needed this story. It was completely irrelevant to him. Kujo warned that a monster would soon appear in his life, one that no longer resembled a human being, and that in this situation, the young man would die anyway. At that moment, Kang Sol reached for the map, which was exactly what he needed right now. The young hero opened his map and studied the decryption. The map seemed very familiar to him, but the decryption was noticeably different from what he expected. Kujo said that now he understood that the snowman had also been lured into a trap among the treasures of the ruins. He added that Borgo already knew the way to them, to which Kang Sol asked what that meant. Meanwhile, his opponent said in a hoarse voice that the young man was also succumbing to his desires and emotions, but would soon regret it. Kang Sol clutched the card in his hands and the system provided several options to choose from. After a short pause, the young man said that he liked the desire, that he himself controlled it, not allowing events to proceed according to someone else's plan. Meanwhile, Baek Sang and Chichul were in complete shock. Everything had gone completely wrong, and it was all the fault of that scoundrel. A moment later, they heard the approaching sound of horses' hooves, growing louder and more alarming. Chichul tried to run away, while his friend advised him to freeze, as they couldn't get far anyway. They began to watch who had arrived this time, and noticed a powerful horseman on a horse. One of the horsemen said that it seemed that everyone had already been destroyed and no one was left. Sister Borgo arrived at the field and carefully examined the area and everyone who was there. People began to scatter rapidly across the clearing, checking every corner and examining those present. Finally, one of them called Borgo and reported that they had found Cujo. Cujo's body lay lifeless on the ground, completely wounded and destroyed. Borgo thoughtfully approached the body, examined it carefully, and lifted it off the ground. He began checking the pockets and looking for anything valuable, but found nothing. After that, the main villain remained in thought and was silent for a while. After a short pause, Borgo let out a wild laugh, and his subordinates looked at him in surprise. He pushed Cujo's body aside and announced that there was absolutely nothing here. Nothing at all. There was no map or decryption in Cujo's pockets. Someone had taken everything earlier. Borgo was puzzled by what was happening and began to guess how it could have happened. He declared that they would soon find out everything, and to do so, they needed to interrogate the prisoners. Pak San and the other survivors begged not to be killed and promised to tell everything they knew. Borgo approached Pak San and demanded that he tell him where the map had gone. The boy was confused and did not understand what map they were talking about and could not answer. Chicho watched the scene in a daze, feeling horror and hopelessness. The enemies held huge axes in their hands and the fear they exuded was indescribable. The executioner approached the next prisoner and demanded to know who had taken the map. With tears in his eyes, Chicho confessed that it was the snowman who had done it, because his body was not there, and he was definitely acting. Suddenly, one of Borgo's subordinates approached him and reported that someone from the group had escaped. 2 people were sent in pursuit, and it was most likely the one Chichol had mentioned. Borgo approached the prisoner and demanded details. Frightened, Chichol said that the fugitive was a summoner. The guy hoped that he would be spared if he confessed, but Borgo cut off his head with one swift movement. After that, the leader announced that they were going in pursuit, mounted his horse, and moved forward sharply. He was outraged that someone dared to steal his property and was sure that this guy would regret it. Meanwhile, Kang Sol arrived at the cave entrance and stopped near the massive gate, ready for new events. The young man jumped off his horse and decided to walk to be more careful. After a while, Kang Sol looked back and realized he was in the right place. The hero began to recall each of his steps and knew for sure that what he was looking for must be here. Among the fallen leaves, he finally noticed a bronze statue, barely visible among the mountain of leaves. The young man remembered the code and turned the statue clockwise, as instructed. The next moment, a bright pictogram appeared between 3 huge stones, as if inviting him to take action. Now he just had to approach the entrance. The creator of the ruins had left everything in place to guide the visitor correctly. The system warned that Borgo used a steel shoulder, possessed intuition, and used obstacle destruction. Kang Sol froze, sensing the approaching danger, ready for any attack. The blow aimed at him was intercepted by Tyrant Jamad, who easily neutralized the threat. Borgo fired arrows from his bow, and they flew in the direction of the pursuit hall. Tyrant Jamad noted that the master must move forward faster, because the pursuers would be here very soon. Kang Sol began to rush towards the door, which was decrypted and open. The system announced that the hero would receive a reward and the chain of adventures would continue. Very soon, Kang Sol would be able to receive it when all active adventures were completed. The next trial began immediately, the 4th adventure called Restraint. His goal was to outsmart his pursuers in the Hall of Restraint or completely destroy them. The audience considered this adventure extremely difficult, but for the snowman, as always, anything was possible. Dangers awaited not only from his pursuers, but also from what was inside the hall, which the viewers already knew about. Kang Sol thoughtfully read that 5 bloody sacrifices would be required to open the gate. The next moment, the young man suddenly began to tear apart the sheet of paper on which all the information was written. The audience was puzzled and did not understand why he was doing this, wondering if he had gone mad. The young man picked up a knife because he realized that the real condition for opening the door was simply to bring 5 drops of blood. Kang Sol smiled, pleased with his quick thinking, which had once again not failed him in a critical situation. The door creaked open, letting him in, and he hurried down the dark corridor, lighting the way with his glowing staff. Meanwhile, his pursuers were getting closer and closer to their target, not looking back, confident that they would soon catch up with him. Borgo caught the smell of blood and realized that it was a clear sign of Kang Sol's presence. He ordered his subordinate Kurjin to find out what had happened and keep the situation under control. It was necessary to carefully decipher the traps and move forward cautiously, because Kurjin understood perfectly well what the consequences would be if he disobeyed. Borgo's subordinate reported that nothing like that would happen, because Cujo had stolen the draft version of the decryption and would now pay for it. A moment later, he picked up a knife to examine it closely. Borgo, clearly irritated, asked Kurjin what he had managed to find out. Kurjin explained, somewhat confused, that Kujo's decryption was completely wrong and unusable. One question remained unanswered. How did this happen? This guy had managed to solve such a complex puzzle and open the door, bypassing all the traps. Borgo approached Kurjin, who trembled with fear before his master. The leader ordered that they must catch up with this insolent guy at any cost, without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, Kang Sol was already inside the ruins, carefully examining the screen that appeared in front of him. The system notified the young hero that a group of looters was following him, chasing him for his treasures. Kang Sol realized that they had caught up with him, and although his pursuers had not yet caught the boy, they were already closer and ready to act decisively. He heard the heavy pounding of feet as his enemies rapidly approached. Kang Sol stood in front of a sign with inscriptions in an unknown language. The system informed him that there were traps with arrows on both sides of the room. He had to decide what to do, and the system offered several options. Kang Sol thought for a moment and decided to choose the most promising one. The inscription said that one must practice humility and moderation and show gratitude to Azumkan. The guy picked up a stone, remembering how he had acted the last time in a similar situation. He decided that to test the magical power of this place, he needed to throw the stone forward. The cobblestone fell to the ground and the room did not react in any way. Kang Sol realized that he had done the right thing and that there should be no problems with the next gate either. Meanwhile, a crowd of enemies was passing through the gloomy abandoned corridors. Borgo led the way, determined and clenched fists emphasizing his fury. When they arrived at the front, they realized that the guy was not there, so they decided that he was hiding in one of the next rooms. All accusations fell on Kurjin because, according to the others, he was in cahoots with Kujo. Otherwise, that scoundrel would not have been able to get ahead so quickly. Kurjin denied his guilt, but his comrades did not believe him and decided to punish him. Suddenly, Borgo intervened in the brawl and demanded that the fight stop immediately. Confused, Kurjin explained the rules, saying that in this room, one must move in a crouching position, as if bowing. Borgo contemptuously remarked that he had no intention of crawling, but Kurjin explained that there were traps with arrows on both sides and that it would take time to neutralize them. The leader agreed with the argument and said that they would indeed do so. One of his subordinates suggested sending someone to check it out. In response, the big guy said there was no time for that because the guy was getting farther and farther away. The crowd of pursuers dropped to the floor and began to crawl forward slowly. Suddenly, Kurjin deciphered an inscription he hadn't noticed before, cursed angrily, and blamed Kujo for everything. He believed that because of this guy, he had almost died, and now he had to survive at any cost since he knew about these ruins. The next moment, the guy ordered the team to stop as he had new information. Borgo asked intently what the problem was. Kurjin looked at the sheet of paper with ancient inscriptions and said that he must have been mistaken in his predictions. He suggested that if that scoundrel had already reached the middle of the ruins, he might have found the trap control room. Borgo was furious but suddenly sensed danger approaching. The next moment, arrows flew into the crowd of pursuers, hitting them directly. One of the pursuers managed to grab a shield and protect himself from the impending danger. It was pointless to crawl any further, so they got to their feet and rushed forward. Some managed to escape, but others were killed. Borgo cursed angrily and demanded to be informed of the losses. A subordinate said that 7 had died, including Kurjin, who had the decryption. The guy was hopelessly wounded and several arrows had pierced him, so all the information and the decryption were now irretrievably lost. Borgo thoughtfully grunted twice and then began to laugh nervously. Gradually, he laughed even louder and hysterically remarked that this snowman was quite an interesting scoundrel. Meanwhile, Kang Sol continued on and passed through the next door. Inside, there were several levers connected to the mechanism of the gate he had just passed through. The guy realized that by turning one of them, he could delay his pursuers. Kang Sol knew that this was the 5th gate and remembered it as a secret room without doors. The system activated his perception, and the young hero immediately realized that there was a trap here. Since there were no doors in sight, it was necessary to choose one of 5 courses of action. Kang Sol decided to move forward, considering it the most optimal option. The young man began to move cautiously, lighting the way with his staff, which glowed brightly. The phrase on the wall said that he had to close his eyes and walk the distance from his heart to his omkan. The interpretation spoke of priests who always used the number 8, the sacred number of the mystical god Izumkan. This meant that his followers had to close their eyes and take 8 slow steps forward. However, there was an important nuance. People of that era were 2 meters tall, and their steps differed from those of Kang Sol, so he had to follow a different rule in order not to lose his way. On the 9th step, the young man opened his eyes as instructed and looked straight ahead. At that very moment, an incredibly bright and powerful stream of dazzling light burst forth before him. Now he had passed through the 5th gate of the Hall of Restraint and immediately the 6th. He passed through the 7th and 8th gates with the same success. Spectators marveled at how he did it and wondered how he seemed to be walking a straight path without any mistakes. Kang Sol looked further down the corridor, and the creator of the ruins smiled somewhere in the darkness. The young man thought about how the last gate would soon be reached, which meant he was approaching the second figure. He was only able to pass through these ruins thanks to the memories he had. The hero's face tensed because he did not know if his second figure would be here. The second figure was Gilius, the plunderer of ruins, whose life turned out to be very short. He was a 2-meter-tall man with an excellent physique and a tangled beard, who often laughed foolishly, loved children and plants, and had a difficult past that he managed to overcome. Kang Sol continued to rush forward, confident that this man was right here. The trace of his first figure was on the rock, and then he was able to find him. Therefore, the traces of Gilius must be in the 10th gate of these ruins. The young man passed through several more impressive spans and finally found himself in front of a spacious hall. Kang Sol reached his destination, the 10th gate, known as the Hall of Light. Meanwhile, the enemies struck down by arrows lay on the floor, and the leader cold-bloodedly kept count. He walked past the 4th and 5th bodies, which would never rise again. Then the leader counted the 6th and 7th, those who had been fatally wounded by arrows. Borgo ordered the next one to move forward in a tone that brooked no objection. However, the fighters were very afraid, and the leader knew that Kurjin's notes said to take 5 to 10 steps. Therefore, he was sure that very soon he would catch up with and destroy this insolent snowman, who had become quite tiresome to him. Meanwhile, the young man looked around the spacious hall carefully. His eyes wandered around the corners in search of Gilius, who was clearly supposed to be here. But suddenly the guy froze, his eyes widening in surprise. What unfolded before him did not fit into any of his expectations. The young hero saw the skeleton of the completely destroyed Gilius on the floor. The boy approached him and, with a heavy heart, carefully examined his destroyed body. Kang Sol felt a strange and incomparable feeling wash over him with sadness. He had already experienced it when he found traces of his first figure, and now, next to the second one, he was experiencing the same thing again. Kang Sol slowly approached and gently touched the stiff and cold bones. But in the next moment, Kang Sol felt his head suddenly heat up, as if thousands of lightning bolts were rushing through it. The young man sat down on the ground, grabbed his head with his hands, and was in complete shock. The transfer of Gilius' memories had begun, and the process was extremely painful. The boy remembered how Gilius boasted about his huge muscles and said he was invincible. The other heroes looked at him with apprehension, and the bruiser insisted that they remember his name well. Gilius said that he would reveal the secrets of all the ruins, because he was the only one capable of doing so. Kang Sol gripped his staff even tighter, tension building in every muscle. The young man lowered his head, still haunted by memories. Gilius tried to save his friend Jaren from the abyss, who was clinging to his hand with his last ounce of strength. Kang Sol still saw these vivid images before him, as if everything were happening in real life. Gilius figured out that the number of his Omkan was 8 steps. He just had to close his eyes and move forward. The sand was a bit of a hindrance underfoot, but the trap itself was not that difficult, as everyone would surely agree. At the moment when the Hulk was waiting for a response from his allies, he did not hear it at all. And then it turned out that they had all died and the man was completely alone. Finally, the last arrow pierced Gilius' chest, and he sat down on the floor in exhaustion, even though he had almost reached the last gate. The man thought about what he had done, raised his head and looked at the huge ceiling. There was a drawing above, perhaps a mirror, and a guess flashed through his mind. Gilius mustered his last strength to say that Izukan was the goddess of light, but in the next moment, his mind clouded over. The last thing this hero thought was that he wanted someone else to see the same thing, but there was no one there, and Kang Sol felt tears streaming down his eyes and pain tearing his soul apart. The system said that the will of the deceased Gilius had been received, and now this clue was known not only to him. A moment later, the deceased's skills were transferred, and now the young man would easily solve secrets and traps. Thus, Gilius' skeleton finally calmed down and began to gradually dissolve into space. The audience was outraged, wondering what this was all about, why the summoner was receiving the abilities of a ruin looter. Meanwhile, Kang Sol said that, unfortunately, he was hopelessly late. But in the next moment, he got to his feet, tied Gilius' scarf around his neck, and decided to test his theory. In addition, once he arrived in Pandia, the young hero began to actively use it himself. Meanwhile, the system offered several options for how to proceed in this situation, because the key to passing through the hall was 4 mirrors, each of which could direct you in different directions. The last thing Gilius looked at before his death was the painting of the goddess on the ceiling. The boy took the mirror in his hands and turned it upward, now knowing that this was the answer. All the mirrors had to be turned upward, and only then would the magic work. The next moment, the young hero turned to Izukan, and next to him was the immortal Gilius. The young hero turned to the goddess who gave light to all living things on earth and asked her to show him the way. And suddenly, a bright spiral staircase of incredible power descended through the ceiling toward him. The last gate of the Hall of Restraint was opened, and the adventure would end when the time was up or when the boy took the reward. The young man began to climb the steps and make his way higher and higher along this winding path. One of the spectators sacrificed 300 madness points, while the others began to discuss among themselves and could not understand why the snowman was so advanced. Once at the top, he saw a huge metal door in front of him, tightly closed. The young man put his hand on the door, felt its cold surface, and opened it. Inside was a statue of Ismahan, standing at the end of the corridor, with huge columns on either side. Ismahan turned to the brave stranger who had entered her room. She greeted him and said she was very happy to see the hero in her sanctuary. Kangsul spoke words of gratitude in a restrained manner and did not take his eyes off Izukan. Meanwhile, she said that she wanted to reward him for passing through the Hall of Restraint. The next moment, gold coins and many useful items rained down on the hero. The boy looked at them, while the goddess asked him to be sensible, because he could only choose once. The young hero thought that resisting the temptation of treasure, like some kind of Aladdin, was not easy. This decision requires a certain amount of composure and insight. After all, the boy did not even know what might be useful in subsequent trials. He turned on his perception and began to thoroughly analyze everything he saw right in front of him. Now the young man could see their significance. With the strengthening of this skill, such things always appear, and this is how it feels in real life. The spectators immediately began to advise him to choose armor, which could be sold for a higher price or given to Karuna. Besides, they even looked pretty good, and the helmet wasn't too ugly. The next moment, the guy bent down and unexpectedly picked up a small handkerchief that was lying there. The viewer's indignation knew no bounds. Why would he take something like that? The completely unreasonable guy. Meanwhile, Ismon asked how the selection went and how confident he was in his decision. The young hero said that he was taking the bandage of insight and raised his hand, clutching the artifact. In Pandia, there were clans, associations, and tribes with special eyes, and each had different abilities that allowed them to see something specific. This bandage would allow him to obtain such eyes, and this penetrating gaze would definitely suit him. Ismahan asked what else he would like to take, but the guy replied that he didn't need anything else. In response, the sculpture said that Ismachan always bestows wealth upon modest people. Therefore, a huge chest with an incredible amount of treasures appeared before Kang Sol. It was an additional reward, and the young man thought that even without opening it, it was clear that there was gold inside, and it would definitely come in handy. But first, he had to activate his insight, so he covered his eyes with a blindfold. The next moment, the hero felt an incredible force acting upon him, tearing his head apart from the inside. Exhausted, the young man sat down on the ground, completely shocked by what was happening. He felt incredible magical impulses enveloping his head. He could not even imagine that the pain of awakening would be so strong and impossible to bear. It seemed as if Kang's soul was simply burning alive, and it was going on forever. Finally, the young hero opened his eyes, looked straight ahead, his gaze burning with fire. The guy began to see things he couldn't see before. His vision improved, a display of the level of strong monsters appeared, and if he trained his level, he could see even stronger opponents. There was a chance that the levels of valuable items would be displayed, and his perception skills had greatly improved. Kangsul felt that the world now looked completely different. The effect was stronger than he had expected. Now, with the help of his insight, he could avoid accidental traps. Meanwhile, the pursuit continued, and a huge heavy axe was lowered to the ground. Borgo walked ahead, while his remaining ally followed behind him. Finally, the leader looked straight ahead and said that the rat was here after all. They came face to face with Kang Sol, who asked where everyone else was. Borgo snorted contemptuously, saying that he was the one asking the questions here, and this guy could only answer and prepare for death. But after a moment, the monster said that he would personally tear him to pieces and scatter them across the field. In response to this threat, Kang Sol remarked that there were only 2 enemies left. The brute became completely enraged and repeated that he was the only one who could ask questions, and that this scoundrel had no right to ask questions. The next moment, he heard his ally say that there was a lot of treasure here. There was gold and jewels here, and if they destroyed this boy, they could take everything for themselves. However, Borgo did not share his ally's enthusiasm and struck him with all his might with an axe. The man did not understand why his master was treating him this way. In response, he told the man to take his hands off because the treasure belonged only to him. Kang Sol noticed that his opponent's behavior was quite strange, but Borgo abruptly interrupted him and added that he would take the jewels for himself. The young hero calmly said that if Borgo was so sure, he should come and do it. The crazed monster reached his paw toward the gold coins lying in the chest. In addition, Borgo also took the armor, his eyes full of greed and madness. The scoundrel tried on the armor and noticed that it looked very beautiful and was also quite durable. Borgo happily declared that it contained all the power, just put it on, and already feel unprecedented power. Now the bully was sure that he could finish off Kang Sol so quickly that the guy wouldn't even have time to blink. Kang Sol thoughtfully said that probably no one had told the enemy the name of this place. The opponent asked irritably what the guy meant and what he was talking about. But in the next moment, the statue of Izokan behind the young hero activated and flashed with magical streams of fire. The goddess was seriously angry that this miser, who showed such greed, dared to come here. The statue said that he was unable to resist temptation and must pay for it. Borgo said that greed was his main character trait, that he lived with it and would never have achieved such heights without it. The Hulk was sure that no one could punish him, while Izokan was filled with wild rage. The next moment, the monster felt an incredibly powerful magical attack. There was an explosion, and Kang Sol calmly watched from the sidelines as the smoke gradually settled. From now on, Borgo could use all the items in the Hall of Restraint without restriction, for he had been struck by Izokan's curse. The young man watched the incredible explosion that occurred right next to him and thought about how it all began. Borgo's physical strength had increased significantly as a result of this attack on him. All his stats dropped by 50%, and Borgo became a ghost of his Omkan, now under her control. The villain swung sharply, holding a sharp magical spear in his hand. In the next second, Borgo released this weapon with incredible speed. With a loud whistle and unprecedented accuracy, the spear rushed forward. The young man watched the weapon's approach intently, his eyes sparkling. If it weren't for his quick thinking, Kang Sol would have been killed by this attack, but he managed to dodge it. At that moment, the monster let out a huge roar and lunged straight at him, moving its paws. But at that moment, Tyrant Jamad appeared through the smoke, ready for decisive action. The troll leader said that the enemy was not even in control of his own body. The young hero was now able to see all of the enemy's characteristics on the system table. The interface changed, and such a detailed description of Borgo clearly appeared thanks to his insight. At that moment, the brute said that he had become what he was because of this guy. Therefore, he promised to tear him to pieces and show him no mercy. However, Tyrant Jamad blocked his opponent's attack with incredible strength and ease. He clung to his enemy while Borgo demanded in an angry, furious voice that he be released. But the troll chieftain had no intention of doing so and bound his opponent's hands with a chain. In the next moment, Tyrant Jamad delivered such a powerful blow that it threw his enemy several meters away. Borgo lost his arm, which was firmly attached to the troll chieftain. The monster was thrown back several meters and let out a ferocious growl. He fell to the floor at full speed, raising a cloud of dust around him. The villain heard his Umkan demand that he get up, but the brute only growled angrily. The sculpture told him to protect the hall and everything in it. The next moment, the monster was enveloped in magical power, which lifted him to his feet. Kang Sol looked straight ahead with determination and severity, watching his opponent. Borgo declared that he was invincible and that he needed to protect the hall and its treasures. In response, the Tyrant Jamad said that he would simply tear him to pieces so that he could never rise again. However, Borgo furiously demanded that the enemy keep his hands off what belonged to him. The next moment, they clashed again in an incredible battle, and sparks flew around them. Borgo raised his hands and tried to defend himself from the blows that rained down on him again and again. He used treasure control, and the connection was activated. Kang Sol noticed this and warned his fighter to be careful. The next moment, when the blow fell on Tyrant Jamad, he managed to parry it with incredible speed. It was a deadly blow that activated Borgo, and it worked like a shock wave, causing additional damage. Borgo held a huge iron hammer in his hands and swung it with incredible speed and accuracy. In the next moment, the enemy delivered a crushing blow that inflicted unprecedented damage on their side. Tyrant Jamad flew back against the wall and hit his back with a hoarse cry of pain. Kang Sol watched his ward anxiously, but thought that there was still a chance of victory. Meanwhile, Borgo approached Kang Sol with a nasty satisfaction, noticing that the young man was alone, and he sarcastically regretted that the young hero would die in such a pathetic place. However, Kang Sol remained calm and cool-headed even now, showing his unyielding optimism. Borgo asked irritably what the boy found funny in such a situation, but decided that it was just anger at the inevitable fiasco. The scoundrel was convinced that the young man was not ready to accept his quick death, and was therefore being insolent. Borgo reactivated his treasure control and mocked Kang Sol, saying that fear was already visible in him. The monster promised that for such a disgrace, death would be the most humiliating outcome for the young man and raised his weapon to strike. But suddenly, Tyrant Jamad jumped up from the floor and rushed back into battle. The troll chieftain delivered a powerful blow aimed directly at his opponent, as if he wanted to break the very air around him. He grabbed the enemy with an iron grip and declared with a contemptuous smirk that greedy cowards did not know true fear. Borgo growled angrily in response that the troll was talking complete nonsense and was clearly delusional. Meanwhile, Tyrant Jamad had already summoned his magical powers, preparing to make the earth tremble with terror. In an instant, he squeezed his opponent's hand with such fury that the latter felt instant hellish pain. Tyrant Jamad sternly declared that even if the body did not belong entirely to him, the rage remained his own. Then he struck so swiftly that Borgo lost his balance and flew away, tumbling through the air. However, the troll chieftain did not give his enemy a single second of rest, and throwing aside the severed limb, demanded that he get up. Borgo, choking with pain and rage, croaked that he would destroy the vile troll at any cost. Tyrant Jamad said in surprise that this was the first time he had heard such curses, because usually when he appeared, people begged for mercy. A moment later, he added that the situation could have turned out differently, because anything can happen when you're on the brink of death. Borgo, driven by rage and desperate determination, swung at his enemy and activated the treasure control. The magic spear flew from its place and rushed towards Tyrant Jamad, and the enraged monster confidently declared that his opponent was about to die. However, Tyrant Jamad parried the blow, and the tip did not even pierce his flesh, but flew back with a crash. Borgo cursed in a breaking voice and felt an even more furious hatred burning inside him. But the troll chieftain met his gaze with icy calm, as if everything that was happening did not bother him at all. Jamad easily parried another attack and noticed that his opponent was desperately rushing toward victory, not even realizing that by doing so, he was only driving himself into an even more deadly trap. In the next second, Borgo received such a crushing blow that his legs buckled and he fell, hitting the ground hard. Tyrant Jamad said with contemptuous fury that the enemy was fast, but too unstable, crude and insignificant. A moment later, Tyrant Jamad threw Borgo straight into a stone wall, and the monster crashed into it with a deafening crash. The stunned enemy, barely retaining his sanity, growled a question about what kind of monster stood before him and why it was so powerful. Tyrant Jamad calmly replied that he was a wild troll, cruel and completely unpredictable. But Borgo still couldn't believe that anyone could overcome his strength, because it was impossible. Kang Sol heard his protege say that this world was full of secrets, and that was what made it so exciting. Borgo shouted furiously, declaring that the battle was far from over, and demanded that his opponent finally shut up. The system immediately reported that Borgo had reactivated treasure control. The troll chieftain, however, met the attack with fierce resilience and did not allow it to break him. Borgo's blow was even more ferocious, as he put all his mad despair into it and activated the wave's deadly effect. Kang Sol warned his warrior in a sharp voice to be extremely careful, because the next mistake could be fatal for him. At that moment, Borgo was already swinging, preparing to deliver the final crushing blow to his enemy. He used his powerful weapon, a sharp and accurate sword, but Tyrant Jamad was covered in the stone armor and did not receive a scratch. Borgo was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes because such a thing seemed simply impossible. In the next moment, the troll chieftain pushed off the ground and delivered a powerful counterattack. Borgo, losing the last of his courage, begged for mercy, sobbing and breathing heavily with fear. The Tyrant Jamad rejoiced, for his opponent had finally acknowledged his weakness and fear. Borgo muttered that the enemy had monstrously huge hands that he was unable to overcome. In response, the troll chieftain coldly remarked that it was not a matter of hands at all, but of fear, which completely controlled his opponent. A moment later, the battle was over. The ghost of Izakan was defeated, and Tyrant Jamad received an achievement and a new title. Catching his breath, the troll chieftain glanced at Borgo, who had collapsed before him, and was finally convinced of his victory. Kang Sol thought with satisfaction that it was not for nothing that Tyrant Jamad was considered one of the best leaders of the Stonefang tribe. He decided that this was precisely why this opponent was initially beyond the capabilities of a simple looter of ruins. A moment later, the chest flashed with a bright, fiery glow and filled the hall with yellow light. The young hero and Tyrant Jamad immediately turned around, and now Kang Sol received a great reward. The hero's level increased, and his attribute points were replenished along with his cleaned armor, warm blanket, and broken bronze helmet. All these items appeared before Kang Sol, completely ready to obey his will. The young man was surprised because these were all the items that Borgo had used, and he did not expect to receive the artifacts so easily and without a curse. At that moment, the sculpture's eyes flashed with light, as if Izum-Khan intended to give an explanation. She said that Kang Sol had managed to resist the temptation of the treasures, which meant he had a truly strong will. Kang Sol noticed that the skill Ruin Plunderer had been activated, which meant he would receive an additional reward that Gileas himself had once possessed. Izum-Khan explained that Kang Sol was like the strongest steel and possessed the heart of an icy hero. After that, she demanded that he go forward and bring light to this world. The blessing of the Mountain Fists underwent a change and absorbed divine energy. Tyrant Jamad was once a tribal chief who served the earth dragon Tangrid, so he instinctively tries to reject the blessing of an unknown deity. Kang Sol thought that, unfortunately, he would have to leave the helmet in his inventory, but suddenly it might come in handy later. Borgo's armor remained intact even after Tyrant Jamad's fierce attacks, and it had a very advantageous class. In Pandia, each piece of equipment had its own quality level, and at the beginning, you could find not only ordinary items, but also special, rare, and treasure items. Treasures are the highest level, but they are divided into categories: relics, sacred and exceptional items, as well as their analogs. Cursed items belong to the class of vicious relics and require a special profession or purification. Borgo's armor is one of them, which is why Tyrant Jamad could not wear it. Kang Sol decided that the best solution would be to give the armor to the Moon Knight Karuna, and now his ally had excellent protection. The young hero thought that he had only a few truly valuable artifacts left. The Blessed Mountain Fists, made of extremely durable material, were improved. They received additional damage, increased stats, and a useful bonus for allies. The boy looked at his titles and realized that they were also at a fairly high level, as were all the rewards he had received. Kang Sol was glad that he had trusted his intuition and waited for Borgo to appear, because everything had turned out as well as possible. But there was nothing left to do at this point, so the young hero pressed the button to end the adventure and received his well-deserved points. The system informed him that his personal data would remain hidden, and his score had already exceeded 500,000 points. A table of top adventurers appeared on the screen, and viewers were absolutely shocked by the result. Now it was time to relax in a safe zone, such as the city of Kongori. The free city was famous for its prosperity and happy residents, and adventurers rested, trained, and prepared for new adventures here. Kang Sol looked at the glowing windows of the apartments and realized that the other adventurers had already completed their journeys and returned to rest. The young man moved forward, feeling tired and dreaming of getting to his rented room as soon as possible. The young man did not suspect anything, although someone was watching him closely from around the corner. The unknown man watched his every step intently and did not take his curious gaze off him. But suddenly, Kang Sol's intuition kicked in, and he became alert, assuming that a representative of the guild was watching him. He remembered that his 4 companions had died, and the news of this could already have reached the guild leadership. Although there was still a chance that this was not a guild member at all, the young man decided to act immediately. The stranger peeked around the corner, trying to figure out where his target had disappeared to. However, no matter how hard he strained his eyes in the darkness of the night, he could not see anything. But suddenly, Kang Sol was right next to him and pointed his sword at him, completely in control of the situation. Completely shocked, the guy was speechless for a moment and could only make incoherent sounds. Kang Sol demanded an explanation as to why this guy was following him and coldly threatened that if he didn't want to talk, they would extract the information from him by other means. The observer said in a trembling voice that he knew everything. Kang Sol indifferently asked what exactly he knew. The guy replied that he knew Kang Sol was a hidden player, the only one who had appeared in the city after the overall rating had changed. The young hero assumed that this guy had no malicious intentions, but still asked why he was watching him. The stranger admitted that he wanted to ask for help. He asked to be heard, so they went to a small tavern together. The first thing that caught Kang Sol's attention was the guy's strange black hand, which was clearly not like a normal curse. At first glance, it might have seemed that the flesh had rotted away, but it was too smooth and intact, as if it had been magically transformed. Meanwhile, his new acquaintance continued to talk excitedly about his younger and older sisters. The young man lowered his eyes, and a deep sorrow appeared on his face that was difficult to resist. He said that his older sister had died during their second adventure in the mountains. This adventure was called 5 Friendly Brothers, and it was there that she fell into a trap at the edge of a cliff. The girl fought desperately, but there were too many trolls and she slipped and hung over the abyss. Her brother tried with all his might to pull her out, his face covered in sweat from the strain and fear. But the lady realized the hopelessness of the situation and asked him to let her go so that he would not die with her. Yemen ordered his sister to hold on tighter in a breaking voice, assuring her that he would save her. But Sebek was no longer listening to him. Finally, the lady only confessed how much she loved her brother, and her voice sounded with quiet sadness. After these words, she opened her hand and fell into the cold abyss. Her last request was to take care of Noel, as her younger sister was now all alone. Sebek's voice, her gaze, and her words were forever etched in the young man's memory. Since then, his older sister has come to him every night in his dreams and begged him to save her. Kang Sol remembered the name of the incident, which was called an unexpected accident, where Yem received not a curse but a rare feature, a ghostly hand. However, even if he were to be freed from the ghost's influence, the hand was now completely under the spirit's control and could not be used in any meaningful way. But if this influence is suppressed, Yemen will be able to gain incredible power. Kang Sol clarified what exactly the request was about and heard that it was all related to the guy's younger sister. She had joined a guild, but after Sebek's death, their relationship had become cold and distant, which greatly disturbed the young man, and Kang Sol asked what kind of guild it was. Yemen explained that it was called the Justice Guild and suggested that his friend had probably heard of it. The guild was created during the first phase of the break, luring people with rumors that there was a top adventurer among them, but his nickname was hidden, so it was easy to assume that this was a lie. However, the guild was indeed created by order of the government, opponents are killed, and fugitives are forcibly sent to the infamous and allied organization. Kang Sol was skeptical of these words, but Yemen assured him that these were not rumors, but the plain truth. This was secret information confirmed by his younger sister, which meant that Noel was indeed in mortal danger. The young man thought for a moment and said that even if it was all true, he saw no personal reason to get involved. Yemen froze for a moment, and pain appeared in his eyes because he did not immediately understand why he had refused. In response, Kang Sol calmly explained that he was not a judge of justice and that everyone had their own problems. But he was not going to waste time on other people's problems if they were not related to his own goals. Yemen was overcome with despair. He couldn't believe that such a powerful man would refuse to help with such an important request. Hopelessness filled him because Kang Sol possessed enormous strength and enough points to defeat any opponent with ease. The hero rose from his seat and, after a moment's thought, addressed his companion. He explained that he had not become stronger in order to help those who hid behind others, and advised Yemena to deal with his problem himself. It was Yamen who had to save his sister, and trying to burden Kang Sol with this would only be the wrong decision. The young man got up and walked away, leaving the unfortunate adventurer standing with his head bowed in complete confusion. But before leaving, Kang Sol paused and spoke about his new acquaintance's hand. He said he didn't think it was cursed and advised him to let go of his guild, because that was the only way to save his sister. After these words, Kang Sol declared the conversation over, and Yemen just looked after him in confusion. Viewers noticed that the snowman had a heart of ice and were divided into two camps. Some supported him, while others condemned him. The young man believed that he would not be able to survive if he helped everyone he met, because in this world, everything can go wrong, and personal time is too precious. However, he understood that solving the mystery of the ghostly hand would greatly simplify his task. Moreover, this power would surely come in handy in the future, and these thoughts were firmly lodged in his mind. After thinking for a while, Kang Sol decided that it made sense to intervene. After all, if a person is capable of change, they will not allow themselves to drown in helplessness. So the hero headed to the Information Guild. He was told that there was a lot of information about the Justice Guild, but Kang Sol only needed negative information. The young hero paid 150 gold coins for it and hoped that the other adventurers would not even suspect the existence of such an institution. No one would have thought that the Information Guild was hidden in an old tavern building. Kang Sol took the scroll that was handed to him, began to read it with interest, and confirmed that everything Yemen had said was true. Moreover, after carefully studying the scroll, the hero realized that some points had even been softened compared to reality. Everything was much worse than he had expected, and suddenly the young man noticed a mention of the Thieves' Guild. He wondered if it was the same guild with a bad reputation and decided to check it out immediately. Kang Sol asked the manager to provide him with the most negative information about the Thieves' Guild. This scroll also cost 100 gold coins, and the young man immersed himself in studying it. A perfectly logical question arose in his mind as to why such things were ignored, but the manager said he could only answer for 10 coins. The young hero paid up and was told that nothing was known for certain, and that the only time the Thieves' Guild had intervened was in connection with the murder of a townsman. Kang Sol thoughtfully remarked that it seemed like everyone here knew everything, and yet remained silent. But he was told that they had their own rules that did not concern anyone else. And besides, the information was unreliable, so he could take his money back. The hero took the bundle, held it to the candle flame, and watching it burn, said that he understood their rules perfectly well. Then he said that he was interested in another case, that they would need to keep an eye on a certain guy for about a week. The guy asked to be informed of any information found about this person. They promised to carry out this task, of course, not for free, for 20 gold coins. Now the adventurer would be watched around the clock, even in his sleep, and he would not be able to escape the close secret surveillance. Meanwhile, Kang Sol went to the Dark Magic Training Center, and the guard noticed that he was back. They asked him what business he had this time. Kang Sol saw several available options on the system and was surprised to notice the appearance of a fifth item, which had previously been blocked but was now available. The hero wanted to see the Shadow Summoner, but he was told that this information was outdated, as the connection with Chao had been lost after his departure, and there were clearly problems there. The young man decided that there was no point in taking on the task hidden under the fifth item, as there were still 6 adventures left before the episode of Enlightenment, and there was no need to rush. The system immediately offered several options for a response to the guardian of this place. Kang Sol thought that he could close this episode later if he postponed the task, and offered to bring news about Chao. The guard said with obvious joy that it would be very kind of the hero. Thus began the adventure of the missing summoner, in which it was necessary to find traces of the Shadow Summoner, Chao, and Novire. The guy said he needed to improve his skills, and they let him pass. Although the opportunity to use the fifth point temporarily distracted him from his original purpose for visiting, Kang Sol now had 4 skill points, and the most sensible decision was to strengthen his main skill of summoning shadows. A moment later, he managed to improve his skills and increase his stats. Now the young hero is able to summon Karuna and Tyrant Jamad at the same time, and each of his shadows has the power of an entire legion. The boy remembered Yemen's words about his strength and incredible number of points. For a few moments, Kang Sol was lost in thought, but then he made a decision. He had nothing left to do in Kongori, because only low-reward adventures remained here. At that moment, members of one of the guilds were sitting in a bar discussing their fallen comrades. One of them told the boss that the guild of looters was to blame for everything, and that they had lost 4 people because of one guy. Pak Sanari asked what the young man's name was, and he was told that it was Snowman. The leader knew this quiet-looking young man, but he understood that this guy was not so simple. 4 people went with him at once, and all of them died. When one of the guys suggested killing Snowman, Pak Sanari said they should just watch him and not act too rashly. It was extremely important to set priorities. In any case, he would die. They just had to decide how. But now, working with the Justice Guild, they couldn't kill him openly. One of his companions noted that the adventurers from this guild seemed suspicious and asked if it was worth dealing with them at all. The leader said that they were just exchanging information and pretending not to know each other. Chong Won-chul, the head of justice, was too weak to control them internally, so the guys pretending to be assistants were going to take over his guild and expand their influence in Kongori. After these words, a sly smile appeared on the leader's face. In this world, everything had become so wonderful that even if you killed someone on the street, no one would interfere if it did not concern the authorities. When real laws are absent, brute force inevitably takes their place. Suddenly, one of the adventurers burst into the room and called out to the boss, looking very alarmed. The guy reported that the Justice Guild, led by John Won-chul, intended to use them. At first, the boss didn't understand what he was talking about because it sounded strange and illogical. They explained to him that some crazy guy had snuck in alone and looked completely determined. Even when other adventurers tried to stop him, the stranger pushed forward as if he were completely insane. The young man claimed that he was looking for his sister named Noel and demanded to know where she was. At that moment, Yemen's hand suddenly activated, and he heard the voice of his deceased sister. The girl called his name and desperately begged him to save her. Yemen felt the presence of a ghostly creature behind him, shrouded in magical energy. The next moment, he received a crushing blow that barely allowed him to remain standing. However, the young man resolutely got up and said that he didn't care if it was a curse or not, even if he was unable to use his arm. The young man had come here to rescue his sister from this lair, and he had no intention of backing down. Suddenly, Yemen heard a familiar voice and turned sharply in that direction. Noel was running towards him, out of breath, surprised by the encounter, and eager to be close to her brother. But at that moment, John Won-chul intervened, growling that this girl was too much trouble. John Won-chul stated that one cannot simply announce one's departure from the guild, because in this world, everything is much more complicated. Noel confidently said that she would leave immediately and did not understand why this was causing problems. The guild leader replied that they couldn't let someone who knew too much and had decided to leave go. The man warned the others not to spread what they had heard and said that Noel was obliged to pay for the resources and efforts invested in her. The debt amounted to 5,000 gold coins, and the lady sincerely did not understand why she had to pay such a huge amount of money. John Won Chul explained that the guild existed for profit, so every member was obliged to return everything they had received. He ordered both of them to be arrested, and Noel said in a breaking voice that this scoundrel was deceiving everyone, intending to use and sell her. Noel realized that there was no hidden player from the top, and that the promises to protect the weak were just lies. Suddenly, the girl realized that these people knew everything in advance and were just pretending. Chong Won-chul noted that people are willing to do much worse than ordinary lies in order to survive, because the world has become hopelessly cruel. Yemen turned to his sister and promised that they would get out of this mess and everything would be fine. The next moment, a crushing blow rained down on him from above. The girl called out to her brother in confusion, but the hero couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed heavily. The leader gave the order to seize him and finish him off together, leaving him no chance of escape. Yemen lay on the ground, completely stunned and unable to get up and resist. At that moment, Noel felt someone grab her arm with a death grip and not let go. Chong Won-chul coldly advised the lady to calm down, claiming that he was still merciful. The girl demanded to be released and could barely hold back her tears. But the scoundrel did not back down and slapped her across the cheek with all his might. Meanwhile, Yem continued to take the blows and tried to defend himself, raising his arm with difficulty. The young man reached for the weapon that had fallen just a few inches away from him, hoping to grab his salvation. Finally, when the young man touched the sword, the special ability of his awakened phantom hand was instantly activated. Yemen jumped to his feet and struck a crushing blow with all his might, putting everything he had left into it. In the next second, the phantom hand began to develop rapidly, powerfully cutting through the air with every movement. The black hand helped the hero move in bursts, accelerating his body over short distances and reducing the time it took to get used to new movements. Chong Won-chul shouted furiously at his subordinates, calling them useless nobodies, and ordered them to immediately report this to the looters. Noel, shocked by what was happening, called her brother, her voice filled with both fear and hope. The young man clutched his weapon, magical currents swirling around him, while his opponents rushed into the attack with cries. The boy took a deep breath, heard his sister's cry for help, and an all-consuming rage flared in his heart. Before him appeared the ghost of his sister, her eyes filled with boundless faith, confident that he would be able to save her. The terrible moment when his sister fell off the cliff, which haunted him every night, flashed through his mind again. The young man stared at the ghostly image of the young girl, not taking his eyes off her, and remained silent for a few tense moments. Yemen heard her request to take care of Noel again, and at that moment, his younger sister rushed towards him. The boy clenched his teeth fiercely and gathered the last grains of strength that still glowed in his weakened body. He realized that he had not heard her words before because of his overwhelming guilt, and he understood that his hand was not cursed. It had become that way because of her last request. So the young hero shielded his sister with his body and declared threateningly that anyone who dared to approach her would die immediately. At that moment, John Won-chul heard someone address him and, frowning in confusion, turned toward the source of the voice. He was told that help would probably be needed, but the leader coldly replied that it was too late to deal with a pathetic insect and eliminate minor problems. Beksanari looked closely at Yemen and asked if he was the scoundrel they were looking for. But in the next second, he added that this guy was clearly not a snowman and definitely not the one at the top of the list. After these words, the scoundrel confidently jumped up and rushed straight at Yemen, who closed his sword, preparing for the blow. Paksanari decided that Yemen's skills were rather mediocre, so he was unlikely to be the dangerous opponent. The leader activated his Iron Fist technique, used monkey movements, and employed his ability to deliver pinpoint attacks to weak spots. Yemen, already exhausted and barely able to stand, desperately tried to fend off the fierce blows. But soon the young man lost his bearings and his opponent's hand swiftly grabbed him, leaving him no chance to dodge. Paksanari threw Yemen to the floor with monstrous force and squeezed his head like a vice. Choking with rage, the young man asked why such a strong man lived by causing pain to others. The leader replied mockingly that it sounded like he was being called a bandit, although he did not think of himself that way. Yemen firmly stated that this was indeed the case, but Paksanari only laughed and asked what was wrong with that. He turned to Noel, who was already being held by several thugs, and remarked that in today's world, good and evil no longer meant anything, and only strength mattered. The scoundrel confidently declared that truth would always be on the side of the strongest, because that was the only rule that governed everything now. At that moment, Yemen gripped his weapon even tighter, and his sword flashed with powerful magical energy. Overcome with despair, the young man launched a fierce attack directly at his opponent. However, Paksanari calmly intercepted the blow and said that he had seen the attempt perfectly well. Then, without any effort, he broke the sword in two. Yemen couldn't believe what he was seeing. At that moment, the young man realized that the end was near and that only a miracle could save him. The tension reached its peak, and suddenly a knock on the door broke the commotion. Pak Sanari, grimacing in displeasure, turned around and demanded to know who had interrupted. The other thugs also became agitated, deciding that someone had heard the noise and come to investigate. Kang Sol was standing at the door, demanding that it be opened immediately and declaring that he knew everything. John Won-chul scratched the back of his head irritably, convinced that this damn girl was to blame for everything. They decided to let the guy in, but then immediately grab him so he couldn't escape. At that moment, Yemen was barely holding on when he suddenly heard someone ask him how he was doing. Suddenly, Kang Sol entered the room calmly, shocking everyone present. The guy looked at Yemen and asked if he had already forgotten him in such a short time. The young man, his voice weak, replied that Kang Sol had decided to intervene and help him after all. The hero replied that he had come here not only for that, because he still had some unfinished business. In addition, he was curious to find out what had happened here, and the guy carefully examined his enemies. Yemen said that he had followed Kang Sol's words and believed in their justice. Then his friend quite rightly said that he had not become strong in order to help those who hid behind other people's backs. Yemen tried his best and made every effort, but in despair he admitted that he couldn't handle it. Kang Sol lowered his head and said thoughtfully that he understood what had happened. He then turned to the gangsters and said that he was taking these two guys with him, his tone brooking no objection. John Won-chul couldn't believe his ears, another lunatic who had no idea who he was dealing with. At that moment, Sanari joined the conversation and remarked that he had long dreamed of meeting a snowman. He then said that two guys named Park Sang-gyu and Jin Chol had probably been killed by him. However, Kang Sol objected and said that this was completely false information and that nothing of the sort had happened. Nevertheless, Park Sanari said that even if that wasn't the case, this guy was dead anyway. Kang Sol said that if he was finished, he would like to ask the people present a question. He then addressed the people, saying that they surely knew very well where they had come, but that some of them might regret their mistake. Jung Won-chul thoughtfully asked what mistake he was talking about, since everything had been clearly planned. The young hero replied that in that case, it seemed that no one here had decided to reform. The guild leader ordered his men to get rid of this arrogant guy immediately. Sanari resolutely prepared his powerful fists, believing that this guy was already dead. In fact, the scoundrel was a hidden player and noticed that his opponent knew very well what that meant. However, Kang Sol just looked at him coldly, put his palm forward, and summoned his shadows. At that very moment, Tyrant Jamad and Karuna appeared in the hall, preparing for a fierce battle. Everyone present was in complete shock. Could it be that the legendary troll was standing before them? Pak Sanari couldn't believe his eyes. It was simply impossible. He trembled with fear and asked who this person was. In response, Kang Sol said that there was also a hidden player among them and repeated the enemy's words, saying that he knew for sure who it was. The adventurers realized that this was the same troll who had twice as many points as Pak Sanari and anyone else. At that moment, John Won-chul laughed nervously because he had been searching for the young hero for so long and had finally met him. He figured that if the guy knew what was going on, they could get right down to business, and maybe he'd be interested in joining them on better terms. One morning, people found themselves in a completely changed, uninhabitable world without laws and rules. But every crisis is an opportunity, and they had no choice when their destiny was determined at birth. Now they could create their own movement, lead it, gather people who had nowhere else to go, and control them, taking the situation into their own hands. In response, Kang Sol asked why they should obey others because it was wrong. When John Won-chul hesitated, Sanari said that the answer was simple. They had power, and those who had power made the rules. The young man remarked that it was quite amusing. Violence begets violence. Hadn't they heard of that? Sanari completely agreed with this statement, but noted that they intended to lead this tyranny. Kang Sol said that he was not interested in this proposal at all. He then added that he had previously asked which of them regretted what they had done. Since no one admitted to feeling remorse, Kang Sol was ready to take decisive action, destroying everyone except for two guys. The crowd of enraged adventurers aimed directly at him, ready to finish off the young hero. However, Kang Sol calmly ordered his shadow subordinates to destroy all enemies. With these words, Tyrant Jamad and Karuna leaped off the ground and rushed straight at their opponents. They swung their weapons and cut off the heads of everyone who got in their way. Karuna entered the young moon phase, activating the first stage of the moonlight recharge. Tyrant Jamad used his steel fists, while his opponents barely had time to jump out of the way. Huge thugs scattered enemies with their paws, destroying everyone who got in their way. The troll forcefully threw his opponents in different directions, and they fell and crashed into the walls. John Won-chul was in complete shock and couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. At that moment, his colleague, Sanari, had already fallen victim to Tyrant Jamad, and they collided head-on. However, the villain was confident that he could defeat anyone and resolutely rushed forward. Paksanari also had abilities, including the use of a stone crusher and a meat grinder. Jun Wonchul watched his friend with enthusiasm and was sure that he would win this contest. No one could handle those fists, which could even cut through metal. But Tyrant Jamad noticed that his enemy moved like an insect in a hopeless situation and whimpered like a child. And in front of an adult, he could ask for mercy, and in the next moment, the bully inflicted irreparable damage on his enemy. Violence begets violence is a good saying, and probably true in this situation. Paksanari was clearly not the one to be in charge of all this, and the terrified leader looked at his opponent. And Tyrant Jamad asked what kind of power this was, inaccessible to anyone, but his frightened enemy begged for mercy. However, the troll replied that this was the wrong answer and declared that the pinnacle of power was order. At that moment, Jun Wonchul tried to escape and was already heading for the exit. But Karuna blocked his way and cut off his arms with a single swing of his sword. The unfortunate man collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear and completely shaken. At that moment, Yem, overcome with rage and thirst for revenge, approached him. The young man asked why this scoundrel had done such a thing to his sister. The scoundrel begged for mercy, promising never to do it again, but it was too late for repentance. Chon Wonchul begged for mercy, bursting into tears, and said that he was not the only one like that in this world. Everyone uses each other's strength. There are no laws or rules here, and everyone survives as best they can. In any case, there are always those who establish their own rules, and he, too, is a victim to some extent. Kang Sol remembered being in the information building and asked why the authorities ignored this lawlessness. He was told that the only time they intervened was when a citizen was murdered. The young man noted that rules continue to appear, but he is not interested in them. Let them come up with as many as they want. He would break them all and would not be satisfied with them. The enemy said with a trembling voice that he was a real crazy bastard. If he wanted everything to be his way, he was like a monster. And Kang Sol did not argue. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Yemen locked eyes with his friend, who was clearly a monster and seemed completely insensitive. But a moment later, he plunged his sword into his enemy and said that perhaps that was indeed the case. Finally, the guy surveyed the battlefield, where order had been restored and no one was left. When the fighters calmed down a little, Kang Sol said that he would call Yemen next time, and he replied that he would come, but he would hardly be able to help. In response, the young hero said that there was one thing, and in any case, it was good that he was all right. Kang Sol thought that his new acquaintance was now connected to the organization and would receive all the news about him, and they would meet when his ghost hand manifested itself. 3 days passed, and the young hero set off for the ruins of the city of Novira. The place of rest changed to Novira, and basic movement required rolling the dice of luck along the way. The dice rolled a 2, which meant extremely bad luck for the pair. His adventures in the vicinity of Novira had several variables, became a little more dangerous, and there was a possibility that the chosen direction would suddenly change. But if he could overcome everything, there would be a good chance of success. The guy looked thoughtfully at the moving cube, which was still hovering in the air. Experienced adventurers are always prepared for failure, and if they have nothing, they simply need to relocate their base, because one roll of the dice of luck could cost them their lives. The guy raised his head. Now he was heading for Novira, and what awaited him remained to be seen. The young hero looked thoughtfully at the city before him and hoped that the adventure would not be too dangerous. In his current state, the young man was glad if the adventures did not change, because now, with the shadows, he could overcome most obstacles. The boy decided that at night he would think about the chance to get a high reward. The city of Novira's ruined looters was the only large group located near the mountain forest. At that moment, he heard one of the fighters laughing nearby, and Kang Sol listened intently. One girl said that they shouldn't be ruin looters, but her friend laughed and replied that that was the beauty of ruins. Even people weaker than her could cope, while the strong risked losing their heads. Novira's economy was based on looters, and former military personnel were considered the main resource. The influx of such people was seen as a blessing here. The reason for the harmony between the looters and the inhabitants of Parnadea lay in the peculiarities of Novira, and the young man noticed that the city was quite nice. First, it was worth exploring the local atmosphere in the association, and then finding out the rumors about Chow. The young man thought that most of the stories were related to treasure hunting, but there were also stories about Borgo. Apparently, something had happened after his disappearance. At that moment, the young man noticed a couple sitting at a table and asked them what they knew about Chow. But they replied that they had never heard of the lady he was looking for, but these people knew nothing. When the young man asked a saleswoman about it, she said that about a month ago, Chow had been there for the first time and had shown her something. The guy asked for details, but the woman thoughtfully said that she might remember, or maybe not. The system noticed that the lady was not willing to share information so easily and suggested several courses of action. The hero chose a tried and tested method, and as soon as the coin fell into the woman's palm, she remembered that the stranger was looking for a room for research in the house where the family had died, which was now only occasionally rented out to visitors. When Kang-sul arrived at the house, he found that the door was locked and there was probably no one inside. There were several ways to enter the house, and one of 5 options could be chosen. The young hero climbed through the window and thought about the fact that one of the options made him doubt. It was dark inside, but there were clear signs of life. Someone had been here before, but if you look closely, it was clear that no one had been here for several weeks. Kang-sul called Tyrant Jamad and said that this was where Chow's laboratory was located and that they could look for something interesting. However, the troll refused to help, so they had to call Karuna for assistance. During the search, they started talking, and Karuna said that he was so taciturn because he was among the ruins and had no one to talk to, and he didn't remember anything about his past life as an elf. Kang-sul thought that little was known about this guy because no one had summoned him, and it was important for the summoner to know details about his shadows. When the guys searched almost the entire house, they found nothing but papers. They were tasks to be solved hanging on the wall, and the guy approached to read them. In fact, they were all quite different. Most of the documents had unknown content and were mixed up with each other. Still, there could be a clue here. Grizz's secret laboratory had been discovered in the Great Forest. Kang-sul knew that Grizz was one of the greatest geniuses of Pandia. In addition to mechanical engineering, he had given the world many discoveries and artifacts with unique properties, which is why many hunted for his knowledge, and the scientist himself disappeared, leaving secret laboratories across the continent. During the game for 30 pieces, the guy saw Grizz only once. Although they only met once, they spent a lot of time together, and this genius had a truly strange way of expressing himself. The young man understood that Grizz's laboratory was as dangerous as the secrets of its creator, and he sincerely hoped that Chow had gone to the laboratory in the Great Forest. Soon, the main arc changed, the adventure of the missing summoner ended, and new trial began. The young hero arrived in the forest and decided that the laboratory must be somewhere here. He just needed to find it. In Chow's office, they found an important clue related to the secret laboratory, and the boy went there to find the girl. Grizz was a brilliant but eccentric inventor whose secret laboratories, according to rumors, hid creations protected by traps because he would never give his treasures to anyone. The hero had to explore the secret laboratory, overcome obstacles, and most importantly, find traces of Chow, not forgetting that the path could bring many unexpected discoveries. Using his gift of insight, Kang-sul noticed that some trees were the same height and width, and their trunks were almost touching each other. He decided that he needed to be extremely careful because the laboratory was surely somewhere nearby. The young man walked slowly through the tall grass, trying not to leave any traces or attract unnecessary attention. His keen insight was already at work and had sounded an alarm about an unidentified danger nearby. Finally, the young man discovered his target. Surveillance devices were set up at the entrance to Grizz's laboratory, monitoring every movement. The system offered several possible courses of action, but all of them seemed too risky given the likelihood of failure. Of all the proposed moves, Kang-sul came to the conclusion that none of them suited him. He had to act differently. The hero thought about destroying the spy from a distance, but he understood that even the slightest mistake would give them away and result in disaster. The next moment, he looked at his knife and made a decision. Karuna, who was actually an elf with remarkable accuracy, performed this risky trick without hesitation. The knife hit the spy directly, and the Iron Bird Overseer was immediately irreparably damaged, giving them a chance to sneak inside silently. The young hero ordered Karupa to destroy everyone who stood in their way until they reached their destination, and the shadow easily knocked out a few more spies who were sitting on the branches. Soon, Kang-sul found himself in front of a strange iron door installed right in the middle of the forest. The audience was quite shocked by this discovery. Kang-sul asked Tyrant Jamad to open this mysterious structure, and the troll paused for a second, wondering if it would be a disaster if he broke something. The hero gave the green light for any destruction, which only inspired his giant ally. Tyrant Jamad approached the door, spread his mighty arms, and simply tore the doors apart using only his monstrous strength. The audience was shocked that the troll had opened this technological marvel as if it were a tin can. At that moment, Kang-sul remembered why everyone called Grizz a weirdo. When the hero asked about entering the secret laboratory, He just laughed and said that he had tried to open the doors, but they didn't work, so he left them as a decorative element. The scientist had no interest in dealing with nobles, as he believed there were more important things to do, and Kang Sul understood that his friend was using the thoughts of ordinary people and destroying their perception. Perhaps they would still be able to find traces of Chow, judging by the fact that the number 2 was written on the destroyed door. There was more than one entrance here, and in front of them was a third laboratory. The young man listened and caught the sound of a fan, trying to figure out where it was coming from. There was a certain smell in the room, and it felt like he was breathing fresh air, even though he was in a laboratory. Perhaps plants were grown here. The next moment, the guy stopped and looked straight ahead, noticing something interesting. There was a piece of paper hanging on the wall, and he had to get closer to see what was written on it. The guy picked it up and smiled happily, because he found a note from Chow saying that she liked one thing and was taking it. Now, the main arc of Grizz's secret laboratories had changed, because traces of Chow had been found, and the young hero needed to get the interesting things that were in the laboratory. Kang Sul tried to guess what exactly the summoner had taken with her, while Karuna turned to him. The elf handed him some papers containing questions about death, what happens after it, and whether there is life after death. The guy thought that this was probably Grizz's research, but it was unclear whether it was related to what Chow had taken. There are no people on the entire continent who have survived death. There are evil spirits, but they are exceptions. And this device was created to see the true form. The clinical death device actually allowed one to experience death, and the very idea, from development to application, seemed terrible. It remained unclear why Chow needed it, but the conclusion confirmed that the effect was real and said that death should be avoided. The guy looked at the huge corridor in front of him and decided that he would have to go on anyway. The corridor was harsh and gloomy, and its walls and ceiling were completely covered with eerie plants. Nevertheless, the heroes took a torch and set off into the unknown. A second laboratory appeared before them, and after activating their insight, it became clear that someone or something was behind the door. Kang Sul stared straight ahead in a daze, watching what appeared before him. It was a robot that spotted the intruders and reported that an error had been detected and the entrance was blocked. Karuna resolutely went into battle, but Kang Sul ordered him to stop. The guy noticed that for its size, the robot's movements seemed awkward. He told his shadows that they needed to cut the plants first, and they obeyed the command. The robot growled, and it was unclear what would happen in the next second. Suddenly, the machine's eyes flashed, and it said it was glad to meet a human. It added that they were in the 81st laboratory, created relatively recently by Mr. Grizz, and that standing before them was a guardian named Arta. The robot said that the owner was not there, and unless he had been warned, Grizz would not be able to receive guests, so Arta offered to show them around the laboratory and show them everything personally. The audience was shocked that this guy had managed to outsmart even a robot. The guys arrived at the second laboratory, which specialized in studying the soul and testing the theory of multifunctional animation in practice. Kang Sul asked if the professor had created all this, and the robot confirmed it. Arta explained that animate beings are capable of repelling or attracting each other, and if they gather in one place, conflict arises between them. Exactly how the problem of the animated beings was solved remained a mystery, and the robot was not privy to all the details. Kang Sul suggested that because of the spirits, this place might change over time. The theory was not fully tested, but Grizz's mistake was unlikely. The records of the national spirits mentioned that their power could be restrained by a special belt. The guy asked where this belt was, and Arta said it should be in the second laboratory. When the robot tried to take it, it turned out that the belt had disappeared, which seemed strange. The young man noted that the situation seemed suspicious and that there might be important clues here. The plants that covered the corridors and were under Art's control aroused certain suspicions in him. To test his guesses, Kang Sul decided to find out what was in the first laboratory. Arta said that there was a huge research complex dedicated to the study of life. He added that the scale of the first laboratory exceeded all the places they had visited combined. There they were researching ways to defeat hunger by creating plants that could survive in harsh conditions, and the first laboratory housed the system's control center. Kang Sul asked if Arta knew anything about Milan, but the robot had never heard that name before. It was the last of the figures created by Kang Sul, and he had spent a lot of time with Grizz at the time. The professor deeply admired Milan, feeling both inspired and inadequate next to a man who had gathered all the knowledge of the world within himself. Now, the young man understood why he was called a great sage, clearly thanks to his special achievements. Then Milan admitted that he was glad to know that there were people who could truly understand him. Some time passed and Grizz seemed to begin to realize that he really needed him. He asked Milan if there was anything in his life that he sincerely wanted to achieve more than anything else. But now there was no point in delving into memories because circumstances had changed significantly. The travelers arrived at the first laboratory, which was plunged into darkness and oppressive gloom. The young hero assumed that there was no one in the laboratory except Art, but Art said that more than 20 researchers had worked there. Kang Sol activated his insight and detected movement behind the door, finally understanding why he had encountered only one robot in such a vast area. The boy touched the wall nearby and thought that Arta was probably hiding from threats that were very close by. The robot had taken cover from the monsters that were chasing him, and now the young man could see the reason for his fear. Before him were overgrown plants with extraordinary strength, capable of defeating many experienced adventurers. It was now clear that these creatures had captured the researchers, spreading like a colony. The entire infrastructure of the laboratory had turned against its creators, and Tyrant Jamad rushed into battle without delay. Karuna supported his comrade, delivering precise and coordinated blows one after another. However, the overgrown plants were rapidly spreading, posing a critical threat. Arta reported that his memory had malfunctioned and that he would try to recover the information about what had happened. At that moment, the young hero approached him and said that the robot was moving too fast to keep up with. The boy thought that such a difficulty was critical even for a solo adventure, and it was almost impossible to cope with it on his own, especially at the beginning of the journey. A thought suddenly occurred to the young hero. Was he really all alone? At that moment, the robot's memory began to return, and he gradually remembered everything. Signs of unexpected growth were discovered in the local plants, and while Arta was reporting this to Grizu, the central control room was captured and communication with it was lost. The center's administrators were called mechanical homums, strange creatures distinguished by their exceptional intelligence and great danger. In an instant, the researchers were captured by plant stems and ceased to function. To save itself, the robot took refuge in the second laboratory and then in the third. The plants had weaknesses. They were susceptible to insect attacks and burned well. However, if a colony of this size were set on fire, the guys could also suffer. But there were almost no other options. And in order to get to the central control room, Kang Sol asked the robot to pour oil into the system. Arta replied that he was ready to carry out the order and immediately began to implement it. At that moment, Karuna made a sharp swing with his sword, and the oil began to pour out gradually. An incredibly powerful magical fire element began to form around the elf. Griza's secret laboratory changed, and the fifth-level adventure began. The rebellious, overgrown plants had to be stopped, saving as many golems as possible. The young man ordered Tyrant Jamad to advance, and the troll noticed that the enemy's movements had slowed, as if they were frightened. Now it was necessary to set fire to the part of the laboratory where Arta was located. The troll released powerful magical pulses, and his steel fists flashed. The robot said that if the researchers were freed from the plants, they would help the heroes, but since they had ceased to function, they would have to solve the task set by Grizz. The guy came to the conclusion that he needed to find the password and looked at the glowing screen. The system asked who was the most brilliant person in the world, and the young man read what he needed to answer. When the guy reviewed the options, he chose option 4, that is, the name Grizz, because he really is a terrible narcissist. At that moment, another robot rebooted, greeted the man, introduced himself, and said his name was Albert 23. It was reminiscent of a war game where you have to activate as many golems as possible and get to the control center before it's too late. The next question was which horse was the fastest on the continent, and a clear answer had to be given. The hero answered, and a second robot, Houghton 11, was activated, followed by the question of which new power would have the greatest impact on the continent. Thus, Girita 7 was activated, and the process of rescuing the golems reached 10 out of 20. Now they were almost there, and this room in the middle was the control center. The guy looked at it. Meanwhile, Tyrant Jamad turned to his allies and said that they needed to be careful here because danger was approaching. A giant plant rushed straight at the heroes, intending to attack them with its tentacles. Kang Sol looked at the approaching monster, still holding the torch in his hands, and the monster had already opened its mouth. The young man thought that this did not fit into his plans at all and cursed nervously. At that moment, Tyrant Jamad grabbed the enemy and called to his master to flee as quickly as possible. And although the young man tried to object, the troll replied that he should not make him repeat himself twice. These overgrown plants used enchanted pollen, which was a pretty dangerous weapon. Tyrant Jamad noticed that the enemy was catching up to them and took an earthquake stance. Kang Sol caught his breath, but he was still tense. Whoever thought of placing the control center in the middle of the laboratory was simply unthinkable. The guy realized that the task needed to be changed, but Arta announced a critical error and demanded the professor's permission. At that moment, the plants began to attack the robots and entwine them from all sides. Arta acted within his authority and announced the launch of the Laboratory Independence Protocol. At that moment, a new wave of plants rushed to attack him. But the connection was terminated, and he gave the order to all working researchers. All research records must be deleted, and the robot released magical streams. It was a burning protocol applied to those who were here. The overgrown plant felt the fire and began to burn gradually, but tried to dodge the flames. Tyrant Jamad rushed forward decisively, intending to detain the enemy. But in the next moment, the plants began to approach him and use their magical abilities. The opponents used colonization and intended to control Tyrant Jamad, suppressing his will. But the troll thought that the enemy must have gone mad and was raging only because he was alone. With his powerful paw, he grabbed the plant and said that they just needed to wait a little longer. This piece of metal would soon disappear from the face of the earth and be completely burned. Meanwhile, Karuna entered the third phase of the moonlight, the full moon, and swung his sword. The guy acted decisively and swung one blow after another with all his might. The next moment, he jumped back as the destruction was complete. Elf managed to cut the plant, and it lost its integrity. The guys were looking at their enemy when a powerful explosion went off nearby. Kangsul caught his breath. The danger had passed, and now they could rest a little. The overgrown plants were destroyed, the hero's level was increased, and additional skill points were earned. The robots continued their work, acting in unison and according to their programmed instructions. The machines handed over the animated belt, and the blueprints for the belt and a solid piece of life force pollen were also obtained. Kangsul was delighted, for he had no doubt that this belt was here. In addition, the young man received the items necessary for his further advancement. These drawings of the animated belt contained instructions for making and completing the belt. When the guy opened the book, a hidden adventure called To the Best of Your Ability began. It was a force-linked adventure, and the young man thought that perhaps the blueprints would influence him. But it didn't matter because he was going to go through with it anyway. The young man couldn't use the belt with its terrible +2 buff, so he intended to complete the trial, and the next reward would be the coward's leather armor. In addition, special life force pollen was obtained, which stimulated growth and enhanced life energy. But it had to be used with caution, as it could cause growth to enormous proportions. Kangsul looked happy and thought he knew exactly how to use this discovery, while the audience wondered why he was so cheerful. The next moment, the young hero looked at the robot and decided that if it had already completed the check, there was one more task left to do. It was necessary to awaken the last golem here, and Kangsul wondered what Grizz had prepared this time. However, the next shock literally knocked him off his feet. The guy did not expect this at all. The question was to determine the person most desired by Grizz. The audience thought that the first option should be chosen and wondered why the guy was hesitating for so long. The hero remembered the scientist's words that he really needed him and asked if there was anything in his life that he truly desired. After these memories, Kangsul confidently made his choice and resolutely pressed the button. The audience did not understand why he chose this option and assumed that the hero might have made a mistake. The next moment, the robot rose, and it became clear that the choice was correct and Grame 1 was activated. Finally, the system announced that the young hero had saved all the researchers within the set time limit and received his well-deserved reward. The observers could not believe that it was Milan who turned out to be the person Grizz wanted to see by his side. Kangsul thought that finally this guy had chosen someone other than himself, and that was truly amazing. At that moment, the robot thanked the guy for helping to solve the problem in the laboratory. As a reward, Kangsul received boots that risked his life. They helped avoid mortal danger, but after use, they required cooling for a day. In addition, Arta claimed that these boots could instantly accelerate their owner. After activation, sparks appeared, and the speed reached incredible values, although the duration of the effect remained unknown and rather short. The guy knew that the boots would save him when he had to take a hit himself, and that this, one of Grizz's latest inventions, might actually save his life. The robot said he would like to know the gentleman's name so he could report the visitors to the professor himself. Kangsul refused to reveal himself and remarked that he did not need to be introduced to anyone. He was thanked, and then the next adventure, the 8th in a row, began. Arta placed his hand on the device and pressed the button to establish a connection. Grizz reported that he had received news of problems in the laboratory, but Arta reassured him and assured him that the threat had been completely eliminated. The scientist was very interested in how everything had been resolved so quickly and without major losses. The robot replied that in fact the problem had only been solved thanks to one young hero. The brave shadows of Kangsul eliminated the overgrown plants as quickly and efficiently as possible. Although this guest arrived unexpectedly, he turned up just in time and was able to help. The professor asked if this person had really managed to activate all the golems. Grizz couldn't believe it, because only one attempt is given to activate a golem. It seemed strange because the guy even answered the question about the most desirable person, surely knowing about Grizz's connection with Millen. The scientist asked what had happened to the thief and was told that he had done everything and fled. Grizz snorted, unable to accept the idea that Millen had returned. Thus began the adventure called the Unfinished Study of Drawings. The existence of spirits was clear proof that the world could exist in a different form. These cute little wizards seemed harmless until they started playing in places where they caused natural disasters. This had been happening for a long time in the vicinity of Novira, and a spiritual flood occurred in the great forest with the sacred stone. Kangsul had a month to complete this task and thought it was quite unusual to have such time constraints. It seemed to him that he had once again gotten himself into a boring adventure. And the young hero looked thoughtfully at the sky. The boy was slightly confused by the fact that there were no spirits to be seen anywhere in the vicinity. Suddenly, he noticed several people wandering among the trees. One of them told his partner that this guy was probably a competitor and that they shouldn't pay any attention to him. Kangsul assumed that the men were also players who were on the same quest. In this case, people could not only cooperate, but also become rivals depending on the adventure. The guy watched them as they talked among themselves discontentedly. Judging by the direction, the two were heading towards a small pavilion deep in the forest, and Kangsul also arrived there. The girl sitting at the table said that he was in the reception area of the magical tower of Aquarius. The young man said he had come at the request of Navira, and the manager noted that crowds of adventurers gathered here every day, so he had to show his documents. When she took his ID, she suddenly discovered that the guy was registered in Kongori, and her gaze instantly became suspicious. The next moment, the lady became even more alert because she saw the hero's name. Her partner asked what had happened, why she had suddenly become so upset. With a trembling voice, the girl said that they were looking at the very snowman who was considered the strongest. The frightened lady respectfully handed the document back to the hero and noted that he had made a decisive contribution to the destruction of the Stonefang tribe. Kangsul replied that he wasn't sure, but yes, he had often participated in that competition and had done everything he could. The young man became famous thanks to the adventure of the five friendly brothers, and now even the magicians of Pandaea treated him with respect. Meanwhile, an administrator named Fryn announced that he had been entrusted with delivering the best hunting mechanisms for spirits and that he could only entrust them to the famous snowman. Kangsul politely thanked him for such a royal gift, but honestly admitted that he already had his own device. The stunned manager just blinked and suggested that he at least register his existing artifact. When the young man saw the belt, he was genuinely amazed because this thing looked too unusual for simple equipment, but Kangsul calmly said that he had received it as a gift. The managers exchanged glances and stared at the device with barely concealed amazement. A silent question froze on the girl's face, but she seemed afraid to voice her guesses aloud. At that moment, it became clear that the arc of the adventure unfinished study had suddenly changed, and Kangsul thought that such a change was very timely. The girl slowly came to her senses and cautiously asked for a drawing of the device. Kangsul decided to go to the green spirit first to calmly figure out what was going on. He remembered that detailed instructions for use were in Grizz's laboratory, where it was described how to catch different spirits and what power could be expected from them. But still, the hero could not shake off a feeling of unease. It was clear that Grizz was a secretive man, and such a device could not have been created by an ordinary craftsman. The young man turned to the managers and asked if they had managed to complete the registration. Fryn reported that the device was now fully activated and noted that many adventurers had gone missing. But there was no point in waiting for help. Here, everyone had to survive on their own. The hero thought that if the magic tower couldn't even handle its own affairs, the influence of the spirits was far more dangerous than it seemed at first glance. Kangsul looked deep into the forest and noticed giant trees rising up. The ground was cracked, and warm steam rose from the cracks, creating an uneasy feeling. At first glance, it was hard to believe that this was the great forest, but all of nature around him pointed to it. The young man assumed that if the spirits stayed here for too long, the forest would die completely, and it was already teetering on the brink of extinction, so there was little time left. 3 days passed, and Kangsul wandered through the thick undergrowth, growing increasingly tired but found nothing. While he slept, Karuna and Jamad patrolled the area and kept watch, but the spirits seemed to have vanished into thin air. Probably it was all because of the incredible vastness of the forest, because even the border stone was far beyond this thicket, and if it were inside, the monsters would not allow free movement. Suddenly, Kangsul became alert and stopped abruptly, sensing a surge of magic right in front of him. A strange gust of wind swept through the trees. The smell of damp wood intensified, and a soft green light flashed ahead. Finally, Kangsul found what he had been looking for so long. Several spirits flitted among the trees, and the observers immediately began to worry about these tiny creatures. The system offered him several possible actions to choose from. The young man quickly weighed the options and decided that only the third or fourth would work. The others seemed completely pointless. Trying to talk to the spirits was pointless. He didn't understand their language, so he chose another path, simply to observe from afar. The little creatures ran up to the nearest tree and hugged the trunk tightly, as if it were their own mother, from whom they had been separated for a long time. This sight seemed strange and touching to Khan's soul at the same time. Suddenly, one of the spirits made a mistake and mistook his leg for another tree, hugging it just as warmly. The boy smiled involuntarily as he watched them and thought that it looked as if he were looking after his restless, younger relatives. Night fell, and Kang's soul didn't notice when he fell asleep, but the spirits never strayed far, watching him with interest. At dawn, the creatures began to move, rose from the ground, and headed somewhere deep into the forest, calling him to follow. Kang's soul noticed one of the mysterious creatures suddenly strike the ground with its tiny palm. In that same second, the grass around them rose rapidly, bright flowers burst into bloom, weaving themselves into living patterns, and amazing plants appeared, as if nature itself had awakened from a long sleep. The great forest was usually humid, and the drought that had appeared here was clearly the result of the machinations of another spirit, one far more dangerous. Kang's soul approached, watching as the little spirit nervously looked around, as if afraid of someone appearing. Suddenly, the creature grabbed his hand, looked up, and stared straight into his eyes in amazement, as if it saw hope in him. The young man felt everything inside him freeze. The spirit was clearly trying to convey something to him. He couldn't wait any longer. And then he understood that these little ones wanted him to bend down. The spirit deftly placed a wreath of freshly bloomed flowers on his head, bright and fragrant. Kang's soul felt a soft, deep feeling that could not be compared to anything else, as if he had been truly recognized and accepted. He had felt something similar only once before, when he had cast his dice beyond the world of eternity and felt the support of those who believed in him for the first time. It was the same feeling he had when he left the fierce battlefield and allowed himself to be distracted by a quiet adventure for a short time. The last 5 trials had been truly brutal, and he had gone through them without stopping, not allowing himself to think about the difficulty of the journey. Only now did the young man realize how much the incessant struggle had exhausted him, as if squeezing every last drop of strength from him. Kang's soul finally felt his will grow stronger, and his resistance to the magical influence of the spirits increased. He thought with interest that he had gained this small but pleasant advantage almost by accident. The heroes suggested that the spirits accompany him, and they, somewhat surprised, nodded their heads in agreement. The young man brought his palm close to his belt, activating the device, and pressed the button. In the next moment, the little forest dwellers, one after another, began to turn into light and disappear inside the mechanisms of the belt. He caught a green spirit named Chi Lin, and now there was one registered species in the artifact's pocket. It was said that Grizz's belt only gained its true power when it contained 3 captured spirits, so Kang Solu needed to hurry up and find 2 more. At the same time, other adventurers were wandering deep in the forest, one of them complaining of fatigue. Their mood was gloomy. A week of searching had yielded no results, and the travelers were already considering admitting defeat and changing their route. They talked, unaware that danger was approaching them almost silently. One of the fighters suddenly stopped his companion, certain that he had noticed something ahead. But when he looked closely, he saw no one, as if the creature had vanished into thin air. The next second, it became clear that it had moved behind them, causing the travelers to turn around in shock. Meanwhile, Kang's soul took a short break, staring into the soft glow of the floating light and assessing his progress. In addition to the green spirit, he had managed to discover and tame the spirit of dawn that morning. Only 2 spirits in 5 days was too slow a pace, and he knew he couldn't waste any time. He especially wanted to find the spirit of the night, which only appeared after sunset and hid perfectly in the darkness of the great forest. Suddenly, Kang's soul heard a quiet rustle behind him and turned sharply, trying to understand who had broken the silence of the forest. A hand appeared from the thick bushes, and it was clear that someone was trying to get out onto the clearing. It turned out to be a girl who cautiously addressed Kang's soul and asked him not to be afraid, explaining that she had seen the fire and wanted to warm herself. The young man kindly gave her a place by the fire, and the girl, smiling gratefully, admitted that she was lost. She introduced herself as Han Soren, said that she had been traveling alone from the beginning, and asked the name of this good-natured uncle. Kang's soul was slightly annoyed when he was called uncle, but he gritted his teeth and introduced himself, maintaining his composure. The audience couldn't believe that the snowman had finally revealed his name, and this caused slight surprise and smiles. Suddenly, Han So-yeon looked fearfully into the depths of the forest. Her eyes wide and alert, full of surprise. The girl noticed strange sounds and assumed they were spirits. But Kang Sol reassured her, saying there was no need to panic. Soon the hero noticed the approaching forest dwellers and realized that they must have been attracted by the light of the fire. The sparks looked incredibly defenseless, like little innocent sheep, and for the most part did not attack people. If you look closely, you could see that they were sleepy and had come here just to rest. Han Soren was momentarily speechless, struck by the sight of the spirits settling around the fire, and a tense silence fell. Finally, Consol broke the silence and cautiously addressed one of the newcomers, saying that they were probably looking for a place to rest. He also realized that the entities had come here to sleep peacefully, without any hostile intentions. The spirits exchanged glances and began to make quiet, indistinct sounds, as if discussing something among themselves. At that moment, Kang Sol's belt activated and instantly absorbed the creatures, green, orange, and red, finally capturing all three types. Han Soren noticed with alarm that there was clearly a trap in the belt, and its color had changed, which looked completely unbelievable. The unfinished spirit belt changed, and now it had a new name, the Train of Three Spirits. The uniqueness of this artifact was that the spirit's protection grew stronger with each new absorption, making the belt more and more powerful. The young hero thought about how the spirit's protection was essentially a type of elemental shield capable of reflecting magical attacks. Such a shield only protected against low and mid-level mages. But with each new spirit, its power and the elements with which it could counter enemies gradually increased. At that moment, Han Soren asked him to let her touch the belt, because she couldn't believe that such a tiny thing could serve as a trap for spirits. However, Han Soren refused, saying that it was late and time to rest, so he suggested that the girl go to bed and he would stay on duty. After capturing three spirits, the belt revealed all its properties, and the young man studying the drawings became interested in one rare diagram. The scientist wondered whether his descendants would consider his actions a weakness or recognize him as a genius who created methods for capturing spirits. The drawings described in detail only the belt designed for lower spirits, and then went on to discuss the much more dangerous entities of flashes and shadows. Meanwhile, Han Soren dozed off, but her sleep was restless. The girl shuddered and muttered something, as if she were continuing to argue with someone in her sleep. Kang Sol paid no attention to her anxiety, completely immersed in thoughts about the spirits of flashes, venta, and shadows, shies, which existed in nature much less than the rest. The young man knew that such spirits could only be caught by force, after first weakening them with poison, because venta and shays were dangerous predators. Meanwhile, other adventurers were walking along the road, looking ahead with admiration. A stunning sight unfolded before them. Real spirits hovered above the flowers, shimmering with soft light, like drops of rainbow in the morning mist. A guy named Uchol sighed heavily and remarked that they had already nearly died several times on this journey, and now he would definitely tell everyone how he had stumbled upon such a wonderful glade. His companion, looking around thoughtfully, replied that Hyun Men, their third friend, had fallen behind somewhere, and they needed to wait for him to share this discovery. But suddenly the guy became alert as one of the spirits, seemingly harmless and even a little cute, was rapidly approaching them. However, it soon became clear that these creatures were pulling them somewhere, as if intending to show them something important. The adventurers were puzzled by what was happening, but decided to follow the spirits anyway, as they did not seem hostile. A moment later, the guy suspected something was wrong, but it was already too late. The spirits persistently continued to pull them down, to a place where the earth seemed to dissolve into a shimmering light. The next moment, the boys broke free and collapsed to the ground, stunned and confused about what had happened to them. Their friend Uchol was standing nearby, but there was something unnatural and strange about his appearance now. Hinman, unaware of the danger, reached out his hand and asked his friend to help him up. But in the next moment, when their eyes met, it became clear that this was no longer Uchol standing before them. His body was distorted, his movements jerky, and his eyes burned with a strange light. Standing before them was not a man, but a crazed monster. At that moment, a furious cry rang out from the other end of the forest, and one of the trees flashed with a dazzling discharge. Kang Sol became alert and quietly remarked that they should not make any noise, as if the spirits were frightened. The consequences could be catastrophic. The boy warned that they needed to be quieter and looked sternly at his companion. Han Soren, struggling to contain her fear, pressed her palm to her lips so as not to make a sound. But soon their attention was drawn to a new silhouette rapidly approaching them, a spirit whose body sparkled with bright flashes of lightning. Kangsul took a step forward, showing no fear, and calmly met its gaze, preparing for any outcome. The system reported that they were facing a spirit of electricity, which unexpectedly spoke to them and showed genuine interest in humans. Kangsul immediately remembered Grizz's instructions, which mentioned a way to catch this spirit, and, gathering his thoughts, asked how he could be of service. Schwartz looked at him mockingly and asked if the man seriously believed he could help a being of his level. However, Kangsul firmly stated that, even though he did not know the full complexity of the task, he was ready to do everything possible to help the spirit. His confidence made an impression, and Schwartz, bowing his head slightly, suggested that he follow him if he was truly confident in his decision. Grizz's instructions said that if he managed to rescue the spirit, it would become the hero's ally, so Kangsul followed without hesitation. Soon they arrived at a huge gloomy cave whose walls crackled with residual electricity. Han Soren looked extremely frightened. Kangsul frowned and realized that everything was now falling into place, and the reason for Schwarz's concern was finally clear. However, before entering the fray, the young man decided to play it safe and call on powerful allies for help. A large silhouette slowly emerged from the depths of the gloomy room, its footsteps echoing loudly on the stone floor. Schwartz pointed at it and explained that this creature was the source of his troubles, a snowman, an inhabitant of the cold mountains. The heroes were confronted by a huge upright creature whose body was completely covered with thick white moss, resembling frozen fur. Khan Soren was afraid that this creature was dangerous, but Khan Sol replied that such monsters were usually aggressive. But this time, the situation seemed to be different. The snowman was under some kind of external influence, and its head glowed with a cold blue light. It soon became clear that it was being controlled by a frost spirit named Frosh, like a puppeteer pulling strings. Schwartz grimly stated that Frosh was an evil spirit who disobeyed everyone and refused to leave this place, unlike the other inhabitants. Kang Sol suggested that the snowman was just a toy to the spirits, and then thoughtfully asked what exactly he could do to remedy the situation. Schwartz said that he needed to fight Frosh, but admitted that he was too weak to defeat the enemy alone. Han Soren couldn't believe they were really going to fight this giant, and Kang Sol remarked that they must be talking about arm wrestling. The young man was ready to accept the challenge but set a condition. If he won, the spirit would have to listen to his request. After a moment's thought, Schwartz nodded, agreeing to these words and accepting the conditions without hesitation. Han Soren anxiously tried to reason with her companion, reminding him that they were up against a monster and asking him not to overestimate his own strength. At that moment, Schwartz approached Frosh and looked him straight in the eye, causing the air between them to literally sparkle. Frosh said contemptuously that everything was fine and that the kid would never lose to some human. Kang Sol calmly replied that if the spirits were using the kid, then he also had the right to summon one of his subordinates. With these words, he summoned Tyrant Jamad, a massive troll who stepped forward with a lazy growl. The troll looked unhappy and muttered that he had no desire to get involved in such games. But despite this, Tyrant Jamad had to obey his master's will without question. The snowman took a few steps forward, his massive shadow covering the arena, and made it clear with his whole demeanor that he intended to fight seriously. A moment later, both opponents prepared for battle, clasping each other's hands tightly, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble from the growing tension. Schwartz gave the signal to begin, and the contest started. The two giant opponents froze, clinging to each other with incredible force. Their eyes met, flashing like lightning, and the air around them literally hummed with the energy emanating from both of them. The snowman roared with the fury of a wild beast and tried with all his might to lower his opponent's arm, but his efforts only intensified the resistance. The seconds dragged on forever, neither one willing to give in, and even the rocks beneath their elbows began to crack. Tyrant Jamad clenched his teeth, his eyes flashed with fire, and a threatening roar like thunder burst from his chest. He glanced at Kang Sol, briefly stating that his opponent was at his limit and it was time to end this. In the next second, the troll jerked his arm sharply, and the snowman's palm slammed into the surface with a force that shook the ground. The snowman froze, his eyes widening in amazement, unable to believe that someone could defeat him. Tyrant Jamad was breathing heavily and slowly lowered his hand, easily knocking his defeated opponent to the ground, after which Schwartz declared the end of the fight. Kang Sol noted that Tyrant Jamad could have shown a little restraint, but the troll replied coldly that the enemy had not received a single scratch. Meanwhile, Schwartz turned to the young hero, sincerely thanked him for his help, and reminded him that he was now ready to fulfill his promise. The boy already knew what favor he intended to ask of these little creatures, So he activated his belt and said that he was taking the spirits with him, which visibly confused them and made them look at each other. The entities knew that it was impossible to break their word, and no matter how much they wanted to avoid it, they had no choice. In the next moment, the spirits' bodies began to dissolve into the air, turning into a glowing vapor that was quickly drawn into the hero's belt. Now the number of captives had increased from 3 to 5, and the artifact shone with a new, even more powerful light. Kang Soul's power increased significantly, and along with the improvement in characteristics, a rare spirit protection effect was activated, which grew stronger with each new absorption. Meanwhile, the snowman came to his senses after his defeat and rose heavily. Not wanting to take any chances, the monster hastily withdrew, disappearing into the cold twilight of the forest. Han Soren noticed that Uncle Kangsol's belt had come back to life and was howling, which was pretty cool. The girl explained how her own trap had broken and she had wandered too deep into the forest, and now she just wanted to return with him to a safe place. Kang Soul remembered an old warning that wandering alone in the forest was extremely dangerous, which is why many travelers only returned in groups. He thought that the lady's actions were quite reasonable and was already formulating a plan for the next step of his journey in his mind. The young man thought that their new destination might be at the waterfall, so they headed there. At the waterfall, they were met by water spirits, transparent and glowing creatures, frolicking carefree on the water like little children of the sun. Unlike the formidable Schwartz, these spirits posed no danger, so Kang Soul confidently took a step toward them. However, the spirits suddenly froze, noticed him, and stared at the young man with expressions of incomprehension and surprise. Unexpectedly, they cheerfully splashed him with jets of water, causing the young man to instinctively recoil, trying not to get wet. The water spirits, pleased with their prank, shimmered happily in the sunlight and smiled so broadly as if their mischief was the greatest victory of the day. The spirits, splashing merrily, invited Kang Soul to play with them, and the system instantly offered several possible courses of action. The young man smiled, deciding that this adventure promised to be not just fun, but truly refreshing. The next moment, he accepted the challenge, eagerly caught the wave, and began splashing water spirits in response. Han Soren, hiding behind the nearest tree, watched the scene with amazement. At first, she thought her friend was angry because he had been splashed with water, but he was happily playing with the perfume, as if he had become a child again. When the water fight finally came to an end, the hero calmly looked at his little companions, shining on the surface of the water like little moons. He offered them to go with him if they wished. The spirits responded happily, their eyes shining with warmth and trust, and none of them showed any fear. Kang Soul activated his belt, and they easily dissolved into it, adding new allies to his collection. Spirits of drops named Popo. Night fell majestically and the moon spread over the forest, flooding everything around with silvery light, as if blessing the day that had come to an end. Han Soren gradually recovered from all the recent turmoil and asked the young man how he was so skilled at playing with spirits, as if he had had a nephew before. Consul replied that he was an orphan, but since childhood he had often taken care of the little ones in the orphanage, and therefore was accustomed to their pranks. Sometimes, while he was fooling around with the children, they would be frightened by his serious face and start crying. It was not easy to fix this, and the young man was upset that the situation did not always turn out the way he wanted it to. The next moment he became alert, noticing a slight movement in the thick bushes. Han Soren wanted to continue the conversation, but Kang Soul abruptly asked her to be quiet as someone was approaching. Another spirit was cautiously making its way through the thicket, and the young hero immediately understood what kind of creature it was. Finally, he encountered the spirit of the night, whose appearance was unpredictable, and so the boy had not slept for several nights in anticipation. Kang Soul carefully studied the strange visitor, assessing its strength and behavior, and realized that now all that remained was to catch it. The young man suggested that the forest creature go with him, forming a friendly alliance, and hoped that the spirit would agree. This creature was a master at hiding in the dense forests, and it was not easy to find it, but catching it turned out to be much easier. Kang Soul activated his belt, and the spirit of the night, Ku, instantly joined his collection. The next moment, the belt flashed with a bright, dazzling light, and the young man looked at it in surprise. Han Soren was also amazed and couldn't believe her eyes as she watched what was happening. The belt began to spin rapidly, and the girl asked anxiously if everything was all right with it. Han Soren immediately understood that the reason lay in the settings made by Grizz, which explained the device's strange behavior. Thus, the belt of 5 spirits turned into a real rainbow, and the spirit veil effect became unique and changed with each new absorption. The audience noticed that it was finally over and could not hide their shock at what they had seen. The young man thought that the belt had been unusual before, but now it had turned into a real treasure. Hansoren noted that she immediately understood that it was an amazing trap for spirits, and it was still unclear how such a belt could be worn at all. Suddenly, her friend interrupted the conversation and said he wanted to ask an important question. He noticed her wounds and quietly asked where they came from. Hansoren lowered her eyes and confessed that it all happened at night after she came to the forest. There the adventuress met a girl, and together they went deep into the forest in search of prey. She tried to be careful because no one could have imagined that a monster was waiting for them in the forest. She managed to fight the creature and defeat it, but it was too late, and she was unable to save her friend. Hansoren remembered how her friend had tried to say something at the last moment, but her words remained incomprehensible. Kang Sol thoughtfully said that they would never know, and it was time to stop blaming herself. What happened to her friend was not Hansoren's fault at all, because she was a good person and tried her best. Soon the group continued on their way, and the girl tried to remember the road, but all her memories seemed to have vanished from her mind. Kang Sol said that spirits were closely connected to nature and would not change everything around them just like that. He thought that archers were good at tracking, and perhaps this lady would help them find their way. Before them lay the path to the dwelling place of the eighth spirit, which the hero needed to find. Hansoren said she had seen a white spirit that could pass through the destroyed border. Sol suggested that it might be a spirit of light, and his friend knew where to find this creature. Not far from here. The girl said that if he was really interested, they could go together. The young man thought that the special effect of the rainbow belt changed with each spirit absorbed, and since it was still working, it meant that not all of them had been absorbed. Venta and Shays were extremely dangerous creatures, but it was worth the risk to enhance the effect. Finally, they arrived at the location, and Hansoren held her breath and quietly said that this was the place. Kang Sol confirmed that the group had definitely come to the right place. Before Kang Sol appeared Venta, insidious spirits who had created an incredibly beautiful and at the same time dangerous glade. These creatures were special. The Venta could not hunt on their own and were forced to feed on the energy of other creatures, which caused problems with the border stones. The easiest way for them to feed on the energy of others was to hunt humans. At that moment, the children noticed 3 people who had ended up in the glade. Hansoren admitted that she had never seen them before, and Kang Sol was only vaguely familiar with them. They were whispering near the doors of the magic tower when they received traps for spirits. Although their skills were impressive, they were ordinary people, not villains like the Guild of Thieves. At that moment, Hansoren, being brave and agile, decided to approach them to find out what was going on and then return. The girl assured them that she would be done very quickly, and if anything went wrong, Kang Sol would intervene immediately. So it was decided, and Hansoren rushed forward, making her way through the clearing. Suddenly, the lady stepped on something hard and realized it was a branch that had broken in half. The spirits instantly sensed the commotion and reacted lightning fast, beginning to chase Hansoren. Venta watched her movements closely but kept a safe distance. Kang Sol thought that despite the noise, the creatures did not intend to attack yet and preferred not to interfere. Meanwhile, Hansoren approached the people, and Kang Sol looked closely at them and noticed that they seemed to be talking. At that moment, the girl called out to him, assuring him that it was safe here and that these white spirits were completely harmless. Kang Sol just shook his head and said firmly that he was not going to leave. Hansoren looked at him in shock, not understanding the reason for his behavior. The girl repeated that there was no danger there because she had reached the people and no one had attacked her. However, Kang Sol noticed that the situation was dangerous because his friend's shadow had disappeared. Shocked, Hansoren pretended not to understand and asked the young man to explain what he meant. The guy knew that white spirits had weak hunting skills, but they were still a threat, and Shays, their leader, could take human form and bring prey. It was not easy to encounter this creature, but it was possible that if a weak member of the group fell behind the others, the spirit would pass through his body. The white spirits imitated humans very convincingly, and their act did not arouse suspicion at all. This is how they lured the rest of the group to the Ventas and attacked simultaneously. The threat also came to a person moving alone. If they were weaker than Shays, they would die immediately, especially if the spirit used the appearance of a corpse. All this was done to lure the victim into the lair and take all their energy. It remained to be seen when this happened, but the spirit, who had taken the form of his companion, said suspiciously, "Did my friend really accuse her?" Then from Hansoren's chest came a breaking voice full of horror and a desperate question of why he had done it. But immediately after that, she flashed a smile, predatory, eerie, and completely unfamiliar. The lady angrily declared that Kang Sol had clearly complicated everything, and her behavior seemed completely different than before. The shadow spirit that had entered the world through the rift, despite its intelligence, acted cruelly but cautiously. Individually, they were not so dangerous, but when they united, their power grew. The guys at the reception warned Kang Sol in advance. The magicians knew about the missing people who had fallen victim to Shai's and Venta's hunt. But if you are overly cautious, the spirits can sense it and instantly disappear. That's why Kang Sol pretended to be open, talked a lot, and acted as if he didn't know about Shaze's existence. He pretended not to notice his friend's missing shadow, but now the charade was coming to an end. Shaza had no shadow, but she couldn't give herself away. Otherwise, the spirits could instantly flee and hide, as the instructions said. It was a message to the brave soul who dared to steal the blueprints. A person capable of doing so had a chance to defeat the spirit. At that moment, Han Soren, who had already taken on a different appearance, smiled maliciously at him and said that he had initially seemed like a pleasant person to her. The young man remembered how he had told her that her friend must have been a good person. He said this in the past tense because he was talking about the deceased Han Soren. The girl noticed that he had seen through her, and her opponent played with her body as if checking every gesture. Kang Sol replied that he was confident in her masquerade and said that the game was simply amazing. His opponent smiled maliciously and admitted that it was all worth it. A huge influx of travelers had been deceived, and now there were an incredible number of them. This desperate guy was badly hurt and would soon join them because he couldn't resist such power. He would become part of these incredible creatures and serve alongside their entire pack. At that moment, the other creatures opened their mouths and let out a powerful roar that echoed throughout the area. The witch rapidly directed magical flows straight at him, focusing all her power. The girl noticed that Han Soren was very thin and weak, but this time they were probably luckier. The young hero was perhaps more appetizing, and if not, they would simply chew his bones, and perhaps their anger would subside. Kang Sol calmly watched them and said that everything that was happening looked too spectacular. His opponent looked incredibly scary and fixed him with a piercing gaze. Then she swung sharply and rushed into the attack, intending to completely take away his energy. A powerful explosion of force shook the entire clearing, stunning all the spirits nearby. Shaze used coexistence, a skill that filled her with incredible power. The witch's abilities grew as she absorbed Vent and reached colossal proportions. The monster declared that the insignificant power he believed in meant nothing to them. However, Kang Sol activated his abilities and began to summon shadows. Karuna stepped forward, swinging a sharp sword and striking the enemy. The opponent was not easy to defeat, as she was in some kind of intangible substance. The enemy witch noticed that she had never seen anything like this before and assumed that the hero had forgotten something. Night was her time, and it was highly doubtful that anyone could defeat Shiza, the spirit of shadows. Karuna warned his master of the impending danger and told him to take a few steps back. Kang Sol agreed and moved to a safe distance. After that, the young man declared that this attack should be enough. The witch who was fighting him called him an incredibly arrogant bastard, but with a single swing of his sword, Karuna dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. The next moment, the young man struck another crushing blow, and his opponent shouted furiously that a human toy would not be able to hold out for long. However, the fighter entered the first phase of Moonlight, the young moon, fully ready to continue the fight. After a while, Karuna reached the second stage, the crescent moon, and his body glowed with a silvery light. Kang Sol thought that along with the improvement of his warrior's abilities, his speed had also increased, and now he had reached the final phase of Moonlight much faster than before. Soon, Karuna entered the third phase of Moonlight, the full moon, and delivered his devastating blow, filling the battlefield with a dazzling glow. However, Han Soren, whose features now belonged entirely to the witch, angrily asked if that was all, and remarked that in that case, there was nothing more to see here. The witch promised to tear her opponent apart without batting an eye and began to prepare to absorb energy. Shaze grabbed all the spirits under her care that were hovering above the clearing and began to absorb them one by one, filling herself with monstrous power. Once sated, she rose to her feet and let out a powerful roar that shook the entire forest, and the air around her trembled with her power. Kang Sol just smiled calmly, remaining unperturbed, as if he knew that the outcome was already decided. The guy said that a mistake had been made, and the witch stared at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. In the next moment, her power began to rapidly recede, the absorption failed, and Shaze couldn't comprehend what this guy had done. Kang Sol remarked with a smirk that she probably liked the cocoa he had offered her by the fire. He treated Shaze as described in the diary, because it wasn't that difficult to deceive someone who loved sweets, and for that, he had to thank the brilliant Grizz. The next moment, he realized that Shaze and Venta were incapable of cooperating, and so the spirits were released. They found themselves completely free and left Shays, retaining all their energy. The young hero thanked them, saying that the plan was truly ingenious and had worked perfectly. Meanwhile, Shays begged for a chance, asked not to be killed, and was ready to serve in exchange for mercy. She noted that Kang Sol probably knew that spirits did not break their promises and could be trusted. The young man sighed heavily, saying that he was tired of all this, but agreed nonetheless, then activated his belt. Shays desperately demanded to be released, finding herself pulled waist-deep into the magical absorption. The witch shouted that the guy would regret it if he didn't let her go, because she wouldn't leave him so easily. Kang Sol just shook his head, showing that he was not going to agree to her terms. When the absorption of the spirits was complete and Vena was captured, a white color appeared on the rainbow, changing its appearance. Shays, the spirit of shadows, was also absorbed, adding a black color, and the total number of captured spirits became 9, after which rainbow changed again. The guys couldn't believe their eyes because it turned out that Han Sorn had been Shays all along. The next moment, the belt flashed with a dazzling light, for now it contained the energy of all 9 spirits. An unprecedented universe opened up before the hero, striking in its scale and beauty. The young man stared straight ahead, unable to believe that all this was really happening. Each captured spirit shone like a star before him, and the hero watched this miracle in awe. The system reported that the collected energy of the 9 spirits had transformed the hero's personal path into an exceptional treasure, the universe. The young man achieved an exceptional feat by creating something that had never existed in the world before and was recognized as one of a kind. The system reported that the unique universe had acquired basic abilities, and although Kang Sol was surprised that the power had awakened so early, he was happy about it. Among the new skills were versatile talents that increased combat stats by 25 points at once. According to the data, this effect also applied to Nain, which meant that the guy could safely use this enhancement. When he pressed the button, the belt instantly activated and the transformation process began. The elements of all the spirits in the vicinity appeared before the hero, because the enhancement of skills depended on the chosen element. For the Shadow Summoner, the choice was obvious: the black element. The energy of the shadows intensified, the black aura interacting with the summoner's abilities, expanding the shadow space by 15%. The expansion of the shadow space meant that the young man could now summon even more new spirits. Additionally, another effect was activated, the Elemental Star, which increased magical resistance by 10%, strengthening the hero's defensive capabilities. The title that Kang Sol received appeared right in front of him and was called the Owner of the Exceptional. The title was given for collecting exceptional items, but it was not possible to obtain it immediately, and it was necessary to speed up the process. Soon the guy headed to the city, to the very place where his adventure began. There were the guys from the admissions committee, who were resting at that moment, completely exhausted from their round-the-clock duty. However, as soon as Kang Sol approached and announced that he had come for the test, they instantly perked up and stood up. A girl from the committee said that she had been waiting for his return all this time and asked curiously what had happened to the spirits, whether he had managed to catch them or destroy them. Kang Sol replied that he had caught them, but added that in a sense he had also killed them, because he had no idea how to get the spirits out of the belt. Hearing this, the guys stared at the belt in amazement, unable to believe what they were seeing, and were completely shocked. After a short pause, they asked the young hero to wait a moment. After all, the managers were still in the process of learning magic and did not have a deep knowledge of traps, so they asked permission to show this artifact to their teacher. The boys promised that the teacher was nearby and that it would not take too long. After that, Friend transformed the bird and sent it forward so that the mentor could examine it properly. Kang Sol suggested that if their teacher belonged to the Zodiac, then perhaps he was already familiar with him, and asked for his name. Friend replied that the teacher's name was Blaine, the discoverer of grad magic, and the boy thought that now he would know. He also added that perhaps this Blaine was acquainted with Prince Miraz, the founder of the Zodiac and the Great Mage. Kang Sol said that he had heard many stories about Prince Miraz, and they had all made a strong impression on him. In the world of Pandia, there were officially 12 magical towers, each bearing the name of one of the constellations, and together they formed the Zodiac. Their founder was considered to be the magician Prince Miraz, one of those legendary figures whose statues Kang Sol once created, and with whom he was well acquainted. Meanwhile, Friend said that Blaine had once been held back by the Wall of Knowledge, but Prince Miraz helped destroy it, and since then Blaine had become famous as the pioneer of grad magic. Kang Sol admitted that he now understood that he was indeed in the presence of a great man. His friend said that their teacher was truly a distinguished person, because just one meeting with Prince Miraz spoke volumes. Now Kangsul began to remember the time when he knew this wizard and the soul that had disappeared, leaving behind only coldness and loneliness. The young man remembered the magician's sadness and understood that this state could not be called normal. The magic of the city, based on coldness, deprived him of feelings and emotions. Having reached a high level, the magician faced the wall of loss, a fading of feelings that only a guide to enlightenment could remove. Kang Sol thought that if their teacher was indeed the same Blaine he knew, then there should be no problems. Meanwhile, the teacher had already arrived and noted with dissatisfaction that his students clearly lacked preparation. He approached the snowman, introduced himself as the manager sent by the magicians to the Aquarius Tower, and the hero was surprised by the rare gesture of a handshake. Blaine turned to the young man and said that there were rumors that he had come from Stone Fang, and that he was apparently the one who had used the trap for spirits. The teacher asked to see the artifact, and Kansol warned that a little magic would be needed to examine it. A moment later, Blaine stared at this miracle in a daze, unable to believe his eyes. The power of the artifact clearly surpassed anything he had ever seen. The mage wanted to know how the young man had obtained this artifact, and Kangsol calmly replied that he had received it from someone close to him. A moment later, Blaine unleashed his magical abilities. The air around him grew cold, and his mind began to freeze. The mage's students stared in amazement at what was happening, completely engulfed by the spell. Kangsol did not understand why he would use such a spell on his own students, as it seemed extremely strange. Meanwhile, Blaine explained that the boys should not hear this conversation, and no outsiders should know what he was about to say. He then said that the artifact in the snowman's possession was actually extremely dangerous. This thing combined the power of 9 spirits and used their energy in harmony, but 2 of them, Venta and Shaiz, could not coexist with the others. In this case, the balance was disrupted, and the separate powers gradually merged into one destructive mass, the consequences of which could be irreversible. Control over the artifact could be lost, and the teacher noticed that Kang Solu knew little about spiritual systems. After a short pause, Blaine said he had a proposal for the young man to sell the artifact to the Tower of Aquarius, where it could be studied and used safely. The system offered Kang Solu several options for a response, and he had to choose what to do. The young man refused to sell the artifact without hesitation, which caused Blaine to be slightly surprised. The wise mage admitted that he would have done the same, but warned that the spirit trap was dangerous if the slightest imbalance occurred. He then added that if Kang Sol ever needed to visit the Aquarius Tower, he could use the invitation he had activated for him. The mage emphasized that it was unknown what difficulties might lie ahead, and that the young man might need the tower's help, or conversely, the tower might have to turn to him. Kang Sol said that he had heard that the Zodiac always paid double, both to friends and enemies. Blaine confirmed these words, saying that they took revenge on their enemies with particular ferocity, but never left their friends in trouble, and noted that he would be glad to meet him. After that, the wizard removed the mind-freezing spell, and the students finally came to their senses, not understanding why they had suddenly fallen asleep. Blaine calmly addressed them and informed them that their guest had caught all kinds of spirits, and that this needed to be included in the report. Frin immediately ran up to Kang Sol, full of excitement and curiosity, and asked him to tell him in detail how it all happened, and how he managed to accomplish such an impossible task. Meanwhile, the system rewarded Kang Sol for successfully completing the mission to restore the Border Stone. A system window appeared before the young man's eyes, and a moment later, the reward items materialized in front of him: a pair of gloves and a long cloak, clearly designed specifically for a shadow summoner. Kang Sol looked at them thoughtfully, feeling a faint glow emanating from the artifacts. Blaine said that all the precious stones and most powerful artifacts had ever passed through the hands of the Magic Towers, and expressed his hope that the young man would accept these items as a gift in honor of their first meeting. Kang Sol nodded with a slight smile, thanked the teacher for his generosity and invitation, and then carefully accepted the reward. The lady watching what was happening whispered that everything they had said about the events at Stonefang was true. Blaine, with a barely noticeable smile, said that she had treated her new acquaintance in a special way and confirmed her guess. He told his student to let him know if Kang Sol returned so he could meet him in person, and the lady was surprised that this guy had managed to get an invitation from the Aquarius teacher. Meanwhile, the hero moved on, and the system notified him that he had topped the rankings for the last 6 adventures. At the same time, the gap between him and second place was huge, and the levels of the other adventurers were roughly the same. It was time to rest in the safe zone of the ruined city of Navira, where he needed to regain his strength and level up. After all, almost 20 days had passed without a break, and Kang Sol, after checking his reward, learned that he had received the title of Spirit Hunter with an additional bonus. Among the rewards was also the Veil of Venta, a cloak that mimicked the abilities of Venta, the spirit of light. No matter how dark it was around him, he had nothing to worry about as long as he had this cloak. The young hero thought that the ability to glow in the dark was also very useful, because now there was no need to carry a torch with him. There were also elemental protection gloves made of lightweight materials, which minimized discomfort. The gloves could neutralize a minor wound once a day, and although he took heavy blows in battle, the protection for his hands and feet came in handy. In addition, among the treasures obtained during this adventure was Shaza's Mercy, a crystal ball that mimicked the abilities of Shaza, the spirit of shadow. Detailed research maximized his ability to control shadows, but he was unable to prevent the consequences. Kang Sol thought that increasing wisdom was indeed excellent, but he was concerned that the summoning of shadows by summoners was divided into two categories. The first category was used by a small group of powerful summoners. The second was used by countless summoners of various levels. Kang Sol definitely belonged to the first category, and for those, the priority was abilities that increased summoning skills or shadow mastery. So skills related to this were of particular value to him. The item lowered his stats, which worried the young man when using Full Moon, but the wisdom skill was similar to Shaza's Mercy and useful, so he had to think everything through. The young hero decided that no matter what, the only thing left to do was to go to the auction. Inside, the square was bustling with activity, and loud arguments could be heard among the people standing in line. Novira's auctions were the largest in the south of the continent, where new treasures were discussed because the main trade flow passed through the ruins of the city, and here you could also use the item search function. Kang Sol decided that for starters, it would be best to sell the small and useless items that had accumulated after his previous adventures. Since he had no talent for negotiation, it was more profitable to sell everything through an auction rather than at a regular market. The hero thought that everything was going as planned because he assumed that these items would sell quickly. Now he needed to see if there was anything worthwhile at the auction, and he opened the category related to summoners. Looking through the list, the guy was visibly surprised by what he saw. Before him lay the Tongue of Galata, a rare artifact that enhanced the skills of shadow summoners. But every 6 hours it could cause shadow poison. Galata is the common name for black snakes that live in the ruins near the Great Forest. They are known for their shadow poison, which is almost impossible to remove from the body due to its monstrous power. Kang Sol had no intention of searching for these creatures specifically, as they lived deep in the forest, where the chances of encountering them were slim, but someone still managed to catch one. Any summoner would want such an artifact, and the young man firmly decided that he wanted to acquire it, no matter how much it cost. But the reason the artifact wasn't sold was because of the addiction it caused, and the price was so high that Kang Sol wouldn't have been able to afford it. In that case, the young man decided to contact those who had put the rare artifact up for auction and went to see the manager named Rita. The young man said he wanted to register the item for sale, and the girl, maintaining a businesslike manner, asked him to put the item on the counter. Kang Sol took out the crystal ball and carefully placed it in front of her. Rita froze for a moment, struck by what she saw, but quickly regained her composure and asked in a restrained manner what the minimum bid would be. When the girl heard the amount of 200 platinum matins, her eyes widened involuntarily, and she noted that at such a price, a buyer might not appear. Kang Sol calmly replied that he had plenty of time and expressed his desire to use the agency's services, which required daily visits to the auction. The young man assumed that the owner of the Galota language would surely understand his intention and might even offer an exchange himself. Rita watched him go, and something like anxiety flashed in her eyes, after which the girl hurried to the door. She opened a secret door leading to a small room and stood on the threshold for a few moments. Inside was a man to whom the lady handed a note with information. Meanwhile, Kang Sol thought that if someone had managed to put Galota's language up for auction, then that person was undoubtedly very well known and influential. The young man decided to study the situation in the Novara Travelers Association, and reading the reports, remembered the familiar name of Hek, a man associated with Chao. There were 5 major factions of ruin looters operating in Novira, and after the demise of the Borgo faction, the fragile balance of power was disrupted, causing tension among the remaining factions. However, Kang Sol's attention was drawn to another piece of news. Han Yaman was in the city, a name that commanded respect even among the most powerful adventurers. The young man reasoned that if Yaman was already here, he would probably deal with Heika, and there was no need for him to intervene, so he decided to look for a place to stay for the time being. The next day, Kang Sol agreed to rent a small house that was empty and had an impressive price tag. But this did not bother the young man, so he agreed without hesitation and received the keys. After settling in, the hero first went to the information center to find out something about Chow, but they said they had no information about him. The only thing he managed to find out was information about looters who had recently delivered rare treasures, among which was the tongue of Galota. The young man realized that the artifact had been put up for sale by a faction of looters, and according to rumors, Kibo, a shadow summoner from among them, was behind it. Although there was no confirmation, Kibo's supporters did not deny the rumors, and he himself was searching for the rare artifact through the faction's closed network. Such information had to be paid for, and Kang Sol, having received the necessary piece of paper with the information, held it up to a torch, allowing the fire to destroy the evidence. The young man reasoned that Kibo, as the head of a large faction of looters, possessed more than just power. But he also had a similar profession to himself, a summoner of shadows. If it was this guy who put Galota's tongue up for auction, then it all made sense. He was probably addicted to the shadow poison that this rare artifact was soaked in. Kang Sol suggested that the item Kibo was now looking for might be an antidote to this poison, and noted with satisfaction that his guesses seemed to be correct. At that moment, one of the visitors to the Novira auction activated the viewing panel to see the new arrivals. People noticed with interest that another treasure had appeared on the list with a minimum bid of 200 platinum coins. The crowd immediately began whispering, discussing who dared to put up such an expensive artifact, and many came to the conclusion that this person must be literally swimming in money. Meanwhile, Kang Sol approached the manager's desk, and Rita greeted him with a friendly smile. She informed him that no one had placed a bid on Shaze's mercy, and cautiously suggested lowering the price a little to attract buyers. The young hero politely declined and said he was willing to consider an exchange, which aroused some interest in the lady's eyes. He said that it was difficult to imagine an item of equal value, but still, perhaps there was something worthwhile. Rita thought for a moment, folding her arms in front of her, and then with a hint of intrigue in her voice, said that there was one item that was equal in price. It turned out to be the Galota tongue, the very rare artifact that Kang Sol already knew about and was seeking. A barely noticeable smile flashed across the young man's face, and inside he was triumphant. Because his plan had worked perfectly, everything was going exactly as he had intended. However, the young man skillfully hid his emotions and pretended that he was hearing about such an item for the first time, noting that it sounded very tempting. Rita, sensing his reaction, looked at him with interest, as if she guessed that this guy was not so simple. She said that she had no right to reveal the identity of the owner of the Galota language, but if the young man really wanted to exchange it, she could convey his intention to the owner personally. Kang Sol agreed with the manager's proposal and said that it sounded quite good. Rita replied that he would have to wait a little, as she had to convey the message to the owner of the item. The young man nodded and went home. Meanwhile, the lady went to the secret room where the man to whom she was to convey Kang Sol's intention was already waiting. Meanwhile, the young hero took out of his bag a shadow flower bought from the Merchant of Madness, a rare and dangerous artifact for which he still had not found a worthy use. He thought that at least he needed to process it, because this flower allowed him to summon a shadow once, surpassing the master himself in strength. He had already acquired most of the necessary ingredients for processing at auction, but one of them, paranoid gelatin, was still missing. It was impossible to find in the southern lands. In addition, having obtained the language of Galota, Kang Sol understood that he would have to create an antidote to the shadow poison. Otherwise, this artifact would become a curse rather than a blessing. He glanced at the invitation he had received from Blaine and realized that now was the time to use it, even though he didn't want to do so soon. With a heavy sigh, the young man broke the seal on the invitation, and at that moment, everything around him began to change, and his consciousness plunged into a lucid dream where, apparently, the atmosphere in heaven was not the most joyful. The young man was greeted by a leader standing in front of him, as well as a crowd of trolls around him. Kang Sol realized that he was facing a merchant of madness, who said that they had met before. The hero suggested that Janet was among them, but the silhouette said he couldn't talk about it. To ensure the fairness of the deal, the merchant noted that the snowman was still a man caught up in the merging of worlds and continued to accumulate the madness that all merchants expected. The merchant offered Kang Sol a look at their goods, suggesting that he might find something to his liking. Kang Sol replied that he already had a deal with Janet. The merchant said he knew about it, and that was precisely why sanctions had been imposed on her. The young man thoughtfully said that he understood the situation and asked to be shown only what could really be useful. The monster agreed and showed him earrings that could increase the owner's strength to incredible levels once a day. He also offered armor that could be purchased for 10,000 madness. The young man thought about it. All these items were equally rare and valuable, but he was not going to give up so easily. The young man looked closely at the merchant and remained silent for a few moments. Then he said that he was sure he was looking at Janet herself and that it couldn't be anyone else. The merchant lowered her head and her nervous laughter could be heard. The other monsters noticed that Janet's pride was hurt because it was impossible to imagine how this guy had figured it out. Kang Sol asked how she had concealed her identity, but Janet did not answer, saying only that she had come to trade and wanted to make him a special offer. After that, the lady sharply ordered the others to get out of the way if they were unable to understand the difference between their levels. The merchants were confused because if she was distracted by personal scenes, it could hurt their overall sales. Janet smiled and said she would be upset if he didn't recognize her, and Kang Sol noticed that everything became clear immediately when he saw the goods on offer. Among the items on display, he noticed paranoid gelatin and powder, the very rare items he needed. After that, the guy asked how she knew that he needed these particular materials. Janet explained that she knew about the secret of the shadow flower, but the fact that an ordinary person had been drawn into the merging of worlds was truly a mystery to her. She said that the guy was not as simple as he seemed and was possibly involved in the merging of worlds. Kang Sol said that if everything was clear with the shadow flower, then the question remained as to how she knew about Dudnik. Janet replied that she had simply been watching him, observing him closely as a rare source of information. When the deal was done, the lady said that wasn't all, because she was a real pro at what she did and had something special. She brought him pants, a shroud of a dark ghost, woven from a web soaked in the defiled water of the holy spring of Alketra. They looked simple, but possessed the ability of Alketra herself to control shadows. The young man thought that this item had the rank of madness, but Janet explained that items that had passed through their hands were always marked with a higher rank than usual, and therefore this was a true treasure. She announced that it was worth just over 10,000 madness points, and that there would be no discounts as the price was already almost symbolic. In conclusion, Janet confidently said that now the young man surely understood that she was the merchant he had been looking for so long. The young hero asked the lady to explain as a final point why they all needed madness. The girl replied that madness was everything to them, because those who were once considered their gods had abandoned them for the sake of it. At that moment, Kang Sol's fist clenched involuntarily, and he felt a flash of rage inside him. Memories of those who had betrayed him and caused him suffering came flooding back, and this feeling strengthened his resolve. Meanwhile, Janet handed him the invitation, realizing that she had almost forgotten to give it to him. Finally, the merchant said that next time they would make a truly wonderful deal and wished him not to die, because she did not like to lose customers she had worked so hard to get. When the young hero returned home, he immediately set about boiling the antidote, barely able to stand the suffocating smell coming from the cauldron. Making the antidote itself was not particularly difficult for him. The real problem was processing the shadow flower. It was impossible to use it in its original form, but now, thanks to the Merchant of Madness, he had all the necessary ingredients. The collected materials were sufficient to proceed to the next stage of his plan. The overgrown shadow flower possessed a rare property. It allowed one to summon a shadow whose power surpassed that of the summoner. However, even with a temporary increase in level, the gap between their powers remained too great, and using the flower without proper processing invariably led to failure. Soon, Kang Sol finished the first batch, but instead of the expected result, he got a foul-smelling jelly that he wanted to stay away from. The attempt failed, and it became clear that nothing would work without inspiration. He tried again, but the mixture burned, turned black, and looked as if it had been pulled out of the mouth of a volcano. Another failure. The third attempt ended no better. The jelly remained raw and showed no signs of strength. The fourth time seemed to be a little more successful. The mixture solidified, but it looked so awful that it was unpleasant to look at. And yet, after many unsuccessful attempts, the young hero finally managed to create a cloudy day jelly that exuded a soft, strangely soothing aroma. His willpower increased noticeably, and new recipes began to form in his head, as if inspiration itself had finally decided to help the hero. The result was worth it. After consumption, the jelly worked for an entire hour, allowing him to summon shadows that surpassed their creator in power. However, even this had its limits. It was impossible to summon a shadow if the level gap became too great, because increasing power required defeating opponents who were higher up. But although the enemies became stronger as the difficulty increased, the jelly of a cloudy day reduced the gap by 30 levels, allowing him to summon a powerful shadow. The hero's thoughts were interrupted by a light knock on the door. Someone politely asked permission to enter. Standing outside the door was a local worker who reported that a certain man had been looking for Kang Sol for a long time and wished to see him. The guy was wary but realized that the moment had come anyway. Judging by the commotion at the reception desk today, this visit was not accidental. Soon the guest himself appeared at the door, a tall man with a cold gaze who introduced himself as Kibo, a name Kang Sol had heard many times before. The man arrogantly said that there was no point in standing at the door and invited them inside. Kang Sol calmly replied that the room was a mess, but if that didn't bother the guests, they were welcome to come in. Several thugs accompanied Kibo, their faces expressing readiness for a fight, but they remained standing on the street. Kibo said that the young man had nothing to fear, that he was now just a toothless predator who had become cautious after many fools had not survived encounters with him. The man frowned, caught a strange, pungent smell in the air that literally ate into the walls, and remarked with obvious disgust that the house smelled terrible. Kang Sol replied that there were reasons for this and invited the guests to sit down. But as soon as they began to talk, frightened screams suddenly came from the street, and someone desperately knocked on the door. A woman's voice, trembling with excitement, called out to Kibo and insisted that she needed to come in urgently. Otherwise, it would be too late. Kibo covered his face with his hands in despair, and Kang Sol looked at him with surprise. Finally, the young hero told the girl to come in, otherwise the noise outside would not stop. A young lady named Mira rushed into the room, frowned, and looked at everyone disapprovingly. Kibo introduced her as his niece and added that she was very funny, but she remarked with disgust that the smell in the house was simply unbearable. Meanwhile, the conversation returned to the exchange, and Kang Sol said that the deal would be profitable because no one else could pay such a price for the item. Kibo narrowed his eyes coldly and said that the young man must have already known who the real owner of the artifact was, since its appearance did not surprise him in the least. The young hero replied that he would not be surprised by anyone who was capable of bringing such a treasure. Mira crossed her arms and turned sharply to him, saying that he understood perfectly well why they had come and that he should hurry up instead of playing the mysterious hero. Kibo stopped her with a quick glance and said that there was no need to rush, as such deals required caution and a precise understanding of the price. Kang Sol looked closely at both of them, while the owner of the treasure spoke more seriously, saying that this artifact was vital to him. The man said that Kang Sol was probably already familiar with the situation in Novir, and the young man nodded, but admitted that he did not fully understand the motives of the factions. Kibo explained that the balance between the factions was hanging by a thread. Heka and Dojo were strong, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for him and Shu to remain neutral. Kang Sol thoughtfully asked why, despite the tension, a full-scale war had not yet begun. The fighter replied that although Heka was not the strongest of them all, he was extremely dangerous, cunning, vengeful, and always on the lookout for weaknesses, like a wildcat sniffing out its prey. Then the young hero suggested that the others were afraid because if bloodshed began, Borgo, even if destroyed, could leave behind something that would avenge him. The man grimly confirmed that their faction with Shur was now in the minority, both in strength and in number of fighters. Kang Sol looked thoughtfully at the warrior, hesitating to ask the question that was spinning in his head. Could he really be that weak? Kibo bitterly said that he had become a toothless predator, having lost his strength, while Mira flared up and told him not to share his weaknesses with strangers. The fighter began to remove his glove and said that trust does not arise out of nowhere, and if people completely stop trusting each other, then this conversation would be impossible. He noted that in this world, only those who create their own conditions survive, because rushing without strength leads to destruction. Kang Sol looked closely at his hand, charcoal black and distorted, and immediately realized that it was not like Eamon's ghostly hand. A thought flashed through the young hero's mind. The hand was poisoned with shadow poison, and it seemed that Kibo had sacrificed it for the sake of Galota's tongue. The man smiled wearily and admitted that he had paid too high a price, because after Borgo Hex's disappearance, Dojo and Dajo had joined forces and increased the pressure. He mistakenly believed that he could stand up to them, and realized too late that one man, even a strong one, was not capable of holding back an avalanche. It was all because of Shura, who took over the group after the leader's death and was capable of betraying them when threatened, which would have led to Novira's destruction. Heka and Doju treated the players like slaves, forcing them to work, taking their money, and even trading them like ordinary goods on the market. Many died trying to rise up against Heka and escape his power, dreaming of freedom, which proved unattainable at the cost of too many lives. Mira said furiously that Heka was a real madman, because even those who joined him were later found dead. This guy killed for fun. Kang Sol noted that perhaps his treasure was meant to stop this madness, but the exchange he was being offered was completely unequal and unfair. Kibo said that the value of something that no one had bought was zero, and if neither side had found buyers, then their prices were the same. The young man thought hard. He saw the potential benefit in this exchange, but the situation seemed too complicated and ambiguous to him. The situation was further complicated by the fact that Heka intended to completely absorb Novira, depriving it of its independence and freedom. In addition, Kang Sul remained a player, and therefore the very idea of cooperating with an organization that opposed players caused him to protest internally. If Heka's faction really monopolized the ruins and continued to grow, sooner or later they would have to face each other, in which case Kang Sul would surely suffer losses. Despite his doubts, he did not want the situation in Novir to change for the worse, because then all the efforts invested in its defense would be in vain. Mira turned to Kibo and noticed that this guy clearly had no intention of going to the exchange and that it was time for them to leave. The fighter said that the girl was too young, had not had time to integrate into this world and find a family. Otherwise, she would have understood the ins and outs of trade. At that moment, the young hero turned to Kibo and remarked that he had heard that looters always knew the true value of rare items. Then he placed a strange artifact in front of him and asked what its real value might be. The man took the item in his hands and examined it for a while, twisting it between his fingers, assuming that it might be some kind of reagent. But Mira suddenly turned pale and exclaimed that it was a shadow. The next second, the man watched in horror as his own shadow began to separate from his hand, as if coming to life. Kang Sul calmly asked how significant this thing seemed to him now. Kibo stared at the artifact again, amazed by what he saw, and for a long time could not believe that this was really happening. Mira quickly realized that if this item was an antidote to shadow poison, it could help Kibo recover what he had lost. The man looked at Kang Sul and asked what he wanted in return for such a rare item. The young man replied that the artifact was already part of the deal and that he would be satisfied with some treasure, rare materials, or at least useful information. Kibo sighed and said that they were currently in a cold war with Heka, so they had long since sold off everything of value that they had accumulated. He added that the guy could take their difficult situation into account, since he had already done them a considerable favor. These words greatly angered Mira, and she was genuinely outraged. Meanwhile, the man said that he had already offered to exchange the antidote, and it was unclear what would have happened if he had taken it to Heka or Dojo. Kang Sul realized that Kibo had figured out his intentions and even trusted him. Unexpectedly, the fighter began to pull a massive ring off his finger, but his girlfriend hurried to stop him because he had inherited it along with the group, and it was their symbol. But Kibo firmly replied that the only thing that could truly symbolize him was himself, not a soulless object, and that nothing could be more important than protecting his family. The ring that Kibo took off his finger had once been received from an ancient tribe that worshipped the god of wolves. It possessed unique properties, enhancing the superpowers of its owner and warning of impending danger. The young hero looked at the ring and thought that he really liked the artifact, endowed with the power of foresight, and then declared that the deal was done. Kibo advised the young man to take good care of the item, noting that it was not only extremely rare, but also extremely valuable. After that, the deal was officially completed, and all three went out into the courtyard to test the artifact they had received. The fighter took the bottle of liquid he had received in exchange, and without hesitation, decided to test its effect. He brought the vessel to his lips and took several large gulps, while Mira watched his actions with anxiety and confusion. A moment later, the man stopped, listening to his internal sensations. His throat seemed to burst into flames, and the pain became unbearable. Kang Sul, watching him, calmly remarked that this was to be expected, since the potion was based on poison. Mira instantly flared up with rage, rushed to the young hero, and demanded an explanation for what he had just said. However, Kibo raised his hand to stop her and said with difficulty that, judging by the pain, it was indeed poison, but it seemed to be healing him. Kibo's hand began to gradually recover, and everyone accompanying him noticed this, their faces reflecting genuine shock. Rita, trying to get the situation back on track, announced that it was time to finalize the deal, sign the papers, and pay the commission. The treasure, called the Tongue of Galota, was a rare artifact made from the tongue of a coal-black snake and endowed with its power to spew shadows. This item enhanced the abilities of summoned shadows, but had a dangerous side effect. It was addictive and caused dependence in the user. Meanwhile, Kibo checked his reaction and thoughtfully said that he was disappointed because he was not even surprised by this miraculous healing. After that, he said that the deal was done, but he had one more request. Turning to Kang Sul, Kibo asked for his help in the upcoming battle against Heki. However, the young hero firmly stated that he hated interfering in other people's affairs more than anything else in the world. The fighter said that no one would be able to avoid the impending clash. But when Kang-Sol firmly refused to take part in the battle, Kibo did not insist, and they shook hands in farewell. On the way back, Mira abruptly asked her uncle why he was so subservient to this snowman, since he had neither power nor authority. Kibo thoughtfully replied that this was precisely what made the guy truly scary. The young lady looked at her friend in surprise, and the fighter suggested they sit down and talk about it. He began from afar, saying that looters were significantly different from other people. Mira thought for a moment and said that it was probably related to their gaze. Kibo agreed and added that there was something else important, a premonition, which was the reason why he had once decided to accept her into the group. He recalled how it all began, how a defenseless girl came into this world and was filled with anger and despair. Then Kibo noticed her eyes, which burned like bloody coals, and it was they that stuck in his memory. After a short pause, he said that it was no coincidence that he and Heka were called the wolf and the lion by the people. Mira noted that Heka was, in fact, a real psychopath, unprincipled and very dangerous. Kibo quietly agreed, but added that he had said all this for another reason, because he was not afraid of Heka at all, but of the snowman. He admitted that before arriving, he had shown him his power, but the guy wasn't scared. And the foresight that had allowed Kibo to achieve what he had made him wary. The snowman was not just a man. He sensed danger hidden behind his calmness and outward coldness, and with such an opponent, it was impossible to act rashly. Everything in this story seems strange. A man with no power in Novira possessed many rare treasures and even an antidote to shadow poison, known only to a select few. Moreover, an unknown artifact hung from his belt, glowing with a faint light, an object that surpassed even the crystal ball that Kibo was now holding in quality. The man looked at Mira and told her to listen carefully and under no circumstances to approach this man. The girl frowned and asked what criteria he had used to evaluate this snowman. Kibo replied that after Rita's story, he had activated his entire information network to gather at least some information about this mysterious man. It turned out that the very day when, according to rumors, the mysterious hidden one appeared in Novira coincided with the arrival of the snowman. Mira skeptically remarked that it was probably just a coincidence. However, Kibo replied that he had thought so at first, but now he was sure, as he had seen the confirmation with his own eyes. The snowman was too secretive for it to be a coincidence, and perhaps even Heka had already guessed his true nature. It was scary to even imagine what would happen if this guy decided to join the enemy. In a possible face-to-face confrontation with Heka, the snowman would surely play a key role in the battle. One could only hope that this figure would not side with the ice, but against it. 2 days passed and Kang-Sol's preparations were successful. The necessary item was finally completely dry. Now, when the shadow he summoned struck, there was a chance of poisoning the enemy with shadow poison. The guy made a real whip, soaked in deadly poison that affected the nervous system and caused instant paralysis. Now the appearance of the artifact had become less noticeable and more convenient, and the guy decided it was time to test it in action. After the Guardian skill appeared, no special changes occurred, but the Shadow Summon rose to the 3rd level, and the Shadow Enhancement rose to the 2nd. The difference between his current skills and his previous ones was like night and day, and his wisdom had reached a high level. And his endurance surpassed even that of experienced warriors like Karun. Thanks to the bonuses he received, the young man gained skills that he had not invested in at all. There was still room for new recruits in the Shadow Realm, and the level of its fighters increased by a few more percent. It wasn't much, but the speed of their growth was impressive. All the deadly adventures the hero threw himself into were not in vain and brought him incredibly important experience. Corden, who had once sent him here, hoped that as the young man grew in strength, he would attract attention and thus be able to attain madness. The young man decided that from now on he would act even more extravagantly to fit this role. He headed for the crowded square, where the crowd was noisy, voices were buzzing, and dozens of faces were flashing by. Meanwhile, 2 guys were watching him intently from around the corner, their faces expressing keen interest and slight tension. The young man went to the laboratory hoping to find at least some traces of Chow, but the room was completely empty. If the search yielded no results the next day, all that remained was to hope for information that might have been preserved in the records. Meanwhile, his path lay in Novaru on 3rd Avenue, where the hero went to find out what was really going on. In the tavern where the adventurers gathered, there was a buzz of voices, with someone sharing the latest rumors. Kang-Sol sat down at a table and ordered some grilled eggplant. But before he could finish talking to the waitress, something strange caught his attention. The young man became alert, and the waitress noticed how he suddenly tensed up and fell silent, as if listening. The next moment, the hero caught a sharp metallic smell of blood that penetrated his bones, and he began to scan the room carefully. The door swung open, and a man entered, at the sight of whom the conversations instantly died down, and fear hung in the air. It was Heka himself, and it was clear from the expressions on their faces that no one wanted anything to do with him. Kang Sul immediately understood who had been following him since morning, because this feeling of persecution had not left him all day, and now everything fell into place. This man was so steeped in blood that it was difficult to imagine how many living creatures he had destroyed in his lifetime. Heka approached the young hero and remarked that he had heard rumors about a man who had given a treasure to a wolf. After that, he introduced himself and coldly said that his name was Heka, adding that the guy seemed to be not as simple as he appeared. Kang Sul calmly asked what the question was, and the big guy, slightly curling his lips, replied that he intended to find out the truth from the snowman. He grinned predatorily, baring his teeth, and stared at the guy with a look that made even the air heavier. Heck demanded an explanation and ordered him to tell him where he got the treasures, warning him not to try to play innocent. The young man, showing no fear, simply asked who had given him this information. In response, the thug threatened him not to try to fool him and ordered his men to bring her in. A few moments later, Rita was brought into the hall, bound and exhausted, but with determination still smoldering in her eyes. The young man turned around, their eyes met, and in that brief moment, a sudden, cold, and focused rage flared up in his heart. The girl had clearly been tortured. She looked exhausted, wounded, and could barely stand, her clothes torn and her skin covered in bruises. Kang Sul was in complete shock and couldn't believe that someone had actually dared to do this to her. Meanwhile, everyone had already gathered at the wolves' hideout. Many people had come, and tension was palpable in every glance. Kibo noted that Novir had enough people, but his subordinate pointed out that the opponents had significantly more people and that the forces were clearly unequal. Kibo replied that the enemies were just fools because the wolves' strength was growing, players had joined them, and contrary to predictions, Shur had not betrayed them, which gave them hope. Since Novira was split in two, it was decided to start a full-scale war and finally decide who was in charge. Mira was more focused than ever, understanding that she had to protect Kibo at all costs. Suddenly, a man ran into the room, breathless and frightened, and loudly announced that the alarm had been sounded. It turned out that Heka had started a new conflict on 3rd Avenue, in a tavern where fierce fighting was already underway. No one could understand what had happened, since all their associates were here in the shelter. But it soon became clear that he was being opposed by some outsider, and Kibo guessed who it was. So he decided that the main forces should be thrown into the attack on Dojo, and the men enthusiastically accepted this order. Meanwhile, Kibo turned to Mira and Germo and told them to immediately gather the fighters and head to 3rd Avenue. The leader muttered quietly to himself that if that guy was really involved in everything that was happening, then the fight was far from over. Heika, meanwhile, turned to Kang Sul and said that this young man seemed to be playing a much bigger role here than it appeared. He admitted that he wanted to meet him in person, and to do so, they had to make an effort, even beating up the girl. Rita, bursting into tears, could barely speak, repeating that she had almost nothing to do with it and was only a mediator in the treasure deals. Meanwhile, the scoundrel said that the treasure given to the wolf was not supposed to end up with him, and this misguided young man really knew about it, but still gave away the artifact, which means he consciously went against him. Then Heka noticed the ring on Kang Sul's hand and said that it looked familiar, clearly remembering something. Kang Sul remained unperturbed and replied that he had no time for idle chatter, demanding that Heka get to the point. Grumela noticed that this guy seemed to have decided to side with the wolf. However, the young hero calmly replied that he had not yet chosen a side. Heck glanced at him doubtfully, then flashed a white smile and said mockingly that the guy was a tough nut to crack, perhaps even the strongest of all the players. But then his voice became harsher, and he declared with obvious anger that he hated the players because they were disgusting. These upstarts constantly trespass on other people's territory, violate all boundaries, and only take without giving anything in return. Therefore, they should have their heads smashed in, or at least have leashes put around their necks to remind them who is the boss here. Wolf called them family, but to Heki, they were just insects that were fun to crush, and he didn't deny that oppressing players simply brought him joy. At that moment, Kang Sul realized that Kibo had told him everything not to lure him to his side, but to warn him. All the rumors about Hika turned out to be frighteningly accurate. He really was a madman who enjoyed the suffering of others. Meanwhile, his opponent coldly stated that Kang Sul had only a few options left, and he had to make a choice right now. Heck offered the young man a deal. He could kill Wolf and then stay alive, avoiding a direct confrontation with him. But if he refused, things would turn out much worse. The scoundrel kicked Rita with his spear, showing that he was not joking. After that, he coldly declared that he would simply destroy the boy. But Kang Sol asked what would happen next. After all, he was curious to know the content of the novel, written even by a dimwit like Heka. These words enraged the thug, and he glared fiercely at Kang Sol, baring his teeth in rage. The next second, he raised his spear, intending to finish off the captive once and for all. But Kang Sol acted lightning fast, using his shadow hand skill to instantly snatch the girl from the enemy's clutches. Heka maliciously said that the guy had already fallen into the lion's mouth and lost his only chance to stay alive. In response, Kang Sol calmly said that the enemy had long since disappeared and released his magic ball. At that moment, his loyal shadows appeared before him, ready for decisive, merciless action. Heka loudly shouted to his men to attack immediately, because this guy was a summoner, which meant he was a threat. Karuna flashed his eyes and delivered a crushing blow, deftly dodging the spear aimed straight at his chest. The shockwave from the collision threw his opponents to the sides, and Heka collapsed to the floor, breaking the tiles beneath him. His subordinates froze in shock, unable to believe that their invincible leader had been defeated so quickly. But the madman got up almost immediately, furious, his face contorted with rage, ready to tear his enemy apart with his bare hands. At that moment, Kang Sol declared that he had now definitively taken the wolf's side, and his eyes flashed with determination. Karuna lunged forward again, his eyes burning with rage, ready to deliver a blow that would destroy everything in its path. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around them, and a fierce fight broke out between the people, because Kibo arrived with his fighters. Suddenly, Dojo burst into the chaos, jumping out of the burning building, blinded by rage. The fighter accused Wolf of disturbing the peace of Navara, and with a cry, rushed into battle, intent on destroying him. Doju swore that Heka would soon tear off the heads of all who stood against him. Kibo calmly parried that this was precisely why he was in a hurry, because even if the enemy disappeared, the night would be long, and he had to act quickly. The enemy said in a rage that he was sick of this madman who turned his fallen comrades into shadows. Meanwhile, the summoned shadows had already rushed forward and attacked, their eyes empty and malicious. Kibo noticed that the enemy was talking too much, which was completely inappropriate in such a situation. Doju tried to fight back, but the shadows advanced methodically and eventually killed him. Kibo orders his subjects to be informed of Dojo's death and promises to spare those who lay down their arms and surrender. He was informed that Heka was still alive, and Kibo ordered the plan to be put into action. The leader ordered a thorough check, and to begin with, to join forces with Shur, who was already approaching them. The young man heard about Dojo's death and realized that there was still one more dangerous enemy to deal with. Kibo noted that their enemy, though fierce, was far from stupid, so they needed to reorganize their forces. However, their conversation was interrupted when their aides reported that Mira had returned. The frightened people said that he had to see it for himself. Just as the girl was approaching, she looked confusedly into Kibo's eyes and seemed extremely shaken, unable to utter a word. Kibo thought it was good that she was alive and well, but he also noticed that the girl was in a state of deep shock. When he noticed the object the lady was holding in her hands, he froze. Mira continued to stare at him with a fixed, empty gaze. Now Kibo realized that his guesses had been correct, but he couldn't wrap his head around what had happened. The thing was, when the fighters reached the tavern, they saw only a snowman sitting alone. Kang Sol looked at the guys and noticed that they had been delayed a little and had not arrived on time. Since then, everything had gone smoothly and the city had gradually begun to recover. Kibo and Shur took the lives and hopes of their opponents, and soon the former became the ruler of the entire city. That night became the starting point for the birth of a new leader among the looters of the ruins in Novira. Sometime later, the young hero came to visit the chief, but felt a little uncomfortable in his house. Kibo kindly said that now they had switched places. Mira asked why Snowman had decided to kill Heku and what his real goal was. The guy replied that it was all because of a deal, although he hadn't even thought about it when they first agreed. And although Kibo was disappointed that the guy didn't initially take their side, he decided not to dwell on the past and rewarded him for his help. The young hero didn't have a clear idea of what he wanted, as long as it was something useful. The chief thought for a moment and then said that perhaps it was time to tell him something that might interest him. In his youth, the warrior had wandered through the western desert, doing any job for money, and one night he noticed someone being pursued. Being very young and hot-headed at the time, he rushed to help without thinking about the consequences, and luckily, everything ended well. The pursuers were exhausted, and the young man quickly dealt with them. The rescued man thanked him and said that now he would be indebted to him and would repay him in full one day. This connection has remained between them to this day. Kibo said he was ready to transfer the right to receive this payment for saving Kang Sol to him, because it was truly a worthy reward, especially since that man turned out to be a descendant of Urgo, and the young hero's eyes widened in surprise. The name was familiar to him, but it turned out to be much more complicated and confusing than the young man could have imagined. The young man himself was Urgo, the one who created, invented, and tried out different concepts, one of the figures he remembered best. Although this man was a simple blacksmith, his creations surpassed any awards, and if he had devoted himself to his craft, he would have been equal to 10 great masters. However, the things created by the man fell into the wrong hands and were stained with the blood of the entire continent. For this reason, he was nicknamed Bloodstain, and in the end, his weak heart could not take it. Then he had to choose whether to end his adventures or not, and the hero decided to let Urgo go. He allowed him to live as he wished, and the adventurer took control of his own destiny. Although his soul was torn apart, the adventures ended, but the blacksmith's life continued. Kan's soul thought that this was better than watching a tragic ending, because even though Urgo's life began as that of an ordinary person, its end turned out to be bitter and unfair. The hero did not expect to hear that name again, and guessed that Urgo's descendant was probably a man named Hamut. Kibo said that this guy was no longer working as a blacksmith, but promised to repay the debt someday, which is why the man told the whole story. The young man guessed that Hamut was most likely in Novir, and that it was quite possible to meet him there. Created by Kan's soul Urgo, he had managed to partially adapt to the world of eternity, and finding his traces would help to understand a lot, because 10 years had passed. The young hero finally met the descendant of his figure, who was now standing right in front of him. The tall guy, still with the same mole under his eye, looked at him and said he had already heard about the snowman. Kangsul thought that he had matured a lot since they last saw each other, but he only asked about the story aloud. Hamut said that if it weren't for Mr. Kibo, he would have died, and offered his dear guest a cup of tea. But the young hero refused, saying that he did not eat or drink anything from other people's hands as a simple precaution. Hamut thoughtfully remarked that he had heard similar words from his mentor. He suggested that perhaps they knew each other and had met before he had been given that offensive nickname. That nickname was Urgo, Golden Hands, and now Hamut realized that Kang's soul knew much more about him than it seemed. The young man himself thought that everything Urgo created had amazing properties, so it was understandable why he had been given such a loud nickname. Hamut, meanwhile, said that his mentor had become disillusioned with the world and left it, and his creations had fallen into cruel hands. However, the mentor had managed to hide some of the items, and Kang's soul understood that they could bring a lot of trouble to both Urgo and Hamut. It was because of these artifacts that Hamut was pursued by those who wanted to take possession of his mentor's works. He risked fleeing from them into the desert, but did not expect his enemies to follow. Meeting Kibo then turned out to be a real stroke of luck for him. If not for that chance encounter, everything would have ended much more tragically. Now, Hamut had long forgotten about the hammer and anvil and owned a tea house in the city. But the young man still remembered his debt and believed that he had to repay Kibo because it was he who had once saved his life. The system immediately gave Snowman the opportunity to choose what he would like to ask of this man. Kang's soul read the available options and noticed that all the gray items were blocked due to Chao's current search. Therefore, he did not have time to change Hamut's mind, and for starters, the hero decided to abandon the creation of new items. A helmet made of spirit stones appeared before them, and this item looked majestic, even though it held a strange, disturbing energy. This steel cap once belonged to Borgo, the guardian of the Temple of Moderation, but over time, the rare material absorbed the malice of its creator and was now completely destroyed. Hamut noticed that the helmet would probably have to be remelted, because even if it could be restored, it would not retain even half of the power contained in the spirit stones. The young man also noticed the sword lying nearby and asked with interest how the snowman had managed to get it. Kan's soul replied that he had found the weapon in the ruins of the Forgotten Moon, but the material from which it was made remained a mystery, as did the power hidden within it. It seemed that the magic of the world suppressed the power of the blade, preventing it from awakening, and perhaps even the mentor did not know about the weapon, which was as ancient as civilization itself. Hamut asked to keep the sword and helmet, intrigued by their power, and promised that he would awaken the artifact while Kang's soul was here. After some time, the hero returned to the laboratory and asked his shadows for help. Karuna, who had lost his sword, declared that he was ready to defend his master even without it, which caused Tyrant Jamad to grumble quietly. He muttered that the guy was too loyal, but Karuna sharply rebuked him in response, and Kang's soul, watching their quarrel, wondered how these two could ever have fought side by side. Meanwhile, the Moon Knight suddenly noticed something strange and looked at the wall, where barely discernible patterns were visible. The troll noticed the same thing, and it became clear that the drawings on the walls were not random. Karuna said that he had seen similar patterns before and could decipher them. But the young hero still doubted that his companion remembered his life before turning into a shadow, because his memory had been erased. He pondered that among the inhabitants of the great forest, there were creatures that fed on eternal energy, and it would be possible to create the shadow of a necromancer who had rejected death. Still, it remained unknown why they resurrected bodies and where they came from in these places. So Kang Sul decided to investigate everything. Meanwhile, the system announced the start of a hidden adventure called Secret Rites of Necromancers, which the young hero could no longer avoid. Karuna looked at his master as if he was absolutely certain that he would definitely have to go there. However, since their business here was not yet complete, the guys decided to return to this adventure later. Kang Sul thought that he had clearly been unlucky over the past week, first with the failure of his journey, and now with a series of forced adventures, one after another. All he wanted now was to find Chao as soon as possible and leave Novira before the city sucked him back into its shadows. Meanwhile, Hamut continued to work in the smithy, not leaving his workplace. The first thing to do was to work on the magic sword, to release its stagnant power. The young man promised that this time he would definitely surpass Urgo himself, and with all his might he struck the anvil, completely confident in his success. Throughout his life, the teacher had been deceived by many people, trusting their false oaths, and as a result, he himself unwittingly brought a lot of misfortune to the continent. However, the mentor always insisted that one day a person would appear who would be able to spread his values throughout the world and complete what he himself had not had time to do. For a long time, Hamut could not understand why his teacher had chosen him for such a responsible role. Urgo would ask him if he was so unsure of himself that he couldn't even believe in his own destiny. He said sadly that what he had created could fall into the wrong hands. But he was also sure that if one feared this, then any master would be doomed to stop halfway. And in times of doubt, the student could turn to those for whom his work was intended, because they were the ones who could see its true value. Remembering these words, Hamut worked tirelessly, covered in sweat, continuing to transform the mysterious sword. He understood that he had come a long way, but there were still many spells left to remove. The young man had managed to remove only half of them, while the other half remained stubbornly sealed. Moreover, the blade not only restrained magical power, it even suppressed the power of its owner, as if deliberately hiding its true power from everyone. Hamuna became curious about what exactly the sword looked like, which did not obey any spells and seemed to decide for itself who to recognize as its master. Remembering his mentor, he realized that it was not the power of the blade that was important, but who would get it. The blacksmith was responsible for ensuring that the sword did not fall into the hands of a villain. Urgo regretted for the rest of his life that he had once given the weapon to a scoundrel, and therefore said that true mastery lay in the ability to choose the right person. Hamuna, who had not yet reached this level of wisdom, decided to test himself and ask the snowman a question before making a decision. He warned that if he heard the wrong answer, he would destroy the blade forever so that it would never be used for evil. After a short pause, the young man asked what Kang Sul wanted to achieve with his sword. Then Hamuna looked up and stared straight into the hero's eyes, intent on getting an answer. Kang Sul clearly did not expect such a turn of events. While he was following Chao's tracks, he did not think that he himself would be put to the test. The young hero met Hamuna's gaze firmly, directly, and without hesitation. This guy had seen his teacher suffering with his own eyes, so it was no surprise to hear such words from him. After all, Hamun surely knew that it was Kang Sul who controlled the night summoned from the shadows. The hero realized that everything that was happening was a consequence of his own carelessness while playing for Urgo. The young man was at a loss, not knowing how to answer Hamun's question, because before, he always had options, but now he had to think for himself. He had no idea what Urgo had done after refusing ascension and burying himself in the steppes, and he wasn't even sure what instructions he had left for his student. So Kang Sul replied that he didn't know, but Hamun was not satisfied with this and demanded an explanation. Then the young man said that it all depended on the circumstances, that when encountering an enemy, one might fight or hold back, and it seemed to the disciple that Urgo was simply going with the flow, not even trusting himself. Thinking for a moment, Kang Sul said that it was strange to be sure of tomorrow because no one knew what lay ahead. After a short pause, Hamuna solemnly announced that he would give him a sword. The snowman was worthy of carrying this weapon, refined and sharp. The boy looked at the blade and felt powerful magical energy spreading through his hands. It was a blade of victory capable of turning any difficulty into an opportunity, and Kang Sul realized that this sword had chosen him. Hamuna said that, as the teacher had said, the sword chose those who doubted themselves, not those who were confident. Kang Sol couldn't stop wondering how such a weapon could have been created in such a short time. In addition, the young blacksmith made a helmet called Cold Blood, which enhanced its properties. The helmet was restored with the help of a spirit stone, but the power contained within it was weakened by a curse. Hamuna squeezed every ounce of skill he had out of it. Then the blacksmith said that if that was all, they could say goodbye, and suggested that Kang Sol visit him from time to time. He admitted that he had long since given up his craft, but believed that he could still be useful if necessary. Kang Sol felt sympathy for this stubborn guy and thanked him in advance. At that moment, a new adventure began. The 9th secret ritual of necromancers, for which he had to go deep into the great forest and investigate what was happening in the old camp. When the hero found himself in the thick undergrowth, he activated his intuition and noticed that someone had left marks along the way. The archbishop was surely angry about what was happening. Before, eternal life might not have responded to his call, but now things had gone too far for him to remain indifferent. If the tracks did not belong to necromancers, then they were probably Chow's, and Kang Solu had to be extremely careful. He had to go deeper into the thicket, where the thick, disgusting smell of corpses was coming from. However, the path was littered with double traps, and he had to decide how to get around them. Kang Sol felt the stench of corpses growing stronger, which meant that there were indeed double spells blocking the way ahead. Even if the young hero managed to avoid the curse, other dangers remained, so he needed to find and remove the spell itself. After a brief moment, he managed to locate the source of the dark magic. Activating his whip, Kang Sol looked ahead, his eyes shining with a cold light. With a sharp, lightning-fast movement, he destroyed the source of the curse, and the air around him became noticeably cleaner. It was clear that something terrible was happening in this forest. The very name of the adventure suggested that necromancers were involved. Recalling Chow's words, the young man pondered the meaning of the eternal life that had been offered to him, what it really was. The enemy was a shadow connected to eternal life itself, the one who once brought turmoil to the continent, the lord of black magic and master of death. Kang So looked thoughtfully into the depths of the forest and realized that if the master of eternal life had already disappeared, then its very existence was a warning sign. If he were still the leader of eternal life, everything would look different. But to meet his followers now, as a stranger, was too dangerous. Therefore, the young hero decided to first find out if what was happening was really related to eternal life before taking action. Meanwhile, in one of the tents, a tense conversation was taking place between two necromancers. They were discussing a certain demon that had devoured 20 people and now dwelled in the head of a dead man. Kang Sol became alert when he heard mention of an artifact called the Crystal of Death Sentence. The mages tried to resurrect the fallen, breaking their own laws, but if the soul resisted, they subjugated the body through memories. One of the fighters noted that this was an insanely dangerous and overly complicated undertaking because it was impossible to predict whether it would be possible to maintain control over the created necrotel. The second replied coldly that this was precisely why the archbishop had decided to come in person and observe the ritual. The archbishop seemed extremely dissatisfied with the situation because eternal life had ignored them all this time, and although the matter seemed truly important, they had received no support. Kang Sol rushed off, hearing one last thing. If the archbishop decided to turn this corpse into a necrotel, everything would take a completely different turn. The young man ordered Karupa to check the other tents and find out if anything strange happened. One of the servants was sleeping peacefully and snoring loudly, completely oblivious to the commotion around him. The guy looked at him and thought that this guy was sleeping like a log, even though he claimed to have set traps around the camp. Fortunately, Kang Sol found the right place on his first try, spacious and surprisingly quiet. In the center of the room was the Crystal of Death Sentence, an ancient artifact steeped in darkness, which, according to legend, absorbed the souls of the dead, becoming stronger with each new death. Kang Sol carefully picked it up and read in the accompanying documents that a group calling itself the Order of the Dead had gathered at this place. Their magic did not stand out for any particular properties, but as expected, they were trying to forcibly convert a dead body into a necrotel, violating the natural order. After a while, Kang Sol noticed a series of ancient inscriptions and images, one of which particularly caught his attention. He frowned as he examined the contours of the figure and realized that it was probably the mysterious corpse that Chow had mentioned. To confirm his guess, the young man called over his loyal knight, Karupa. Karupa approached and stared at the image for a long time with his master. Finally, the young man quietly said that there could be no doubt that before them was indeed a man whose face he had seen before and whose memory still lived in his heart. To begin with, the young men decided that they needed to leave this place and head for the area where the ritual was performed. They came to the conclusion that it was this ritual that had once helped the Order of the Dead overcome the influence of the Church of Eternal Life and be reborn. So delay was unacceptable. The attempt to turn the corpse into a necrotel ended in failure due to strong rejection. And besides, the ritual required enormous life force. The ritual was moved to the Great Forest, where the Crystal of Death sentence was used, but 21 participants did not return, and the church soon learned of the disaster. Now, the Moon Knight Karuna moved forward decisively, preparing to deal with the source of evil with his own hands. It became clear that the Order of the Dead had failed in its attempts to create the perfect necrotel, and if someone had been trapped in the crystal against their will, it was quite possible that Chao was among them. Meanwhile, Karuna's condition after seeing the image of the deceased was strange and disturbing. Kang Sol stood frozen, thinking that everything had gone according to plan, and now they might have to return without results. However, a moment later they noticed that right in front of them was the very corpse whose image they had seen earlier. The armor on the dead man was almost identical to the one Karuna himself wore, and at this sight, the knight fell into a deep shock. No one knew what to do next, whether it was worth trying to find Chao without using the crystals, because the death sentence crystal could draw in Kang Sol himself. If the corpse had been ordinary, they could have taken the risk, but if it possessed greater power, the consequences would be unpredictable. Karuna, meanwhile, stepped closer and addressed the dead man hanging on the wall. He couldn't understand why this man, whom he knew well, was here. Kang Sol called his name, hoping to warn him of the danger that might lie ahead. But the knight only clutched his head, feeling a storm of emotions squeezing him from within. In the next second, a powerful magical force swirled around him. Kang Sol held the red crystal in his hands and couldn't believe that everything had really happened that way. The crystal of death had been activated, and the transfer to the corpse's consciousness, the arc of the necromancer's secret ritual, had been altered. The adventure was called a promise, and the guy discovered traces of the necromancer. Now he was filled with hope that these traces would lead him to Chao. The young hero had the opportunity to be inside the consciousness of the corpse, but in order to get out of there, he had to study the inner world of this body. In his memories, he saw a man who kindly said that he would like to know the names of these children. The girl with red hair replied that they had no names, because in their world it was not customary to call anyone by name. Then the man sitting on the throne, who was apparently the ruler, said that the child with blue eyes would be called Karuna, and the one with red eyes would be called Karen. At that moment, the children looked at him and wished for the emperor's death. They paid for their candor, and a sharp blade appeared near Karen. It was unclear why they wished for the death of Emperor Montera, and what reasons had prompted them to such a grim intention. Karen said that the ruler knew neither hunger nor cold, because everything had been taken from them because of the war waged by the soldiers of his empire. Tears streamed from the girl's eyes. If only it weren't for the invaders, their village would have lived and prospered. The emperor realized that they were talking about the village of the elves, for he had seen a report about this incident during an argument with Ungid, whom he considered a terrorist. That is why he decided to listen to these young people's request, while the court lady next to him became alert. Meanwhile, the ruler rose from his throne and said that he would listen to them, but a little later, he noted that this was not unfair at all, because one day these young men would become the strongest knights of the empire, and then the time would come to decide how they could take revenge. Karen asked in surprise why they should become knights, because she would rather die than serve those who destroyed her home. Watching all this, Kang Sol noticed that the boys had a chance to destroy the empire of Montera with their own hands. Karuna realized that he had found himself in Karen's spiritual world, where the crystal of death showed the memory of the Montera Empire, its emperor, and the enslaved elves. Over time, these former captives were considered respected defenders of the throne, but their past was not forgotten. The emperor of Montera, a man of cold mind and impeccable will, possessed almost perfect abilities, but also the flaws inherent in anyone who came too close to power. Karen appeared before him again and demanded that he keep the very promise he had once made to the slave children. And although they had not yet attained the necessary qualifications, it was no longer possible to wait. Times were getting tough. The empire was under threat from outside forces, and everything was decided by the sword. Karuna and Karen had once sworn to take revenge on the destroyer of their destinies, but now they stood before him as knights. This ruler, Jean Audemontry, strove for perfection, avoiding death at the cost of others' lives. And though their hatred had not faded, Karuna and Karen took the oath. The boys swore by the sun and the stars that they would protect the emperor in order to one day kill him, a sacred oath of twin knights. Breaking ancient statutes, they exceeded the number of guards for the first time. The emperor was supposed to have 8 defenders, but Karuna and Karen became the 9th and 10th. Thus, Karuna became a knight of the Empire of Montera, but now nothing remained of that great power. In the new world called Pandia, the old city sank into the darkness of the past. Everything changed after a conversation in the forest, where Karuna decided to leave the palace to see the world with his own eyes. He wanted to know what the world that Jin had spoken of was like, the place for which rivers of blood had been shed and empires had fallen. Karen stood silently, her head bowed, her lips pressed together sadly, as if she were afraid to utter a word lest she reveal all her pain. The Montera people were bound to keep their promises, and she asked her brother to return if she ever needed his strength. Karuna nodded and promised that he would come without delay as soon as he heard her call. Upset, Karen wished him good health and reminded him of how many trials they had gone through side by side. When the boy noticed that she was still holding his hand, his heart sank and tears welled up in his eyes. The girl only occasionally received letters from Karupa, and over time, Jin noticed that their relationship had grown colder. However, he understood that he himself often left the capital, and perhaps this world was indeed too big to keep in touch. But when the emperor tried to express sympathy, the young lady flared up and demanded that he shut up immediately, saying that she was ready to fulfill her promise right now if he continued. Jin reminded her that the Knight of the Sun, Rhine, was still alive but would soon depart, for he himself admitted that in 10 years he would be surpassed, and if Karuna and Karen were nearby, they would already have taken command of the guard. The young lady smiled and coldly remarked that she would take that as a compliment. Meanwhile, the emperor finally asked what was in Karupa's last letter, and the girl quietly replied that he had promised to return. But soon after that, disaster struck the estate. A fire broke out, and invaders attacked from all sides, leaving no way to escape. Mr. Rain warned Karen to be careful, for there were traitors among the guards. Stunned, Karen couldn't believe that there was a collaborator among them. It seemed impossible. The next second, Mrs. Y appeared before them, and the young warrior froze, unable to believe her eyes, feeling the ground slip away from under her feet. It turned out that it was Rihanna standing before them, who coldly and resolutely demanded that the door be opened immediately. She declared that the city was doomed and that today Jin would cede his throne to her forever, adding that Karen might have wanted this herself. However, Karen sharply demanded that Rihanna stop, warning that if they crossed the line she had drawn, she would destroy all the vile wolves without hesitation. Rihanna calmly remarked that she and her brother had become twice as strong thanks to their special abilities, but now it was clear that Karuna would not return. Hearing this, the young lady screamed for her to shut up immediately, assuring her that her brother would return because he had made a promise, and she believed him to the end. Kang-sul watched what was happening, feeling as if the sky had begun to collapse and anxiety grew in his soul, as if space itself was responding to the pain of these souls. Karuna, in confusion, repeated that he had indeed given his word, promised to return, but everything had not gone as it should have. For some unknown reason, he had broken his own promise, and now he couldn't understand what had made him do it. Karen was boiling with rage and resentment, unable to forgive her brother for a betrayal that may not have happened, but which she felt in her heart. At that moment, the effect of the death sentence crystal took effect. They began to leave the inner world of the corpse, and the adventure was coming to an end. The reward for the trial had been determined, but it could only be obtained after the mission was completely finished, when all the threads of the past came together as one. Kang-sul barely managed to catch the Moon Knight, warning him to be careful, because a magical avalanche of water was rushing straight towards them. At that moment, Tyrant Jamaat arrived, shrouded in streams of darkness and fire, his aura resembling a storm. The guys realized that the flooding had reached a critical point. The crystal of death had filled with moisture even from the inside, and a little more, and they themselves would have turned into drowned corpses. Thus began a new adventure called The Burn. After examining the inner world of the corpse, it became clear who the body belonged to. It was all Karuna's fault, who had failed to keep his promise. But despite this, they managed to escape. However, they found no trace of Chow, and instead of relief, a new danger awaited them. Karen, freed from her psychological shackles, was about to awaken. Now there was nothing human left in her, only instincts and ancient magical fury fed by chaos. Kang-sul understood that he had to act immediately. The girl opened her eyes and her gaze flashed like a flame piercing through eternal darkness. The gap in power was enormous, and during the rebirth, Karen absorbed the life energy of the forest, causing the trees to wither. Kang-sul instantly assessed the situation and ordered his allies to flee, realizing that a direct confrontation with this girl would be suicide. In an instant, the young man activated his magical shoes, an ancient artifact capable of accelerating his running speed in critical moments. The air whistled in his ears. The ground flashed rapidly beneath his feet. But suddenly the guy stumbled and fell, rolling over the debris of trees. He was hit by a wave of destructive force, hot as magma and cold as death. If the flow of energy absorption had completely engulfed the hero, he would have disappeared without a trace, turned to dust. Now Karen was invincible. The difference in levels was approaching 30, and even a light touch of her blade could wipe him out of existence. Every mistake meant fatal punishment. The syndrome of defeat destroyed honor, reputation, and rewards, and defeat would mean the end of all his goals. Kang Sol stood confused, not knowing what to do, because an adventure of this rank was considered virtually impossible to complete. But inside, beyond his despair, a thought lingered. The system does not throw challenges that the player is unable to overcome. Somewhere there had to be a solution, a way hidden in the logic of the world or in his memory. And suddenly a vision flashed before his eyes, the symbol of the Order of the Dead, those who had sworn to stop the resurrection of the Necrotels at any cost. At that moment, the young hero realized that this was the key. The means to turn the necromancer's power against themselves was at his fingertips. All that remained was to take a risk and use it. One of the men who had arrived suddenly froze, staring at Kang Sol, who calmly declared that they finally understood what they had gotten themselves into. Kang Sol stepped forward with the air of a confident official and declared that they had been ordered to wait, but due to communication problems with the administrator, he had decided to take control of the situation. The people exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and bewilderment. Could it be that they were standing before the messenger of the Order of Eternal Life himself? The young man declared that Eternal Life had not turned its back on them at all, but that the orders had simply been delayed, and now he had come in person to offer his support. Then, in an authoritative tone, the young hero ordered an immediate report on the situation. Necrotel had broken free from the seal and was fighting fiercely, growing stronger, so they decided to wait for the Archbishop. Kang Sol, without batting an eye, confidently said that the Archbishop's insight would save them all, and in the meantime, he himself would take on the task of buying time. Inspired by his determination, the Order rose to its feet again, unaware that their savior was not who they thought he was. Kang Sol quickly assessed the situation, turned to his loyal Moon Knight Karupa, and announced that he was entrusted with a special mission, to save Karen. Karuna froze, staring at his master in a state of shock. Then without hesitation, he rushed forward, intent on carrying out the order. Karen was now bound by her own limitations, her level of power on par with necromancers, and that was why her chances of victory without outside help were slim. The only way left was a risky one, to use Karupa, because after special training and blessings from allies, he had become much more powerful than before. The Moon Knight entered the new moon phase, activated the first degree of moonlight recharge, and the glow around him flashed silver. He begged Karen to wake up, but she only snarled viciously, clenching her weapon, and a moment later, light and thunder exploded into the space. The lady hurled her flaming sword. A wave of heat swept through the air, but Karuna stepped aside at the last moment. In response, he delivered a swift counterattack, ready to knock his opponent off her feet, but Karen dodged with demonic agility. The fierce battle continued, and neither opponent was willing to back down. The necromancers, meanwhile, watched the battle and began to realize that their opponent was clearly driven only by animal instincts. Karuna barely held back the onslaught when Karen, engulfed in flames, threw him back with an explosion of power, her fury growing with every passing minute. The Moon Knight turned to his sister and couldn't believe that she really didn't recognize him. He begged Karen to open her eyes and stop this madness, but the lady only increased the pressure, plunging into a whirlwind of destruction. The flames engulfed everything around her, and the young warrior approached her brother and swung her sword. Kang Sol, meanwhile, activated a magical defense created specifically against such outbreaks. The power of Karen's artifact was astonishing. Waves of flame eclipsed the moonlight and threw the night back. Kang Sol, watching the battle, realized that he could not wait any longer. He was about to give Karupa the order to enter the full moon phase. But at that moment, a bright light pierced the air, and Bishop Galifa arrived, accompanied by his subordinates, who carried with them an aura of holy power and a new twist of fate. This man, Galifa, was known as a mentor to necromancers. He did not stand out for his combat skills, but he enjoyed enormous authority among his students. When he first saw Kang Sol, he was surprised that he had not met him before, and the young man calmly introduced himself as Kindred from the Order of Eternal Life. Galifa narrowed his eyes. The name meant nothing to him, and he demanded to see the Order's card as proof of identity. In response, Kang Sol said that he did not have the document with him and added with slight irritation that this request was clearly just for fun. The bishop replied, embarrassed, that he had no intention of mocking him and that he might be wrong, but it was all because of his old age. With age, his trust in people had disappeared. Kang Sol decided not to continue the conflict and suggested joining forces for the common goal of stopping the Necrotel. Galuf agreed. Kang Sol smiled smugly, but thought to himself that the situation was beginning to spiral out of control. His false identity could be revealed at any moment, and that was extremely dangerous. The bishop, keeping his eyes on the young man, thought that according to the order's charter, everyone was required to have an identity card, and it was hard to believe that he didn't even know about its existence. Therefore, Galuf decided to act cautiously, first using the power of this strange young man to deal with the Necrotel, and only then exposing the imposter and calling him to account. The young man thought about how quickly life changes when you get distracted. And even the order's rules had changed, and Galuf had probably noticed the trick, but decided to use it for the time being. But now there was no time to waste. They had to defeat Karen under the bishop's watchful eye. Kang Sol ordered Karup to unleash his full power, and he entered the full moon phase. A silvery glow flared around the young man, transforming him into the living embodiment of lunar energy. Karen, overcome with fiery rage, shouted his name, and in that cry there was not only hatred, but also pain, despair, and memories of the past. In the next moment, they collided again. Karen activated her incantation of ignition, and a stream of flames swirled around her, tearing through space with fiery whirlwinds. Through the smoke and heat, Karuna saw familiar features in her eyes and realized that beneath the layer of anger and madness, his real sister was still there. The girl, as if in a frenzy, shouted why he hadn't come back, why he had left her alone on the day when everything collapsed. She screamed that she had failed and could not protect those dear to her because her brother had not kept his word. Karuna wanted to justify himself, to say that the oath had not been forgotten and that he had come to save her, but he didn't have time. Karen swung her sword with force, and he was thrown back several meters. As a result of this powerful blow, Karuna flew away as if thrown by a hurricane. Kang Sol, her voice trembling, called out her knight's name, not understanding what was happening and why everything was spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Karen, her face contorted with rage, shouted her accusations over and over again, demanding an answer as to why he hadn't returned, why he hadn't kept his promise, why he had left her waiting. Her words were saturated with pain and despair, each sound tearing through the air and her heart at the same time. But suddenly, behind Kang Sol, there was a low growl, heavy and muffled, like the approach of a monster. The young man spun around and realized that the source of the sound was not a beast, but Galifa, who, spreading his arms, enveloped the order in thick streams of magic. The air around them sparkled with excess energy, and the mage declared that, although it was a waste of energy, he was ready to tear his opponent to pieces and put them back together again, just to show his power. In the next second, he released a monstrous stream of magical vortex, saturated with rage and hatred, and declared that the monster would get its retribution. Galifa shouted that no matter how strong Karen was, she was just a necrotile without a master, which meant she was just a corpse destined to rot. In response, the girl burst into a blinding flame, activating her pride ability, and now her body was enveloped in a shining barrier, almost invulnerable to any magic. Karen swiftly dodged attacks, moving with unnatural speed, her body seeming to glide through the air, evading the flashes of magic that tore through space. Galifa declared that the dead would not escape the energy of hatred and would crumble under his spell, then added that it was time to end the spectacle and destroy Lord Kendrick once and for all. Kang Sol straightened up and met the mage's gaze, direct, stern, and fearless. At that moment, his attention shifted to Karupa, who was still fighting, not giving up despite his fatigue and pain. Karen, breathing heavily, turned her head toward her brother, and her voice cut through the din of battle as she said that Karuna, as before, was incapable of answering for his actions. After these words, she lowered her gaze and bitterness appeared in her voice. This guy had broken his promise and abandoned the empire, leaving everything in ruins. Karuna desperately begged her to listen, saying that the emperor had long been dead and the empire itself destroyed, that the world was different now and it was time for them to leave the past behind. He begged the girl to wake up, saying that it was all over long ago. But Karen, in tears, replied that even though she had died, the empire still lived on in her, and here among these ruins, the lady would continue to defend it. Kang Sol suddenly felt a strange combination of heat and cold. The air around him was melting from the flames, but an icy shiver ran through his body. Karen said with icy calm that the Empire was still alive inside her, and she would never allow it to be erased. At that moment, a blood-red light flared around the girl, and she activated a special effect capable of returning the damage she had received with renewed force. Galuf recoiled in shock, feeling his magic literally dissipate into the air, his spells, once powerful and precise, literally dissolving into nothingness. At that very moment, Kang Sol felt the system warn him of danger, and a notification flashed before his eyes. Wolf warning activated. The main content of the trial had changed. The burnt one had transformed into the smoldering embers, which meant that the rules of the battle had been rewritten, the stakes had risen, and there was no turning back. Now the young hero's goal was simple and ruthless: to hold out until Karen's final death, when the power of the curse would exhaust itself. Kang Sol clenched his fists in despair. Nothing had gone according to plan. Karen had restored her original state, and now her power surpassed anything he had ever seen before. When she was unconscious, it was impossible to assess her potential. But now the hero clearly understood that he was facing a being whose level exceeded ordinary measurements. Galuf, barely able to stand, realized that he could no longer rely on his own magic. Summoning his remaining strength, he turned to Kang Sol and said hoarsely that there was only one way out. The man was convinced that the only way to end this chaos was to destroy absolutely everyone, leaving neither the living nor the dead. Driven by despair, Galuf activated a special skill called Night of the Dead. He sacrificed the remnants of his life force, and now legions of reanimated corpses fought for him. The bishop, with a wild gleam in his eyes, ordered his army to move forward and kill anyone who dared to stand in their way. After that, he laughed nervously and said that he was just a foolish boy who didn't even know the rules of the organization to which he supposedly belonged. Galuf added with a malicious smile that very soon Kang Sol would join his army of the dead, who would instantly tear him to pieces. At the moment when the undead rushed at the boy, intending to deliver a fatal blow, Kang Sol did not flinch, his face remaining completely calm. Unexpectedly, Tyrant Jamad, a huge figure in stone armor, intervened in the battle, activating the special effect of Mountain Fists. The troll laughed hollowly, noting that these dead creatures explode when touched by the living. And, being a shadow, he is almost invulnerable to their curses. After that, he began to furiously throw the reanimated bodies in different directions, as if they were toys. The bishop was completely confused because this youngster had once again pulled another monstrous ally out of his sleeve. In a panic, he demanded that the dead return and protect their master, but they had already been scattered and destroyed in the troll's furious attack. Frightened, Galuf begged the monster not to approach him, ordering it in a trembling voice to stop at least one step away. But Tyrant Jamad was unyielding. He only slowly raised his foot and, with a heavy blow to the ground, wished Galuf sweet, eternal dreams. The ground shook beneath his feet, and in the next second, the enemy was defeated, and the system announced a new achievement and title. Kang Sol breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was good he hadn't used Tyrant Jamad's power earlier. Without it, everything would most likely have ended badly. However, the joy did not last long, as a real problem remained ahead. Karen, overcome with rage and madness, was still relentlessly beating Karuna. The skill window for last-minute return indicated that all damage dealt had been delayed and would manifest later. This meant that it was now impossible to restrain her. No spell could reduce even half the power of this cursed effect. Kang Sol stood frozen, watching the madwoman and realizing that he had no chance of defeating her in her current state. He wasn't sure if he could hold out until the end of this effect, because there was too little time left. Karuna, meanwhile, turned to his sister, trying to shout over the raging energy, and said that all this time he had only been trying to keep the promise he had made to her. Karen demanded that he explain how he dared to abandon the empire they had fought for together, while the seconds melted away like grains of sand in an hourglass, and time was almost up. The young lady suddenly unleashed the devastating Red Lotus strike, and her brother, in desperation, activated the full moon technique. The air exploded with light and flame as their powers collided, creating a flash that shook the very ground. Karuna took a few steps back, breathing heavily, and felt the tension literally burning through his muscles. Kang Sol, watching from the sidelines, realized he was wrong. He thought Karuna had been thrown back by the force of the blow, but in fact, the Moon Knight had not suffered any serious damage. With such a difference in their power, Karen could easily have cut off her brother's head with a single stroke of her blade if she had really wanted to. But she did not do so. The sword stopped a few steps away, as if her will had wavered for a moment. Apparently, a struggle was raging inside the young lady. Her mind and heart could not agree, and deep down, doubts and a silent question raged. Had the world for which Karuna had abandoned the empire really turned him into a stranger? At that moment, Tyrant Jamad suddenly entered the fray, activating his magical fists, which glowed with a stone-like radiance. The troll raised his huge paw above his head and delivered a crushing blow with fury, the air trembling from the force of his attack. Karen said in surprise that his power was impressive, but she couldn't understand why this giant had intervened in their duel. Tyrant Jamad gritted his teeth and coldly told her to stop clinging to the piece of metal, as he called Karupa, or else he would have to fight her himself. The young lady was about to respond, but at that moment, time finally ran out. The last-minute return effect was activated, and all the damage Karen had previously received began to double, destroying her body from within. Karuna rushed to his sister, and arriving at the last moment, caught her before she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He saw her eyes dull and empty, in which a tiny glimmer of former light still lingered. With her last breath, Karen quietly asked her brother to tell her his story, the one she had not had time to hear during her lifetime. Karuna said in a trembling voice that he had indeed come to her, as he had promised, and had never under any circumstances broken his word. Karen, barely breathing, still found the strength to ask why her brother had turned into a shadow and what had made him tie his fate to darkness. Karuna quietly replied that he had died, and his powers had been sealed by someone. He himself did not understand all the circumstances, only remembering the cold and silence after the end. Karen whispered that he had once been stronger than her, and it hurt to see the shining knight fall so low and serve a foreign master. Karuna said with tears in his eyes that Jin would always remain his emperor, but the current ruler was not evil. On the contrary, it was he who had helped them meet again. Karen closed her eyes for a moment and acknowledged that if the new master had helped her brother, then there was light in him, and then quietly asked him to tell her about the world outside the empire, about what she would never see. The young knight looked into the distance and said that there was the sea, boundless, alive, and its breath was like the whisper of the wind. Karen asked if it was true that the sea was a whole land filled with water. She couldn't believe such a fairy tale and suspected that her brother just wanted to comfort her. The girl whispered that he was still the same knight who believed in miracles, while she had long since burned her soul and body, becoming a monster. Karuna couldn't take it anymore and shouted that she should stop calling herself a monster, because to him, she was the only sister he had ever loved. The boy took her cold hand and promised that they would go together to see the world he had told her about. But Karen quietly objected that this king was too weak to take her away, and after her last words, she began to fade away. The knight begged his sister not to leave in a breaking voice. The girl quietly said that back then, in that very forest, she had truly hoped that her brother would take her with him. A moment later, Karen lowered her head, closing her eyes forever. Karuna froze, holding her lifeless body in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Thus fell the Knight of the Red Lotus. In the system recorded, target eliminated, special achievement obtained, title and permission to complete the adventure. But no rewards mattered. The Moon Knight sat in silence, immersed in bottomless grief. Kang's soul stood nearby and watched as the rain intensified, flooding everything around him, and thought that the luck that had blessed his path now seemed like a mockery of fate, for he had found neither chow nor peace. The secret ritual had nearly cost him his life, and now the young man was not sure if Karuna would survive such a blow. In the young hero's mind, echoes of Karen's words about the weak king who could not take her resounded. These words stuck in his mind like a knife, and his memory stubbornly returned him to the moment when they were spoken. Kang's soul felt that from now on his path had changed, and a quiet but firm determination to become stronger was born within him. Karuna slowly turned to his master, his gaze expressing a silent question. In response, the young hero did not hesitate to activate a special effect called Cloudy Day Jelly, which allowed him to use enhanced abilities for an hour. The guy reached out to lifeless Karen and gave her an order, forcing her to serve him. The air trembled with magic, and the boundaries between life and death were barely holding. No one would have believed that such a spell could work at all, and even Kang's soul himself was not sure whether to take it as hope. For 17 long years, he had thrown the dice of fate countless times, trying again and again to find the right path. But each time, the world of eternity threw new challenges at him. The guy knew it was impossible to predict which move would be the right one, but if he didn't try, he would definitely lose everything. Now, one thing was important to him: to finish the game, to escape from this world, even if it meant risking everything. Magical energy flared up and swirled in a whirlwind. Karen rose into the air, her body filled with soft light, as if her soul had reconnected with this world. At that moment, the Bound Souls effect was activated, and threads of light stretched between her and Kang's soul, connecting their lives into a single stream. Karuna felt a wave of power pass through him, causing unbearable tension in his body, as if someone were pulling part of his essence out of him. After the ritual was complete, the system recorded a new achievement called Bones, which was just a number, and Kang Sol received the title of Criminal. The energy associated with Karen finally stabilized. The girl was completely healed and could now accept Kang Sol's invitation to go to a new world. Karuna explained that Monterrey no longer existed and that everyone she had ever known was dead, even she and her sister. But that fact no longer mattered because her former life was behind her. Hearing this, Karen, overcome with shock, quietly remarked that Jin had probably also perished at the hands of the invaders. Karuna replied that death was a natural part of existence, and that every living creature would one day say goodbye to life, no matter how bitter it might be. The girl was confused and tried to understand why she should go to a new world if she had lost everything in the old one and saw no point in starting over. But her brother's answer stunned her. He confessed that he wanted to be with her no matter what. The guy said that their empire was insignificant compared to the boundless universe, full of secrets and wonders they didn't know about. And if Karen had truly lost everything, then perhaps now was the time to find a new reason to live. But a sudden crash interrupted his words. The guys turned around quickly, not understanding what was happening right behind them. Karen, lost in her thoughts, thoughtfully repeated the words about how she needed to find a reason to live, even though it wasn't easy. Meanwhile, the Moon Knight kindly suggested that his sister move forward, giving her a calm smile and a warm look. He promised that together they would reach the sea and see the boundless expanse of water with no visible shores. Soon Karen agreed, and the two headed into the thick forest nearby. On the way, Karen turned to Kang Sol, admitting that although she had now formally become his shadow, she still did not accept him as her master. The girl possessed remarkable strength, endurance, and a number of talents, which were clearly reflected in the system. However, she honestly admitted that she was not yet sure whether she should trust and serve this guy unconditionally. Upon hearing this, Kang Sol was slightly shocked, for in all his time, he had never met a shadow who could express her doubts so freely. Karen, meanwhile, cheered up and politely greeted the troll and the young king. Kang Sol finally surpassed the 1 million point mark, achieving a new milestone and earning his first title, Hidden Rich. Now he topped the ranking of the best travelers, with many awards and recognitions under his belt. After all these battles, it was time for a little break, and the young hero headed for the ancient ruined city of Navira. This city was located in the south of Pangaea, at the very foot of the Great Forest, where treasures and rare finds from the ruins were brought. But now Kang Sol was not looking for adventure, but a place where he could simply relax and recover. Looking at the system with information about rest, the young man noticed that this time it looked different, and the phrase "terrible events" particularly alarmed him. Nevertheless, the title of Hidden Rich Man brought tangible bonuses to his skills, which would allow the hero to gradually increase his lead over other players. Meanwhile, Karen turned to the young hero with dissatisfaction and reminded him that he had promised to buy them new clothes first. The girl added indignantly that she was not going to walk around forever in cheap, worn-out uniforms and armor from Monterrey. Tyrant Jamad thoughtfully remarked that Karuna, although he did not express his dissatisfaction, was clearly not averse to changing his clothes either, as he sighed heavily in the shadows. Karen demanded that the troll stop calling her brother that, to which he agreed, on the condition that she stop calling him uncle. Karuna was clearly missing from this lively exchange, but now he was sealed away. When Kang Sol successfully summoned Karen's shadow, black lightning suddenly struck from the sky. The hero realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't intervene. All he could do was watch as a huge sphere of lightning formed in that spot. He had no way of knowing what was going on inside and could only wait, hoping that Karen and Karuna would make it out alive. It took a long time before Karen finally emerged from the sphere, successfully summoned as a shadow. Thanks to the jelly of the cloudy day and the language of Galota, Kang Sol unlocked her key skills and raised her rank to legendary. Karen's strength and endurance exceeded 200. However, it remained unclear where the Moon Knight had gone. He was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a multitude of skill transfer notifications appeared before Kang Sol's eyes. They appeared rapidly, one after another, causing the young man complete confusion. The young man could not understand why this was happening, as he had never seen anything like it before. The system announced that the shadow skills would be temporarily merged and then divided between them again. Kang Sol thought that the merging of souls had begun, and perhaps they would be combined into a single whole and then divided in half. Judging by the keyword twin, Karuna had previously possessed a unique ability which had now probably been activated. Now the ranks of both knights had risen from heroic to legendary, and with that, the division of skills began, creating a perfect balance between them without any imbalance in power. This seemed useful, but until the skill transfer process was complete, Kang Sol could not summon Karuna, which caused him considerable inconvenience. Meanwhile, Karen had already tried on her new outfit and asked if it suited her. Kang Sol thought for a moment and said that she looked pretty good overall, and even the troll expressed his approval and said that the outfit was fine. From his point of view, Karen's aesthetics remained rather questionable, but he reminded her that people see beauty differently and that she should not expect a subtle sense of beauty from a troll. Kang Sol silently watched their exchange, which was becoming more and more animated and threatened to escalate into a familiar friendly argument. When the girl became a shadow, she freed herself from the dead man's armor and regained the appearance she had in life. The young hero thought about how the only thing that had not returned to its former appearance was her hair, and it was impossible to fix that. Finally, Karen reminded them that it was time to move on, and Kang Sol announced that they were heading to a specific place. The locals watched the travelers with interest. An unknown traveling troupe had arrived in the city, and this girl looked like a noble lady. Kang Sol heard people talking about how she must be an influential person, especially since she had a slave walking beside her. Meanwhile, Karen smiled, noticing how much the world had changed and how many strange buildings had appeared around her. Everything looked new to her, and Kang Sol asked in surprise if she really had never seen anything like this before. The young lady thoughtfully said that she was the only one who remained unchanged in this new world. The guy nodded thoughtfully and said that they had arrived. Finally, the guys approached the door behind which was Kang Sol's old acquaintance. Hamid saw that his friend had not come alone and decided that there must be some important reason for such a visit. Instead of answering, Kang Sol silently handed Hamid a broken sword, of which only the hilt remained and which needed to be repaired. Hamid thoughtfully took the sword in his hands and noticed that it was lucky to have survived at all, as the condition of the blade was almost critical. This sword belonged to Karen, and at the end of Kang Sol's last journey, a chest of rewards awaited him, among which armor stood out in particular. Among the loot was a Moondick Galifa of the Order of the Truth of the Dead, which reduced the cold emanating from the corpse. Thanks to this, the young hero was able to change his previous costume, and Tyrant Jamad finally got rid of his basic equipment. There were also gloves of great luck, which kept the fingers and palms warm and well protected, did not restrict movement, and were especially comfortable. In the extra chest, there were only two things: the coveted gloves of great luck that Karen had dreamed of, and the broken red lotus sword, which could play an important role in the future. The guy asked if Hamid could be trusted to restore this weapon. The blacksmith thoughtfully examined the broken blade and remained silent for a few seconds. After a short pause, he said that the blade was far from simple, and Kang Sol surely already understood that. At that moment, Hamid admitted his helplessness. The creators had put too much effort into this sword, and it resembled the weapon that the hero had brought last time. However, it was now almost impossible to restore the sword, and everything except the hilt would have to be recreated, and there were no suitable replacements either then or now. The same was true for the sword's breath. Hamid would hardly be able to replicate the power of the original, and the end result would be nothing more than a replica imitating its former might. Kang Sol wondered if the exceptional rank was only an imitation. Then how great were the original powers of the legendary blade? Karen said that the owner was surely aware that any sword other than the Red Lotus would still break from its power, while Hamid wondered why she had called Kang Sol that. Instead of explaining, the girl simply showed that she had now become a shadow, losing her materiality and becoming a being of a different order. The blacksmith admitted with surprise that he had suspected as much, because she exuded an energy unusual for an elf, although it was difficult to determine by her appearance. After that, Hamid thoughtfully said that if the weapon was meant for a shadow, there was only one possible way to restore it. He asked if Kang Sol had heard the amazing legend of the fiery weeping queen. The young hero guessed that it was about Anicaps, and a flash of insight crossed his face. The blacksmith confirmed this, and Kang Sol noted that the story was quite well known in the south and was passed down almost like a folk tale. Anicaps, a fiery spider that spun cocoons around its prey and sucked out their life force, was renowned for its monstrous size and repulsive abilities. Kang Sol cautiously asked if Hamid was going to ask for Anicaps' blood. The blacksmith shook his head and said that Anicaps herself had been dead for a long time, which was common knowledge. They were interested in the blood of her last descendant, whose existence was only rumored, and now it was time to check if those rumors were true. This required the use of the spiritual stone of fire together with the weeping blood, and if the stone could absorb the creature's blood, its lack of strength could be compensated for. Kang Sol understood why Hamid claimed that the method was only suitable for shadows. If a living person tried to combine the spirit stone and the weeping blood, their mind would inevitably be destroyed. And although obtaining such an artifact seemed extremely difficult, it was worth at least trying, because the problem was not only the lack of a blade, but also Karen's damaged armor. The young hero turned to his companion and asked if her armor had also been destroyed. After a short pause, the girl admitted that they had suffered less damage than the sword, but there were still problems. The young people had no choice but to follow the blacksmith's advice, and a new adventure called Her Last Descendant was decided to begin. On the way back, the lady remarked discontentedly that she had understood absolutely nothing of Hamut's explanations. Kan-sol replied that she did not need to delve into the details, but in short, it was about her equipment. In any case, the lady needed equipment, and she had to prepare in advance. Otherwise, the upcoming journey would be too dangerous. Karen narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked if he was too sure that she would ultimately agree to obey him. And the young hero replied that such an outcome was quite logical. He advised the girl not to rush to conclusions and to think everything through carefully. Meanwhile, Karen thoughtfully said that the name Anicaps seemed familiar to her, adding that the spider must have had 12 legs. Kan-sol confirmed her guess and asked excitedly if Karen was really familiar with this monster. The girl explained that she had only heard about Anicaps settling in one of the imperial gorges, blocking the road to the capital, but had never encountered it personally. The young hero thought for a moment, because he had known that place for a long time and understood perfectly well how exhausting this adventure would be. The huge gorge, where no self-respecting guide or merchant would dare to venture, was characterized by rocky terrain, sheer cliffs, and many dangerous monsters. In addition, the road back from Novira took almost a month, and Kan-sol had far from pleasant memories of those lands. His thoughts were interrupted by Karen, who asked him to pay attention to the castle looming ahead. It seemed they had arrived. The young hero remarked wearily that if the door was closed again, he would give up completely and have to climb through the window. Karen, however, believed that it was unworthy of a knight to hide like a thief, and with one swift blow, knocked the door off its hinges. Kan-sol froze for a moment, wondering if this was how she used to burst in during her service in the Empire. But the lady smiled predatorily and said that she had decided to change her methods a little in honor of the new beginning. When the young hero finally got over his surprise, he suggested they go down to the laboratory as soon as possible, before anyone noticed them. Karen moved forward decisively, and the young hero simply pointed her in the direction she should go. The next second, he received a warning from the wolf that clearly indicated hidden danger around them. The girl did not lose her composure and said that even on the road, she had felt someone's strong desire to kill. At that moment, an unknown man approached them and noted that the guests were clearly not hunters, but uninvited daredevils who had managed to break down the door. A girl appeared before the young people and suggested that they must surely know her. Kan-sol thoughtfully suggested that they were facing the shadow summoner Chao, who came from Kongori. The young lady clarified that he had obviously done his research, but her stay in Kongori was only a fleeting stop for her, as she did not consider these lands her homeland, and asked him his name. The young hero replied that his name was Snowman, and Chao said that it was the first time she had heard such a strange name, as the acquaintance between them turned out to be one-sided. After that, she decided that this situation seemed unfair, and her eyes filled with a strange, fiery glow. Kan-sol instantly tensed up, completely shocked by the realization of what she was planning. Just as Chao was about to strike, Karen decisively entered the fray and confidently blocked the attack. Chao remarked with a playful smile that she was facing an excellent shadow that would be interesting to fight. Kan-sol thought that this woman had recognized Karen's nature at first glance, because it was impossible to deceive an experienced shadow summoner. Chao explained that she had attacked them out of simple curiosity. They had broken down the door to a house where even the owner preferred to enter through the window. The young man asked why she had chosen this method of entry. The woman replied that she was being pursued, and the habit of leaving no traces had long become the norm for her. Chao said that the young man must have visited the Seers of Darkness, and now it was clear to her how he knew about her. She also suggested that this snowman was from Kongori. In addition, the young lady guessed that he had been locked up by some generous simpletons at one time. However, she made it clear that she had no intention of returning to Kongori, and Kan-sol muttered discontentedly that he was disappointed with this outcome. The girl laughed and said that he had traveled such a long way in vain. Kan-sol explained that he really just needed to convey some important news, and besides, he had one more thing to discuss with her, which was why he had come. Chao was a little taken aback and asked what the young hero was really after. The boy explained that he had reached a wall in his learning and needed her help. When a player encountered such a wall, their abilities stopped growing, and their skills did not improve even in a specialized training center. Only experienced masters could help overcome this limit, in other words, veterans of their class. And now Chow understood why this guy had been following her around for several months. Kang Sol decided to ignore her sharp remarks and demanded that the lady finally give him an answer. Chow thoughtfully scratched her chin and said that she needed time because there was no need to rush if she was really going to spend her precious attention on him. After a short pause, the girl finally said she would help him, but first she needed a favor in return. She asked what tasks awaited him, and the young hero replied that he was heading to Shadow Gorge in a month. Chow thought for a moment, wrote an order, stamped it, and declared that she could entrust him with an important task. Then she handed the scroll to Kang Sol to take with him, and added that after completing his business in the gorge, he would have to do what was written in the scroll. He had 3 months to complete the task. Upon returning to Novira, the young man was to hang a white cloth at the gate and come there every midnight. If Chow did not appear, he was to burn the room. The young hero immediately suspected that something suspicious was going on, so he asked why he should set the room on fire. Chow said that if he didn't understand the meaning even after the arson, they were not on the same path, and the boy should look for another mentor. Kang Sol objected that this would only waste his time. However, the girl assured him that this was not the case because she was the only person who could teach him. These words truly shocked the young hero, and he looked at her questioningly and angrily. Chow added that she herself had once been a student of Gregory, the master of shadow summoners. This legendary mentor was considered unrivaled among all summoners, and his name was known to every strong player. It was hard to believe that Chow had really studied under such a great master, and she admitted that she would never have used the old man's name to cover for herself before. But the current situation called for decisive action. Kang Sol finally agreed, and so a new journey was planned in search of the sleeping poison. Karen sarcastically remarked that the smile never left her companion's face and decided that the guy was clearly excited after meeting this petite woman. She assumed that he was definitely not indifferent, but Kang Sol explained that he was inspired by the story of Gregory and the thought that the student of such a master could help him too. Meanwhile, the troll watched them silently, and the young hero said that he actually had a backup plan. Karen asked him to tell her about it, but Tyrant Jamad told her to be quiet. She cursed irritably and said that this boring guy was nothing like the hard-working troll she knew. Meanwhile, Kang Sol pondered the long-known principle of finding a good teacher who could pass on unique skills and help improve abilities. But there was another side to his expectations, because he hoped that Chow could inherit Gregory's unique skills. Then there was a small chance that she would be able to pass this knowledge on to him, because unique techniques and secret tricks were as rare as exceptional equipment. The guy understood that all the adventures associated with Chow were not easy, because she was far from an ordinary shadow summoner. When the travelers arrived at a small hotel to rest, Kang Sol couldn't fall asleep for a long time, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling and remembering the Shadow Gorge he hadn't visited in a long time. That very gorge where he was going on his next adventure was especially difficult for Kang Sol to remember, because the last time he was there, he was playing as his character named Kiri, a warrior with a predatory bird hunter class. Kiri had lost his life in that very gorge and died for good, so any memories of that place invariably brought the young man unpleasant feelings. However, the decision had been made. There was no turning back, and there was no point in thinking about the past any further, even though the night promised to be completely sleepless. Suddenly, his gloomy thoughts were interrupted by Karen, who excitedly called out to her master. Completely thrown off balance, Kang Sol asked what had happened, opened his eyes and realized that it was already morning. The girl explained that there was a bakery somewhere nearby because when she opened the window, she caught such a strong smell of baking that they couldn't be mistaken, and it surely meant that there was a hidden secret. For example, such an aroma clearly hinted that the pastries there must be simply divine. Kang Sol thought for a moment and asked if his companion was really able to taste. She replied that all her senses were intact, but seeing how quickly the baked goods were selling out, she grumbled irritably that at this rate she would have to kill these customers. Just as Karen demanded that her friend get dressed immediately so they could go in search of the coveted sweet bun, there was an unexpected knock at the door. The servant who arrived announced that a messenger from Mr. Kibo had requested a meeting and was waiting for Kang Sol on the first floor. Karen turned around in despair, unable to believe that her dreams of warm, sweet pastries had been shattered so absurdly and cruelly. Kang Sol, meanwhile, calmly replied that he would be down shortly, after which the servant respectfully withdrew. Kibo was already waiting for him downstairs, greeting Snowman and saying he was glad to see him. Karen instantly unleashed a torrent of indignation on the guest, upset that he had shown up at the crack of dawn and effectively ruined their breakfast. the most sacred time of the day. Kibo said with slight surprise that he hadn't expected to meet an elf in Novir, adding that he had recently been to the bakery and brought some food with him. Hearing this, the young lady immediately calmed down and said that he should have started with that. Otherwise, she would have had to teach the guest good manners. Kang Sol got straight to the point and asked how things were in Novir, whether everything was really all right. Kibo did not understand the reason for the question, so the young man explained that he had heard concerned conversations among the locals. The man scratched his chin thoughtfully and admitted that his friend was right. Something had indeed happened in the northern city closest to Novir. Kang Sol recalled the map and said that if you counted the villages, it was Wiggleton in the northwest, although it was considered a border area. The ruler sighed heavily. They had recently received disturbing news that Wiggleton had been raided. The place had always suffered from marauding raids, but this time it was much worse. The village had simply been razed to the ground. Kang Sol asked if there were any witnesses, but Kibo shook his head. The attackers had acted too skillfully, bypassing the fortress guards and entering the village unnoticed. Half of the residents were away from home due to work, so they were lucky to survive. But when they returned, they saw only ashes. Now it became clear to the young hero why the residents of Novira had looked so frightened in recent days. And as for the price of that very expensive breakfast, there was indeed a much more serious problem behind it, which Kibo wanted to discuss. The ruler looked at the two strong guys sparring with their fists and realized that one day the people of Novira would be able to live in peace with foreigners. The trouble was that his strength was failing. He felt like an old man, while the young people knew how to catch the new wave of the times. Kang Sol noticed that Kibo had Mira, who could help, but the ruler just shook his head. He would like to receive support personally from the snowman, adding that he was not such an unscrupulous person, but asked the young hero to visit from time to time to find out how Mira was doing. The young hero sensed a note of alarm in his words, as if the ruler was really going to leave this place. Kibo explained that with age, his worries were growing, and his friend surely understood that at times like these, he wanted to be prepared for anything. Several months passed, the guys set off on their journey, and Karen became interested in when they would be able to return, because she had become truly attached to these lands. Kang Sol suggested that her attachment was related to the food, but the girl replied that it was nostalgia, because she liked all the variety of southern cuisine in Novir. She added that the food in Monterre left much to be desired, so much so that she was sometimes tempted to overturn the table, whereas here the flavors were completely different. The young man interrupted her thoughts and reminded her that they first needed to discuss business, then handed her a box with equipment. He said that they needed to prepare, as they would soon be entering battle, and at that moment, magical spells surrounded them. When the young man opened his eyes, he looked ahead, trying to understand where they had been transported and what was around them. His vision gradually returned, and after quite a long time, they managed to make out two carts in front of them. The merchant was in trouble. His cart was stuck in sticky mud, and it seemed that he clearly needed help. Kang Sol thoughtfully noted that he was facing a typical expedition system situation where every decision had consequences. For the brave travelers, there were two ways to reach the distant point: a quick but risky march from base to base, and a slow expeditionary movement. The first method shortened the distance and allowed them to get closer to their goal in a short time, but it carried the danger of sudden failure and unpleasant surprises. The second method, the expedition system, transported the player to the desired point in a matter of seconds, while in game time everything continued as usual. This method required several choices from the traveler, and each decision could change their condition, from mild fatigue to serious side effects. The traveler's luck and personal skills played a key role, and one wrong step could result in clouding of the mind or other serious consequences. Kang Sol weighed the risks and decisively chose the second option, deciding that it was better to ignore the stranger. He chose not to interfere with the fate of the unknown merchant and decided to continue on his way. Soon the boys found themselves in a clearing, set up camp, and checked their supplies, but suddenly noticed that there was a gaping hole in the bag of provisions, and most of the food had spilled out onto the ground. Kang Sol sighed wearily, deciding that he was cursed. After a while, he explored the surroundings, but there was nothing around that could satisfy his hunger or lift his spirits. Finally, he came across a suspicious mushroom of a strange color, and the young man was lucky only in that he had cooking skills that allowed him to turn the frightening thing into an edible dish. Soon, a sticky swamp stretched out ahead, and accumulated fatigue caused his body to tremble, simultaneously reducing the strength of his rubber boots. All night long, wild animals raged nearby, preventing them from getting any sleep, which led to sleep deprivation and added irritability to the tired hero's character. After a while, the boys stumbled upon a dead animal, and hope arose that they would find a suitable place to camp. Despite his monstrous fatigue, the quick-witted and experienced young cook managed to avoid the dangers of parasites and poisoning, and at the next stop, Kang Sol finally allowed himself to doze off. His body was literally weighed down with fatigue, and it was clear that if the hero did not rest soon, he would face serious problems. Finally, the guys reached their destination, and real torment awaited them ahead. They arrived at the Shadow Gorge. Thus began the second adventure, called The Last Descendant, and the goal was to obtain the blood of the last heir of Anicaps. Kang Sol noticed that 5 days had already passed, and the journey was beginning to bore him, while Karen, on the contrary, was having fun, except for the moment when they got stuck in a quagmire and mentally cursed the swamps of all worlds. Tyrant Jamad declared that he would go after fire again the day after tomorrow because he had spent the whole day in darkness and his huge hands were already itching from inactivity. Karen teased him, saying that at least his large frame was useful, providing excellent protection from the wind. The troll grunted and added that at least he was more reliable than the others. The girl glanced at Kang Sol, waiting to see if he would confirm this statement, but her friend replied that she had not even acknowledged him as her master yet. Karen laughed lightly and admitted that this was indeed the case. Meanwhile, a pot hung over the fire, quietly simmering a delicious dinner. After eating, Kang Sol covered himself with a blanket, curled up comfortably, and slowly began to drift off to sleep. The troll thoughtfully asked if Karen still hadn't recognized Kang Sol as her master. The girl replied that she didn't really understand the reasons herself, although she guessed that the troll could help her get rid of her inner barrier. He objected that she would have to break down this barrier herself. Karen looked thoughtfully at the sleeping Kang Sol. Could it be that her friend had really decided to follow him from the very beginning? The troll replied that, of course, he hated wandering, and his companion said that for a big guy, this guy was pretty smart. The tyrant Jamad said that he had once been a priest of the indestructible Stonefang tribe, which controlled entire lands. No one dared to mess with them, and he was sure he could keep everything under control. However, it was now clear that he had been greatly mistaken, and less than a day after the snowman's invasion, the name Stone Fang had disappeared from the face of the earth. He had a chance because the troll could definitely win, and Karuna, no matter how strong he was, could not compare to him. Yet Jamad lost, and now he obeyed the snowman, becoming his shadow because this guy had won an unconditional victory. The one who destroyed everything, this young hero, ruled over all the trolls and even Tyrant Jamad himself. It was not only the outcome of the battle that mattered, but rather the process. If this insufferable boy had something in mind, he could throw all his strength and resources at it and achieve his goal. The troll himself did not notice how he began to cover his back every time he got into trouble, so it is difficult to doubt that he recognized him. However, the monster did not understand why Karen had decided to join the snowman. Was it only because of her brother? The young lady admitted that she did not understand what Karuna saw in him. Tyrant Jamad said that the snowman might be frail in body, but he was very thoughtful. Karen laughed and remarked that this sounded very true. After a short pause, the young lady asked how her friend had observed the dreams. The troll shook his head. He no longer had dreams. Karen thoughtfully said that she still had unpleasant dreams in which the capital was on fire. She could hear the invaders' foul breathing and Jean's voice amid all the commotion. The girl said that she would never forget his voice. It was impossible to get rid of such memories. She had been through a lot and seen terrible events, trying to compromise her principles for the sake of others until Karun returned. Karen tried to raise the sword for someone other than Jin, but she couldn't do it. The sword was too heavy, even though she knew that if she drew the blade, she could see her brother. The tyrant Jamad considered this to be nonsense. Could she really not pull the sword from its sheath? He had never heard of such a thing before. The lady was surprised herself, but confirmed that this was indeed the case and wanted to add something, but fell silent mid-sentence. At that moment, Consol began to wake up from his sleep, gradually coming to his senses. The troll noticed that it was just in time because he was about to wake his master. Karen also became alert, assuming that he had been awakened by the bird that was getting closer and closer to them. The guys immediately realized that the enemy had been attracted by the light of the fire, and Karen immediately tried to extinguish it. But it was too late. A massive shadow rushed at them from the sky, causing everyone to recoil in confusion. Karen tried to figure out what was flying toward them, assuming it was a griffin, but Troll confidently noted that it was just a huge bird. The predator of the Shadow Gorge, Koopa from the vulture family, landed in front of them. It possessed the skills to search for prey, tear with its claws, deliver a deafening cry, throw stones, and had a body of steel. Despite the threat, he had never eaten humans before, but he looked as if he was ready to rectify that situation. Kang Sol stared intently at the monster, unable to believe his eyes. He could not have imagined that he would meet it again. At that moment, Karen suddenly found herself bound by heavy chains, and the girl cursed furiously as she tried to reach for her weapon. But when she failed, the lady snorted irritably and said that since that was the case, she would have to pierce the enemy with scissors. And the bird, without hesitating for a second, grabbed the pot hanging over the fire with its beak and flew back into the sky with a powerful flap of its wings. Kang Sol stared after her in shock and couldn't catch his breath for a long time. Finally, the boy uttered, barely audibly, that Koopa was alive. Troll brought him out of his stupor, reminding him that they needed to rekindle the fire, but the young hero said wearily that they'd better find a new place. The boy's heart grew heavy. Koopa was a loyal beast who summoned his horse, Kiri, a hunter of birds of prey, and it was here that he fell, leaving the vulture as the lone guardian of his lost flock. Corden grumbled that the snowman should never take classes with summons again, as they required too many resources, didn't listen well, ate excessively, and smelled bad. Kang Sol's arguments that Kupu had been kicked out of the nest and he just wanted to give him a chance did not convince his companion at all. The masked man noted that it was possible to simply release the bird and let it go. It was not necessary to make it a summon, but the guy stood his ground, Koopa listened to him, and the hero was sure that one day his true potential would definitely manifest itself. Corden was right. The hunter's main creature should be a bird of prey because some could withstand fire and frost, while others could split metal with their beaks. Such birds were extremely popular among hunters of birds of prey, while vultures were considered strictly taboo for them. At that time, Kang Sol was not yet famous and remained an ordinary player, so when he chose a vulture as his pet, he immediately gained a reputation for being strange. The adventure continued and Koopa grew heavier every day, becoming increasingly difficult to hold on his owner's arm. Then came the fateful moment when Kiri's team entered the Shadow Gorge and set up camp in its depths on the fourth night. In the morning, everyone was shocked by the news of the player's death, and subsequently, many teams met the same fate. The real reason was that anyone who fell asleep in the gorge died, but people never learned the truth, and over time, the place was forgotten, leaving only a grim rumor of a curse. The guys moved along the dangerous path, and Tyrant Jamad said that at least they were lucky to have a wide trail. Karen noticed that even the troll was optimistic, to which her friend grumbled that the elf was too talkative, unlike the more quiet Karupa. The group noticed that Koopa continued to circle above them as they searched for traces of the spider and tried not to be seen by it. Suddenly, Karen stopped, sensing unexpected danger nearby. It turned out that goblins were standing right in front of them, who had not yet noticed the strangers. Karen wanted to deal with them immediately, but Kang Sol objected, saying that they didn't need any extra noise because their main goal was to remain unnoticed. In Pandia, you couldn't get a serious reward just for mass extermination of monsters, because the main bonuses were only given for capturing a key enemy or obtaining a rare item. Therefore, the young hero suggested bypassing the enemies and not wasting time. At that moment, he caught Karen's eye, who noticed an unusual seriousness in him. Meanwhile, the goblins were in the cave, continuing their excavations, lighting a fire, heating stones, and performing their ritual. The goblins in the cave danced enthusiastically around the fire and did not notice that danger was already behind them. It was the 5th day of exploring the gorge, and Karen grimly realized that she knew this cave. They had already encountered goblins here, which meant that the group had been going around in circles for 5 days. The young lady said that they had not gotten any closer to their goal and had not found a spider or web, and Kang Sol said wearily that there was no need to remind her of that. Tyrant Jamad reported that he had also failed to learn anything, and the goblins had mysteriously disappeared without leaving a trace, although it was quite possible that they were hiding inside. Suddenly, Kang Sol's insight kicked in, and he discovered some strange tracks. The guy called the team over, and everyone stared in amazement at the unusual picture at their feet. Piles of bones were scattered everywhere in front of them. This discovery explained why they had not been able to find even a trace of cobwebs. At that moment, Troll struck the ground with his fist and noticed that it was suspiciously fragile, as if it were hiding an entrance somewhere below. The guys realized that there was an entrance to an underground passage beneath them, but it remained to be seen who owned this territory. Jamad admitted that it was impossible to determine this with certainty. However, Karen had already jumped inside, reasoning that if it was impossible to say for sure, then they could simply check it out. Kang Sol just watched her go, and Jamad calmly remarked that the owner wouldn't have been able to stop her anyway. Meanwhile, the young lady had already climbed out and reported that she had checked everything. The girl said that the passage below was completely blocked. The tunnel was wider than she had expected, but rocks blocked her path from above, and attempts to break through them proved futile. The troll suggested that she didn't have enough strength, but the girl objected that the wall was too strong. Even he wouldn't have been able to break through it. Cancel pondered the strange tactics of the enemy, who tore up the ground and then closed it again, which was why they hadn't found a single pit, and the likelihood that the goblins had suffered at the hands of the dungeon's inhabitant was high. Karen added that the stone blocking the passage seemed suspicious to her. It was not as solid, with cracks and voids, and this detail could prove important. The young hero thought even harder. Part of the stone was clearly artificial and solid, while another part was loose. A moment later, he noticed another oddity that remained a mystery. It was unclear how the monster had discovered the goblin's exact location. Karen suggested that the bonfire was to blame, since the only thing that distinguished the goblins from their team was the burning campfire. Jamad pointed out that these were just guesses, but the girl reminded him that on the first day they were on the hill, and the monster did not waste its energy to get to them, and besides, they were both awake at the time. Kan's soul connected two facts: the burning campfire and the fact that everyone had fallen asleep. After all, that was how Kiri died, in his sleep, under the same curse of the gorge. The next second, he turned to his shadows and instructed them to check everything. The young hero said that they needed to understand whether the fire attracted the monster or not. The experiment was simple. They had to hunt animals, then find a suitable place, drop their prey, build a fire, and lie in wait nearby, watching carefully. When everything was ready, Karen muttered that she had expected to see at least a spider or some other monster, but her eyes reflected only one desire: to get out of the gorge as soon as possible. Jamad jokingly teased the girl, noting that she would not have been able to handle a spider anyway, and Karen flushed, confident that she could. Their argument was interrupted by Kang Soul, who tensely announced that they needed to be quiet because someone was approaching. Karen froze and stared ahead, preparing for anything. And just then, a bird Koopa swooped down and immediately began circling above the fire. The bird swiftly grabbed the prey that the boys had laid out and immediately continued eating. The next moment, the vulture pushed off powerfully from the ground, leaving behind only debris and an extinguished fire. The boys watched its movements in complete amazement and could not believe that all this was happening before their eyes. Karen jumped up and rushed after the insolent bird, intending to teach it a lesson, but Kang Soul simply said that they would just prepare another bait. And yet it remained a mystery why Koopa kept extinguishing the fire, because even last time, he seemed to attack only to put out the flames. Gradually, a surprising guess began to occur to the young hero. So strange that at first he hardly dared to admit it. Perhaps it was all connected to Kiri, and extinguishing the fires was the vulture's special task. If Kiri's team died because they lit a fire, and it was the fire that caused the monster to appear, then it was no surprise that Koopa was left alone in the gorge. It was quite possible that the bird hated fires and now extinguished them every time, trying to prevent anyone from repeating the same mistake. Koopa was a smart bird. She was very attached to Kiri and analyzed everything that was happening around her, remembering the tragedy forever. Kang Soul involuntarily returned to thinking about what would have happened if he had managed to drag Kiri to the resurrection point back then, and this thought painfully stabbed him from within. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Karen called out to her master, and the guy replied briefly that he was already ready. The young lady noticed that he had relaxed next to such a warrior and that they were moving like turtles, but Tyrant Jamad quickly cut her off. The hero, hearing their usual banter, smiled quietly because both were trying to support him in their own way. After that, the guys tried to repeat the experiment several more times, but any devices were turned into splinters under Koopa's claws. The bird methodically destroyed everything they prepared, and Karen was already boiling with indignation, fervently promising to kill this insolent winged creature one day. In the end, they had to resort to special measures, and the team decided to light a fire in two different places at a decent distance from each other. This was the only way to distract this plucked chicken, as Karen put it, who volunteered to start the fires. However, after thinking for a moment, Kang Soul realized that two fires would probably not be enough, and that it would be much safer to light four at once. The guys got down to business because they didn't want to waste any more time. The plan was moving along smoothly, and the friends had prepared the sites for two fires in advance, which Karen lit. Kang Soul and Jamad took care of the other two, and soon everything was completely ready. The guys lay in wait, confident that this time their plan would definitely be successful. A little time passed, and the young lady noticed that the damn bird still hadn't shown up. However, a moment later, they saw that the vulture had already caught one of the birds and immediately swallowed it. Karen, watching him, could barely restrain herself from cursing. Meanwhile, Kang Soul was thinking that, judging by how slowly Koopa was extinguishing the fires, The strategy of multiplicity had worked after all. But this time, there was no sign of the spider, and the hero had a gloomy feeling that everything might end in failure again. A moment later, his companion became alert, claiming that something completely unbelievable had happened. The ground right next to them began to rapidly crumble. The air filled with dust and a deafening roar spread around them. The girl noticed that the ground in front of them was literally breaking apart before their eyes, and there could be no doubt that she was not imagining it. A moment later, it became clear. A huge, disgusting spider appeared from the depths. Its red body was completely covered with thick hairs, creating an ugly image reminiscent of a terrifying and vile arachnid. However, observing him, the young hero did not sense the sinister insight he had expected, and doubts arose as to whether this was truly the descendant of Anicaps. Meanwhile, his companion became alert, as the giant had clearly already noticed their presence. Koopa was rapidly descending toward the spider, and Karen indignantly exclaimed that the accursed bird had once again interfered with the situation. At that moment, Kansol noticed the spider release its poisonous sting toward the bird. But the vulture deftly dodged it, performing a quick maneuver that allowed it to avoid being hit. The next moment, the bird decisively grabbed the spider with its powerful claws. Koopa calmly and without hesitation carried away the dangerous, frightening monster as if it were just ordinary prey. The young lady couldn't believe her eyes. The bird had carried the spider away, and she even had a fleeting desire to rush after it, but Kangsol said that there was no need to do so. He noted that, on the contrary, they were lucky because the hole had not been blocked, and now they could safely crawl through it. It became clear that the spider lived under the ravine, and the guys began their descent, where the hero had to activate the vent curtain to make it lighter. Karen noticed with surprise that he was glowing all over and admitted that there was no point in arguing. It really looked incredible. Meanwhile, the main content of her last descendant's journey was changed to Predator of the Gorge Dungeon. The guys had to go down into an underground cave and find the last descendant of Anicaps, who clearly would not be happy about such a meeting. Kan's soul thoughtfully stepped into the underground water and heard Karen rejoice that there was a lake below. Tyrant Jamad wondered what they should do next, since the bird had carried the spider away. But the young hero said there was no need to worry because it was not Anicaps' descendant. He noted that the spider was large, but it was unlikely that it could occupy such a huge cave on its own. In addition, there was cobweb everywhere, and one spider could not have created it on such a scale, so he concluded that they were facing only one of its subordinates. Suddenly, the young hero heard a strange voice that seemed to be calling them closer. When he turned to his companions, they were surprised to find that none of them had said anything. The guys admitted that they hadn't heard any voice, and Karen asked what the unknown source had said. Kan's soul said in confusion that he didn't really understand anything himself and suggested that it could be mind control magic. Lady noted that in that case he should rely on her since she was an expert in control magic, but her friend wondered how that was possible given her current sealed state. Meanwhile, Tyrant Jamad reported that he did not sense any enemies nearby, which meant that the attacker had affected the young man from a distance, indicating the conductor's high talent. Kangsol suggested that if the enemy was a resident of this huge cave, then he surely possessed other dangerous talents as well. The trail of murders stretched back many years, and the hero thought that Kiri might have been among the victims. He picked up a calcified skeleton from the ground and examined it closely. Suddenly, the skeleton's eyes flashed, and a frightening voice announced that the young hero would meet the same end. After that, new words were heard, saying that he did not want it to turn out this way, asking for help and not wanting to die in this place. Completely shocked, Kang Sol threw the skeleton as far away as possible, then grabbed his head and couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, the insistent voice continued to beg the boy to come closer and accept the favor of the fire. The voice demanded that he sacrifice his flesh for the sake of saving the entire tribe, and at that moment, spiders began to rapidly approach the young man. Kan's soul, still shaken, said that they should defeat all their enemies at once. Jamad activated his stone armor, and the special effect of Mountain Fist took effect, thanks to which Snowman also received a boost from the stone protection. In the next second, the troll decisively struck his opponent with a powerful fist and gained experience points. The troll noticed a new threat and warned the young elf to be careful, as the blood of these creatures gave off a sharp smell of sulfur. In response, the elf said she knew about it and continued to attack the advancing monsters, gaining more experience points. The girl asked in surprise if this was a joke and if there really were no more enemies. However, in the next moment, another monster approached her and shot a web in her direction, clearly expecting to get another beating. The lady sharply pulled the enemy by the very web with which he had tried to entangle her. She said that she also loved battles that were particularly heated and inspiring. Her eyes began to shine, and the lady promised that she would kill all these spiders to the last. Thus, experience points were earned, and Kang Sol used his shadows to eliminate the remaining gray spiders. But at that moment, the boy heard the obsessive voice again, demanding that he not resist and accept the flames. The young hero said that they should wait for him there, because he would reach the enemy very soon. Finally, only the destroyed spiders remained on the battlefield, unable to even crawl anymore. Kang's soul received the blood of the gray spider. Although it was difficult to call it blood, it was more like sulfur. These spiders were not descendants of Anikinia, did not belong to any of its subspecies, and had no relation to it whatsoever, so they had to be dealt with only when necessary. At that moment, Tyrant Jamad called out to the master and told him to look ahead, because it seemed that these people had all been eaten by a spider. He approached one of the cocoons and began to gradually tear open its thick shell. The next second, a completely dehydrated and gutted skeleton fell out of the cocoon. Karen grimaced in disgust as the sight was extremely gruesome, while her friend watched silently. After that, the guy said that they should move on, because spiders were still spiders, and they had to get rid of them all. The troll agreed with these words, but noted that the elf was of little use, because even if she pulled out the blade, she would not be able to wield it. The girl replied that in that case she was ready to fight with scissors. The next moment, she stopped dead in her tracks and said that it seemed they had arrived. Kang Sol looked around, because it was unusually spacious here, and the cave was so wide that it could be mistaken for a dragon's lair. Mountains of cocoons piled up as if on display. They were everywhere, and there were so many of them that it made him feel uneasy. The boy frowned, wondering if Kiri had also been killed in such a gruesome way. At that moment, a voice remarked that it was very strange that the young hero had come here alone, on his own 2 feet, and that this monster was the descendant of Anakindria. This terrifying spider possessed basic skills of biting, poisoning with paralyzing venom, spider whispering, sweet sleep, web projectile, and the passive skill of guarding the house, as well as the ability to detect movement. It was unusual for a spider to converse with its prey, but this guy had whetted its appetite, so it decided to give him a chance on the condition that he bring it more prey. For fulfilling the condition, Kang Sol could receive a fiery blessing, and his shadows immediately became alert. A system prompt appeared in front of the guy with options for responding to such a situation, and at another time, he would have thought everything through carefully. However, many had died here, including Kiri and his horse, so there could only be one option. The guy refused the offer and had no intention of fulfilling the monster's conditions. In response to this insolence, the spider shook its body and released its army, ordering them to destroy everyone. The enemy spoke with fury, saying that he had traveled a difficult path, lived long in the shadows, endured humiliation, and hid deep underground to grow to his current size. Meanwhile, Kang Sol, ignoring these words, ordered his partner to distract this talkative creature. The girl resolutely eliminated every spider that tried to approach her, and her experience points grew rapidly. The enemy angrily remarked that he would not tolerate contempt from the likes of them. Tyrant Jamad barely managed to dodge, just as the corrosive blood of the defeated spiders rained down on him. The troll warned his master of the danger, and Kang Sol understood that if the poisonous blood of the spiders continued to flow on the ground, they would soon be unable to step on it. At that moment, Karen said irritably that there were too many of these creatures and she couldn't keep up with them. The girl crouched down on the ground, looked straight ahead with determination, and prepared to make her next move. She intended to approach the main enemy, the descendant of Anicaps, who was already very close. The spider said that they could resist as much as they wanted, but the more they struggled, the more he would enjoy eating them. The young lady looked closely at the enemy, and the next attack flew straight toward them. Atarak used a web projectile as a passive throwing skill, which placed the status of motion detection on the guys. The girl grabbed the enemy and threw him back, after which he changed the trajectory of the beam. Karen understood that if this creature hit her, it would mean death, although the risk was already extremely high. Meanwhile, the enemy used the strong web projectile again as a passive throwing skill, and another status effect was applied to the guys. Tyrant Jamad used his fists and delivered one blow after another to the resisting monster. The enemy flew into a rage, feeling that such treatment was unacceptable. Kang Sol turned to Anikia, demanding that he come down and discuss everything honestly. The spider agreed, believing that this guy was looking down on him, and decided that now he had to prepare for death. The next moment, Anikia activated the sweet sleep skill, and Tyrant Jamad warned his master to be careful, as the attack was aimed at the mind. The magic resistance dice thrown by Kang Sol rolled a 4, so the troll resisted the sweet sleep. The magic resistance dice rolled a 5, so the snowman was also able to resist sweet sleep. The magic resistance dice rolled a 1, and the high resistance added 1 to the result, so Karen succumbed to the spell of sweet sleep. What happened was completely unexpected, which made Jamad furious and unable to believe such an outcome. Meanwhile, the girl was already in a different reality, where she heard a familiar voice reproachfully saying that she was capable of nodding off even while sitting in front of the Emperor of Great Montera himself. The young lady looked at Jin in surprise, realizing that she had probably been asleep all this time. Karen thought about how she had indeed dozed off and asked if Jin had returned. Then she asked where Karuna was, and Jin said he was probably in the gym as usual. The young lady now had no doubt that what was happening was real, since everything was as usual. Karuna was literally obsessed with training and was ready to work out for several hours a day. Jin would disappear from time to time on trips, trying to get rid of his headaches, and this was part of their daily routine. However, the young lady felt that she had forgotten something extremely important, and it bothered her. The man looked closely at Karen, noticed her strange state with concern, and tried to find out the reason. After thinking for a moment, the girl said that she would like to understand how he became emperor, because such people seem to be born great. In response, Jin said that this was a very naive question, as he had simply inherited the throne. It was clear that at the time of his succession, Monaru was not yet called an empire, and it was under him that it received its name, because eras are created by people, not titles. Looking back, it was clear that many people wanted to make him emperor, and looking into his eyes, Karen felt how difficult it was to choose someone to serve. Jin believed that the throne was not so desirable and that even a worthy person did not necessarily have to be made ruler, but Karen thought that she could not serve anyone but him. The next moment, her friend reminded her that she still had one unresolved question, and the emperor noticed that her silence meant distrust. The young lady thoughtfully said that she was unable to draw the sword from its sheath. As soon as she imagined having to raise the sword for anyone other than him, her body seemed to turn to stone and lose the ability to move. The awareness of the long-ago promise that bound them together weighed heavily on her and bound her with invisible chains. The warrior had sworn to serve only the emperor and to raise her sword only for him, and this oath seemed to paralyze every muscle in her body. But suddenly, Jin uttered the terrible words that the one for whom she had lived and served was long dead. Shocked to the core, the girl jumped onto the table, decisively closing the distance between them. At that moment, the walls around them began to crack and crumble, this fragile reality breaking under the weight of truth, the emperor's gaze cold and serious, and the surrounding world spreading out like fog. The lady reached out to him, trying to grasp at least a fragment of the past. But the air between them was empty and the distance insurmountable. When he raised his hand, she instinctively reached for his palm. But her fingers closed on emptiness, and the world before the girl finally crumbled. The words that she needed to move on and not look back hit her like a blow, and tears of despair streamed down her face, leaving her alone with the unbearable truth. The emperor declared that his era was over and that the right to step into a new one belonged to those who lived now, and the only way was to accept and embrace salvation. After these words, Karen broke free from the captivity of her sweet dream and returned to reality. The young lady felt Jamad dragging her on his shoulders, carrying her away from the crumbling lair, and the air around her became real again. The descendant of Anakindria said that the dream she had been given was too sweet, as if it had been created specifically so that she would not resist. Karen, still stunned, only thought that this mirage was insanely cloying. The dream brought out her most cherished memories, and the spider creature said that the lady could devote herself entirely to the Fiery Queen and remain in the illusion forever. In response to the growing venom of the words, Karen decisively drew her sword. With a sharp, furious swing of the blade, the girl cut through the air, tearing apart the last threads of the dream. Choking with rage, the warrior declared that the spider creature had attacked the memory of Gina, invading a place where no one had the right to enter. In her burning rage, Karen was ready for revenge, and the fury boiled within her so strongly that it seemed about to overflow every vein. The spider could not comprehend where Karen had gotten such monstrous power, and in a panic, she released new creatures. The lady burned with fire, gripping the fire sword as if she were holding the very heart of the flame, her body ready for a swift lunge. The irritation that had built up throughout the battle boiled inside her, and Karen activated the fire flower, absorbing the heat within a wide radius and turning it into her own power. Then Karen pushed off the ground sharply and soared forward, darting straight toward the spider's nest like a swift arrow. All fire attacks doubled in power. The magical element obeyed Karen and increased her fury to the limit. The damage she took was reduced by half, turning the girl into an unstoppable storm. Each swing of her sword delivered a devastating blow, equal to 360% of her strength, and Karen managed to perform 17 swings despite her unstable condition. Kang Sol watched from the sidelines and clearly understood why the lady had been nicknamed the Red Lotus Knight. She resembled a flower blooming in flames, destroying everything around her. In the battle with the dead man, Karen deliberately held back, fearing to hurt Karupa, and only now did her true power burst forth. The troll noticed the threat and warned that Karen was in danger. Atarak released a stream of sulfur, turning it into a cloud of fire capable of incinerating her opponent in seconds. The heroes had to quickly retreat as the toxic mass was filling the cave too quickly. Karen barely managed to jump out of the way of the deadly wave and, choking from the heat, asked her friends how they were doing after the attack. The girl glanced at her opponent and said that the spider's trick had failed, and the question now was what she would do next. The monster said contemptuously that this attempt was just a warm-up, and that the foolish mortal had imagined victory in vain. Atarak challenged Karen to come up to her lair and test her strength in battle, and the girl accepted the challenge without hesitation, intending to get to the Spider Queen and deal with her. Kan Sol and the troll watched their companion's courage with silent amazement. It seemed as if she had decided to throw herself straight into the monster's jaws. The girl began a rapid ascent, heading for the upper ledges where Atarak's lair was located, the flame of her sword brightly lighting her way. At one point, Karen got caught in a thick web, and her speed dropped sharply by almost 80%. The Spider Queen said sarcastically that she had not expected such agility, but all of Karen's bravado seemed like empty boasting. However, Karen managed to escape the trap and declared that the Spider Queen herself was now trapped, with no hope of escape. In the next second, the Red Lotus Knight delivered a crushing blow, and a powerful explosion shook the cave, as if flames had torn through the air itself. The girl broke free from the web's shackles while Atarak froze in absolute shock. Unable to believe that her opponent had managed to pull off such a feat, Karen, burning with rage, declared that the moment of reckoning had come for this monster, and that death was already behind her. But when the spider's body was thrown back by the blow and lost its footing, acrid sulfur spread rapidly around, turning the arena into a deadly swamp. Atarak managed to climb higher and, towering above her enemies, declared that now Karen must fall and taste the sulfuric flames. The monster activated a sulfur shot in passive throwing, filling the space with pools of boiling sulfur, and the heroes were afflicted with a movement detection status. Kan Sol and Jamad hid behind a massive stone boulder, realizing that the cave was now enveloped in suffocating sulfur gas. In such a trap, not only was it impossible to defeat the monster, but even getting out was nearly impossible. And Atarak watched with grim satisfaction as despair spread across the faces of her enemies. No one knew what to do next, but the situation was broken by an unexpected turn of events. A new creature burst into the battle. A huge vulture rushed straight at Atarak, and its appearance was so sudden that everyone froze. The heroes recognized Kupa, and Jamad said in confusion that it was time for them to leave, because they would not be able to withstand the chaos if this bird joined in. Kan Sol decided that the vulture had been attracted by the smell of sulfur, not a desire to destroy them, and therefore did not see it as an enemy. Kupa cut through the air and aimed directly at the spider, not taking his heavy, determined gaze off her. Atarak responded instantly, releasing a spider projectile and activating passive throwing, once again placing the group under the status of motion detection. The vulture fell into the trap, the thick web sharply reducing his mobility by 80%. In the next second, Kupa was completely enveloped in sticky threads, unable to move or free himself. Jamad was stunned. It was impossible to understand why the bird had so recklessly rushed at the Spider Queen. Kang Sol concluded that Kupa was so enraged that he had completely lost his ability to reason, and the fight was rapidly spiraling out of control. The vulture used his nutrient surge skill, temporarily boosting his defense stats and gaining immunity thanks to the absorbed energy. In an instant, the bird soared into the air and headed back toward Atarak, while the monster couldn't understand where such fury had come from. The next second, the vulture clung to the spider, while Atarak convulsively writhed and released streams of sulfur. The monster was furious and was going to incinerate anyone who dared to approach. Suddenly, Karen, who was sitting on top of the bird, declared that only Atarak would burn in hell. The spider desperately croaked that the girl must not come near or touch her. But Karen's eyes flashed with determination, and she raised her sword to strike. The girl used the Red Lotus strike technique and cut her opponent in two. Thus, Kang Sol defeated Atarak, the last descendant of Anicap, earning the achievement called "Why Did You Come to My House?" and the title Uninvited Guest. Karen stood confidently on the body of the defeated monster as sulfur continued to bubble and spread around her. The girl proudly said that she had certainly shown herself to be incredibly cool in this competition. Jamad muttered that there was nothing remarkable about this victory, that it was the duty of the shadows, but the young lady decided that he was simply jealous of her success. At that moment, Kang Sol opened the bottle and began to collect the sulfur emanating from the spider's body. The Tarek was enormous, so there was a lot of raw material. Karen informed him that the sword had melted, but the young man was not surprised at all, because her incredible strength and the Red Lotus strike could well have led to such a result. Meanwhile, Troll warned that the ground was beginning to settle, and if they delayed, they risked turning into skeletons. Karen agreed that the master was right, and it was time to leave. But Kang Sol raised his head in confusion, as if something was bothering him. The guy said he noticed something strange in the bird's behavior. Koopa had been hovering near the ceiling, but now he was staring at one spot, as if he had discovered something and didn't know what to do next. Kang Sol decided that the vulture needed help and called out to it by name. The completely confused bird turned its head toward the sound coming from Kang Sol and instantly became alert. Karen decided that the situation was extremely dangerous and rushed to her owner, intending to warn him not to do anything reckless. The next moment, the huge Koopa gently landed on the ground, and the young hero was unexpectedly able to pet it. His companions were shocked, unable to believe their eyes and unable to understand why this bird was not afraid of them at all. Kang Sol found nothing strange in this because Koopa was indeed not afraid of people and considered them his friends. He treated the boys like close friends and felt no anger toward them at all. Then the young hero noticed a movement of the bird, which made it clear that it was inviting them to climb onto its back. So the boys sat down on Koopa and continued their journey through the air. Meanwhile, Kang Sol thought that the place where Koopa had been circling earlier must be very close. At that moment, the boy became alert because what he saw right in front of him was completely unpredictable. A tightly bound cocoon appeared in front of the boys, which looked extremely suspicious. At that moment, Koopa began to scream loudly, as if demanding that they take this strange find. Karen didn't understand why they needed this object at all, but she didn't argue and began to slowly descend. A moment later, the girl managed to catch the huge, tightly wrapped cocoon. She announced that everything was ready, holding her prey tightly, and Kang Sol released a shadow hand that grabbed her leg. Flying in this position was incredibly uncomfortable, and the girl screamed piercingly. The lady said that she would soon fall down if they didn't pull her out and put her back on the bird. Finally, the guys were able to catch her and put her back in place, after which a shaken Karen asked where they were going now. But suddenly the girl's eyes widened in surprise, and Kang Sol received an achievement called Let Me Have Wings Too. A stunning view stretched out before them, an endless, mountainous landscape stretching far beyond the horizon. Jamad said that the scenery around them looked simply amazing, and Karen noticed that the birds seemed to be very knowledgeable about coolness. Kang Sol gazed thoughtfully ahead, while the observers thought that this huge bird on closer inspection even seemed cute. Meanwhile, they continued onward and soon found themselves above an incredibly beautiful clearing. Karen was the first to descend and said that she could not have imagined that such a place could exist in this gorge, but it remained unclear why they had flown here. In response, the bird turned to the girl and brought its beak closer to the cocoon. Koopa began to carefully tear open the thick shell of the cocoon with its sharp beak. The children watched in complete confusion as something began to appear inside. It turned out to be a man, and not at all like a dead man. Meanwhile, Koopa began to gently stroke the man with his beak and make quiet clucking sounds. There was no doubt left. This was his master, and Jamad realized that now it was clear why such a huge bird had separated from its flock. Kang Sol finally understood what was happening. The boy lying in front of them was Kiri. Koopa raised his huge gaze to the young man and nodded slightly, as if confirming this. The young hero knelt on one knee before the fallen warrior and asked for his forgiveness. The boy said that Kiri could rest in peace and not worry about his pet, who had grown strong, huge, and truly brave. In the next moment, uncontrollable memories flooded Kang Sol, and the process of memory recovery began. The young man was completely shocked, clutching his head, unable to withstand the sudden tension. He found himself in a different reality, with a bonfire burning in front of him, the flames rising straight up to the starry sky. In this vision, Kiri calmly addressed his pet and, with a light laugh, asked him to cluck more quietly. Otherwise, he would wake everyone around him. The boy noticed that the bird was probably upset by the lack of love, although the real reason lay in the smell that appeared after Koopa absorbed nutrients from its prey, which no one understood. Then Kiri confidently said that there was no need to be sad, because one day Koopa would understand that everything was fine with him and that he was no worse than the others. Someday Koopa would grow big and strong, climb to the top of a huge rock, and fly as far as the sky would allow. Kiri said with a warm smile that this day would surely come, and his voice sounded confident, as if he could see the future of his feathered friend. However, the peaceful moment was interrupted when a huge spider suddenly leaped out of the shadows and completely immobilized the young warrior with its sticky threads. Koopa attacked fiercely, clutching the spider's flesh tightly with his claws. But the enemies dragged their companions away, drugging them with poison and sleep magic. Among the captives was Kiri, whom little Koopa had been unable to save at the time. The bird was too weak to catch up with the spider hiding in a deep burrow, and since then she had been wandering the gorge alone, hunting and surviving as best she could. All this time, Koopa grew, becoming huge, his bones strengthening, his wings expanding, and his sharp knife-like claws tearing countless spiders apart, all for the sake of one day bringing Kiri back. The ghost of the young man reached out to his pet and said tenderly how big he had become and how hard it had been for him to endure loneliness. Now everything was different. Koopa was no longer alone. The hero stood beside him, and fate had finally allowed the long story of waiting to come to an end. The bird bowed its huge head, and Kang Soul did the same, paying tribute to the fallen warrior, while Kiri's silhouette gradually faded away, like sunlight disappearing over the horizon. The young man was overwhelmed by a wave of Kiri's memories, and then Koopa's feelings, as if a huge warm bird had shared its sorrow with him. The hero inherited the will of the fallen warrior, and along with it, received abilities that previously belonged only to Kiri. The young man gained the passive skill of resonance, which allowed him to convey his own thoughts and emotions to his allies. At first, this only applied to summoned creatures, but it could expand as his skill grew. This skill was immediately activated and enveloped Karen and Yamada, causing them to feel the heavy melancholy that Kiri and Koopa had previously experienced. Kang Soul began to rise and gradually come to his senses. The hero reached out to Koopa, called him by name, and said that he understood the depth of loneliness. The bird was indeed left alone, and this melancholy weighed heavily on Kiri's heart, who had become nothing more than a bright, scattered ghost of the past. If Kang's soul was able to see Koopa's path and how he had grown, it eased the bird's owner's final regrets a little. Koopa absorbed some of the power from Atarak's remains, his body grew noticeably larger, and his resistance to fire rose to an impressive level. Thanks to this surge of power, the allies no longer had an ordinary vulture by their side, but a true air giant ready to defend them further. Karen watched in amazement as Koopa changed before her eyes, taking on a truly impressive and powerful appearance. The heroes saw a renewed creature, its feathers shimmering with fiery light, a pocket of flame forming inside its body, and a new ability that allowed it to ignite the air with a sharp, hot smell. Kang Soul said approvingly that such a pet had grown up well, and that Kiri would surely be proud. Now it remained to decide what to do next, and the system offered several options. The hero chose the path he thought was right, not to hold the bird by force, but to let it go. Koopa pushed off from the ground and soared high into the sky. The system reported on the attractive nature he had received, new sympathy points, and that Koopa the vulture could now become a companion who would appear in future adventures, depending on the level of affection. The bird quickly disappeared from view, as if preparing to set off on its own journey, perhaps never to return to the shadowed gorge. Karen noticed that she felt the soul of the bird's owner, and even fell into sadness for a moment. But then she advised her companion not to be discouraged, that they should all cheer up and believe in themselves. Kang Soul opened the Red Descendant's chest, his level increased, and he received a few more skill points. Among them was a special skill of a hidden rich man, as well as additional points, and the young man decided to think carefully about how to use it. There was nowhere to use the heart right now, so they decided to put it away for the time being. The boiling blood, which possessed fiery power, increased the attack of the one who used it by 5%, which turned out to be very useful. The young man decided to use it on the twin knight Karen and observe the effect. The chest also contained a leech hat, an ambiguous item, but with a special skill that would suit mages with weak bodies. The dull flame greaves possessed incredible resistance to fire, immunity to energy-reducing effects, and ignored heat damage. They could also be worn by Karen, and the girl was delighted. There was no need to give them to Hamun. They could be used right away. Meanwhile, the hero looked into the system to check his new titles. All the titles turned out to be useful, and he was very lucky to occasionally go on long adventures. But this adventure came to an end, and the young hero found himself back in space. The expedition system was in front of him, and it was certainly not possible to move right now. The young man was in complete shock. He couldn't even believe that he was capable of getting himself into such a mess. He arrived in a remote area called Twilight Village, a small farming community. Kang's soul couldn't understand why this village had been untouched by civilization. Such remote settlements were most often subject to looting and raids. In 9 out of 10 cases, they treated strangers and adventurers with suspicion. If an adventurer was given a warm welcome, he had to be especially vigilant because it was suspicious. But the fourth option could have dire consequences, so he had to choose the fifth one first. That night, a shocking sight appeared before him. Human prayers could be heard coming from deep within the temple. It turned out that these people were blind fanatics, and their prejudice had to be destroyed. First, he had to learn about the deity they worshipped, but any of the suggested options would surely put Kang-sul at risk. If he rejected the most absurd ones, there were very few options left, and he could only choose the second path, simply observing from the sidelines. But even that was not the best solution. In the end, Kang-sul learned about all the horrors and felt emotionally drained, falling into an abnormal state of doubt. Until now, the villagers had brutally dealt with all the travelers who remained in the village, sacrificing them. Fleeing from them, Kang-sul stumbled upon a river and had to make a choice. However, none of the options seemed suitable, and it was difficult to imagine an even worse situation. The young man thought that he seemed to have escaped the main danger, but now there was nothing left but to use the river. The other options were either impossible or resembled a game of chance, and meanwhile, a wave was already approaching him. Kang-sul swam without knowing where he was going, but eventually lost consciousness, caught up in the rapid current and swallowing water. After losing consciousness many times, the boy finally got out of the current. He found himself in an unfamiliar place, his body heavy with accumulated fatigue, his clothes wet, and he was very cold. Kang-sul coughed with his last ounce of strength, filling his lungs with the air he so desperately needed. The young man couldn't believe that a whole week had passed and thought that he might have lost his way during his adventure. The next moment, the young hero saw a lady approaching him in some shock. Kang-sul raised his head, intending to look at the girl, but his body felt heavy, like wet cotton wool, and he couldn't even summon his shadow. Even if the person approaching him turned out to be an enemy, Kang-sul could no longer guarantee victory. After a while, the boy opened his eyes and gradually began to come to his senses. He found himself on a bed, sat up, and scratched his head thoughtfully. The next moment, Kang-sul noticed Karen next to him and asked in complete shock what had happened. The young lady asked incredulously if the guy really didn't remember anything. After all, the day before, they had burned down a village of religious fanatics. The guy began to remember something. He had set fire to the village and then fallen into the water while running away from monsters. Meanwhile, Karen angrily asked why people had to die because of such nonsense. She said that she was not tormented by remorse, but rather felt complete disappointment. Nothing had changed since Montero's time. Everything was the same as in her distant childhood. The world was still very cruel, and the question arose as to why she had returned at all, just to see this again. Kang-sul looked straight ahead pensively. This girl was a veteran of knighthood, but she was far from adventurous. The world of eternity was filled with terrible events, and there was always the risk of encountering danger. Perhaps it would take more time before the young lady got used to it. Suddenly, Tyrant Jamad interrupted the conversation and noticed footsteps. The young man sat up on the bed, looked ahead, and noticed a stranger. The young lady whispered fearfully that he had been alone just a moment ago, and now there was another girl here. Kang-sul now had no doubt that he had seen this lady when he was climbing ashore. And at that moment, the stranger turned to Karen and suspected her of being a bandit. The elf explained that this was not the case, that she was just a close friend of the snowman, but they had lost track of each other on the way. The girl was completely shocked and apologized for her rudeness. She then introduced herself as Sarah and added that her elf sister looked very cute. Kang-sul turned to his new acquaintance and asked where they were. The girl replied that they were in the village of Wet Fog in northern Odnan, so named because of the thick fog that spread over the local lake every morning. The guy understood what she was talking about and said he would like to change into dry clothes. After Sarah closed the door in fear and left the room, Kang-sul looked after her. He said that it seemed to be the place that Chow had mentioned in her manuscripts, that they needed to go there, stay there, and observe the situation in order to understand what had happened. He also needed to find the man whose face she had kindly drawn for him, but he had to be careful because if he asked around about the sleeping potion, the scoundrel might escape. Karen clarified that she definitely needed to take the potion from him and noted that with such a detailed portrait, there was no way to make a mistake. Thus began a new adventure involving the sleeping potion, the goal of which was to reach the place indicated in the scroll, while in case of failure, Chow's sympathy could decrease. The group gradually entered the village of Wet Fog located directly in front of them. On the way, Kang-sul asked his companion how she had transported him from the flooded area. The girl replied that she had called the villagers for help, as she would not have been able to cope on her own. At that moment, all the locals were busy caring for the sick, even though it was quite difficult. Half of the villagers were being treated at the town hall because people had fallen ill, and this news greatly shocked the heroes. Kang Sol remembered Chao's advice to scout out the situation and understand what was happening inside the settlement. So the hero asked his companion to take him to the town hall, and the girl nodded in agreement. She warned the young hero not to be too surprised by what he was about to see. The scene was truly unpleasant, with many people lying on beds with high temperatures. The young man asked what had happened to all the victims, and Sarah replied that all these people had fallen into a deep sleep. But despite the similar symptoms, the foggy illness was not contagious according to the doctors. After that, Sarah said she was ready to introduce the young traveler to the doctor. The girl called Dr. Gunna by name and informed him that the traveler had awakened. Kang Sol thought to himself that in the village struck by the eternal sleep disease, there was a settlement where his target lived. A man with a sleeping potion, if anyone was capable of posing as a doctor, suspicion would fall on him first. The young man decided that he needed to compare this doctor with the portrait in the instructions. And soon Professor Gunt, who was treating the sick, appeared before him. The man inquired about the young man's well-being and offered his assistance. The young man carefully recalled the portrait he had and came to the conclusion that this was not the right person. Gunt looked at him in complete confusion. On the way back, Karen realized that she was completely lost and had no idea how to find this man. But the young hero was also confused. The only clue was the portrait of Chao, and all that was known about him was that he was in this village. Considering that a mysterious disease had begun to spread at that very time, it was highly likely that the source of the infection was a sleeping potion. But the face of the doctor, who was the first to come under suspicion, turned out to be a completely different person, and there was nothing in common between him and the drawing. It was difficult to imagine that a portrait executed with such skill could be wrong. Suddenly, Sarah approached them and asked solicitously how the traveler was feeling. Kang Sol replied that he was fine, but he was much more concerned about the condition of the residents, as there was still no cure for the foggy disease. Sarah lowered her eyes and said that Dr. Gunt had been working hard for them, but his search for a cure had not yet been successful. The young people stared intently into her eyes for a few moments. Then Karen put her hand on her shoulder and told her that she could count on their help. Sarah couldn't believe it and was surprised that the young people were really willing to help the village. Karen smiled and said that there was no need to doubt, as this young man and Lady Fairy were the kindest people in the world. Kang Sol thought that his companion had shown initiative, and that was not a bad thing, because in order to find a man hiding somewhere in the village, it was best to earn the trust of the locals and offer their help. The young lady happily expressed her gratitude for the honor. She said that they really needed help and had even sent a letter to Oudening, but they were told that there was no way to help in this situation. Bursting into tears, Sarah continued to thank Mr. Snowman and Karen. The elf kindly said that now Sarah could completely rely on them and count on their support. They decided to combine their secret investigation with solving the village's problems, and first of all helped with the drinking water supply. Karen, who had brought 2 large barrels on her own, said she wasn't tired at all and began helping with the firewood for the night. The locals noticed that even they, the indigenous inhabitants of the village, could not compare to the young traveler. The lady replied that they had simply become very lazy, and the men could not help but agree with her. Kang Sol was passing by at that moment, noticing how life in the village was gradually returning with their arrival. Karen single-handedly accomplished a task that would normally require 2 people, and thanks to her productivity, they quickly became close with the villagers. The gloom that had enveloped the village at the beginning had almost dissipated, and Kang Sol noticed that not only the village, but Karen herself had perked up. He hoped that the girl had distracted herself from her adventures at least a little and was able to dispel her melancholy. The young man turned to the doctor, who was making his rounds today, and Gunt reported that the number of cases had increased in the neighboring village. More and more people were catching a mysterious illness, and although it was not contagious, it was spreading throughout the area. The problem was a malfunction of the body, so the ailment was called a disease, but it was more like collective poisoning. Gunt thought the cause lay in local products, but he could not figure out what exactly caused the illness. The research required funding, and Kang Sol volunteered to help the doctor with this, but the doctor noted that the young man could be of more assistance at this time by simply looking after the patients. Meanwhile, Karen reported that the woodpile was already full, and the next load needed to be stored somewhere. Kang Sol thought that the elf had spent all her energy helping Sarah instead of looking for the right person. Meanwhile, Sarah continued to admire Karen and said that they would hardly ever be able to pay for these services. Gunt noted that although he had taken a small fee for his visit, he couldn't help but come to the village. The man said he couldn't leave the villagers in trouble and watch them resign themselves to their fate. They were not strangers to him, so he could not remain on the sidelines. That was the reason. After that, the doctor said it was time for him to leave and asked the young man to take care of the patients in his absence. Kang Sol thoughtfully watched Gunta walk away. In the evening, when the guys went to rest, Karen turned to the host and said that they could leave everything as it was. The girl thought it would be nice to have a life like that, without killing others or compromising her principles, just living among peaceful people in a calm environment. Kang Sol suggested that her intention was related to what had happened in the village of fanatics. The young lady replied that this was also part of the reason for her state of mind. After all, the boys had to kill those people, and it was difficult for her to forget everything that had happened. Kang Sol now understood why Karen was strangely obsessed with helping the locals. He thought that in order to restore the peace and tranquility lost during the expedition, especially after traveling among mountains of corpses, such quiet moments were invaluable. But he said aloud that intervention was necessary, otherwise the number of victims could have been much higher. The guy felt it was his duty to fix everything he could reach, instead of wasting time on doubts. Karen thought that the owner was very diligent, but she was curious to know what life was like without unnecessary fuss. Kang Sol believed that a person who understood the cruelty of the world and was unable to change anything might envy her calmness. The girl admitted that she had not been herself lately, which was why they had even let their enemy escape. The young man noticed that his friend was probably talking about the pursuer who was hunting them. He still remembered that day as if it had happened yesterday, a pack of hungry unknown monsters that had cornered them. He also remembered the man who had pursued him, but could only recall the hood of his cloak and the evil aura that emanated from the stranger. Karen promised herself that next time she would definitely catch that scoundrel. The lady declared that she was completely serious in her intentions, and that nothing like this would ever happen again because she was fine now. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and an agitated man began calling out to the boys. Kang Sol asked, slightly shaken, what had happened, and was told that something terrible had happened. The next moment, Karen clearly heard that Sarah was in serious danger. Deeply shaken, she rushed towards the man, and Kang Sol barely had time to call her name in an attempt to calm her down. But Karen grabbed the man by the shoulders and nervously asked what exactly had happened. She soon learned that something had happened to Sarah and that she had been found unconscious. After a while, the group found themselves in the hospital where all the victims were being treated. The young elf still hoped to call out to Sarah and wake her up, but the girl was fast asleep. The man said that he had found the lady lying unconscious at the entrance to the village and brought her to the hospital. It became clear that Sarah had also been affected by the mist disease. The completely exhausted lady opened her eyes and struggled to recognize Karen standing next to her. The girl anxiously asked her friend what had happened, and she explained in a barely audible voice what she had seen earlier. Sarah said that a thick fog had suddenly appeared in front of her, and inside it was a disgusting monster. She mentioned that she had seen only a terrifying and completely unimaginable silhouette in the fog. People wondered why she had left the village and done something so dangerous and foolish instead of waiting for the fog to clear. Kang Sol was alarmed, as this was the first time he had heard of a creature hiding in the fog. They explained to him that the creature appeared in thick fog. Its appearance seemed abnormal, and those who saw the silhouette were soon overtaken by misfortune. Anyone who stayed with this monster inevitably caught the fog disease. At that moment, Karen suddenly rushed forward, completely overcome with wild determination. The girl rushed forward while Kang Sol shouted after her to wait. The boy summoned Moonshadow to control it and catch up with his companion. To do this, Jamad came to his aid, moving at incredible speed thanks to his huge strides. Meanwhile, Sarah said in a weak voice that she and the monster had agreed to meet there. Karen reached the forest, turned abruptly, and froze in place, hoping to see her pursuers. She called out to the damn monsters and demanded that they immediately come out for a fair fight. Behind her, she heard Kang Sol's voice asking her to calm down. The young lady stuck her sword into the ground and bitterly asked why everything had turned out this way. Kang Sol watched her silently as she raged and couldn't understand why she was unable to change anything. This was the first place she had liked since becoming a shadow, and she sincerely did not understand why these people had to suffer. Kang Sol continued to listen to her silently, unable to find an answer to her agonizing rhetorical question. Today, for the first time, he heard what was really bothering Karen, but during the period when her twin brother was in captivity, no one could comfort her. The young lady said without turning around that everything had been crystal clear to her before. She didn't need to think, she just followed Jin, who was always right, and she just helped him and thus changed the world. Then the emperor told them that there was a sword that was considered the dullest in the world. This did not mean that it was made of the worst iron, because upon reflection, it became clear that understanding what was happening came too late when nothing could be changed. The sword, which existed only to cut, showed that a weapon like Karen's only needed to be sharp. Jin explained that the decision about what exactly the sword cuts lies on the shoulders of its owner, and in this way, a person is capable of changing the world. Now looking at the sword stuck in the ground, Karen noticed that the world remained the same. The weak died without knowing why, and evil continued to rage. The girl sincerely did not understand how one could consider everything that was happening to be normal, reasonable, and fair. Karen's torment came from a world where Jin did not exist, and now she had to analyze for herself what was right and what was wrong. Kang's soul decided to say aloud what she would like to hear in response to her experiences. So the guy said he had a duty that left him no time to think about the correctness of his decisions, and that this could only be understood with time. The only thing he was sure of was that, having reached the end and gone through this cruel game, the hero would rise up and demand an answer from the gods. Only then could one say with certainty that the world would become better and truly change. But now they had to focus on what required their immediate attention, namely finding the monster in the fog. The next day, the guys decided to start searching and went to the lake. Karen suggested that the man they were looking for could well be the fog monster. The guys had previously been sure that he was hiding somewhere in the village. But in reality, anything was possible, and nothing could be said for certain. The girl thoughtfully said that there was no one among the locals who even remotely resembled the man they were looking for. The next moment, they became alert because the silhouette of an unknown person appeared in the distance, and after a few seconds, the figure began to approach. When the man turned abruptly and stared at them, the heroes acted decisively. Karen quickly detained the suspicious stranger, and it turned out to be Gunt. Kang's soul asked how things were going, assumed that the gentleman had already finished his inspection, and reported that they had gone out in search of the foggy monster. Gunt looked at the guys closely for a few moments and said that the spirit had probably reappeared. Karen confirmed with anguish that the monster had indeed returned, and that there was already a victim, who turned out to be her friend Sarah. The professor seemed very shocked when he heard that the girl was in the town hall and needed help. Therefore, he turned on his heel and rushed to her, deeply concerned about the condition of this patient. The guys just watched him go with sadness and a slight regret. A moment later, Snowman heard Tyrant Jamad calling him. The troll said that now was not the time to stand still, because something was rapidly approaching them. None of the villagers should have been nearby, as they were not going to go out until the fog cleared. Karen, determined, unleashed her magical power because they were about to fight. The guys decided that these were definitely traces of the spirit's presence, and they had to deal with this monster as soon as possible. A silhouette did indeed appear in the fog, approaching them at a frightening speed, its eyes blazing with wildfire, and its gaze looking incredibly eerie and dangerous. Kang's soul now had no doubt that this was the very monster they were facing. The young man assumed that it was one of the creatures that had appeared in the previous village. Karen now understood perfectly well who was standing before them. The very monster that had spread the cursed disease throughout the area and infected people. The girl struck decisively with her sword and tore the monster into two equal halves. Kang's soul looked at the defeated enemy and realized that it was perception distortion magic that covered the monster's entire body. But in the next moment, the guy became alert because he noticed something truly strange. The skin had been torn from the creature's face and it looked frighteningly abnormal. In the Twilight Village, they were attacked by the Grey Cardinal, who was behind the local crimes. He summoned monsters and drove them away, and Karen was shocked. While Tyrant Jamad was trapped, the guy fought off the monsters, sensed danger, and jumped into the river. Now the creature lying in front of them turned out to be the true form of one of the attackers. It couldn't be that it had followed them through the water, because in that case, Kang's soul would have immediately realized that the enemy was using tracking magic, so it remained unclear how it had gotten there. Meanwhile, the skeleton raised its head and whispered a request. Kang's soul crouched down next to the creature, and Karen said that the one they had been searching for so long was indeed standing before them. The ghost repeated that he had found something valuable and continued to say it over and over again. He also asked for what had been lost to be returned, and Kang's soul listened intently to the disfigured monster's words. The creature repeated its request over and over again to have its face returned. Kang's soul guessed that if this guy was asking for his face back, then he must have really been deprived of it at some point. The guy remembered stories about witchcraft that could steal a face, and now he seriously wondered if this was exactly that case. Now he clearly understood why their search had been unsuccessful, because the enemy was using someone else's face and remained unrecognized. He had heard details about this type of magic, and now saw the consequences of its use with his own eyes. The monster had probably stolen the face of a local resident and taken his place, which is why people did not notice the substitution, and the boys' searches had failed every time. Instead of information about the sleeping potion, the term face collector appeared, and now the guys needed to find the one who had deprived the monster of its face by completing the task from the scroll. Otherwise, Chow's sympathy might decrease. The hero realized that the drawing in the scroll could distort the image of the man they were looking for, and his friend reminded him that they still didn't know what he looked like or where to look for him. The guy said that Chow had seen the man they were looking for in the village of Wet Fog, and if no one had disappeared there, then he was still among the residents. At that moment, the monster raised his hand and said slowly that he had found what he was looking for, and now the master had to give him back his face. A moment later, the monster's body spread across the ground, leaving behind acrid rising steam. Kang Sol pondered, trying to understand what exactly it had found and what it meant by those words. The next second, the young man's gaze was drawn to a piece of paper lying in the liquid mass left behind by the monster. Kang Sol picked up the paper, unfolded it, and realized that he was holding a letter. The young man's eyes widened in shock as he read the contents. Karen looked closely at her friend and asked why he suddenly had such a serious expression on his face. Instead of answering, the guy silently handed Karen the note so she could see the contents for herself. Karen also couldn't believe her eyes. What she saw shocked her. Meanwhile, the guy said that they needed to return to the town hall to check something. The village was in turmoil, with people crowding around Sierra and unable to hold back their tears. This poor child should never have been exposed to the cursed disease. Dr. Gunt held her cold hand, and the people around them said that the village was beyond saving, even if Sarah had fallen ill. Although she was young, this girl inspired strength in those around her. One of the peasants said that perhaps the village had come to an end, but the nurse warned him not to say such things. The man explained that this was inevitable, because all their energy had been focused on caring for the sick. Farming had been neglected, and there would be no harvest next season. Gunt listened to the people's conversations. They didn't know what to do. The nearest villages were unable to help. Everyone had fallen asleep, and the only option left was to walk through the fog to the big city. The locals did everything they could, and all that remained was to hope for a miracle. And at that moment, Kang Sol and his companion approached the door. The young hero resolutely opened the door and immediately addressed the doctor in a stern voice. Gunt looked at the traveler in some shock, slightly surprised that he had arrived. Then he reported that Miss Sarah had fallen asleep, and the symptoms of her illness had become more pronounced. There was nothing more that could be done. She would most likely sleep for the rest of her life, and it was necessary to find Miss Sierra's family, who could take care of her. However, the doctor knew that this girl was an orphan and had been left completely alone with her misfortune. Exhausted, the man sat down on the bed, lamenting why the world was so cruel and why fate befell kind souls like this girl. Just one look at her filled him with strength, blinded by her zest for life despite her sad circumstances. Kang Sol heard the doctor talk about his hatred for the world, blaming fate for everything and accumulating discontent in his heart. Therefore, from the very first meeting, he wanted to become like Sarah, his complete opposite, but once again he was unable to do anything. At that moment, Kang Sol said that it was not too late, and if Gung Ta had medicine that could cure the foggy disease, the doctor would be able to heal not only the girl, but the entire village. In response, the doctor said that there was no such medicine that could cure a vague illness. Instead of answering, the young hero picked up a piece of paper and asked if the doctor was really sure about that. Then he threw the piece of paper to the people and demanded that Gunt explain the contents of the letter. One of the men began to read the letter, in which the doctor wrote that he had found a cure for the disease in a neighboring village. In the letter, he asked Sarah not to tell anyone, to quietly pack her things and leave the village. At that moment, the villagers were in complete shock, their faces contorted with anger and indignation. Kang Sol, meanwhile, said that he became interested when he heard that Sarah had fallen ill in the village, but he still did not understand why she had gone out into the dangerous fog. All the villagers believed that you couldn't go out when the fog descended on the village, because you were bound to encounter a monster in the darkness. Anyone who encountered a fog monster fell ill, and of course Sarah knew this very well. But despite the danger, the girl went out there anyway. Because she had a really important reason, she had to risk her life. She hoped for a cure and left the village to get medicine. The young lady believed that she would be able to obtain a non-existent panacea. Gun, in complete shock, said that this was too much, because the traveling gentleman had portrayed him as a complete villain based on some fabrications. Kang Sol approached him decisively and declared that he had not done so, and the doctor said that he would never wish harm upon Sarah as she helped everyone. Meanwhile, the villagers looked at him with disapproval, and one of the men could barely contain his anger. After that, the peasant threw the letter right at Gunta and told him not to lie, that it was his handwriting. Everything matched exactly, just like in the recipes. The lady believed in him so much that she went into the forest at his request. Gunt asked the gentleman to calm down in a trembling voice, asking if they really believed some stranger. The man grabbed him firmly by the collar and said that if it wasn't true, the doctor should prove it. The next moment, the others tried to restrain him and push the man away so that he would calm down. The doctor dusted himself off and raised his hand, intending to call everyone to silence so they would listen to him. Then in an icy voice, he said that they never needed the truth, that it was easier for people to live in self-deception. For them, it wasn't the truth that mattered, but hope, which gave them the strength to live. People didn't even realize that they had given someone else a chance to fix something in their lives, and simply believed blindly in what they wanted to believe. Karen listened to him in complete shock while Gunt declared, "Surely that's not true." After that, he said that it was precisely to fools who only crave salvation that a hero like him came. The patterns carved into the stitched leather were a true symbol, an identifying mark. Kang Sol recognized this pattern. This symbol was used in the Twilight Village. It was used during the ritual of the Church of Eternal Life. Now the young hero had no doubt that everything that had happened in the Twilight Village was the work of Gunt. The doctor asked sarcastically, "Did the boy really notice that? So he's not completely stupid after all." Suddenly, strange, piercing sounds were heard outside the window, causing everyone to be on alert. Huge monsters were rapidly approaching the village, their terrifying eyes gleaming. The people decided that they should close the door, barricade the entrance, and under no circumstances let them in. Gunt contemptuously remarked that all this was completely useless, that their clumsy attempts could not change the future. Kang Sol angrily turned to the doctor as a thought flashed through his mind that these monsters were created from the corpses of the sick. The doctor confirmed this and turned arrogantly to the foolish people who thought that by stalling for time, they could change something. They believed that if they held out, heroes would appear out of nowhere and save them without asking for anything in return. But the reality was completely different and not what they wanted to see. With these words, Gunt began to tear at his clothes. Karen angrily demanded that the doctor answer one question that was tormenting her. Was this guy really going to turn poor Sarah into the same kind of monster? In response, the doctor laughed and said she shouldn't talk nonsense. After that, he said that this girl was special. She was different from all the other uncouth devils. He intended to put all his efforts into her so that she would shine as brightly as she had in life. But in the next moment, the scoundrel received a sharp punch right in the face. The building immediately collapsed and an incredibly powerful explosion erupted, destroying everything around it. Gunt rose from the rubble and croaked that it would no longer be possible to use this face. Karen drew her sword from its sheath and told the doctor not to worry about it. The girl was sure that he would now turn to ashes anyway, and nothing could save him. Gunt turned his face away and laughed loudly, saying that it sounded funny. Either way, he had no intention of letting them go alive and intended to emerge victorious. Now his face was unmasked, and the scoundrel wondered if his appearance was harsh and frightening enough. He said that the looks the guys were giving him were way more disgusting. People were hiding behind the rubble in panic, unable to believe that a crowd of monsters was approaching them. At that moment, Jamad activated his powers, ready to obey his master, protect the people, and prevent the creatures from entering the town hall. Kang Sol could now fully analyze the enemy standing before him. The guy saw all the information about him, hidden by the magic of perception distortion. This creature used knowledge from various fields, medicine, pharmaceuticals, poison creation, and so on, combining them with weapons. The scoundrel said that the guys should run away as before, apparently forgetting what had happened then, but now he intended to deal with this annoying woman. However, Karen did not let him finish and brought down her sword with a decisive blow. The enemy fell to the ground, completely deprived of his limbs. He screamed with wild rage that filled his entire being. The young lady demanded that the enemy get up and even kindly offered to wait. After that, her eyes flashed, and if the enemy did not hurry, he would say goodbye to life. Gun injected himself in the leg, using a dose of energy elixir, and his body's regeneration increased significantly. At that moment, his limbs began to recover rapidly. But the young lady cold-bloodedly watched as the terrifying monsters approached her. The girl swung her sword decisively, fire flared around her, and her eyes were full of determination. With a decisive blow, she cut the advancing monsters into small pieces. Jamad joined the battle using his steel fist to scatter enemies in all directions. The young hero thought that his insight was still imperfect, because he could not read information about an enemy who was under the spell of perception distortion. It was impossible to predict what danger the enemy posed if nothing was known about him, so he chose to flee rather than fight. The boy did not know who was in front of him, but now everything was completely different. Karen indignantly said that it was completely unclear what was going on. One enemy was weaker than the other. She demanded that Gunt fight at full strength, because this guy was starting to really annoy her. The enemy angrily declared that he would definitely get rid of this girl. He strengthened his body, and his strength, agility, and endurance increased. But at that moment, Karen swung at him and cut him in half with one movement. The girl shouted, asking if the enemy had really shown everything he was capable of, because it was simply unthinkable. The monster yelled that she would not see his defeat. Karen explained that the outcome of the battle was due to a simple reason. Her enemy was a real weakling. She said that this guy had done so much evil that she couldn't wrap her head around how he had managed to bring everything to this point. Gunt furiously demanded that she shut up and not dare insult him as if she had already won. In the next moment, the monster grew in size and brought his huge fist down directly on the girl. However, Karen managed to dodge in time and defend herself with her flaming sword. A moment later, there was an explosion, and the entire building collapsed and caught fire. Kang's soul emerged from the rubble and rushed forward decisively. The guy turned to Gunt and demanded an explanation. He wanted to know where the sleeping potion and its antidote were. The monster began the conversation by repeating what he had said earlier. There was no antidote, and there was no point in wasting time on empty hopes. Kang Soul objected, saying that too many people had fallen victim to this type of potion, which meant that the monster must have prepared in advance in case he himself suffered from his own potion. The villain was surprised by the young man's insight and admitted that he did indeed carry a suitcase with the sleeping potion, and the antidote was hidden in its handle. Karen said doubtfully that there was no reason to trust the words of a scoundrel who had deceived Seo and the entire village. Gunt replied that they didn't have to believe him at all, adding that he didn't care whether the two became heroes or whether the villagers survived or died. He admitted that they were motivated by envy because the role of savior was originally intended for him. Kang Soul still couldn't understand why he had done such a thing and asked if he really wanted to be known as a benefactor. The monster said that he was not at all like someone who dreams of such glory. He just wanted to show the dimwits how cruel the world can be. He called the villagers weak idiots who did nothing but sit and wait to be saved while the disease consumed them. Gunn admitted that there was no salvation, and he knew this better than anyone, because he himself had once desperately dreamed of being saved. He recounted how he had once been locked in the laboratory of a mad old man who experimented on him with a substance that melted flesh and blood. Then the very hero he had so desperately awaited never came and did not save him. He himself became his own savior, Gunt, who had no choice but to break out of that damn cage and rip out the old man's heart. He declared that there was no salvation in the world, just as there were no heroes because a person could only protect himself. And even if he ultimately chose the path of a demon rather than a hero, it was still inevitable. It was all a shame because these fools never understood the truth that there is no salvation, and only those who act on their own can truly help themselves. Kang Soul listened silently to this impassioned confession, while his opponent spewed out crazy, hysterical laughter. The scoundrel began to talk about how he now understood that salvation did exist, as did heroes, that there was a peaceful world, and that perhaps he should have just prayed. In some ways, this mad doctor was right. A way out of trouble does not come by itself, and that is why he called Sarah special. But unlike him, Sarah never complained about her fate, and always gave her all until the very end. Finally, Kang Soul wanted to ask Gunt just one thing. Were his words about this girl true? The monster replied that the guy probably wanted to know that what he said was true, that just one look at her filled him with strength. Her zest for life was dazzling, despite her tragic fate, while he himself was lazy, hated the world and his fate. So when they first met, he wanted to be like Sarah. However, the monster refused to give a direct answer and said he had no intention of talking about it. Finally, a notification appeared that Kang Soul had defeated the hypocrite Gunt and received an achievement along with the title. The information that there was an antidote in Gunt's bag turned out to be true, and by dissolving it in water, they were able to help all the sick people in the village. Soon, the patients felt the effects of the medicine and noticed a significant improvement. Karen did not leave Sarah's bedside and was the first to notice that her friend was beginning to come to. In a weak voice, the girl said that her arm had been squeezed hard and it hurt. Finally, Sarah was able to sit up and asked what had happened, wondering if she had really been asleep all this time. A moment later, the girl realized that Dr. Gunt had probably managed to find an antidote after all. Then her confused question about where the doctor himself was hung in the air. People lowered their eyes, and for a moment, a tense silence reigned in the room. Karen was the first to break the silence, saying in a strained voice that he was gone. Kang Soul explained that the disease had claimed many lives, not only in this village, and said that the doctor would most likely not return. Sarah was upset and found it difficult to accept that she hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye to him. Of all the options offered by the system, Kang Soul chose the one that would cause the girl the least pain, so he said that Gunt had simply left. The guy understood that even if he hid the truth, she would find out what happened anyway. But for now, he preferred to lie. Sarah trusted this scoundrel more than anyone else, and the truth would be too much of a blow for her. The lady had just come to her senses, and Karen didn't want to increase her suffering, so she said that Gunt had asked her to be happy and not worry about him. The girl looked up at the window in surprise and noticed that something was burning there. The boys replied that everything was fine. They were just burning things, a lot of clothes and other items left behind by the patients, and it would take a long time for everything to burn completely. But there was no need to worry anymore. Sarah could rest easy because the nightmare was finally over. Thus, Kang Sol cured all the survivors in the village of Wet Fog, received an achievement and a new title. On the way back, Karen thanked the host for telling her about Gunt's departure, and the guy said he hadn't lied because he really had left. The young lady replied that she would give him 1 point for that answer, and the guy looked at her questioningly. The girl added with a smile that when her friend scored 100 points, she would recognize him as her master. Jamaat advised the young man not to be provoked by the elf, and the girl sarcastically demanded that he carry the chest in silence. It was a chest with traveler's rewards that Kang Sol could have opened back in the village, but he thought it would be inappropriate in a settlement that had suffered such a terrible tragedy. The hero was going to Auden anyway to use the teleport to the base, so he decided to open the reward chest away from the town hall. However, he had another task to complete first, so he handed Karen a letter. It was a letter from Sarah, who was too shy to give it to him in person and asked him to deliver it after they left the village. A noticeable look of concern and anxiety appeared in Karen's eyes. With trembling hands, she opened the letter to find out its contents. The lady thanked them for the happiness of the village and sent the letter because she wanted to say something important. The lady had felt respect for Karen from the moment she first saw her, sensing that the elf most resembled a person from a dream, surprisingly beautiful and strong. Since childhood, Sarah had been physically weak and always dreamed of becoming stronger so that more people could rely on her, but her fragility and slowness annoyed those around her. The girl thought that if she were stronger, she could change the world at least a little. She ended her message by saying that perhaps one day they would be lucky enough to see a world free of suffering. Karen thought for a moment and looked straight ahead, because she herself did not know if this would become a reality. But from that moment on, the girl decided that she would try harder to find out one day. For a few more moments, her face remained thoughtful and anxious. Then Karen turned to the host and said that in honor of this, they could open the chest and celebrate her independence. Jamad noticed that he couldn't quite grasp the essence of it, because just a moment ago, his friend had insisted that it was unattractive, and with a pale face, had suggested opening it later. But Karen advised him not to get distracted by reasoning and to do it as soon as possible. Finally, the chest was opened, and they received the legacy of the hypocrite. It was a secret chest from the ancient myths, which seemed rather modest compared to the reward for destroying the descendants of Anicaps. Perhaps this was because the previous mission had been unusually difficult. Before them lay the armor of the Wanderer, which the new owner could use. Karen asked for this item to be given to her, because then she would be able to really spin properly. The young hero realized that she was right, since one of her skills, Fire Flower, caused widespread damage, and its power depended on the speed of rotation. Thus, the faster the rotation, the greater the damage. And the girl noticed that no one would likely object if she took the armor for herself. Kang Sol admitted that this was indeed the case, as the problem of the armor's heat resistance had not yet been solved, and there were more than enough reasons to replace it. The girl's attitude had changed, and the hero thought that this time she would not just take what she liked, but would rely on her desire to be useful. At that moment, he handed Jamad the reward, which he accepted with gratitude. It turned out to be a pair of elastic leather pants with ordinary characteristics. Nothing special, but overall quite good, because if the slot is empty, it is a luxury not to use it. Only the ring remained, and the guy was already thinking of taking it for himself. This ring belonged to someone who never found salvation. But suddenly Karen turned to Kang Sol and asked him to give her the ring. The girl wanted to preserve the memory of everything that had happened here, and considered this ring a symbol that would help her never forget what she had experienced. The guy looked at her thoughtfully for a few moments. Then he handed the ring to his friend, thinking that this journey had become something big for her anyway. Karen had gone through many shocks and had truly rethought her existence. She had found someone she could sincerely care about. She had gained a loyal friend, and in a sense, this had become her new purpose in life. The young heroine looked at the ring and mentally promised that she would definitely keep her promise to Sarah and wait for her. In the end, the guy had nothing left but one thing, a necklace of distorted faith. It was a reward received in the village of spiders, and despite several penalties, the final result was good. He received the titles of Savior and Swindler, and also retained his titles, which together gave him some very nice bonuses. Kang-sul said that he was done and it was time to go back. But at that moment, his companions approached him. Karen demanded that the master do something about this naked primitive troll because he had no understanding of beauty and considered leather pants to be better than armor. The next moment, a heated debate broke out about what real armor was. The young hero, slightly shaken, just shook his head, realizing that this girl was still the same. After that, he gave the order to move on, as they needed to arrive in Auden on time. Soon, the squad reached the amazing city that lay right before them. Karen noticed that the city looked incredibly huge, even bigger than Novira, to which Kang-sul dryly replied that they were here on business and had no time for sightseeing. The lady sadly admitted that there was nothing they could do about it, and that they would have to come back another time to see everything properly. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of the guy about the possibility of ending the adventure. But if confirmed, it would transport them to no beer, and long-distance travel could lead to landing in an unknown place and missing their deadline. Therefore, they decided to use the transfer between bases, because despite the higher cost, this method was much faster and safer. The next moment, the transfer process began, and a notification warned them to be careful. The guys immediately began to teleport and gradually disappear into parallel space. The travel cube rolled a 2, which turned out to be a very unfavorable outcome. Kang-sul couldn't believe that it was happening again, and he cursed in anger. Meanwhile, the dice continued to roll for a while longer. A moment later, the lawlessness was activated, and the dice settled on the number 3. The young hero breathed a sigh of relief, because this time he was at least a little lucky. The outcome was fairly neutral, indicating an adventure in the vicinity with normal difficulty. If he hadn't prepared in advance, the outcome would have been truly terrible. But first he had to complete the current mission. A notification appeared in front of the guy with the current score for this mission, which was 12. The young hero thought that this place was significantly ahead of Novira, and the idea arose to return here when everything was over. The guy told his companions that they should move on and find a carriage to do so. As the group walked forward on the sidewalk, one of the fighters behind them glanced at his scoreboard. He noticed that in first place was some unknown person who had scored almost 2 million points, while they themselves had not been able to exceed 600,000. One of the girls said that he hadn't been on the list just a moment ago and suggested that if the fighter wasn't from here, he might have arrived from a lower level base. Her friend didn't believe her, saying that such idiots could never reach such a level. Meanwhile, the guys arrived at the parking lot in Auden to pick up a cart. The horseman thoughtfully said that he didn't understand why they were going there at all, and whether they had decided to risk their lives and die. When Kang-sul asked what he was talking about, the horseman replied that he shouldn't talk nonsense. The man scratched the back of his head and decided that the young man was probably just unaware of the dangers lurking in that city. He approached Kang-sul and whispered that Novira had recently been attacked. Most likely, the city had been completely wiped off the face of the earth, and nothing remained there at all. The young hero asked what had happened to the survivors and where they had gone. The man replied that they had most likely gone to Concord, because that was the only place the carriages were going now. The boy asked how long the journey would take if he left today, and was told that it would take 10 days. Kang-sul thought that was impossible, because 10 days to Novira was too long, the roads were good, and the distance was much shorter. The system informed him that the local people were unhurried, which is why they spent so much time on the road, and offered several possible answers. The young man asked how he could get there faster. The coachman replied that the carriage was pulled by a horse, and if that didn't suit them, they should find another one. In response, the young hero said he was willing to pay immediately, and Kang-sul promised to pay extra for every day saved. For a few moments, the man stared at him, not knowing what to say. The next moment, he jumped up from his seat and said he had to warn the other passengers. Meanwhile, it was late at night, and the door of one of the houses opened as a man let his guest in. The arriving fighter reported that he had found nothing, as the city was too big and the search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He also added that others were still continuing the search on the orders of the butcher, and although what was happening seemed suspicious, no one dared to contradict him. There was speculation that other guilds had joined the search, but it was unlikely that this could be confirmed. Soon another man approached them and asked if they had found out anything. The guy said he had been running like crazy and was exhausted. Then he asked what information his companions had been able to find. The adventurer reminded him that they needed to find the stranger who had scored almost 2 million points. His friend noted that finding one person in such a huge place was an almost hopeless task. Hen muttered discontentedly that these guys didn't want to do anything at all, but still ordered them to continue the search. After that, he thought to himself that this curse seemed like it would last a long time. This unknown person had suddenly stolen first place from him and scored almost 2 million points. He himself had only 990,000, and he had gone through so much to get them, while this guy had not only surpassed him, but had doubled his score. It was hard to imagine that a person was capable of such a thing, and the thought arose that this unknown person might not be human at all. Hen promised himself that he would definitely find this guy. However, he was now preoccupied with another question. Was this scoundrel really that strong? They had recently received a tip about a new adventure, the scale of which was staggering, and the limitations seemed incredible. No more than 5 people could enter, so the guild was immediately out of the question, and even if only high-ranking adventurers were sent, there was no guarantee that they would succeed. But if someone stronger than him appeared, then it would be a completely different matter, and in that case it would no longer matter who took the remaining spot. Moreover, the reward rank was at least treasure, so it had to be found at any cost. Suddenly, a comrade approached him and, stammering, began to talk about new information that had come to light. At that moment, a shocked Hen heard the phrase that this hero had most likely left. He disappeared from the rankings, and Hen was back in first place. A person with that many points could hardly have died in Audine, which meant that he had indeed left the city. However, the guy was not allowed to finish his sentence, because Hen struck him with a devastating punch at incredible speed. He ordered a check of all travelers who had left the city around that time. With these words, Hen firmly stated that he did not intend to wait for help, and that they would make a fair deal. At that moment, the carriage moved forward, and his angry shouts that he would not let this guy get away next time could be heard for a long time behind them. At this time, Kang Sol sat silently in the carriage until his fellow traveler addressed him. The old man thanked the young man, noting that at double the fare, they would get there faster and thus save a lot of time. He suggested that the young man was probably rushing to his family, but the young man replied that this was not quite the case, although he was indeed in a hurry. The old man was not surprised by this, and Kang Sol asked if he knew anything about recent events. The man replied that he might not look like a big merchant, but he could tell him something. He suggested that Kang Sol was an adventurer, and the young man did not argue with that. The merchant said that this settlement, as well as Kongori, Novira, and Audanin, were located in the south, and although the kingdom was small, it was quite known for the huge forest that stretched there. Many territories border this forest, but now one kingdom is trying to invade the trolls' lands. The man added that the young hero had surely heard about the events that took place in Wiggleton. Kang Sol thought about how, despite the nearby fortress of Gulia, these places were often plundered, and just recently, the village was completely razed to the ground. The main problem was that no one knew who they were dealing with, and Kang Sol suggested that trolls were behind it all. The old man confirmed his words, saying that the monsters had ransacked the village and killed everyone, but no one understood how they had managed to get in. But that wasn't the end of it, because Novaru suffered the same fate. Overrunning the city with their entire tribe, they either ate the people or took them captive. Kang Sol knew that trolls never enslaved the population. It made no sense for them to use people who were significantly weaker than them as slaves, which meant that they either ate their captives or killed them. Meanwhile, the merchant said that the survivors had found refuge in Kongori. The young hero thanked him for the explanation, but he himself was completely confused. Hamun and Chao were in Noviri, but he wasn't sure if they had managed to settle there. This guy was too weak, so the likelihood that he had died seemed very high. However, if the trolls had killed him, they certainly couldn't expect mercy. Kang Sol was sure that if someone encroached on his property, they would pay dearly for it. A week later, the young hero finally arrived in Kongori. The boy wandered through the narrow streets and endless streams of people. Because of the damn trolls, life here seemed to have stopped, and it was impossible to keep the inhabitants from fleeing. The population was confused as to why the king had been unable to stop what was happening. A table appeared in front of Kang Sol, and the young man thoughtfully read that it was about Mira. The trolls had captured Kibo, and Mira had gone in search of him. All these events created the feeling that the force that had supported Novira had collapsed, and the people really had no choice but to leave the city. The young hero wondered if Hamun was among the refugees, and thought that the guild's help might provide a useful lead. However, his thoughts in the hall were interrupted by the people around him, looking around in surprise. A girl was approaching the room with a leisurely gait. This beautiful lady was named Enki, and walking beside her was Jin Chong-tak. It remained unclear how people from the Federation had ended up in this place. At the same time, they quickly noticed that Kang Sol was nearby. Yenny told her companion that it would be a good idea to approach this guy and talk to him. However, Karen abruptly blocked their path. The lady sternly said that they should stop immediately and introduce themselves. Yunhee said in surprise that she had not noticed this woman accompanying the hero before. In response, Karen only looked at her meaningfully. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee said that she needed to ask just one question. The next moment, she asked Kang Sol how well he knew Han E-moon. Hearing the affirmative answer, the lady said with obvious relief that they had finally managed to find him. She then informed them that Kang Solya had been invited to join the Federation. After a while, the group arrived at a beautiful building with large windows. Yeon-hee kindly invited the young hero to come inside. Inside, there were many knights, and one of them addressed the girl, clearly delighted by her appearance. The young lady walked past with dignity, casually remarking that she was busy. He sarcastically remarked that her uncle would soon be leaving, which meant they could relax, to which Enki just rolled her eyes and sarcastically wished him a happy journey. Kang-sul thoughtfully looked around at those present and considered how many representatives of different guilds were here. There were no longer any guilds of thieves and justice in Kungari. If you scoop out the muddy water, the pond seems clear for a while, and that was exactly what had happened to the city. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee knocked on the door and announced that she had brought the right person. The man approached, opened the door, and thanked her. Kang-sol found himself face to face with Han Emin, who was genuinely delighted by this meeting. The young hero immediately recognized him as the very first anonymous person. Those present at the table looked closely at Kang-sol, as rumors about him had already spread throughout the neighborhood. He had single-handedly dealt with his enemies, and after that, the guys had no doubt that the Hidden One was standing before them. At that moment, Yeon-hee interrupted the general chatter and demanded silence. Meanwhile, Han E-myun turned to the new guest and said that he had wanted to meet him for a long time, because when he saw the ratings, he immediately understood that all the credit belonged to Kang-sol. Then Yeon-hee turned to her friend and said that it was time to introduce all the members of the alliance. However, Kang-sol replied that there was no need for that, as he had very little time, and asked to get straight to the point. Han E-min said that in that case, he was ready to explain what the problem was. But before that, he asked who the lady who had arrived with Kang-sol was. The girl lowered her hood, smiled, and introduced herself as Karen. Kan Yemin thoughtfully noted that since she was his companion, it was worth mentioning right away that their meeting was related to the events in Novara. Yenny explained that the kingdom of Nebanya had not participated in dealing with the aftermath of the troll attack, and that all the work had been done by the Negradians. The young man added that they were going to defend the city on their own, so every strong warrior was extremely important to them. To protect the civilians, they needed Kang-sol's help. The hero thoughtfully said that he now understood what mission they intended to involve him in. After that, he looked at the guys who were here and noticed that they had not just adapted, but completely merged with this place. Yeon-hee angrily declared that protecting Kungari was the right decision, because it was here that the aliens' base was located, where he returned after his adventures. Kang-sol replied that he was here for his own interests and was not pursuing a noble goal at all. He then suggested that the young people knew all the refugees who were in the city. The young man said that he needed information about the blacksmith, Hamoon. After a while, one of the boys reported that they had found someone who knew the blacksmith. This guy, who resembled a tomb raider, had seen Hamuna being captured by trolls. Upon hearing this, Kang-sol slammed his fist on the table. He couldn't contain his anger when he realized that Hamuna had been dragged into the situation after all. The young man headed sharply for the exit, and Yeon-hee tried to calm him down, saying that it was too late to find the attackers. Without turning around, the young hero said that his own goals were much simpler than those of these guys who intended to defend the city. Then he said coldly that he had come only to defend himself and everything that belonged to him. After that, the young man looked straight at Enki and thanked her for the conversation. People looked at him with condemnation and thought that this guy had gone mad. They began to discuss among themselves that acting alone was insanely dangerous, that this guy was probably out of his mind. Yeon-hee looked at them all, lost in her own thoughts. Then she called the guys to silence and said that Kang-sol was not someone to gossip about. She reminded them how the looters had suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the very concept of justice. At that moment, Yemin turned to Noel and told her that she should return to the inn, while he went after the others. Kang-sol and Karen, meanwhile, had already gone out into the street. The boy said that now they had to get a horse and go to the fortress of Gulia. At that moment, loud footsteps and ragged breathing could be heard behind them. Hunyem called out to Kang-sol and asked him to wait. He assured him that it wouldn't take long, just a minute. Then the guy apologized and admitted that he knew from the start that Kang-sol might not like what was happening. In response, the young hero said that he himself had not left empty-handed, but thought to himself that his friend had changed noticeably. The boy had matured and apparently had gone through many trials. Kang-sol said that thanks to the information he had received, he now had a clear plan of action and was going to find Haman. However, the boy was surprised when Han E-myun announced his intention to help him. The young man explained that he considered it a way of showing his gratitude for being saved. After a short pause, Kang Sul began to speak slowly and cautiously. He stated that Han Yemin would not be able to help in this matter. With a breaking voice, the fighter began to prove that he had become much stronger during this time. Karen haughtily replied that it was not a matter of strength, and in any case, his help in this matter was definitely not needed. The young man unleashed his magical abilities, intending to prove his own competence. Karen smiled slyly, finding the situation amusing and quite worthy of attention. Han Yemin resolutely went on the offensive, striking with his sword. However, Karen easily parried the attack without any visible effort. The young hero did not stop and continued to attack even more decisively. He gritted his teeth, his gaze full of determination and tension. Karen said that this strength seemed curious, but such confidence could not come out of nowhere. The boy swung his sword decisively and went on the offensive. However, the elf confidently blocked his attack and immediately struck back. Thoughts flashed through Yemen's mind that if his opponent wielded a sword as well as he did, there were several ways to seize the initiative. It was this knowledge that had previously helped him win battles. When it worked for the first time, the hero was shocked at how he had managed it, and the crowd was also surprised. Looking at his hand, Yemen thought about how he had always needed strength to protect his sister, and now that strength was right here. It made his sword faster and more powerful, allowing him to progress more rapidly than before. Those days of helplessness were nothing compared to the present. At least that was how it used to be, but now he had to fend off one blow after another. He couldn't even touch her position, as Karen didn't give him a single moment to think. Finally, the young lady threw him away, apologizing for going a little overboard, and then kindly asked if he wanted to continue the fight. Yemen resolutely got to his feet and said that he was fine and ready to continue. With that intention, the young man delivered a crushing blow, and the energy of pure power raged around him. Karen thought to herself that speed was a pretty useful thing. However, everything else was useless, and at that moment, she deftly tripped him. Completely confused, Yaman began to slowly fall down. The guy couldn't keep his balance and fell flat on his back. Meanwhile, his opponent's sword was already close to his face. Karen smiled triumphantly and said that no matter how fast the opponent was, without a well-aimed strike, his attacks could be easily blocked. The guy acknowledged this and said he was genuinely impressed by her skill. Now it was clear to him why he was completely unable to help the others in this matter. Kang Sul said that Yemen should focus on protecting his sister and that there was no need for him to follow them. The young man replied that he was, of course, ready to protect his sister, but something still bothered him. Kang Sul noticed his good intuition and remarked that Yemen was probably in a state of suspense and anxiety. Then he stunned him with the suggestion that the young man probably sensed a possible threat to his sister from Kang Sul. If he had the strength to resist it, the anxiety would not be so overwhelming. Neither an alliance nor a seemingly safe refuge could relieve him of this feeling, because the root of the problem was that Yemen needed to become stronger. However, this place was not capable of helping his friend grow, and real progress required leaving Kongori. The young man stammered and admitted that if all this was true, he would like to go with them. He then handed Kang Sul a statuette that allowed them to track each other's location. The guy wasn't sure if he would stay in Kongori, but thanks to this figure, they could still meet again. Kang Sul accepted the gift with gratitude and asked the young man to try to survive until their next meeting. After a while, the boys set off, and Kang Sul told them about his intention to reveal Gulia's plans and go in search of trolls. The young man stated that anyone would understand his motivation. It was all personal to him, which is why he was so passionate about the cause. At that moment, Tyrant Jamad looked at his master and said he wanted to say something. Kang Sul replied that he was ready to listen to his loyal companion. The troll explained that he now understood the reasons for what had happened and had also found out where they were at the moment. He added that the Stonefang tribe had once been part of a tribal alliance, but had to leave due to a conflict of interests. Although the tribal alliance was scattered across the continent, they rarely crossed paths with each other, and when they did gather together, it was like a meeting of complete opposites. Therefore, a council of major tribes was created, a kind of negotiation between the heads of large settlements and other representatives. Their growing power turned all the tribes in the Nebania area against them. And long ago, a boy who was the heir to the Northern Skull suggested using the element of purge. Kang Sul was deeply shocked by this news and could not immediately believe it. The god of the element of blizzard, a creature of fire and sulfur, took the form of a huge fiery monkey and was revered as the embodiment of great power and pure disaster, carried through the centuries. The young man wondered if they had really decided to use the celebration of the gods. The tyrant Jamad was surprised by his master's knowledge, while Kang Sul realized why the trolls had been visiting the people of Novara. The troll noticed that the raid on Wiggleton was surely connected to this plan, as all the kidnapped citizens were fed to Purge to inherit his power. With Purga's power, they could either attack Nebania or attack Gulia. If the borders were weakened by the Alliance's raids, there was a high probability that Setena would also send her troops there, as these lands were already in a vulnerable state. Although this plan seemed clever at first glance, it was rejected because the trolls were at odds with Setena, and the leaders of other tribes opposed it. Kan Sul, in turn, wanted to know how much time they had left before the hostages were sacrificed. Tyrant Jamad replied that if the ceremony had indeed just begun, they might have about a month. Karen said with surprise that this was too much time for such a simple matter as offering a sacrifice to a god. In response, the troll explained that the god of the elements was not under their control and would never conform to anyone's plans. Moreover, Purga was known for his cruel jokes, and it would take them a long time to appease him. However, if the trolls were traveling by land, then a week after the attack on Navira, they were surely already heading for the volcano. In other words, there was no guarantee that they really had a whole month left. Meanwhile, the fortress was engulfed in flames, screams rang out all around, and the scene was a horrific sight. The man climbed out of the rubble and caught his breath. Now it was clear where the hole led, and although the passage was narrow, a troll could easily squeeze through it. People were outraged that the guards had not detained these creatures and had not noticed the hidden passage. At the same time, one of the guys asked what Commandic was doing. He replied that it was better not to disturb Miru now, as she was in complete despair. The young lady was trying to revive her uncle and begged him to open his eyes. He regained consciousness and addressed her with difficulty, weakly calling her by name. Mira, completely shocked and confused, immediately tried to find out what had happened to Kibo. In response, her uncle asked her to listen carefully and under no circumstances go in that direction. After that, he exhaled weakly, his gaze trembling with exhaustion. Mira begged the man to pull himself together and hang on, promising to take him away from there very soon and find a doctor. However, her uncle whispered that she had come in vain because the trolls had attacked them, and Novira was already dead, so she had nowhere to return to. Mira heard these words as if through a thick veil, and tears rolled down her face as she refused to believe it. In a breaking voice, she asked what had happened to Kibo. Her uncle told her that Kibo had been taken by the trolls who had robbed the settlement, herded the people into carts, and it was still unknown whether he had survived. He begged Mira not to go there, reminding her that the living must go on. The girl stubbornly declared that she could not do that and had to do something. The man recognized in her the same brave warrior, his niece, fearless and completely resilient. She took him to the hospital, sat by his bed for a long time, unable to come to terms with what had happened and refusing to believe it. At that moment, Mira heard one of the fighters address her. The guy said that the tracks of the cart led north. They had not been noticed, and therefore there was still a chance to give chase. Most of the foreigners were either overcome with fear or had already fled to Kongori, and it seemed that only the two of them were left standing. The moment had come when they had to decide how to proceed. Mira said in despair that it didn't matter anymore, because all they needed now were the wolves. They had to set off in pursuit immediately, so the lady asked her friend to tell their allies that they were moving out. Thus began the next adventure, called the 13th Adventure, Cold Revenge. 4 days passed, and the heroes were already in the northern region of Nabenia, with about 4 days left to reach their destination. Kang Sol said that Novira was now engulfed in flames, and that the meeting with Chao would take place in the course of further events. At that moment, Jama noticed that they had another problem. Karen was quick to point out that the problem was clearly not with him, since they were freezing in the saddle while he was in the shadow space. Jamad replied that it was not his fault if people could not tolerate his presence, but the difficulty was that the space around them had become too cramped. As expected, the shadow space had reached its limit, and due to the overlap of Karupa's characteristics, the moment of its completion was approaching. Karen, as a twin knight, possessed a special ability, and if both of them could be summoned at the same time, the adventure to rescue Hamun could be completed much faster. However, the limit had only been partially reached, and despite the sudden stabilization, the elf could not summon her brother yet. This required increasing the number of shadows and upgrading the main characteristic of the summoning, wisdom. Therefore, Kang Sol decided to find a way to quickly strengthen her. Otherwise, Karen would have to fight the Sulphur Skull alone, which was not the best solution, so the young lady promised that she would definitely help. Finally, the guy stopped for a rest, built a fire, and Kang Sol lay down to rest a little. However, through his sleep, he heard what sounded like someone calling him to come closer. The boy did not immediately understand what he had heard and sat up on his bed, after which Jamad said that he was just about to wake him up. Then he added that something extremely unusual awaited them ahead. In the distance, a light appeared, looming on the horizon and rapidly approaching like a wild beast. Karen asked what they should do in such a situation and whether they should prepare for battle. Jamad replied that there was no need to rush, as these creatures emitted an unusual energy. Meanwhile, the unknown silhouette began to gradually approach. It came closer and addressed Mr. Snowman, which puzzled Kang Sol, as this guy knew his name. Moreover, the stranger's voice sounded friendly and even familiar, and he was now almost close enough to touch. It soon became clear that it was Male, who greeted the young man warmly and was clearly sincere in his joy at seeing him. He turned out to be an exile from the Stonefang tribe, and it remained unclear what exactly he was doing in these parts after such a long absence. The monster said that he had traveled all over Nebenia and seen the amazing world of humans. Mel did not regret for a moment that he had come down from the mountains. Karen turned to the host, clearly not hiding her surprise that he knew other trolls besides Jamad. The girl came closer and curiously noticed Miles' glasses. He explained that he had found a much more useful application for them than simply correcting his vision. When Karen remarked that she had never met such intelligent trolls before, Jamad glanced at her with displeasure. Meanwhile, Mal noticed Tyrant Jamad and said that he had finally seen the commander of Stonefang. He then revealed that he was the son of Maura, an exile from the previous generation. Jamad had never imagined that she had a son and was hearing about this for the first time. Mal probably played a crucial role in the defeat of Stonefang and provided significant assistance to Snowman. The troll himself confirmed that this was indeed the case, explaining that although he had used a magical potion, it was Mr. Snowman's determination that had ultimately decided the outcome. Jamad shook his head thoughtfully, intrigued by Mal's level of sorcery. Karen noted with regret that the troll spoke of his own tribe as if it were someone else's home, and thought that these creatures were incapable of true feelings of affection. Meanwhile, Mile told how he had ended up in these parts and explained it with a prophecy. He had mastered divination, albeit imperfectly, and it was this that had foretold a serious catastrophe, which is why the troll had decided to come here to try to prevent it. Mel added that he had been here for about half a month, as the stars had foretold this meeting, and that was why he had seen them about 4 days ago. Kang Sol thoughtfully noted that it was indeed quite a long time. The monster said that the persecuted tribe was considered particularly vicious and ferocious, and if the three of them had to face them, the prediction would probably come true in the worst possible way. Kang Sol wanted to know what exactly Male had seen in his divination. In response, the troll clenched the magical pollen in his fist and said again that the three of them would not be able to cope. However, there was still a chance, and if there were 4 of them, the outcome could be completely different. When the pollen began to fall to the ground, silhouettes of trolls began to appear from it. At that moment, the young hero realized that these creatures came from North Skull. Mel explained that this was how he showed what the trolls who passed through here were doing. They set up camp, fell asleep, and left behind only traces of their souls. Kang Sol was shocked by this discovery and genuinely surprised by what he saw. Meanwhile, the troll added that they simply continued along the border, as he knew this place and others could use the same passage. After that, Male remarked that he would never forget how much Mr. Snowman had helped him in the past. Now he had a rare opportunity to repay that debt and become his guide. Soon the guys moved on and approached the wall on the border of Nebenia. Mel touched the rocky surface and pointed out that the central passage of the cave was blocked. However, it did not look like a natural collapse, and Karen suggested that Sulphur Skull had a hand in it. Her friend noted that this was not necessarily the case, and that they should first take a careful look around. Soon, images preserved in the memory of these lands began to appear before the group. Apparently, there were about 20 people whom Mael could see through the flames. Among them was a girl well known to Kang Sol. It was Mira, who had been caught in the fire. Jamad remembered her. It was this lady who had followed Kibo. Karen grumbled discontentedly that she was the only one who knew nothing about the story. The troll could have told her. Meanwhile, Kang Sol thought that in this case, the only way to get further was through Gulia. But Mal decided to try another loophole. He picked up a cockeren fruit and cast a spell on it. Then Mal threw the plant forward and it hit the rocky floor with a clang. In the next few moments, an incredible monster appeared from the cave. It turned out to be a stone worm that lived in the area and was particularly fond of cockeren fruit. Mael had secretly imbued the fruit with instructions, causing the creature to destroy the walls and clear the way. Jamad noticed that Mael had many talents and that such skills would be useful to Stonefang. However, his friend replied that there was no conversation more useless than thinking about the past, especially since Stonefang had become an object of hatred for him. Meanwhile, the stoneworm broke free and rushed forward, leaving destruction in its wake. Thanks to this, an unusually spacious passage opened up before the boys, through which they could now enter without hindrance. Soon, the Yoghnatun volcano stretched out before them. This was where his domain began and where their journey would continue. On the way, Jamad warned that their enemy, named Sulphur Skull, possessed outstanding skills, so it was especially important for them to be wary of the upper reaches. Karen said that only a few trolls could boast truly outstanding abilities, and became interested in what talents could be found among the representatives of the Northern Skull. After a short pause, Jamad said that among them there was one completely unbridled monster. At that moment, a very strange discovery suddenly appeared before them. It turned out to be a wounded man who was still groaning and trying to move. Jamad noticed that he resembled a member of the pursuit squad led by Mira. Mel stepped forward and materialized a medicine, the effects of satri leaves, which must be chewed and washed down with water. The wounded man, having no other choice, followed this advice. After a few minutes, the unfortunate man felt that it was much easier to breathe. He tried to say something and began to utter a word in a broken voice. Soon the boys realized that the wounded man was telling them to leave and beware of the monster. It was now obvious that the surveillance operation under Mira's command had been exposed, and the Sulphur Skull had discovered their presence. But it was almost impossible to imagine that an entire squad of 20 men had fallen so easily. Jamad noted that this was not surprising if the enemy was indeed the Sulphur Skull. This man had apparently been left alive only because he had been overlooked in the confusion. Kang's soul still couldn't believe that even a small part of the enemy forces was enough to defeat a squad of 20 men. Finally, he came to the conclusion that they should leave this place as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Mal used his magic, and enveloped in a light breeze, the boys were protected from the scorching heat. The troll had gleaned a wealth of knowledge from ancient books, which seemed surprising to the young people, since the texts were written in metamorphoses and even scholars found them difficult to understand. Jamad arrogantly declared that he had never been interested in books on sorcery, as he found nothing useful in them for himself. Mel noted that the tribe's leader could use a variety of information, but his companion was confident that his current position was quite good. Karen completely shared this opinion, because you could always turn to the host who would surely treat you to something delicious, and she found traveling the world to be truly enjoyable. However, the girl paused and said thoughtfully that it was very strange that they had not encountered any trolls during all this time. Jamad said that according to the original plan, everything was supposed to happen through the altar built in the crater, and most likely that was where they were. In that case, the guys should climb to the top, and there was still hope that they would be able to save someone. Soon, the altar of the Sulphur Skull was right in front of them, as if they could reach out and touch it. Karen saw it with her own eyes for the first time and did not expect it to be so huge. Ken's soul thought that even with Miles' wind spells, it would be extremely difficult to cope with the local heat, because they had deliberately chosen the most difficult route to avoid being followed, and in doing so had expended too much energy. A difficult task awaited them ahead, as an entire army could be waiting for their friends inside this giant altar. Thus began a dangerous adventure involving the Northern Skull, which was impossible to avoid, as it directly affected current events. They had to help the survivors and prevent the Northern Skull ceremony from completing the ritual sacrifice at all costs. Jamad paid attention to the guards in the area and noticed that they looked surprisingly weak. The Sulphur Skull prided itself on its excessive strength, comparable to that of large tribes, and although the altar itself looked impressive, only part of the tribe was present, which made it unclear why the protection was so lax. Mael said that they had almost no time left, as the preparations for the sacrifice had already been completed. Most likely, the trolls had attracted Purga's attention in advance and were going to sacrifice the humans at the very moment when the conditions were most favorable. Because of this, it was difficult for the guys to estimate how much time they really had left, and there was no guarantee that the victims were still alive, as spiritual witchcraft or torture could have been used. All eyes turned to the snowman, waiting for some ideas and solutions. Ken's soul sank into thought, remembering how, long ago, a boy who was the heir to the Sulphur Skull had suggested using the god of the element of Purga. The conclusions were obvious, as it was a matter of invoking the gods. After a moment, the young man formed certain thoughts about what was happening. After that, the hero turned to Mael, counting on his help, and tried to find out how much time was left before the sacrifice was completed. The troll explained that unlike the large-scale preparations for the celebration of the gods, the ritual itself did not last long, because the gods of the elements were capricious and impatient and could not stand tedious actions. He also said that the sacrifice did not necessarily have to be alive, but it was easiest to obtain a human for the ritual, although sometimes any valuables and treasures were used as offerings. Kang's soul came to the conclusion that in this case, they needed to prepare a suitable strike and try to hold the celebration of the gods on their own. Meanwhile, Mira and her companion moved forward through the narrow gorge, struggling to make their way through the dangerous terrain. It became clear that the pursuit squad of more than 20 people had fallen at the hands of just 2 creatures. Moreover, their supposed commander did not even intervene in what was happening. Zermo said that he would not allow her to go to her death alone and intended to go with her. At that moment, Mira suddenly stopped, her eyes widening in shock. Ahead of them appeared terrifying monsters, whose mere presence inspired chilling fear and primal terror. Zermo tried to call out to his friend and stop her from acting rashly. However, the girl had already rushed forward, swinging her huge axe. Just as she was about to strike, Jamad blocked her attack with a sharp movement. The troll realized that such an act would only mean a senseless end to her life. Mira was in complete shock and did not understand what was happening, as this was her first encounter with a troll who spoke human language. Meanwhile, another troll turned to her and remarked that he hadn't seen Captain Mira in a very long time. The young lady was even more shocked, unable to believe what was happening. She recognized those golden eyes and realized that she was standing before the snowman himself. After meeting with Mira, they learned everything that had happened during that time, about her pursuit of the sulfur skull to save Kibo, and how her squad had been completely destroyed. The girl blamed herself for everything, believing that if she hadn't brought people to these lands, the tragedy could have been avoided. Serm tried to comfort her, saying that the people had made the decision to follow her themselves, wanting to save Kibo and repay him for all the good he had done for them. Mira continued her story, explaining that it all happened when the squad thought they had almost caught up with the kidnappers, after which the enemies noticed they were being followed and sent 2 trolls to meet them. One of them fought with a weapon resembling a long claw, while the other used a huge axe. Jamad immediately realized that they were talking about Joe and Kango, the valiant warriors of the Northern Skull. They were undoubtedly talented, but there was no need to worry about them too much, as their leader posed a much greater danger. That monster was Jando, the one who had proposed that reckless plan. It was difficult to say how strong he was, as Jamad had never fought him personally, but he was confident that he could win if necessary. Only now did Kangsul begin to gradually realize what had actually happened. He turned to Mira, said that they were going to sneak inside, and asked what the others' plans were. In response, the young lady clenched her fists firmly, clearly showing her position. She asked to be taken with them, expressing her willingness to go straight into the mouth of the volcano. Kangsul agreed, but said that in that case they would need a convincing cover story. He then asked them to close their eyes, and the young people looked at him in slight shock, not immediately understanding what he had in mind. To get to the altar, they had to get past the guards, who would have crushed them in battle. But with the help of Mira and Sherm, they could get inside unnoticed. Kangsul introduced himself to the guards as the prisoner's escort, and this version seemed plausible enough. The system gave several possible courses of action, and overall, the chosen path turned out to be very timely. He also explained that he had not returned with Mr. Jando only because he had been delayed catching the escaped prisoners. Then he said that there was almost no time left, and if the guards did not let them in immediately, the master might well sacrifice them instead. The guards did not argue and let the squad through, but they did notice Jamad, not remembering ever having such a large and imposing troll in their service. His appearance was too reminiscent of the former commander, Stone Fang, and this caused them a momentary doubt. Jamad merely muttered that it was not worth remembering the dead, and the men strode past. The guard also remembered that Mr. Magra's troops were supposed to arrive very soon, but Jamad said briefly that he had not seen anyone. They were advised to be cautious in any case, because Lord Magra had volunteered to participate in the ceremony, which kept Lord Jando in a constant state of tension. With these thoughts in mind, the detachment moved on, passing through the huge stone gates, behind which outsiders were never allowed. However, a moment later they stopped because a problem arose ahead that looked much more serious than expected. Jamad was convinced that Magra's very presence in this place was the greatest threat to them. The union of the 3 tribes was led by the Council of Elders, elders of past generations who possessed enormous power and symbolized strength and unity. Magra was a famous sorcerer from the Northern Skull tribe who had joined the Council of Elders, which meant that the slightest exposure would spell certain doom for them. However, awareness of this threat did not change anything, and Mal had to act first. According to the plan, he had to make his way to the central axis of the altar. Mal played a key role in Kangsul's plan, as he was tasked with destroying the central axis floating in the air. Under the pretext of escorting the prisoners, Jamad was supposed to secure their release. The moment had come to gather his courage and focus on finding the place where they were being held. Meanwhile, Kangsul and Karen had to make their way to the place where the ceremony of the gods was to be held. On the way, Karen noticed that her master now looked surprisingly ridiculous and very ugly. In response, he remarked that she was not a beauty either, causing Karen to grumble discontentedly that she had not expected to hear such a thing in her lifetime, and even felt embarrassed in front of Jamad. After that, she decided to remind her master of his previous words, spoken during the hunt for the mist monster. At that time, Kang Sul claimed that when he reached the end of his journey, the world would become a little better. The young hero thought about it and admitted that he now really remembered that moment. Karen said that he was probably right, because Kang Sul had never acted to save the world. However, the irony was that it was his actions that gradually changed everything around him for the better. If their plan was successful, Nebaniah would be rid of the trolls, the refugees from Novira would be saved, and Kongori would indirectly receive support after the commotion raised at the meeting. However, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud and deafening explosion. This meant that Mael had managed to fulfill his part of the plan after all. The monsters immediately became agitated as an emergency situation had arisen involving the central axis, and they needed to immediately go downstairs. They had to hurry, otherwise they all risked ending up in lava and burning alive in this hell. One of the monsters turned to the others and asked irritably why they were standing still and not following orders. He also asked why these two were frozen in place and not moving. At that very moment, Kang Sul and Karen's camouflage began to gradually dissipate. The young lady said that they were standing still for a reason, as their path lay above, and then made a decisive swing with her sword. Meanwhile, the leader couldn't believe what was happening, as he had been informed of problems with the central axis of the altar, which had disrupted the balance of all the chains. In a rage, he grabbed the soldier by the neck and demanded an explanation of what could have happened to the axis. In response, he was told that the soldiers had already gone downstairs and were trying to figure out the cause of the incident. Jando turned to Magra and told him not to worry, as uninvited guests had entered the central axis and were the source of all the trouble. Magra expressed his obvious dissatisfaction, noting that the news was extremely bad. The disruption of the celebration of the gods was a serious cause for concern, so the first thing to do was to find out what exactly the intruders were after. Jando said that their identities were still unknown, but they had clearly acted deliberately, and it was quite possible that their goal was to delay and disrupt the sacrifice. This delay was quite real, as only Jando could hold the altar with a special spell when the axle was damaged, which meant that the sabotage was directed specifically against him. The monster lamented that the incident had occurred during the visit of an honored guest, Magra, but he ordered him to put aside his emotions and act calmly. At that moment, trolls burst into the room, ready to carry out any orders immediately. Magra ordered them to go downstairs and deal with the situation. Jando thought to himself that the elder had supported him after all. Filled with determination, he expressed his deep gratitude and confirmed his intention to complete the sacrifice and spread the influence of the northern turtle throughout the entire nebula. It was necessary to put aside unnecessary thoughts and focus entirely on restoring the central axis. Jando bowed and set off to carry out the order he had received. Magra watched him leave and thought about how this troll could become a leader who would lead the union of tribes into a new era. But he was still too young. His thoughts were fixated on making other races tremble in fear of the trolls. But terror alone was not enough to free them from their shackles. These constraints were called innate savagery, which caused trolls to easily become disunited and quickly lose their fighting spirit. Because without mastering their own souls and instincts, it was impossible to break down the wall on the path to true power. That is why throughout history, trolls were not only not considered equal, but were despised and equated with animals. Magar came to the conclusion that perhaps he should not have left them, because this decision ultimately led to the current consequences. It was especially bitter to realize that Jamad was gone forever. This troll claimed that he would not allow himself to be crushed by outdated orders and would one day outgrow the Union itself. He wanted to go beyond what was permitted and become the king of all creation, winning loyalty through respect, and saw the god of the elements as nothing more than an obstacle in his path. Perhaps the Union needed such bold blood, but the question remained whether Tyrant's ambitions were empty since his mountain fell in one night. Meanwhile, the prisoners were slowly dying of thirst, exhausted and begging for freedom, or at least a sip of water. They looked exhausted and had almost lost hope of rescue. Meanwhile, the guard turned around when he heard a sharp command directed at him. Jamad struck him with a swift and crushing blow, leaving him no chance. The troll said that he would only borrow the keys, which he now desperately needed. Soon the lock clicked and turned, and Consul shouted sharply that people should come out immediately. The uncle turned to Mira with a trembling voice, not understanding what she was doing there, why she had come to this place and why this troll had suddenly started helping them. However, the girl did not explain anything, because at that moment it was more important for her to find out where Kiba was. Suddenly, she was warned of danger behind her, and the young lady turned around sharply. A terrifying monster appeared before them, Joey's, who made no secret of his evil intentions. The creature stared intently at the group, clearly preparing to defend itself and take immediate action. The villain declared that this time he intended to finish off the girl once and for all. The young lady swung decisively and tried to destroy her opponent with one blow. The enemy thought to himself that he had already felt her strength back then, but now it was obvious that the girl was very tired and her body could no longer keep up with her will. In this state, Mira could easily become a victim for Mr. Purga. Her desperate attempts to attack did not lead to any visible results. The blade was rapidly approaching her, and it seemed that there was no way out of this situation. However, at that moment, the double-edged sword skill was activated. During training, Kibo had instilled in her that in battle, one should think less and act more boldly. The system window recorded the effect of the skill, which increased the power of all attacks by 50% for 30 seconds, followed by a brief decrease in power. The young lady delivered a sharp blow, forcing her opponent to retreat. One Good's ripping fangs were activated, and Jose realized that he had failed to dodge this simple blow. However, the young lady was already completely enraged and acted without hesitation, believing that her opponent truly deserved to die. Thus, she managed to defeat Bloody Jose and receive an additional reward. The next moment, the girl became alert as an angry growl sounded nearby. Another troll was heading straight for her, clearly intending to attack. However, the enemy immediately encountered Jamad's swift and merciless attack. With one powerful blow, the troll knocked him to the ground and instantly knocked him unconscious. After that, he told Mira that everything was fine, and Joe was already defeated. But there was no time to rest, as there was still a chance of finding more survivors. The girl nodded, thinking that this troll was probably one of the snowman's summoned shadows. She knew that this guy could take on Heki's gang single-handedly, but without direct confirmation, she could only guess at his true capabilities. The thought that Snowman was capable of summoning several such shadows at once made her wonder how great his true power really was. Meanwhile, Jamad turned to the prisoners and demanded that they speak up, breaking the painful silence and confirming their desire to return. The people did not immediately understand what was happening, as the trolls spoke in human language. But not daring to disobey, they responded nonetheless. At that moment, Mira warned them not to be afraid of Jamad, as he was on their side. Joyful cries rang out from all sides, filled with relief at the realization that they were finally saved and could return home. However, Jamad was looking for a specific person and therefore quickly destroyed one of the doors. The troll told his master that he had found him, and fortunately, he was still alive, with his head on his shoulders. He then turned to the stunned Haman and made it clear that he should leave as soon as possible. The completely shocked young man could not believe what was happening. He was struck by the thought that the guys had risked everything for him alone. Jamad replied that they had indeed come for him, but emphasized that no one had actually risked their lives and that he shouldn't exaggerate. Hamun agreed and said that he had heard Mira's voice and wanted to know where she was. At that moment, the girl was helping the freed prisoners and searching for Kibo at the same time. She had no idea that meeting him in his current state would be such a heavy blow for her. When the young lady finally saw her friend, she could not contain her emotions, and tears quickly rolled down her cheeks. Kibo called her name in a hoarse voice and reproached her for her reckless decision to follow him to such a dangerous place. He asked what had happened, why she had already injured her eye, and how much pain she was in. Mira, shaken to the core, rushed to him, bursting into tears and hugging him tightly. Kibo said that tears were unnecessary here because she, more than anyone else, knew that there was almost no room left in this world for freedom and hope. He believed that feelings were too much of a hindrance to the battles ahead and therefore should not be allowed to take precedence. The man advised her to organize the Order of Hunters and show the way to lost souls, because from now on, Mira had become a wolf. The rescue of the survivors was successful, and new trials and a series of adventures awaited them ahead. The people met Kibo and could not believe their eyes when they saw the state their leader was in. He asked them not to cry, saying that he was still alive, and it was clear that everyone was waiting for his instructions. Kibo announced that he was stepping down as commander and that the Order of Hunters would now be led by Mira, whose orders were to be obeyed. The people looked at the girl in complete shock and were unable to utter a word for several moments. Jamad watched her intently while she herself realized that there was no turning back. The girl said that reinforcements from the Northern Skull would soon arrive, and that in the event of a direct confrontation with ordinary people, it would be extremely difficult for them. The people began to panic and ask what they should do next, as they had no intention of returning to their cages. The lady indicated that there was only one way out and that everyone needed to go upstairs. Many disagreed with this decision, believing that at least there was still a chance of escape below. The young lady said that it was too late to run and that their only chance was to go upstairs while the trolls were distracted by the central axis. Meanwhile, Jando released a powerful magical stream, holding the central axis, but soon received a report from the upper floor. The situation there was extremely dire, with casualties and complete chaos reigning. It was reported that unknown assailants had attacked the armory, seized weapons, and begun to move upward. Jando was shocked by what had happened and angry at his subordinates for failing to deal with even one rat. Magra urged Jando to remain calm, reminding him that his task was to hold the central axis and that reinforcements were already on their way to the altar. However, one small detail continued to trouble the master and gave him no peace. The monster was increasingly inclined to believe that these rats might have hidden intentions. Their goal was difficult to determine, but everything pointed to one thing. The destruction of the Axis was supposed to lock him down below, and the release of the prisoners was supposed to sow chaos and scatter his forces. It all looked like a carefully thought-out plan designed to leave Jando alone on the lower level. Otherwise, it remained unclear why they did not even try to escape through the lower levels, but instead stubbornly climbed upward. At that moment, Magra finally realized that these opponents were not targeting him personally. Their true intention was to intercept the prepared sacrifices, and this could not be allowed under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Kang's soul moved on to the next stage, which the system had designated as an adventure called Comprehend the Tribe. This task was extremely dangerous, but they had no other choice as they needed to defeat the leader of the Sulphur Skull tribe and capture Gulya to ensure the survival of more than 70% of the people. The monsters fiercely attacked the squad, but the way back was completely blocked. In this situation, the friends had to immediately hold back the onslaught, and Karen swung her sword furiously, repelling one attack after another. Kang Soul said that they only needed to hold out until the ceremony began, without engaging in an overly protracted battle. At that moment, Mile addressed Mr. Snowman, and Kang Soul became wary, not understanding where this troll had come from. The monster explained that he had to resort to a little magic to get here on time, and said that it was now necessary to begin the ceremony. The young man summoned almighty fire and burning sulfur, awakening the rebellious spirit of Purga. He was slumbering in the very heart of the volcano, which was about to reveal its true form. In the next moment, a powerful explosion erupted before the hero, and devastating magical energy crashed directly onto his body. However, the young man did not flinch, even though the heat was unbearable even through the protective magic that Mael had cast in advance, and yet he managed to withstand it. The boy clearly felt the deadly threat emanating from this fire, but at the same time witnessed the manifestation of an amazing creature, which increased his wisdom by 5 points. Before him appeared Purga, expressing fierce discontent that someone had dared to disturb his sleep without fear. Kan's soul looked completely insignificant and tiny against the backdrop of this majestic fiery creature. Despite this, he stated without hesitation that he had come with the intention of presenting a sacrifice that Purga must accept. The young man also pointed out that the sacrifice itself was very close by, and he was ready to show it to the monster. Purga responded with a haughty laugh, but said that a valuable gift had indeed been prepared for him, for which it was quite acceptable to wake up. The hero handed Purga the heart of Atarak, the last descendant of Anakindria, and although it had long since stopped beating, it still contained ancient, tarnished blood that carried an unknown skill. The monster said that ancient blood was of tremendous value and asked what exactly the young man wanted in return and what favor he expected. The system immediately generated several possible options for the request, and the young man said that it was extremely important for him to obtain a shadow. Purga noted that such ambitions would be carved out with fire, and the process itself would be extremely painful and merciless. A moment later, the young hero felt an unbearable heat that completely engulfed his body and mind. At the same time, Magda resolutely approached the young people, for it was they who had disturbed the peace of this place, and in such a short time had caused real chaos on the ground of the volcano. He was sure that Sulphur Skull had come here to bury each of these daring daredevils right in the fiery crater. Kangsul noticed that of all possible opponents, Magda's appearance was a particularly unfortunate turn of events. The guy said that he ended up here because someone close to him had been taken away, and that was reason enough to come even to the very depths of hell. Magda said that now he understood everything, but that was the end of the hero's luck. After all, the appearance of such a powerful opponent on his path could not have been accidental. Kangsul admitted that the troll was right, since luck had never been his strong suit, and fate rarely spoiled him with pleasant coincidences. That is why the hero had gotten used to preparing for the worst from an early age, thinking through every step and leaving backup plans in case of complete failure. Magda froze for a moment and realized that this kid had managed to use Purga's tattoos, a turn of events that was clearly beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, the young man had already unleashed his magical attacks, and a torrent of power surged forward. A moment later, the silhouette began to clear, and Karen was shocked to recognize the familiar features that took her breath away. There was no longer any doubt, standing before her was indeed her own brother. Karuna said that for him, everything that was happening was like a long dream that he didn't want to end. Magda just laughed, thinking that the daredevil had only prepared a shadow, and his excessive self-confidence could easily give rise to reckless bravery. However, it turned out to be nothing more than a youthful impulse, and Magda was ready to prove it personally in a fierce battle, leaving his opponent without the slightest hope. This monster had absorbed the energy of the tribe since birth, left many traces in history, and had long been known as a living legend among the local trolls. He pushed off the ground with determination, magical currents swirling around him, and at that moment, the villain activated a fiery hyena, engulfing everything within range in flames. Kang Sol noticed that most of the information about the enemy remained unknown, which meant that the opponent was beyond his current insight. Magda was the first legendary monster the hero had encountered in all his adventures, and the difference in levels was so great that insight proved completely useless. However, the enemy himself did not understand the power that the bond between the twin knights could awaken, and this became his fatal mistake. Karen and Karuna acted decisively and with focus, simultaneously unleashing their attacks directly on the enemy. The characteristics of the two shadows merged and redistributed themselves depending on the situation, creating a flexible and dangerous combat form. Magda tried with all his might to repel their onslaught, but with each passing second, the attacks became more intense and relentless. The enemy couldn't understand what this unbreakable force was, which only grew stronger with every passing second. Karen noticed that it had been a very long time since she had fought side by side with her brother. Karuna confirmed that it had indeed been a long time since the collapse of Montera, and that fighting together was a thing of the past. The girl thought that now was the right moment to test what her brother was capable of in real combat conditions. Magda, enraged, growled and demanded an explanation of who these guys were who kept attacking him and preventing him from concentrating. Karuna did not bother to explain anything with words. With a decisive blow, he threw the enemy aside, demonstrating the full power and precision of his skill. There were two main reasons why the Twin Knights' combat abilities had increased significantly. First, Karuna had risen to the rank of hero, which greatly enhanced his existing skills and added new capabilities in battle. Second, when the Twin Knights were summoned simultaneously, their stats doubled, making them an incredibly dangerous pair. Karen, the strongest of Kang Sol's shadows, became twice as strong, and Karuna's power almost caught up to her level. No matter how strong Magda was, he couldn't fight both of them at the same time, which gave Kang Sol and his allies a huge advantage. The enemy used sulfur magic, and the Wandering Fire increased his magical attacks by 80%, creating a dangerous flurry of energy. Magda advanced decisively, and Kang Sol became concerned at that moment, overcome by a bad feeling. It became clear that the enemy was deliberately trying to destroy him and unleashed a magical attack. At this critical moment, Jamad intervened in the duel, blocking the attack with one decisive blow, saving Kang Sol from direct defeat. The troll felt an incredible stream of fire that barely touched his skin. Magra was surprised to see that Jamad was here and had become a shadow even though he was believed to be dead. The enemy said ironically that the role of a guard dog suited him perfectly. Jamad replied that not everything in the human world was so bad, that respect had to be earned through understanding, not fear, and that thanks to this, he had made some true friends. At that moment, Magra heard his subordinates warn him of danger. The tyrant Jamad gave the Twin Knights the order to act freely, while he himself watched over his fragile master. Karen noticed that in moments like this, Jamad inspired confidence, and she really liked such a well-thought-out plan of action. The boys launched decisive attacks on Magra from different sides, and he barely managed to dodge their powerful blows. At one point, Magra delivered a crushing blow, and Karun began to fall rapidly under its weight. The enemy was confident that Jando would soon restore the altar, and then he would be able to kill everyone, which put pressure on the heroes. Although they managed to temporarily push Magru back, the delay ruined part of their plans, and besides, the army remained undefeated. Kang Sol thought that their defeat was impossible because they could destroy the altar, which would be a key factor in the battle. Meanwhile, Karuna began to enter the second phase of the moonlight, the crescent moon, increasing his combat abilities and magical power. The snowman gave the command for his shadow to show everything it was capable of, strengthening the influence of his allies in battle. The knight confirmed his readiness and entered the third phase of moonlight, the full moon, which dramatically increased their strength. The hero rushed forward, grabbed his sword sharply, and a dazzling magical glow spread around him. Magra was visibly nervous, gritting his teeth, ready to repel any blow, but gradually feeling that he was losing control of the situation. He did not understand who these two monsters attacking him were, but he saw that his opponents were acting with incredible strength and determination. Karen approached her opponent with enthusiasm and confidently declared her readiness to fight. Each of the girl's blows was precise and deadly, and the magical energy emanating from her was so powerful that Magra could not understand the source of this power. At that moment, Karuna swung his sword, attacking his opponent decisively. In an instant, everything around them was reduced to rubble, and a deafening explosion was heard. The guys got out, everyone was alive, but they knew that now they had to wait for the trolls, who were already scared. The enemies did not know what to do, because the path to engagement was completely destroyed, and control of the situation had finally passed to the heroes. Kibo needed rest and Mira looked after him, while the others no longer had the strength to continue fighting. The people, flooded with tears, begged for help and asked the snowman to support them at this critical moment. Karen, in a state of shock and thoughtfulness, watched what was happening. Meanwhile, Magra gradually came to his senses and noticed Jando nearby, who was clearly shocked by the destruction of their plans. The leader said that this place was finished, as were all their plans, and he couldn't believe that it was all because of the actions of these heroes. Magra said that he had mistakenly blamed the rat, but now felt his demise was near and understood that his power over the tribe was in jeopardy. Despite the approaching help, he furiously ordered Jando not to get his hopes up. Today he will die, and he will try to save the sulfur skull from disintegration and maintain control over the tribe at the cost of his own life. Magra ordered Jando to return to the tribe and inform the Union of what had happened. He also told him to report that he had resorted to forbidden sorcery. After that, it was necessary to take care of the shadows and deal with them. Jando glanced at the two heroes and confirmed his readiness to follow all instructions and act exactly according to plan. Meanwhile, Magra drove everyone away from the altar and activated an incredible, unbridled power to demonstrate the full might of forbidden sorcery. He used a special skill called Divine Incarnation, which promised to change the course of the battle. Karen expressed her indignation through gritted teeth, realizing that this opponent had no intention of simply retreating. Magra declared that he was prepared to do everything possible to ensure that his end would not be a pitiful one, and hoped that the twin knights would join him in this confrontation. Karen moved nimbly across the ground, her eyes flashing with determination, and her every movement filled with precision and power. The young men, finding new energy, attacked their enemy with fury, delivering one blow after another. The air was filled with sparks and the metallic screech of their swords cutting through the air. Magra, overcome with rage, shouted that he would burn everything alive to the ground, every last one of them. This altar would consume all his plans, and with them, everyone who was nearby. People screamed in horror, feeling the ground slip away from under their feet, and the altar tilted even more. They grabbed each other, deciding to stick together so as not to fall into the abyss. Magra shouted maliciously that it was too late to escape now, that everyone would die with him. He used forbidden magic, while Karen stood opposite the enemy and looked him straight in the eye with determination. People watched the fiery stream, which was taking over more and more space with every second, and their fear grew with every moment. The young lady was completely confused and did not know what to do in this critical situation. But a moment later, the snowman appeared nearby, and all eyes instantly turned to him. People begged the hero for help and asked him to save them, not to leave them in this unbridled emptiness and despair. Mira held Kibo in her arms and could barely stand on her feet, calling out to the snowman in a breaking voice. At that moment, the young hero decided that it couldn't end like this and turned to Karen. She had previously said that once the snowman reached 100 points, she would fully recognize him as her master. But now the decisive moment had come, and Karen announced that Kang's soul had scored 99 points, and that was enough to summon him as her master and unleash his power to its full potential. The young lady used the fire flower, absorbing the fire heat within a certain radius. Her actions were decisive and purposeful. She wanted to change the outcome of events and protect people. Kang's soul, completely confused, watched this incredible and spectacular explosion. Karen thought about how she had always dreamed of being a knight for only one person. Jin, her most beloved and devoted master, was the one for whom the lady was ready to give her life. After he died at the hands of the invaders and Montera fell, the girl sank into despair. Her soul burned with anger and sadness. Only ashes remained inside her. The feeling of life was gone, and almost everything had dried up. Karen lost her reason for living, not understanding why she should continue and what the point was. That's what she thought before. But everything changed after she met this boy. The hero made her wake up again, even though his skills were still far from her level. It was fun to travel with him and overcome obstacles. Karen began to find joy again in both ordinary things and exciting adventures. Every time she felt hungry, the host prepared food, and even if only for a brief moment, it brought back memories of her time in Monterey. This guy was amazing. He always seemed to know the way and appeared in the right place when the road ended. Since then, she had gradually begun to think that staying with him might not be so bad after all. But at the same time, the thought of forgetting Jean and the most precious memories of her life frightened her to the core. She needed to understand this feeling more deeply, to live it fully and finally understand it. Her opponent insisted that heroes were just lazy people and that she was no different from them. Karen understood that the cruelty of the world could not be eradicated, and she simply did not have time for doubts and wanderings. She wanted to act like the snowman, to move forward, not fear the consequences, and believe that the path she had chosen was the right one. But at that moment, the girl did not know what to do and returned to this question again and again. She remembered how Jean considered her indecisive and stubborn, and saw this as her true nature. Karen knew that eras give rise to emperors, and people create eras, but she found it difficult to understand what exactly had changed, whether the era had changed or a new emperor had been born. Then she remembered Jean's idea that the answer could be found by looking closely into someone's eyes. After all, it is the eyes that remain the mirror of the soul and reveal the truth, even when words are silent. She realized that the truth might be hidden where everyone's eyes were focused. Jin asked his knight with a slight smile if she had managed to find the answer. The young lady looked straight at him silently for a few minutes. Then she said that she had found what she was looking for. Now it was clear to her which direction to move in, and she told Jean about it. After that, Karen mentally thanked him for everything, and tears slowly flowed from her eyes. At the same time, the phoenix flew proudly forward, cutting through space with its fiery silhouette. Karen transformed, releasing streams of magical flame and completely controlling the bird. As the girl absorbed the entire Magra tribe, her hair regained its original red color. The young lady turned to her friend and called him her summoner for the first time. Karen admitted that she still did not fully understand how to wield this power and against whom to raise her sword. But it seemed to her that Kang Sul understood this much better and was able to advise her. Karen looked at him with hope and a determined gleam in her eyes. The lady decided to trust Snowman and walk with him on this dangerous path. The young man said without hesitation that he was ready to do so and would set off on the unknown route. The 10th guardian of the imperial family of Montera, Knight Karen, relinquished her powers as guardian from that day on, leaving her former role behind for good. The girl decisively delivered a crushing blow directly to her opponent, leaving no room for doubt. She used the Red Lotus, and the power began to spiral out of control until the scarlet flower bloomed in all its terrifying beauty. Her opponent roared in pain and rage, and an epiphany descended from the heavens, in which Karen awakened a new skill. It turned out to be a unique skill called Paint with Dawn, incredibly strong and truly powerful. It was thanks to this unbridled power that she was able to overcome such a formidable enemy. The monster roared in despair, but its time had come, and nothing could change that. Karen lowered her magical sparks and mentally said goodbye to her faithful Jin, finally accepting that she was now moving on. A bird flashed in the sky and flew into the distance, while Jin watched thoughtfully as it disappeared, unable to take his eyes off it. The emperor followed it with his eyes and, with quiet sadness, felt that it would indeed be better for everyone. A multitude of different thoughts flashed through his mind, but at that moment, liberation came, and Karen was given the opportunity to fly away. The warrior looked at her defeated enemy, of whom only ashes remained. In his final moments, the monster thought that he was ready to die, and therefore had no regrets. He knew that this would be the end, but his death was not a mistake. The only thing that turned out to be in vain were the last words he said to John Doe about the shadows. It would have been much better to wish his tribesmen to forget them. Magra believed that he would never bow down before a human being and would never humiliate himself before him. He intended to remain independent forever. However, Jamad had a completely different fate in store for him, and the monster could not escape it. Magra had to accept a different reality and act completely differently, going with his master no matter how much his pride resisted. The troll tried to use magic absorption to absorb Magra's sorcery, but the enemy's level was higher than that of the spellcaster, and the technique was on the verge of failure from the very beginning. A moment later, the absorption did indeed fail, and Jamad took significant damage. He stepped back, suddenly feeling his body engulfed in an incredibly burning flame. Kang Sul watched in complete shock as the troll was engulfed in flames. The young man thought with alarm that the powerful recoil had engulfed his friend's entire body in flames, and that it was truly dangerous to confront a creature of this level. It was at that moment that the hero heard the troll's words that he should not look down on him. Even now, Jamad was not going to back down so easily, because kings are not made overnight. Stone by stone and handful by handful of sand, he had turned himself into a mountain. His ancestors had once been captivated by the power of the elemental gods, selling their minds and faith. But Jamad considered himself different and did not count himself among those fools. He took one blow after another, but did not give up and continued to believe that he would become king by his own efforts. The troll was sure that he would be able to reach the truth of the stars and understand the real reason for his birth. To do this, he needed Magra's power, and he was determined to get it at any cost without backing down. The next moment, there was an incredibly powerful flash, and Kang's soul watched this stunning sight in complete shock, unable to look away. After a moment, the dust began to settle, while the boy still stood motionless. Jamad emerged from the rubble, groaning and looking noticeably weakened, but it was clear that he had achieved what he wanted. The troll had absorbed Magra's magic after all, becoming several times stronger and significantly more resilient. The shadow regained its original power, and the stone armor was reinforced to volcanic levels. Regaining its original power meant the disappearance of the negative effect that invariably accompanied the summoning of shadows, the so-called shadow debuff. This effect could only be removed by investing all skill points in shadow summoning, and the hero decided that after leaving this place, there was much to check and recalculate. The lands of the trolls and the surroundings of the Yoknatun volcano were left behind, after which the squad moved towards Gulya, and the trolls completely surrendered and no longer tried to pursue them. Kan's soul decided to follow Mira and her team, and they in turn expressed their gratitude for the help and support he had provided. The young hero asked Kibo not to mention his name or talk about his involvement in what had happened. People couldn't understand this reaction and wondered why he would want to hide his actions. The boy himself reasoned that fame in Gulya sounded tempting, but the interest of the royal family of Nebania in the army, which would inevitably follow, would surely come back to haunt him in his future travels. If the kingdom showed interest in him, they would surely try to forcibly recruit him into service, which he would not be able to refuse. So it was wiser to delay meeting this family for as long as possible. In the end, the people promised to grant his request, especially since what had happened already seemed like a fairy tale that no one would believe anyway. They said that in any case, they would never forget Kang Soul's actions and the help he had given them. Mira turned to Snowman and expressed her sincere gratitude for everything he had done. The guy was worried about Kibo's condition, but the woman reassured him, saying that he had survived and even found the strength to smile despite what he had been through. After that, she asked for Snowman's real name, and he finally decided to reveal it. The young lady expressed her hope to meet him in Gulya, as she intended to show him something one day and believed that their paths would cross again. It was decided to act separately from the group of survivors, and the freed prisoners, led by Mira's hunting party, set off for Gulya. Hamoon decided to join them, and the people knew that their liberation had been made possible by the fact that this guy was among them. The snowman and his companions decided to go through Nebenia to avoid problems at the border and not fall behind those who had left earlier. The plan on the volcano was foiled, the labyrinth and the fiery altar were revealed, and Snowman's feat changed the relationship between the world of eternity and Pandaea. The inhabitants of the free city of Kongori and Guli, upon hearing this news, were able to breathe a sigh of relief, for Pandaea and the world of eternity had entered an era of great and small changes. Now all players had the opportunity to get to the starting location of the Border Guard adventure, and the tension that had held them all this time finally began to subside. The young hero defeated the main Sulphur Skull, and the trophies were delivered. The terms of the adventure allowed it to be completed either after the allotted time had elapsed or upon selection of a reward. However, Kang Sol decided that now was not the best time to open the trophy and considered it important to deliver it safely first. Meanwhile, Mile turned to the guys and said that he had done everything in his power and it was time to say goodbye. The problem had been successfully resolved, and this time he was going to leave Nebenia and head west, following his own path. The trolls said that if his clairvoyance and ability to read the laws of the heavens did not lose their sharpness, their paths might well cross again in the future. Jamad, for his part, said that this clever fellow had played an important role for them and provided assistance whose significance could not be overestimated. A few days later, the group arrived at the fortress of Gulya, stopping at the border post. The guard carefully checked their documents, and although he had never seen the elven traveler before, everything was in order. The guard said that the recent grand event must have attracted the group. Everyone already knew how the Sulphur Skull had met a miserable end. Until the day before yesterday, the travelers could be counted on one hand, but since yesterday morning, they had begun to arrive one after another. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the supervisor kindly warned the guys that if they needed work, they could contact Mr. Patrick. Finally, the group had a chance to settle down for the night, and Karen, with obvious relief, took the heavy chest off her shoulders. Shamad said ironically that she only had to carry the chest to the lodging, while he had carried the artifact all the way from the volcano itself. The young hero did not open the Sulphur Skull's trophies, because if he had done so immediately after receiving them, he would most likely have been transported not to the nearest Gulya, but to Audinin, the place of his final rest. That is why he decided to first secure Gulya as the starting location and only then open the chest, so as not to get an unexpected surprise at the most inopportune moment. Karen said with a sparkle in her eyes that since they had arrived, now was the time to open the trophy. It was a good thing that Karuna had been watching her closely all this time. Otherwise, she would have definitely tried to open the chest while the owner was asleep. Kang's soul looked at his shadows and thought that if someone had overheard them, they would never have believed that he was alone in the room. Finally, the guy began to lift the lid of the chest, and at that moment, a bright glow burst out, instantly filling the entire room. Upon opening the Sulphur Skull's chest, he received skill points, recovery scrolls, a ring of favor, and a rare fire monkey. Karen noticed that the load was heavy for a reason, as there were indeed too many things inside. Indeed, there was much more loot than expected, and there was almost no time to sort through it, because very soon they were going to leave for Novira with Hamun. The guy looked closely at the contents of the chest and froze for a few moments, unable to believe what he was seeing. In his hands was an object that, by all laws of the world, simply should not have existed. It was an artifact of exceptional rank, a truly unusual treasure marked with the symbol of Purga. The find was astonishing, because he had expected a rich haul from such a large chest, but not an item of exceptional level. Although it was just a cloak, it provided a bonus of 20,000 characteristics and possessed unique skills. Samuchin significantly reduced the presence of its owner, blurring them for opponents and making them difficult to detect. Such an attribute clearly gave an advantage and helped to act with minimal losses. The fire worked in such a way that when the enemy's life force dropped to 10%, the hero automatically activated the Bone of Execution. Not only the rewards were useful, but also the titles that came with them, so the guy carefully reread the entire description. Now he was sure that at this stage he had almost no rivals left, and all the adventures associated with the altar were a continuous series of good luck. Previously, he had constantly wondered whether he had done the right thing by throwing himself into the thick of events without thinking about the consequences. Now it was clear that the path he had chosen was indeed the right one. Meanwhile, events were unfolding in the office of the fortress commander, Gulya. Soldier Patrick Keats of Nebenia couldn't believe the eyewitness account that the trolls had angered Purga, who had destroyed them completely. But Kibo replied that it was true, believe it or not, but the fact remained. Patrick Keats said that he just wanted to understand why the fighter had hidden the real truth, because it meant that the official report had to be postponed. Kibo explained that he had spoken completely sincerely, and that their very return alive after what they had been through was already a miracle. Patrick Keats clutched his head, thought for a few moments, and then ordered that Kibo be released. The man thanked his boss for not detaining him. Meanwhile, the population did not know what to do next, as there was an option to return to Novira, but the city was no longer suitable for living. Despite this, people still had hope that it could be restored and improved, and overall, this goal seemed achievable. Kibo turned to his companion and remarked that it seemed everyone was ready to return, and that she was probably ready too. Mira replied that Haman seemed to like the wheelchair, since he was confidently riding it even without legs. Instead of answering, the man asked what his friend was going to do next. The young lady admitted that she did not yet know what she would do, as she did not know if she had anything left to start a new life. Then her friend suggested that she assemble her own hunting party, and Mira looked at him in confusion. Kibo said that it sounded quite reasonable, because she was a wolf, and besides, they had to go through real chaos and survive, and there could still be secrets hidden in the forgotten ruins ahead. He added that he would be willing to hand over his squad to her, even though it had been almost completely destroyed, and after a moment's thought, the young lady agreed. However, the next moment she noticed Kangsul approaching and said that they could return to this issue later. Mira said that they had already settled everything they wanted, kept Kangsul's identity a secret, and gave no cause for suspicion. Hearing this, the young hero remarked that in that case, he might ask what exactly they wanted to discuss with him. Mira lowered her head and remained silent for a few tense moments. Then she placed a ring on the table and began to explain its meaning. The jewelry was called the Ring of the Awkward Oath, and it contained the dangerous magic of the Sulphur Skull, supported by a crystal that had absorbed the blood of many creatures. The young lady said that she wanted to exchange this artifact for Kibo's ring, and Kang Sol wondered if she had obtained it after a recent battle. This ring turned out to be quite good, even outstanding, and unlike the wolf's warning, it complemented his desired development much better. The only thing that bothered him about the wolf's warning was its announcement of danger, because at the moment when Magra aimed at him, the artifact remained silent. Recalling the devastating moment when his opponent unleashed magic on him, the young man realized that the power of the ring was not all-powerful. The effect, as if living a life of its own, significantly reduced the value of the artifact. So he came to the conclusion that, overall, the exchange suited him, and he agreed. The young lady replied that she was sincerely grateful for this, while her companion inquired about their future plans. Mira explained that they would stay in Gulya until Kibo recovered, and then they intended to return to Novira, because despite the destruction, it was still their home. The next moment, the girl turned to the young hero and confessed that she felt indebted to him. She understood that without his help, she would not have been able to return. After that, Mira said that if he ever needed help, she would be ready to respond at any time. The boys looked at her with a slight smile and nodded silently in response. Thus, the adventure was finally complete. Kang Sol moved to the base, threw the dice of luck on the journey, and the number 11 came up, which meant a peaceful journey in the vicinity of Gulya, without any alarming omens. Although luck was on his side, he did not intend to stay long, as they had to go to Novira to see the blacksmith immediately. He asked Haman to restore the Red Lotus sword and, at the same time, to make a pair of fireproof armor, even though it was unclear whether the necessary materials had survived. Be that as it may, rest did not play a big role for Kang Sol, so without wasting any time, he set off on his journey. The place of rest changed, and after a new roll of the dice, the number 13 came up, which meant an adventure in the vicinity of Novira with an alarming and restless atmosphere. Karen looked around in surprise and noticed that the destruction was not as extensive as they had expected. In fact, people had already demolished everything that had burned down, and the surviving buildings were being actively rebuilt. The hero thought to himself that the city was recovering at an astonishing speed, and this inspired optimism. He glanced at his rating and realized that it remained high because most of the other travelers and rankers had left Novira earlier. Thus began a period of rest, albeit a conditional one, as he was now in relative safety in the abandoned but reviving territory of Novira. During this respite, it was necessary to prepare equipment, and Hamun explained that after the recent raid, nothing remained in the area except this place. Kang Sol decided that in that case, it was worth returning to where they had left off earlier, and handed over the blood of Anakin's descendant. The blacksmith thoughtfully concluded that this would be enough, as he could mix the blood with spiritual powder and turn it into a special oil. If the armor was treated with this oil, it would remain intact even after colliding with Lady Karen's power. But there was a small but very annoying problem with this request. Hamun had kept the hilt with the broken blade entrusted to him all this time, and now the ingredients were being obtained one by one. Blood was one of the necessary components, but serious difficulties arose with the remaining spiritual stone of fire. This seemed quite natural since Novira had suffered a devastating attack, and even the market, where rare materials could previously be easily obtained, had been damaged. The blacksmith said that in the absence of the spirit stone of fire, the sword could be forged from other materials. However, Karen insisted that everything should be done strictly according to the original plan, because when it comes to weapons, there's no room for sloppiness. After all, the quality of the blade directly affects the outcome of future battles and the price of every mistake. That is why, when the conversation turned to the spiritual stone of fire, the lady announced that she had one such ingredient hidden away for emergencies. After that, the girl took out an incredible artifact and offered them to take a look at Magra's weapon. Hamun could not hide his shock, for before his eyes was a sword forged from a spirit stone. It was clear that the blade strangely clung to and held power, as if it had a will of its own. It was the fire serpent, the famous blade that the fiery Magra used as his weapon and which contained the essence of his master. The sword was double-edged and extremely specific, as Magra fought with it in pairs, so Kang Sol did not bind the artifact to Karen and only gave it to her for safekeeping. Hamun carefully took the treasure in his hands and noted that such work would be a completely new experience for him. He promised that he would make them a worthy weapon and that it would take about 2 weeks. Soon the guys went outside because they had solved one of the problems, and now they had to decide what to do next. Kang Sol reported that all the errands had been completed and it was time to meet with Chao. The young lady agreed with him, but noted that Novira had been destroyed and it was unknown whether their friend had survived. Chao was considered Gregory's student, and according to all logical assumptions, should have survived, since her teacher was one of the strongest shadow summoners of his time, and she herself had a reputation as a genius. At the same time, Kang Sol was still not sure whether Gregory had a student named Chow, since even he had not been able to find out the exact number of his students and their identities. However, now it no longer mattered, because what was more important was that he could still try to find her. And with these thoughts, the guys arrived at the large castle. Karen, with noticeable enthusiasm, pointed out that the door had been repaired and needed to be broken down again. But Karuna stopped his sister from doing something so rash just in time. The kids noticed that a huge amount of dust had accumulated here since their last visit and decided to head to the laboratory first. Karuna carefully opened the door and began to peer inside, the knight acting as cautiously as possible. It soon became clear that the room was empty and there was not a single person inside. Kang Sol thought about how too much time had passed since the deadline and allowed himself to think that they might not meet again and he would have to accept it. He remembered how Chow had said that he had 3 months to do all this. It is necessary to return to Navira after completing all tasks and try not to be late. Upon his return, he was to hang a white cloth and check the gate every night, and if Chow did not return, burn the room. Unable to bring himself to sever ties with Gregory, the young man waited, but she never appeared. Karen suggested that they might have been tricked, and besides, you can't wait forever. If the meeting doesn't happen, it's time to look for a new adventure. Sometime later, the guy accidentally overheard 2 people discussing that there were few survivors left and that the hunting party might be preparing new raids. Another half-month passed, and Karen closely monitored the city's recovery, once reporting that a new bakery had even opened in Naviri. Kang Sol decided that this night would be the last one he would wait for Chow, and that in the morning he would finally put an end to it. During this same period, Hamun sent word that the work was complete and the newly restored sword was now ready. Karen looked at this incredible creation with obvious shock, as if she were looking at a true miracle of blacksmithing. And at that very moment, the young hero suddenly felt a familiar sensation that he had experienced before, and it foreshadowed that the piece would not last long. This feeling was exactly the same as when he received the fire monkey, while Karen couldn't take her eyes off her new weapon. Hamun said that the spirit stone was far from simple and was probably not obtained in the lands of humans. Karen had come into possession of something that should not have existed in this world, and with it, she had gained an exceptional skill called Spark. This sword was born at the moment when the blade of the Red Lotus and the Molten Fire Serpent merged. 2 exceptional trophies in one adventure seemed completely unbelievable, and the unique skills of the new weapon only reinforced this feeling. The sword possessed the skills Compulsory Strike and Point Breakthrough, and both of them perfectly matched Karen's style, as if they had been created especially for her. The young man expressed his sincere gratitude to Hamun for such impeccable work. The blacksmith said that the payment had already been made in full when they reached Yognaton to rescue him. Karen, in turn, promised that he could count on their help if he ever needed it. The lady promised to turn anyone who dared to approach him with evil intentions to ashes. By this point, Kang Sol had already collected 4 exceptional trophies, but completely focused on his adventures, he had temporarily stopped paying attention to this. But just then, the hero remembered this and wondered what would happen when all the exceptional powers finally came together. The guys once again looked around hopefully, trying to see a familiar silhouette. Kang Sol sighed she hadn't come, which meant it was really time for them to move on. This situation frankly annoyed him, but there was no choice, and they had to look for another teacher of knowledge. The system recorded Chow's absence and offered several possible options for further action. Kang Sol decided to do exactly as Chow had once instructed and set fire to the laboratory. Karen said that he should wait outside, then released a magical stream of fire herself. The young man remembered Chow's words that after the arson, he would be able to understand the hidden meaning of what was happening. Otherwise, they really would not be on the same path. A moment later, his gaze became wary. It was hard to believe his eyes. To their great surprise, the young people discovered that nothing had caught fire. The flames simply refused to exist. Karen stepped forward with renewed vigor and unleashed even more powerful magic, now with obvious irritation. When this also had no effect, she became seriously angry, which was evident even without words. Suddenly, the windows of the building flashed with bright light, illuminating everything around with a dazzling glow. The girl stared in amazement at what was happening, unable to believe her eyes. Kang Sol remained silent for a few tense moments, watching intently, trying to catch the slightest changes around him. The windows were engraved with words saying that Chow was still alive, and that he had to find her. Thus began an extremely dangerous adventure called Identification, which was fraught with an unpleasant premonition. 5 days passed, and the guys found themselves in a forest where no human had ever set foot before. Kang Sul had the task of figuring out what exactly Chow had gotten involved in and breaking through the wall of knowledge. Just as the guy thought he hadn't had an untimely adventure in a long time, he smelled something suspicious. Chow appeared from behind a tree and asked how he had managed to fulfill her request. Kang Sul replied that he had done everything, but they had to delay and return to Novira later than she had advised. Chow explained that she had encountered trolls on the way, so she decided to hide and not take any risks. The girl also said that she had a lot to do, and Kang Sul's request to deal with the guy in the portrait was not accidental at all. The young man noted to himself that since she was aware of what was going on, he had a chance to ask her for help. However, just as he was about to voice his request, Chow warned him and pointed out the need to first study one important topic. Karen was about to lunge at the girl with her sword, but Chow just laughed and advised her to save her weapon for a more appropriate moment. She suggested resolving everything through conversation, like business people, rather than savages who wave their swords at every opportunity. The young man, without much enthusiasm, agreed and said that he would like to understand what exactly the problem was. Chow leaned toward him, smiled mysteriously, and said that she had originally planned to make him her test subject. Kang Sul was completely shocked and had no idea how to interpret such words. The young lady explained that their research required a powerful summoner and a shadow that obeyed him, but had goals different from those of its master. When he pointed out that Chow could have done all this without him, she replied that this was not possible due to the complications that had arisen. It was becoming clear that this adventure promised to be far from safe. Chow assured him that there would be no physical danger, although mental damage was inevitable. She then added that Kang Sul would only have to die once. Karen was ready to defend him, but the guy himself stopped her. He understood perfectly well what was going on, and Chow only confirmed his guesses because they were going to use a device that stimulated clinical death. He would have to return to his original frequency, connect his consciousness to the shadow, and then return without breaking that connection. The probability of success varied for each test subject, but in the case of Kang Sul, there were only two extremes. The hero could either succeed completely or fail completely. There was no middle ground. Overall, the guy was willing to take the risk, but he wasn't going to do it for free and thought it necessary to find out what price he would be offered for such a step. Chow thought for a few moments and then replied that she would reward him with the greatest skill. The young man decided that this was a more than fair deal because he had a chance to acquire truly powerful knowledge. This skill was similar to the one Karen had recently demonstrated. Such an opportunity was considered extremely rare, as this gift was difficult to master, and only a few were capable of teaching it to others. Chow said that she had created this development on her own, without anyone's help. Kang Sul couldn't help but think that this girl was far more capable and dangerous than he had initially assumed. Chow, meanwhile, said that they should start training. More specifically, they should spend enough time getting closer to his shadows. She invited them to her hideout and explained that they needed to summon all the shadows, after which each of them would have to tell the story of their past. Kang Sul looked at the lady in slight shock and wondered what the purpose of such a task was. Chow explained that it was extremely important because he had to know everything about the shadows, otherwise he risked losing his way and losing control of the connection. Moreover, if their past remained hidden, there was a possibility that after the ritual, the young man might simply not wake up. After these words, the stunned hero heard that Chow was going to leave them alone for a while to give them time to prepare. Karen, with noticeable enthusiasm, decided that this really made sense and suggested starting with the troll story. After all, Kang Sul knew Karuna's past and her own story quite well, while Jamad always preferred to remain silent. The troll himself reacted to this with restraint and said that the reason for his silence was simple. Unlike the elf, he was not used to wasting words. At that moment, it became clear that a revelation awaited them that could change the essence of their relationship and determine the future path of Kang Sul. They really had no other choice, so Jamad said he was ready to answer questions if his master deemed it necessary. Kang Sul had long been curious about the words the troll had uttered on the volcano when he declared his intention to become king by his own efforts. Jamad explained that this was his life's goal, imposed and bestowed upon him by Tankid, and admitted that this was the first time he had spoken about it since becoming chief. The memory stirred when the young Jamad threw cobblestones in a frenzy, unable to contain the pain that had built up inside him. His tribesmen tried to stop him, considering such behavior reckless and dangerous. However, blinded by rage, the troll threw a stone at Tankid's scales and demanded that his mother be returned to him. He had been an orphan since childhood. His father had died in the war, his mother had died of illness and had been sacrificed to the dragon, and since then he had developed a desire for power and the crown so that he would never have to bow down to anyone again. The other trolls begged for forgiveness for the foolish one and asked not to be punished, because according to ancient tradition, the dead must be offered to the object of worship. Such was the nature of trolls, and the Stone Fang was not far from them. For the only difference was whom they bowed down to, the god of the elements or the dragon. They did not seek to change the rotten foundations, for serving someone gave them a sense of security and meaning in life. However, Tancred realized that she was not dealing with a rebellious rebel, but an orphan troll left completely alone in this world. The reptile picked him up and soared into the sky, carrying him far away from the tribe, and then descended back to the ground. They stopped at a stone that served as a monument, surrounded by flowers. Tancred said she remembered his mother, and it was to her grave that she had brought him. Despite the fact that the tribe sacrificed the woman, the dragon buried her in the ground, and at that moment Jamad felt incredibly miserable. The realization came suddenly, and he understood that everything had happened because of his own inadequacy and blindness. He did not dare to raise his head, feeling the inferiority of himself and his tribe, realizing that he had gone mad from the loss of his mother and had vainly blamed the noble dragon. Realizing the truth, the troll fell to his knees, buried his face in the ground, and let the pain pour out, sobbing and begging the dragon for forgiveness. Tankrita said sympathetically that it was hard and painful for him now, because he was still small and weak. But one day his era would surely come. The time would come when Tyrant Jamad would learn the reason for his own existence, and that of all living things would touch the truth. But until then, he must work tirelessly. This is how the future powerful leader was born, who from then on accepted the curse of the brothers as his destiny, even though the outcome was disastrous. Now it became clear why he hated the power of the elements and sought to rise alone, rejecting the path of worship. Just as Jamad finished his story and gave the floor back to Snowman, Chow suddenly burst through the door. In a breaking voice, she announced that serious complications had arisen, that they were being followed, and that they needed to leave immediately. Despite Kang Soul's desire to fight back against their enemies, it was obvious that any delay would result in tragedy and lead to the death of everyone present. The reason for the rush was that they were being pursued not by ordinary people, but by real shadow hunters. Screams could already be heard from deep within the forest, and the sharp, heavy pounding of feet made it clear that there was no time left to think. Chow rushed forward and told her friend that he should immediately head west, as survival was no longer guaranteed, and only there would they have a chance to meet again. The young hero pushed off the ground decisively and rushed forward. Not far away, he heard the barking of hunting dogs, which grew closer and more insistent with every passing second. The boy realized that his enemies were already on his trail, that he couldn't run forever, and that he needed to hold off his pursuers, at least for a little while. Kang Soul concentrated magic in his palms, hoping to summon shadows and turn the tide. However, the attempt failed because the place was not in a zone without light, and the summoning proved impossible. The hero watched in shock as the magic simply dissolved in his hands, taking no form and responding to no will. At that moment, a mocking voice reached him, shouting that the escape could not go on forever. The enemy was surprised by the young man's speed, as he was noticeably faster than those who were usually hunted. But now the enemy was completely focused on chasing the witch who was next to the young hero. In the world of Eternity and Pandia, there were a huge number of classes, both open and hidden, and each of them differed greatly in skills, characteristics, and passive development. In addition to the visible differences, there were hidden connections between the classes, some complementing each other harmoniously, others naturally opposing each other, such as magic and mechanics. Shadow summoners also had their sworn enemies, and at that moment, the boy finally realized it. Suddenly, his ring flashed and emitted an unusual magical glow. Kang Soul was hit by Malakuz's paralyzing shot, but the Ring of Favor worked, allowing him to avoid the curse. The enemy burst out in an evil laugh, clearly surprised that the young man had managed to resist such a move. But first and foremost, he intended to find out where the witch had hidden at any cost. Before the hero stood blind Marcus, working in tandem with a reliable hunting dog named Dick, and together they were a real nightmare for shadow summoners. However, in the next moment, Marcus declared that the boy must tell him where Miria had run off to, and now it became clear that the hunt was not for Chow at all. At that moment, the hero realized something and remembered a girl named Miria, Gregory's third student. She was the one his teacher valued most, and this thought instantly changed the essence of what was happening. The enemy turned to the young hero and threatened that if he continued to remain silent, there would be no other option. After that, he ordered his dog Dick to grab his victim by the throat. Due to Marcus's skill, the the boy completely lost the ability to activate his shadows, and unlike in previous battles, he now had to fight alone. Kang Sol thought with growing horror that if this dog closed its jaws on his throat, it would be the end. However, at the most critical moment, Chow intervened in the fight and threw the dog away with one sharp blow. The guy watched in complete shock as she dealt with the dangerous beast with ease and precision. Meanwhile, the girl said that she was already tired of this intrusive guy since she had clearly stated that he was not her type at all. The opponent finally realized who was standing in front of him, and the girl said with annoyance that since he had figured out her identity so quickly, he really didn't have a romantic bone in his body. Kang Sol glanced at his friend with displeasure because she had been misleading him all this time. At that moment, arrows began to fly rapidly in their direction. Chow deftly blocked the attack and hastily said that she had not deliberately hidden her real name from Snowman. It was just a coincidence. The young man immediately thought to himself that she really was a summoner, because not everyone is capable of catching an arrow with their bare hands. The enemy declared with a haughty growl that reinforcements would arrive very soon, but Chow responded with outright derision. The lady said that such a threat did not scare her in the least, and that she had not come here for entertainment. With these words, the girl released a frosty black mist. Marcus was shocked, for he had never before imagined that such a phenomenon still existed. In the next moment, the enemy was completely enveloped in this illusion, and all sounds and smells disappeared for him. Meanwhile, Miria confidently took Kang Sol's hand and said that they needed to move on immediately while there was still a chance. The moment their hands touched, something completely unexpected happened. Kang Sol felt as if a sharp electric shock had passed through his entire body. Marcus, gathering his last ounce of strength, shouted a warning that Miria was a deceiver and that she had also misled this guy. Finally, he tried to say something else and clearly intended to go all the way, but the words stuck in his throat. Soon the guys were finally safe, and Miria, breathing heavily, said that after a short rest she would feel much better. She also said that she was going to go to a nearby shelter where they could wait safely. Even if the summoner hunters decided to give chase, scent would play a key role for them, and Miria had thoroughly cleaned the shelter in advance. Kang Sol said that he had not been able to summon shadows while near the enemy, and this made him very wary. Miria replied that this was natural, as such enemies were specially trained to suppress summoners, but against truly great ones like Gregory, these skills were powerless. The lady tried to cheer him up and noted that there was no need to worry, because everything comes with experience and time. However, Kang Sol shook his head decisively, clearly understanding that Miria had hidden too much from him, including her real name and origin. Moreover, the girl had not explained the most important thing, the fact that she herself was a shadow. The tobacco that his friend kept with her was not a painkiller at all, and it remained unclear why she was hiding her true condition. The guy looked at his companion and said that he had not given up on his previous plans at all, but only wanted honest explanations. He was interested in what exactly was ailing Miria and why she had ultimately separated from Gregory. The young lady recalled an episode from her distant childhood, when she was very young, and Gregory yelled at her and insisted that she finally give up. In response, the girl called him a fool and stubbornly refused to listen. For everyone else, the teacher was a legend, but Miria had her own opinion and conducted her own research. In her perception, Gregory was just a grumpy old man who constantly repeated that such experiments were extremely dangerous and that shadows were not to be trifled with. He claimed that shadows must be restrained and kept under strict control, while Miria believed that it was possible to find common ground with them in a friendly manner. She was convinced that Gregory was simply a coward, incapable of truly getting close to the shadows and understanding their nature. The teacher insisted that such an approach was foolish and emphasized that she'd not even imagined the danger these entities posed and why one should not reveal one's soul to them. He did not say this out of thin air, for his words were backed by many years of painstaking work and knowledge, the success of which no one had once believed in. However, this time Miria was firmly convinced that she was right and had no intention of backing down. Shadows were too complex to simply bend to brute force, and Miria was convinced that they needed to be understood first. Gregory contemptuously claimed that she would not succeed, reminding her that shadows were the spirits of the dead, which meant that she was about to take on all their regrets and pain, which she would hardly be able to cope with. In response, the young lady declared that she was ready to risk her own life, but she would prove herself right anyway. The teacher only coldly replied that one day she would surely remember his words. After that, their paths finally diverged, and Miria visited many places and changed many personalities. She changed her face and became a completely different person whenever circumstances demanded it. However, as soon as she said goodbye to Gregory, those who wanted to capture her appeared, and that was how she first encountered the summoner hunters. Finding herself in constant danger, the girl created one of her records, in which she came to the conclusion that simple coexistence with shadows was impossible without much deeper connections. Assimilation, in her opinion, was nothing more than a tool in the hands of the summoner, and only a barrier preventing shadows and humans from truly getting to know each other. While working on these notes, she was interrupted by her loyal friend, a shadow who noted that such reflections were better recorded in a safer environment. He also reported that they had managed to break away from their pursuers and could now move to another hiding place. This shadow was Soden, her trusted companion for a long time, with whom Miria could allow herself to be natural and not play another role. It was in Soden's company that the girl incessantly recorded her observations, gradually approaching an understanding of the true nature of shadows in her own path. She also deftly evaded her enemies, stubbornly and resolutely moving forward. At times, it was incredibly difficult, and then Soden helped his partner, carefully bandaging her wounds and staying by her side even during the most exhausting hours. Once during a carriage ride, they had an important conversation. Soden admitted that it was not easy for him and that he was genuinely concerned about Miria, to which she replied that she was fine. He looked thoughtfully at her bandaged arm and said that he couldn't stop thinking about his own weakness. After all, Miria's research was not progressing as quickly because of him, but the girl resolutely cut off his attempt to talk about bringing in another shadow to replace him. In reality, her thoughts were occupied with a much more serious problem, namely, the way to achieve true unity between the summoner and the shadow. At that moment, as the carriage moved along the overgrown path, enemies lurked in hiding. Miria felt a sharp pain suddenly pierce her entire body. It turned out to be an arrow skillfully shot by unknown pursuers. The hunters were hiding in the bushes, fully prepared to attack and confident in their superiority. This time, the circumstances were perfect for them, and the leader had no doubt about his success. In the next moment, another piercing whistle of arrows sounded, and the carriage broke loose and flew rapidly off the cliff. The girl fell into the depths of the sea and could not believe that the great and brilliant Miria had made a fatal mistake. And yet, the most important thing for her was to record another fact of her research. Soden reminded her that this was already the 299th entry. Miria stretched out her palm, and magic concentrated on her sleeve as she tried to hold on to her slipping thoughts. At that moment, it seemed to her that dying was surprisingly strange, and even in its own way, honest. The girl assumed that Soden had once experienced something similar, and perhaps now she, like him, had to change. Suddenly, it dawned on her that only in this way, through contact with death, could the summoner achieve true unity with his shadow. The possibility of death was the only thing that truly distinguished the summoner from his shadow and made this union possible. Miria could barely speak, but she still said that she finally understood the truth and had to tell Gregory about it. The young lady was sure that her teacher had foreseen her fate, and she asked anxiously if Soden was disappointed that she had not fulfilled his wish. He replied that he was not disappointed at all, because Miria had always treated him with kindness, and at these words the girl smiled weakly. After that, they held hands, and Soden said he would try to buy her some time, because it was too early for her to die. This girl had always claimed that she would leave an incredible mark on history, and now she had a chance to prove Gregory wrong. The guy was willing to give her his own body for that. He knew he wouldn't last long, but he believed that even that would be enough. Miria tried to stop him in fear, insisting that she would not accept such a sacrifice. However, Soden began to gradually dissolve into space. His decision had already been made and could not be changed. Finally, the young man admitted that if he had been stronger, he could have protected her, and he regretted that things had turned out differently. His only desire was Miria, and he hoped that now it would finally come true. Miria said that Gregory's shadows were strong, but they hated him because of the harsh restrictions he had imposed on them. The accuracy of this assumption had yet to be verified, which is why she decided to take the risk. For this step, Miria counted on the help of Kangsel, believing that only together could they get to the truth. He was faced with a choice: to leave and stay safe, or to stay, help Miria, and go through a near-death experience. Kangsel looked at her and said he was ready to go all the way and not back down. After that, the young lady said that with that decision, she could tell him what awaited them next. After all, it was difficult to even imagine what consequences awaited the hero after his death. The experiment allowed him to dive into the deepest recesses of his consciousness and created sensations almost indistinguishable from real death. During the penetration into the deepest layers of the mind, the test subject experienced unbearable pain, which is why only one attempt out of 100 was successful. To perform the procedure, Miria used a sedative that had no side effects only if the test subject woke up on his own. It was essentially a powerful painkiller, But Kang's soul was still nervous because the moment of awakening was completely beyond his control. First, he had to drink the medicine, after which the device began to penetrate his consciousness. However, it was not only his own personality that was to enter the depths of his subconscious. One of the shadows was also going to enter there with him, which made the experiment even more dangerous and unpredictable. These unpleasant fragments deliberately tried to drag him into the darkest situations of his past life, into all his regrets and experiences, as if someone were deliberately picking at old wounds. Overall, everything seemed clear, and Kangsul said that he had expected much more horror from this. However, first he had to decide which of the shadows would accompany him on this journey. After the encounter with the hunter, they couldn't leave the shelter, and the upcoming experiment carried a much more serious danger. Kangsul understood all the risks, but he knew he had to go through with it for the sake of further progress. Karen sighed heavily, realizing that there was no way out, and that she had to choose someone to accompany her master to his death. The young man said that he would like to prepare himself and imagine what dying actually feels like. The elf tried to explain this feeling as a moment when the ground disappears from under your feet. A deafening roar sounds, and there is nothing left to hold on to. She remembered that at that moment she was filled with anger at the whole world. Everything around her seemed to turn red, and then her consciousness was cut off. When asked what happened next and whether there was any world beyond the edge, the lady admitted that she remembered nothing. She turned to her brother, hoping that he remembered more. But Karuna said that he only regained consciousness for a moment, after which everything plunged back into darkness. Jaman also said that there was nothing unusual about this experience, and summing up, Kangsul realized that there was no point in worrying about it. Karen said that in general, she was ready to enter the clinical death device after her master. However, Karuna objected, saying that she was not suitable because the device brought out the most painful memories. It was not difficult to imagine what images would surface in her mind. When the Moon Knight expressed his desire to go in her place, Yaman also objected, saying that he should not do so either. Even if he supposedly only remembered the collapse of Montera now, his subconscious could play a cruel joke and bring out everything hidden. The erased memories could break him completely, and the fate of all of them depended directly on this. Jamin was sure that he should go because he remembered everything from the moment of his birth to the present day and believed that nothing could break him. After that, the troll added that, in his opinion, there should be no objections. Mirya continued with the preparations. The troll had to be tied up so that the monster inside him would not destroy everything around him. Then the girl said that she had to give a few important instructions before they left. They would witness each other's most painful memories and thus inevitably grow closer. There was one strict condition. Under no circumstances should they interfere with these memories or try to change anything. Otherwise, it would destroy everyone. Mirya said that it was better to reach their goal than to die because of uninvited altruism. Soon, a notification arrived that the boy had been assigned a partner. At that moment, a cube appeared in front of the hero, falling rapidly downward. His shocked comrades couldn't believe their eyes as the snowman had destroyed Dauberg, which seemed impossible. The monsters were completely stunned and immediately turned to him with questions about how it happened. The system instantly displayed the conditions and offered several possible answers. The guy looked closely at his enemy and chose the second option because he was determined that today this place would become his grave. His god friends immediately supported him. Since they had come this far, it was time to finally deal with this scoundrel. At the same time, Yaman suddenly became very small and returned to the distant past. He looked around in fear and couldn't believe what he saw, because what was happening was completely beyond the realm of normal. A horrific scene was unfolding next to him, where several of his tribesmen were greedily devouring flesh. Jamin thought bitterly and was shocked. Am I really the same as these creatures? The monsters with bloodshot eyes mercilessly devoured the corpses in an attempt to satisfy their endless hunger. True horror overwhelmed him when the troll realized that he himself felt this burning, unbearable hunger. The thought that all he had to do was give in and eat to make the pain go away was frightening. If Jamin gave in, he would risk becoming one of them forever. The next moment, a voice nearby stopped him and told him that he couldn't do it. The troll turned and saw a strange creature staring intently at him. Jaman did not know who it was, but he could clearly sense that the stranger was waiting for something and had no intention of leaving. So the monster declared that he was disgusted by flesh and that he was capable of enduring this hunger without resorting to barbarism. At that moment, the leader turned sharply to him and declared viciously that Yaman was already one of them. From that day on, they would become brothers, as required by the rules of the Stone Fang, where a brother was considered an eternal friend and comrade in arms. Moreover, Jamin was destined to be the leader of this union. His fate had already been decided without his consent. However, the troll did not accept this and resisted internally. not wanting to call those he had seen for the first time and whose madness frightened him his brothers. The leader declared that objections would not be accepted and that from now on, Jamandu would share their common curse. Despite desperate resistance, it became clear that this magic could not be resisted by will alone. Jaman desperately tried to appeal to the crazed monsters, hoping they would intercede on his behalf. However, they only stared at the troll with empty, emotionless eyes, devoid of sympathy or understanding. Suddenly, words rang out from the darkness. These creatures were not his brothers, and Yaman realized that only he could decide who to consider his brother and who to follow. The monster clearly sensed the presence of some mysterious force nearby that accompanied him. The troll began to move forward slowly, sensing that this force was following him, neither interfering nor disappearing. He did not understand who this creature was or why it was watching him, but soon a terrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. Before him was the altar of the god of the elements, and his tribesmen were preparing for a sacrificial ritual. Jaman stared in shock at what was happening and suddenly saw that his mother was to be the victim. Shocked to the core, he began to push the monsters aside and rush toward the altar, feeling no pain or fear. He tried to stop them, because he understood that these creatures worshiped those who despised them and did not even consider them worthy of pity. However, the god of the elements blocked his path and unleashed his fury upon him, forcing him to bow down and acknowledge his own insignificance. A moment later, a crushing blow followed, which the troll barely managed to withstand. An overwhelming force descended upon him, which seemed impossible to resist even with all his determination. Jaman gathered the last of his willpower and tried to resist, but his knees still slowly buckled under the unbearable pressure. He could neither move nor make a sound when he suddenly sensed a familiar scent nearby. In the next moment, flowers appeared before his eyes and the weight disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. The world around him changed, and Jaman noticed that he was now standing near the grave where his mother rested. The invisible creature, a faint shadow, was still nearby. It had no clear outline, but its presence was oppressive. Jaman asked decisively what this creature was, but in response, the shadow only stretched out its hand. The next moment, a powerful gust of wind hit him so hard that he almost lost his balance. When the storm subsided, Jaman dared to look around and realized that a huge dragon had soared into the sky. It was Tancred, and the realization struck the troll so hard that his mind refused to accept what he had seen. He felt like an insignificant barbarian, a creature incapable of rising into the sky and approaching such nobility. At that moment, he was overcome with self-contempt, born of envy and powerlessness. But suddenly, the monster felt a light, barely perceptible touch on himself. An invisible shadow took him by the hand and gently pulled him forward, inviting him to follow. Jaman looked up at the sky and froze, stunned by the sight that appeared before him. The troll watched as Tancred continued his flight, paying no attention to what was happening below. Before him unfolded a boundless picture of the world, with lakes, rivers, and countless living creatures filling the earth with life. The troll finally understood that even the great Tancred ruled only over the sky, but not over all this wealth. The shadow standing nearby noticed that the earth was no smaller than the heavens and was not inferior to them in grandeur. Jaman agreed, because there was indeed truth in this statement. At that moment, he finally realized that he was a troll and part of the Stonefang tribe. He was the one who managed to touch the mysteries of the universe and the stars without denying his nature. Next to him was the fearless snowman, who was not afraid to witness this inner transformation. Now, Jaman knew who he was and was sure that one day he would become the king of the lands, not the heavens. At the same time, Kang Sol's memories unfolded no less tragically and dragged him into the depths of pain. Because of a wrong decision on his part, the swordsman lost his arm, and that became the point of no return. The players laughed and said that the lost limb could not be restored, no matter how much he wanted it. The wounded hero, maddened by pain, shouted that Kang Sol was to blame for what had happened. The guy himself was unable to say anything but endless apologies. However, he was immediately stopped, because the mistake had been made earlier at the moment of choice. From that moment on, the process of decay began, and feelings began to fade rapidly. Time was running out, and the snowman made his next choice, believing it to be the right one. But this step only exacerbated the situation, and now the hero had also lost an eye. Attempts to justify himself had no effect, as the gods only responded with ridicule. Even his figure, the magician, did not side with his master and admitted that what had happened was his mistake. The man's gaze from above exuded fierce hatred, as if the master himself was the cause of all the trouble. Kang Sol couldn't understand what had gone wrong, because nothing like this had ever happened to him before. It seemed to him that he didn't need anything more, that games and friends were enough. But now everything was falling apart before his eyes. The boy heard himself being pulled out of his reverie and told to take action. Now was not the time to be distracted. He had to make his next move. Another pawn was in mortal danger, and there was no time to hesitate. Kang Sol was warned that he had no more room for error. If he missed, he would lose his life. The guy covered his ears because he felt an incredible knocking that prevented him from concentrating. He loudly demanded that the gods stop banging and testing his nerves. However, in the next moment, he heard that his comrades were not doing anything. It was not them. Completely shocked, Kang Sol began to look around. A hole began to form in the wall next to him, and something incredible and frightening emerged from it. The young man could not understand what this creature was or where it had come from. Soon he met the monster's gaze and felt a chill inside. The creature said that it had been trying to reach him for a long time. At that moment, his teammates snapped him out of his stupor as this madman was just staring at the empty wall. They saw nothing and his behavior seemed very strange. Kang Sol decided that he needed to continue playing with them. In fact, that was what he wanted most of all, to be with his friends. He wanted to roll the dice, move the pawns, and stay in the game until the very end. The guy did everything he could to make sure everything was okay with them, and that thought kept him in place. However, the magician's words about how his sense of superiority had blinded him came back to him. At that moment, he came to the painful realization that perhaps Kang Sol was playing precisely because he enjoyed controlling the lives of others and feeling powerful. But almost immediately he pulled himself together, because there was clearly something wrong with this reasoning. Besides, he was sure that he hadn't imagined it, because someone had really broken through the wall and there was a creature behind it. His friends insisted that there was nothing there and wondered if he didn't trust them, that everything was calm and safe. They began to tease Kang Sol, considering him a real weirdo. The next moment, Corden held out a dice and said that the guy should roll it. His future now depended on the dice. The number that came up would determine whether Kang Sol would stay here or manage to get out. The guy stared at the dice in complete confusion, unable to look away. These dice had become both a god and the final decision of fate for him, and when the roll was made, he suddenly rolled a 1. The young man couldn't believe it and stared ahead in complete shock, feeling as if the world had frozen for a moment. This meant that he had no way of getting out of here. Kang Sol had to stay here with the dice that had brought him death and with the friends who had laughed at him. However, in the next moment, the dice suddenly began to spin with new force. The guy couldn't understand if the number could really change. The gods were furious and shouted that this couldn't be because the result had already been decided. Kang Sol desperately insisted that he had not broken any rules and had not even touched the dice. Meanwhile, the number finally changed and stopped at 20. At that moment, an unknown entity addressed him, which was only able to intervene thanks to the loud bang on the table. The guy, in complete shock, raised his head and looked ahead. The creature asked angrily if he was going to continue to hang around and play, while it had invaded his nightmare. Now there was no doubt Kang Sol could clearly see Yamanda in front of him. At that moment, the gods addressed him with discontent, not understanding where he was constantly looking. The players demanded that the guy return to the playing field immediately and insisted that he must stay with them forever. Suddenly, Yaman noticed that the boy always had too many unnecessary thoughts in his head, but sometimes it was better to look at things more simply. The young man had to finally understand what he really wanted to tell them. After a moment's thought, Kang Sol remarked that they were simply overcome with boredom. The gods were shocked, couldn't believe what they had heard, and demanded that he repeat it. They decided that it was just an inappropriate joke, because a snowman cannot leave them. Jimin silently watched how much this guy had changed. Kang Sol looked sternly at everyone present and said that he no longer cared about any of this and had no intention of engaging in such nonsense. The guy was still tied up and on the verge of unconsciousness. Karen suspected something was wrong because the master was hanging motionless, almost as if he were dead. Mirya reassured them that the master was in clinical death, which was part of the test. He had to go through his memories, and all they could do was wait. However, after a moment, a shadow began to gather around the guy. The young man suddenly collapsed to the floor. The situation suddenly worsened and clearly spiraled out of control. Mirya was momentarily confused, but managed to keep her cool. She realized that fighting her memories was much more difficult than she had expected. The shadows had no choice but to hope and wait for the outcome. Karuna thoughtfully turned to the girl with a question that was bothering him. The Moon Knight wanted to know if there was any way to get into the master's dreams. Mirya replied that it was not for nothing that only one shadow had been taken, as the presence of the others could cause unpredictable side effects, and besides, the painkiller had already worn off. Karuna firmly countered that he didn't care about the pain and demanded to know exactly what needed to be done. Karen wanted to go with her brother, but he stopped her, as it was very dangerous. Mirya realized that they were extremely serious and was ultimately forced to give in. The lady warned that the kids would have to go through incredible pain, and then they would find themselves in a dark space where they would have to find the master and get out of there. She added that nightmares would deliberately attack them, but the heroes were mentally prepared for this. The girl pressed a special red button and said that now it was clear what kind of master they had and what kind of shadows they would encounter. A moment later, the guys felt waves of extremely unpleasant sensations that literally paralyzed their perception. Miria remained on the sidelines, thoughtfully noting that the path she had chosen with Soden now lay on the shoulders of these young heroes. The girl even envied them to some extent because she herself wanted to go through this test. But if not, she was ready to be only a witness to their struggle and possible end. Meanwhile, Snowman's comrades could not believe that he had refused to participate. After all, the rules had to be followed. Otherwise, the world would descend into chaos. Corden released his magic, knowing that the violator, the cursed boy, had to be punished. Kangsul felt a strong magical impact that caused him to collapse to the ground. A ring began to tighten around his neck, and his throat felt as if it were engulfed in flames, an unbearable pain that he had already experienced when he was banished by the gods. At that moment, he realized where the terrible mark on his neck had come from. It was all the result of the agreements made by these cowards. But first, he had to get rid of the annoying ring that was restraining Kangsul and preventing him from acting freely. Jamin tried to help and put all his titanic efforts into it. A moment later, he succeeded, and the young hero felt that his neck was finally free. Corden put his hand forward, magical streams came out, and the enemies were not going to give up so easily. At that moment, the troll finally understood that his nickname was Snowman, and his real name was Kangsul, and now he knew everything about his master. Jamin was interested in what Kangsul dreamed of and was ready to hear the truth. The guy replied sternly that his most important desire was revenge, for which he was ready to go through any trials. The troll laughed, amazed that the expulsion of the gods had inspired Kangsul with what seemed to be a petty desire for revenge. Kangsul continued that for this purpose, he intended to embark on the path of ascension and become a god, becoming the strongest of the strong. Thus, their paths crossed, and Jaman could become a loyal partner on the path to the kingdom, and Kangsul on the path to divine power. Despite the chaos around them, Kangsul and Jaman had a common goal, and all their blows were directed at the enemies who stood in their way. Their opponents tried to delay the boys and demanded that the hero continue the game. Corden finally took off his mask and transformed into a real monster. Huge clawed paws destroyed the space, but Jamin worked his fists incessantly, trying to break free and find a way to freedom. The memories and illusions around him were incredibly dynamic, creating a feeling of constant pursuit. At one point, they found an exit and rushed towards it. The guys quickly got out into the corridor, but their enemies had no intention of letting them go. Corden got there first and blocked their way. Monsters were closing in from all sides, and the terrifying creatures resolutely set off in pursuit. Kangsul felt uneasy. There were too many enemies, and if they acted randomly, they would be caught up too quickly. Jaman advised him to focus only on the exit, casting aside fear and thoughts of defeat, because this whole scene was just a figment of Kangsul's imagination. The guy suddenly realized that it was an illusion, and that fear could destroy everything. To counterbalance and control the situation, he needed to imagine something powerful and safe that could get them out of the trap. The solution came to him, and Kangsul raised his palm, in which a blue beam of magic appeared. The guy rode the illusion of a rushing Grimbel, creating a support and a means of escape from this imaginary nightmare. Jamin sat on the illusion of a heavy hog, which moved incredibly fast. Kangsul and his friend raced forward, leaving behind the cries of their pursuing enemies. Their path lay through the rainbow illusion of Permin, sparkling with all colors, like a bridge through space and time. The boys ran faster and faster, paying no attention to their pursuing enemies. Their opponents tried frantically to catch up with them, shouting about punishment and threats for rule breakers. But the pursuers' jokes and games ended when magic flared up in front of Kangsul, lighting the way. Jaman noticed that the scale of his companion's power was simply mind-boggling. Kangsul used a legendary method of movement, reproducing in detail a skill that had previously seemed unattainable. He realized that he was capable of using skills he had never even thought of before, and this realization gave him incredible power. With the help of illusions, the guy froze events, and the whole world was plunged into ice. By stopping his enemy's movements, the hero created room to maneuver. Jamin raised his head and asked what kind of power this was, because it was not just magic, it was control over time and perception. The guy replied that it was the power of his figure, created by himself and his personal ability. The hero understood that they needed to hurry, because this power was temporary and could disappear at any moment. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded near him, demanding that he stop. Kang Sol looked furiously at the man he hated, who had suddenly appeared beside him. Corden said that everything around them was an illusion, including Hogs, Grimwell, and the rainbow path of Permin. He claimed that even the power of Grand Duke Inea was just a fragile deception. Kang Sol objected, saying that everything had really happened and was not a figment of his imagination. Corden laughed and explained that all these images had indeed once existed, but they had never belonged to the young man. He reminded Kang Sol that he had not gone through their suffering and had not paid for it with his own pain. All this guy did was roll the dice and make decisions from a safe distance, while the consequences fell on the shoulders of innocent figures. They had to go through countless trials and tribulations, endure unbearable pain that broke even the strongest. In essence, there was no justice in this, because they lived a life they never chose for themselves. Kang Sol clenched his fist and stared intently at his opponent, then asked only one question. Why had it come to this? He wanted to know why Corden kept putting obstacles in his way, because once upon a time, everything was completely different. The young man recalled that Corden was the only one among the gods who had stood by his side and helped him in a truly difficult moment. It was he who sent him to the world of eternity and helped him avoid a cruel punishment from which no one else could have saved him. In response, Corden coldly admitted that he was disappointed in this guy, and looking back, he should not have placed any hopes on him at all. That was why now the fighter only wanted to watch Kang Sol suffer. Before him stood all of Kang Sol's pawns, an entire army of incredibly strong warriors, each of whom had once crossed the line for his choice. Now Corden wanted to know what Kang Sol thought about the dozen who had challenged death because of his ambitions. These figures were connected to each other, and over all this time, too much had been left unsaid between them. Fate had given them a rare opportunity to finally speak their minds and set the record straight. All these personalities demanded repentance from Kang Sol because he had played with their lives as if they were dice on a table. The young hero bowed his head and felt a heaviness that cannot be put into words. Corden said mockingly that the dialogue had not gone as he had expected from the very beginning, and he was curious as to why Snowman was so upset. Was not happy to be reunited with his pawns after such a long separation? Kang Sol admitted that he felt no joy, only a deep, lingering sadness that made everything inside him tighten. Then he turned to his pawns and said that he had always wanted to apologize for not being able to give them a better life. He felt guilty for every step they took, for every pain and every death that fell on their shoulders instead of his own. Corden coldly said that such apologies came too late, that Kang Sol had always commanded these heroes, leading them to their deaths, and therefore deserved to be executed. However, after a moment, one of the fighters named Aini said that everything was fine and he was ready to forgive. The others agreed, and one of them said that he had lived his life without regrets. Another admitted that his fate was worthy, and that even if he had the opportunity to start all over again, things would hardly have turned out better. Corden watched with growing anger as the fighters showed no resentment toward Kang Sol. His fury intensified because he considered these people weak-willed and lacking in principles and respect. But when he realized that the situation was getting out of control, the scoundrel made a quick decision. He wanted to fight Kang Sol himself and intended to destroy him completely. Jamad took the blow and, to everyone's surprise, managed to stay on his feet without even flinching. But Corden rejoiced, confident that these guys couldn't cope on their own because they had abandoned their friends and were left alone. And for the guy rejected by the gods, there was only one way left: to accept his sad fate. But in the next moment, the enemy felt the magic that descended upon him from both sides. The scoundrel looked around in a daze, unable to understand what had happened. It soon became clear that he had been attacked by the twin knights Karen and Karuna, who had appeared at the most critical moment. The young lady angrily declared that this scoundrel had no right to say such things about their king. Immediately after that, she decapitated him with a decisive swing of her sword. The cordon began to gradually dissolve into space, and at that moment, he was struck by the thought, did she really consider the insignificant snowman to be a king? When only a fragment of his mask remained, the enemy said in a strained voice that there was no point in defending this so-called king. But Karen firmly replied that she would not renounce the snowman, that she was a loyal knight of the hero who would surely achieve this title. After that, the lady turned to the others and said that they had done well and behaved with dignity. Jamad asked where the twins had come from. In response, they explained that the situation seemed too dangerous to them, so they took a risk and came here. At that moment, Corden spoke again and asked if this guy was really going to forget them so easily. Kang Sol had clearly decided that they were enemies, which meant he had no intention of keeping their memories. Now this hero had grown up, understood a lot, and finally realized important things about his own life. There were times when it was fun here, but he was never going to go back because he had chosen a completely different path. The young hero stood before an empty space, open to new achievements and future trials. He bowed his head and allowed his destiny to return to its original purpose. At that moment in the real room, Kang Soul's body began to move noticeably. The guy began to break the chains, acting with such incredible strength that it was difficult to even imagine. Finally, he opened his eyes and they flashed with a powerful glow filled with unprecedented energy. At the same time, the enemy army of hunters was surrendering their positions, and there were many seriously wounded people lying on the ground in the clearing. But the leader, Marcus, still looked practically invincible. He laughed and said that the witch was exhausted, had exhausted her strength, and had lost her former arrogance. Miria looked him straight in the eye and replied with steely calm that her health was no longer what it used to be, and that perhaps he should fight more gently. The villain demanded in a rage that she reveal where the boy was hiding, because the path of solitude would be much more painful for her if she continued to remain silent. The young lady said that no threats would work on her, even if hundreds of arrows were aimed at her. However, in the next moment, the girl became alert, sensing an unexpected sound nearby. Confusion and a strange excitement arose in her soul. Could it be that events were unfolding exactly as she had expected? Marcus stared fiercely at his powerful opponent. Suddenly, the roof of the house broke through, and a powerful magical stream burst out. At that very moment, the enemy released his dog and ordered it to attack immediately. Miria could only barely dodge the impending danger, balancing on the edge of her last ounce of strength. But the dog Dick rushed at her with frenzied fury and monstrous strength, knocking the girl off her feet with one swift leap. Miria collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized, seriously injured, and barely conscious. Marcus coldly stated that as long as the lady exuded the stench of shadows, she would never be able to hide from him. The enemy approached and declared that he would definitely pass judgment on her as a summoner. Miria sensed that help was close and realized that she just needed to buy some time. She tried to provoke the hunter, saying that a summoner had once broken him and that it was this fierce feeling of revenge that had crippled his entire life. In the old man's eyes, she could clearly see this hatred, which could only disappear after the extermination of all summoners. Marcus nervously interrupted the lady, demanded that she be quiet, and, for the sake of peace in his exhausted life, decided that it was time for her to leave this world. But at that very moment, Miria's hut burst into flames, and an explosion of incredible force rang out. Marcus and Dick froze in shock, not understanding what had just happened. A shadow began to form next to them, becoming denser and clearer with every passing second. The old man flew into a rage and cursed what was happening, unable to understand why everything had turned out this way. The outline of the shadow soon revealed a warrior radiating overwhelming power and imposing grandeur. He was no longer under the influence of the zone without light, where the call of the shadows was impossible. Now the situation had changed, and the hero had a clear advantage, for he had become much more powerful than before. The young man broke through the wall of knowledge and thus gained a decisive advantage. At that moment, he had a revelation, and a new unique talent called Night Raven awakened, finally formed and secured. The system recorded the achievement of my path, as well as the title Next on the Path of Solitude, supplemented by the special achievement Endless Path and the rare title Shadow Expert. Miria breathed a sigh of relief. Protection and support had finally arrived in time. The lady smiled faintly and turned to Soden, because despite everything, they had really succeeded. She noticed that her friend now resembled a hedgehog and wanted to congratulate him on his success. But she understood that first they had to deal with the scoundrel who had just attacked them. Marcus looked at his opponent in confusion and keenly felt the incredible power emanating from him. He was overcome by the heavy stench of shadows, and it became clear that the shadow had indeed consumed this warrior, leading to such frightening consequences. A terrifying creature emerged, the mere sight of which sent a chill down his spine, but Marcus still believed he could handle it. He was sure that he had to kill it and thus save it from this terrible fate, which could bring nothing but suffering. Soden looked closely at his opponent and doubted that such a fate was really so terrible. On the contrary, he found it frighteningly beautiful, because the feeling of movement of flesh and bones was something he had not experienced in a very long time. In the next moment, the hero went on the attack, leaving his opponent no time to think. Marcus barely managed to fend off the swift and crushing blows, his defense cracking at the seams. Completely confused, the hunter stared straight ahead, unable to understand what had just happened and why the situation had spiraled out of his control. The scoundrel came face to face with his own death, and if he had been even a step closer, the result would have been catastrophic. These movements were familiar to Kang Soul. He had seen them before, and knew that the man next to him was not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Soden turned to the owner and asked what his suggestions were, because the threat was coming from the right. He added that he would deal with the old man himself and test what he was capable of in battle. A moment later, the dog Dick received a crushing blow, the force of which literally shook the ground beneath his feet. The hero decisively delivered a crushing blow with a single movement of his hand, demonstrating incredible power. He said that the enemy was just a cowardly puppy, completely incapable of serious combat. The next moment, magical arrows began to fly rapidly in their direction. But Kang's soul used his shadow hand to catch the projectiles in a flash and neutralize the threat. It was truly brilliant, and the young man decided that he would never look down on the shadow hand again. Now he saw its true power. Marcus hid in the bushes, struggling to comprehend what had happened and who had attacked him. The creature seemed incredibly powerful and incomprehensible. Kangso looked at him dismissively and asked who exactly the enemy was talking about. Him or both of them. He had already taken the form of the volcanic sorcerer Jamand and the Night Raven, absorbed skill points, and could use passive abilities, which made the young man significantly stronger. The enemy was confident that all shadow summoners would fall at his hands and that no one could stand against him. Marcus wanted to free all the shadows, believing it to be the only right path for them. Kang's soul replied that every person deserves to have aspirations and dreams of their own, and that these should be respected. But now he wanted only one thing: to crush his enemy into dust for what he had done to Miria. Marcus noted that he had encountered many such arrogant summoners on his path, and the consequences for them were predictable. Kang's soul dismissively stated that he was not interested in that at all. He was not going to be anyone's prey. In response, the enemy furiously promised that the boy would pay for his pride and picked up a magic lighter. A few moments passed, and Marcus began to gradually dissolve into space, leaving only faint traces, which showed that the scoundrel was still somewhere nearby. The system reported that the no-light effect had reduced all of Kang's soul's skills by 20%. He was unable to bring Karen and Karuna out of the shadows, and his abilities were severely suppressed. Marcus's self-confidence turned out to be well justified. The guy felt Dick slowly approaching him, growling and baring his teeth. He had to defend himself immediately, otherwise the hero risked taking additional damage. But Kang's soul thought that all was not lost. Even with his skills reduced, he still had enough points to act. The next moment, when the dog lunged at the guy, he managed to quickly neutralize it. All of the enemy's attempts proved futile, and Marcus had to admit defeat and accept it with dignity. However, behind the young hero, the old man suddenly said that he did not agree with this. The villain pounced on Kang's soul with burning eyes, took the exclamation soul elixir, and received a sudden boost of strength and stamina points. In an instant, they were locked in a fierce battle, standing opposite each other like two unstoppable hurricanes. Kang's soul asked mockingly if the drug was all Marcus could come up with. The old man replied that he had used all available means to personally pass judgment on all creatures that had no right to exist. Their battle unfolded incredibly rapidly, neither of them giving an inch. Each attack deadly accurate. At one point, Marcus felt a magical attack and barely managed to stay on his feet, but he had no intention of giving up. The villain released a huge rope, which struck the air with incredible force. The entire space was filled with thick, acrid smoke that made it difficult to see. Because of this, the guy lost sight of his opponent for a few moments, as clouds of dust and magical energy spread at incredible speed. Kang's soul noticed the threat in time, and showing great agility, managed to push the attacker Dick aside and avoid a deadly blow. The dog used hunting dog mode and had several dozen extra stamina points. However, the guy delivered a crushing blow to his enemy with a swift movement. Dick flew several meters forward, clearly unable to withstand such pressure. A moment later, the young hero noticed another danger approaching him, and the shadow hand managed to catch the arrow at the last moment. This weapon was very different from anything the young man had encountered before, and it was difficult to imagine the consequences if he had collided with it head-on. Marcus threatened to repeat the attack if Kang's soul continued to show off and demonstrate his abilities. The young hero clenched his fists and said that his opponent himself did not fully understand how to proceed. The next second, he activated a new skill, the Volcano Stance. It reflected attacks with incredible flames, creating a protective barrier around him. Dick pounced on Kang's soul with renewed vigor and bared his teeth, but the boy stepped resolutely and fearlessly toward his enemy. He threw the dog several meters forward, demonstrating incredible power. The young man's eyes sparkled with determination, his movements were fast and powerful, and the energy of the volcano passed through his entire being. A moment later, there was a sharp explosion, and Marcus shouted his dog's name in confusion as the situation spiraled out of control. Everything around him was engulfed in fire, but Kang's soul remained unharmed in the midst of the chaos. Dick also survived and was able to stay on his feet, even after such a powerful attack. Jimin quietly remarked that Kang-sul had long since ceased to be an ordinary hero, and the young man simply agreed, as it was obvious. Their opponent Dick was no ordinary animal. It turned out that he was a shadow. The troll noticed that Marcus was contradicting himself. It seemed like an internal conflict. The old man hated summoners, but he himself had a shadow by his side. The scoundrel looked at his opponents and said that they didn't understand anything, because Dick was his only friend. Kang-sul summed up that the old man had resurrected the dead dog solely out of his own selfishness and bitterness. Marcus replied that he wanted revenge because the arrival of the boys had led to the death of his family, and he himself had lost his eyes. He was indignant and said that it was impossible to create shadow summoners and give them a chance to exist, because all the troubles were caused by them. In the next moment, enemies attacked the young hero from both sides, forcing him to react instantly. Images of Soden near the huge river flashed through Kang-sul's mind. He also remembered Miria dying after making a fatal mistake in her mission. Kang-sul remembered the moment when Soden sacrificed himself for her, and this feeling gave him incredible determination. The old man had the audacity to say that creating shadows was a sin, ignoring all the experience and consequences of his actions. Marcus just looked at Kang-sul with a burning gaze, but Kang-sul did not hesitate and unleashed another blow on him. The guy attacked both Dick and his crazed master with a sharp movement. Marcus was in complete shock and did not expect everything to end so badly. Kang-sul asked why the old man, considering the summoning of shadows unacceptable, had nevertheless resurrected the dog. He replied that he just wanted to see his friend again, that it was a personal tragedy for every summoner. The young man did not understand why he needed to hunt them down. In response, Marcus admitted that it all happened because it was too late to repent, and his sins could not be washed away. Kang-sul, completely confused and angry, nervously said that the old man was just crazy, and without wasting any more time, turned around and walked away. The hero approached Miria to ask how she was feeling, and the girl said she wanted to reassure him. But unfortunately, she was dying, and there was nothing that could be done about it. If death had come a little later, the lady could have imprinted the image of Kang-sul in her memory. Nevertheless, she had no foolish regrets. This girl had proven herself right and ended her journey with dignity. The shadow summoners had only two paths left. The first was to enslave their own shadows. The second was the unknown and extremely difficult path of coexisting with them. The question remained open as to which path Kang-sul would choose. At that moment, the young lady turned to her loyal friend Soden, and everything worked out for them. The most valuable thing was that her friend was there for her during this difficult time to help her. This was the last 300th note from the brilliant Miria, which also turned out to be her last entry for Gregory. Finally, the girl told Snowman to move on and show the world their achievements. Thus, the Shadow Summoner's assistant died, fulfilling his destiny. Karuna looked at the girl for a few moments, then turned to his master and said that it was their duty to bury Miria with honors. Kang-sul agreed, took Miria's pipe in his hands and said that she was right. The young hero turned to his faithful knight with sadness and grief in his voice. The boy thought that if he had met her earlier and had not rushed to Yongatun, perhaps all this could have been avoided. Karuna philosophically said that no one can see behind the veil of fate, and therefore it is impossible to know how things would have turned out differently. He added that his master's choice ultimately saved many people, which meant that whatever path had been taken, what had been done could not be undone, nor was there any point in trying. At that moment, Karen approached the pensive young man and informed him that the villain's body had been buried. The lady handed Kang-sul a piece of paper and said that it had been found with Marcus. The young man took the paper and looked closely at the uneven lines. It turned out to be a letter with unknown content, which, judging by all appearances, belonged to Marcus. At the same time, he did not seem like the type of person who would keep mementos. This fact made the find seem even more suspicious. Karen suggested that it might contain orders for the hunters, but the text was written in Marcus's own hand. In the letter, the man said that his eyes could no longer see and asked for forgiveness for his uneven, clumsy handwriting. He also indicated that he intended to carry this letter with him at all times, even in his sleep and in the heat of battle. If the letter ended up in the wrong hands, it meant that Marcus was forced to hand it over due to circumstances or died at the hands of the person who got it. In any case, there was something he had to communicate, regardless of the outcome. Back then, in those distant times, an incredible massacre took place, during which his entire family was destroyed. The shocked boy ran up to his father and, choking back tears, begged him to come to his senses, but there was no response. The invaders noticed that there was a child in the house, but decided to leave him alive, not wanting to get their hands dirty unnecessarily because they had gotten what they wanted and had to return. But the boy turned to the departing criminals and asked desperately why they had acted so cruelly. One of them turned around and said with cold indifference that it was a stupid question, since everything had been done for the sake of resurrection. He said that now the boy's parents would serve them forever. This meant that there was no reason for deep sorrow, because they would return. The child, maddened by pain, rushed at him with his fists, overcome with rage and despair, demanding that his parents be returned immediately. The scoundrel began to fight him off and cursed angrily, demanding that the boy know his place and not stick his neck out. But in the commotion, the boy accidentally tore the glove off his enemy's hand. Underneath it was a black rose symbol, and this discovery shook him to the core, leaving a mark on his memory that would never fade. The scoundrels knocked him to the floor, and the young boy was completely unable to resist. Foreseeing what he should not have seen, it was decided that his eyes would be gouged out. The horrible monsters leaned over him and carried out the order without hesitation. They concluded that the boy was too weak and that there was no point in extracting his shadow. One of the scoundrels said that he was a shadow summoner and that in the future, this foolish child would surely want revenge. Completely shaken, Marcus, choking with pain, swore to himself that one day he would destroy them all. However, the arrogant summoner was sure that in time, the youngster would want to find him himself. He hoped that by then he would be able to offer him a way to reunite with his parents. Finally, the boy was mockingly advised to go begging, since he was no longer good for anything else. Thus, darkness, hatred, and a thirst for revenge took root in his soul. Having lost his sight, the boy could no longer see his enemies, but he began to distinguish smells, footsteps, and the wavering, uncertain timbre of voices. The tattoo of a black rose and the sharp smell of medicine emanating from the hunters' bodies were forever imprinted in his memory, and he was determined to remember every clue that could one day lead him to this monster. That was why the letter retained its scent for him, and now Kang Sul finally understood why Marcus always carried that scrap of paper with him. In the letter, Marcus asked that if it ever fell into the hands of the Shadow Summoner, he would find the scoundrel who had taken his parents' lives. He begged for help in bringing their souls the long-awaited peace. So the hero received information about a hidden task, access to which was only granted upon fulfilling certain conditions. Karen thoughtfully said that Marcus's thirst for revenge ultimately destroyed his entire life, turning him into the same monster he hated. The girl cautiously asked whether they should continue on this path and continue searching for the culprit. Kang Sul hesitated because this was about the man who killed Miria, and any sane person in his place would have torn up the letter, burned it, and forgotten about it. But he thought about what the deceased herself would have done with this letter, and her image appeared before the hero. He clearly remembered her conviction that dying wishes deserved to be fulfilled. Kang Sul came to the conclusion that he would not rush into a decision and would allow fate to bring them together if it was truly necessary. He decided that he would regret his choice later, when the road behind him was finally closed. The young hero was much more concerned about the future, so he turned his attention to the chest with trophies and opened it. Inside were the robber's personal belongings, among which were many truly valuable artifacts. A belt of tears and laughter, which was considered a treasure, attracted particular attention. This trophy allowed the effects to be multiplied sevenfold without increasing the duration of the skill. Next to it was a hurricane ring filled with wind energy, whose power could be felt even without activation. Kang Sul decided that these items would be perfect for Jaman, despite Karen's relief. Meanwhile, the young hero had already opened the Tiara of Clear Consciousness, originally intended for knights to strengthen their mental resilience. Karen expressed a strong desire to obtain this artifact, since her brother was already doing well, and after a brief discussion, the decision was made in her favor. Meanwhile, Kang Sul had gained several new titles at once, and he thought with satisfaction that this time he had really hit the jackpot. The price of shadows was only the beginning. The next step of solitude turned out to be much rarer, a unique talent that was a stroke of luck but required long and independent development. Usually such abilities got stuck at the initial level, but the next step on the path of solitude changed everything. The title strengthened the connection with the Night Raven and accelerated the development of rare talent. The rewards were more than generous, and Kang Sul came to the conclusion that it was a worthy payment for a deadly dangerous task that had finally come to an end. The young hero moved forward, thinking about what trials awaited him next and where his next choice would lead him. The task called Where No Man Has Gone Before was taken as a backup, in case the main path proved inaccessible. It led to the ruins left after the attack on Novira, where hunters disappeared without a trace. The difficulty was high, but the mission could be completed alone, so Kang Sul chose it. Fortunately, he managed to complete the task Awakening, after which the 16th adventure officially began. But suddenly the space was filled with an overwhelming force, causing the current task to be urgently replaced with an unscheduled one. Assignment number 16 was named Hell Unleashed, and Kang Sol couldn't understand what exactly had happened and where this unscheduled mission had come from. A moment later, he found himself in an abandoned wild forest next to a small group of people. The guys turned around in complete shock and stared at him, clearly not understanding where this person had come from. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. They were probably looking at a transmigrant. The group began to get excited, and Kang Sol listened to their argument in confusion, trying to understand what the hell was going on. He assumed that a spontaneous assignment had teleported him here, since the local landscape was almost identical to the previous one, and the young man realized that he was somewhere nearby. However, he had no idea what was happening in this place. Soon, one of the warriors approached him and greeted the traveler, asking if he was a transmigrant. His companion pulled her friend back, saying that such words could easily cost him his life. And Kang Sol noticed that the lady looked too luxurious for a simple traveler, while her partner seemed ordinary and foolish. With them was a middle-aged man who tried to smooth things over and advised the guys not to embarrass their new acquaintance. Overall, this group looked quite unusual, and only one possible explanation for what was happening came to Kang Sol's mind. At the same time, horrific images of a destroyed city flashed through his mind, causing an unpleasant tightening in his chest. The guy probably knew that there was a fourth member with them, but decided to dispel his doubts and ask the strangers about it. Everyone reacted the same way, lowering their heads and looking away with obvious sadness. Now it was clear that their comrade had died during the mission. Kang Sol apologized for his harshness, admitted that the question was inappropriate, and added that he was glad to have met them. After that, he asked them to tell him more about the adventures they had been through. In response, the young people asked his name, and the hero called himself Snowman, but the team objected that this was only a nickname, and that they usually use their real names. The girl's name was Han Somi, and the boy's name was Cho Genthek. In response, the young man also introduced himself, saying that his name was Kang Sol, and he was 25 years old. The young people quickly decided that the age difference was quite small, so they could do without formalities. Shin Moon Ho, a man in his 50s, was also with them. After they got acquainted, Somi began to recount the events in detail. Initially, their team consisted of 5 people, and they had gathered to complete a reconnaissance mission in the Endless Forest, which began in the ruined city of Novira. Despite its frightening name, not all areas of the Endless Forest were considered dangerous. Powerful monsters could only be found in the thickest parts, while closer to the exit, they became noticeably weaker. The team of 5 warriors could not be called weak, so they hoped to complete the task quickly. However, an unexpected problem soon arose. 2 members of the group separated to get food and returned as mangled corpses. Cho Genthek thought he had seen a lot, but what he saw was shocking. It looked as if they had been crushed by a press. The guys spent a lot of time and effort scraping up the remains and burying the dead. Kang Sol suggested that these people were simply unlucky to have stumbled upon monsters from the thicket. After all, he knew for sure that only such creatures were capable of such a thing. That was the end of the story, and now it was time to report what had happened in Novira. Thus began the task of Splattered Hell, whose goal was to escort the travelers back to Novira. Kang Sol agreed and asked them how he could join the group. Somi replied that she would like to get to know him better first and asked about his class. Kang Sol said he was a summoner, and at that moment, a tense silence fell. The group was clearly upset. Their vanguard had been destroyed, and although the summoner's appearance gave them hope, it did not quite meet their expectations. Cho Genthek explained that 2 of their tanks had been crushed, so now they themselves were easy targets. All they could do was run when they encountered enemies, and Kang Sol's class was clearly not a welcome one. The young hero had encountered this reaction many times before. Summoners were always treated with obvious contempt. Shin Moon Ho turned to the hero and admitted that the group had simply fallen into despair. The young lady noted that in such a situation, it was even for the best, because they would not have to change their plans and stick to their original idea. They found themselves in an extremely dangerous part of the Endless Forest, in the thickest part, where it was easy to get lost. As luck would have it, the guide died, and the group wandered for a long time until they accidentally stumbled upon the deepest part of the forest instead of finding the border. Now the lady realized that it was a mistake to go too deep into the forest and show excessive initiative. Cho Genthek reminded her that she herself had considered the matter trivial, but received a sharp kick in order to keep quiet. Their argument continued until Kang Sol summed up that they were almost in the center of the forest and that their main goal was to return to Novira. Somi confirmed that under favorable conditions, they would be able to get there in 2 or 3 days. The large-scale invasion last time did not affect them. If a single monster appeared, the guys calmly dealt with it. Kang Sol decided that in that case, it was time to prepare for departure and plan their return route. The travelers soon set off, but on the way, Shin Min-ho said he was already quite tired. Somi was surprised because they had only just set off, and he was already noticeably tired. Cho Gae-on-hak added that the road was too steep to walk, so the group's speed slowed down. However, they managed to find a safer route. Although the closer they got to the center of the forest, the more they wanted to run away. Kang Sol heard the group say that they didn't even know what kind of monster had killed their companions. A moment later, the boy noticed an elf asking him what was dangerous here. He replied that monsters were diverse and unpredictable, and that one of them had even left the bowl. Karen tried to ask Kang Sol what he knew about the monster's strength, and the young man replied that it was probably terrifying. But the young girl wanted specifics, insisting on knowing who was stronger, Atarak or the unknown threat. Kang Sol thought for a few moments, looking at her intently. But at that moment, his companions called him, distracting him from his thoughts. Cho Genthek suggested taking a break, as Kang Sol was surely tired, and so were the others. Somi, on the other hand, dreamed only of getting to Novira as soon as possible and warming herself in hot water. Suddenly, a suspicious whistling sound came from the sky, causing everyone to be on alert. The group quickly lay down on the ground to avoid potential danger. Kang Sol remained standing and calmly looked up at the sky. It was now clear that they would not be able to get away quickly. A serious threat awaited them ahead. Meanwhile, the travelers heard an incredibly powerful sound that made their blood run cold. At one point, Shin Min-ho caught on a branch and fell rapidly to the ground. The man felt that his leg was injured and could not get up quickly. Fear grew with every passing second, and the approaching unknown threat added to the panic. Somi reached out her hand to him and asked him to hurry. But the next moment, the girl turned around and noticed danger nearby. An incredibly huge monster stood before them, striking with its size. In an instant, it became clear that it was a forest orc, and Somi froze in terror. The monster raised its huge club and swung at them. The girl covered her face with her hands and felt the heat of the blow flash by. Karen decisively cut through the air with her sword and rushed to help. With a single movement, the elf made an incredibly powerful throw. The travelers watched in complete shock, unable to believe their eyes. Kang Sol concentrated magic in his hands and prepared to face the monster. Now the young hero knew the answer for sure. This monster was not at all stronger than Atarak. However, the main task of spilling hell had been changed to salvation, the goal of which was to ensure the safety of the travelers and keep them intact. Karen pointed out to her master that he had certainly picked up a good weapon. After all, it hadn't broken after such a crushing blow. The monster growled and let out a deafening roar, but it did him no good. A moment later, the villain was completely destroyed. Karen acted decisively, delivering one blow after another without the slightest hesitation. Somi, completely shocked and dismayed, watched what was happening. The young lady even thought that the scene unfolding before her eyes looked unreal. She understood that in order to confront huge monsters, transmigrants, except for the most advanced ones, usually had to form teams. The forest orc was one of those monsters that was extremely difficult to defeat alone. However, the deed was done, and Karen received her well-deserved victory. The system reported that the hero had defeated Kostakoad Turiax and received an additional reward. It was too early to rejoice, as a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest and Somi trembled with fear. At that moment, Kang Sol appeared in front of her, shielding the lady with his body and taking the threat upon himself. Now it was Karun's turn, and the Moon Knight rushed into the attack without hesitation. His companions could not believe their eyes, for before them stood a real shadow, a knight risen from the dead and serving the summoner. Karun cut through the air with a swift movement, and everything around him sparkled with dense magical energy. The orc received his deserved punishment and was instantly cut in half. The enemy was engulfed by an unprecedented magical force that consumed him entirely. Somi watched in silent shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. The boy received a new notification that he had defeated the forest predator Goliam and was awarded an additional reward. The young lady trembled, unable to believe what was happening and trying to convince herself that it was not a dream. Before her stood the very same Kang Sol, about whom rumors and legends had been circulating. However, the hero felt a new sense of unease as another enemy had appeared in the area. It was a lurking Toraya, a much more powerful opponent. It possessed additional abilities and outstanding characteristics. The monster had come with a single purpose: to avenge his fallen kin. The young man thought that they had already encountered 3 orcs in a row, which could not be a mere coincidence. At that moment, the Toria activated its unstoppable skill, which significantly increased its attack radius. Cho Genthek, in complete shock, tried to warn Kang Sol about the mortal danger. Karen also turned to her master and said that she was ready to immediately join the fight and support him. However, Kang-sul confidently replied that intervention was not necessary at this time. The young man clearly understood that everything has its time, and right now he was facing a truly worthy opponent. Toria was frighteningly agile despite his impressive size, so the hero used the formula of the volcanic sorcerer Yamand in combination with the Night Raven. At that moment, the main task of elimination was changed to a trio. The terrifying creature that appeared before the young man looked truly deadly and inspired a primal fear. The enemy activated breath-holding, completely disappeared from the sound field, moved silently, and did not give the slightest sign of his presence. Kang-sul thought furiously that the enemy had managed to hide in just a few seconds, which meant that losing vigilance was unacceptable. His shadow shared its power with him, enhancing his perception and reactions. At the same time, the young man was well aware that every mistake in this battle would be too costly and could well end in tragedy. Meanwhile, Torian activated his piercing strike, and now his attacks could literally tear holes in space and flesh. The enemy deactivated his invisibility and became fully visible, and now the real phase of the fight began. Kang-sul realized how dangerous this fight was when he managed to jump at the very last moment and avoid a deadly blow. At the same time, he heard the troll's warning that he shouldn't get too carried away with jumping, because flying without extreme necessity was a sure way to a quick death. But the guy acted this way because it was incredibly difficult to think on the fly in such conditions. Jamin recalled a previous battle when he had already lent his body to his master and was about to take down the hunter using an old proven method. At that time, he vaguely sensed that everything that was happening was too focused on a certain pattern of movements, as if the enemy was acting according to a pre-planned scenario. This feeling did not last long and quickly dissipated, but a seed of doubt remained. Kang-sul wondered if such patterns could also be embedded in the body of a Toria, like a hidden mechanism. Jaman said that in that case, the master could well jump, unless, of course, he was going to chicken out. The young hero confidently decided that there was nothing to doubt and focused on the jump. The boy pushed off the ground decisively, and the air beneath his feet rang with tension. In the next moment, he swung his arm and delivered a crushing blow with his fist, emitting a dazzling light. Thus, the hero transitioned into a volcano stance, where each attack was accompanied by flames, and each blow was followed by an explosion. Kang-sul was already ready to finish the attack when he noticed that magical power was gushing from his body without any restraint. The young man realized that this was the work of Jaman, for such power was truly astonishing and breathtaking. Finally, his fist made contact with the monster's face, leaving it no chance. There was a colossal explosion that threw the enemy several meters away and shook the surrounding forest. The boy's fist burned with incredible power and was enveloped in an uncontrollable, blinding fire. The young hero himself was amazed at what he was capable of at that moment, as if his body was acting faster than his mind. Jamin said there was nothing to worry about, because if he got seriously involved, a second strike would not be necessary. A moment later, a system notification appeared stating that the lurking Toria had been defeated. At that moment, Kang-sul was struck by a flash of insight as he awakened a new skill, Iron Fist Dominance. However, the joy was short-lived, as almost immediately the young hero felt extremely weak. It turned out that he had developed a serious mana deficiency. He had hardly used any magic except for Shadow Hand, and now his body was demanding payment for the overuse. Kang-sul realized that victory had come at too high a price. The risky technique completely burned through his mana, but in return gave him terrifying power capable of defeating even a giant. And now the most difficult task lay ahead, learning to develop the Iron Fist and not die prematurely. However, he was not given much time to think, as a group of travelers hurriedly approached. Somi said that in the turmoil of battle, they had almost lost sight of Kang-sul. Cho Genthek couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark that a hunter who couldn't even find his way in the forest hardly had the right to consider himself an experienced adventurer. Meanwhile, Kang-sul turned to his companions and said that he was sincerely glad to see them safe and sound. Somi said she had been looking for him because she wanted to clarify something. A moment later, she became extremely serious and looked intently at the hero. Then the lady said that she suspected him of being the hidden one. The guy was silent for a few moments, then just nodded. The other guys immediately surrounded him because rumors about 1,000,000 points and a solo trip to Yognaton had long since done their job. These stories had spread so widely that there was no one left in their region who had not heard of him. Somi expressed concern that the guy would take their lives for exposing him, and Kang-sul froze, wondering who she thought he was. Meanwhile, the reward was received, and chests appeared before them. Cho Geun-hak said he couldn't wait to see the contents of the trophy. Somi noted with admiration that even Kang Sol's restrained nod looked truly noble. However, curiosity got the better of them, and all eyes turned to the chest, which was finally open. The trio received trophies, level-ups, additional skill points, and the rich man's passive ability was activated, granting them many more valuable items. The hero thought that there were 3 ascension materials among the rewards, but none of them suited him, which caused slight disappointment. He reasoned that, given the difficulty of the enemy, the rewards seemed average, and there was still hope for at least some useful gloves. After reading the notifications carefully, the guy realized that one of the effects was directly related to hand movements and hand-to-hand combat. This made him think that such a thing could be quite useful for a night thief, especially since gloves with a wisdom bonus were extremely rare. After a quick inspection of the trophies, the hero decided it was time to return to base and move on. However, Somi stopped him and said that his friend was missing the most important point. After receiving the awards, it's time to exchange items, which is a key stage of team play. The excited shouts of the children could be heard for a long time along the way, but finally the travelers arrived in Navira. The young hero carefully examined the table with the top adventurers. His team was in complete shock. Kang Sol had over 3 million points, which seemed simply unbelievable. Information about achievements and titles was hidden, and now a new title, Inspiring, had appeared. There was also a related achievement, Forbidden, and a special bonus, Troop Leader. The hero thought about it. It turned out that a title was also given for 1 million points, but now he understood that the higher the rank, the cooler the skills, and the stronger the effect. The guy decided to test his abilities and activated the passive skill Troop Leader. Somi and her companion looked ahead in surprise. They didn't fully understand what had happened, but now they possessed a new, mysterious, and powerful skill. While the guys were discussing who the found rewards belonged to, Kang Sol thought about how it was now clear how it all worked. Somi turned to the hero and cautiously remarked that he probably needed a place to stay after all his adventures. Kang Sol confidently replied that he did not need a place to stay and would not be staying in Novira, preferring to move on. However, the lady did not want to let him go so easily. She understood that the hero had saved them and wanted to treat him to lunch. Despite his habit of charging ahead, Kang Sol agreed to a short break. Thus began the rest period, and the hero found himself in a safe zone where he could regain his strength. This period was called the Restoration of Novira. The guys went into a small tavern to eat and rest. It was much livelier here than last time, with significantly more people. During lunch, Kang Sol said that his next destination was south in Odinin. Somi immediately noticed that there was a very famous comrade in those parts, who was often mentioned by acquaintances. There was talk about him in the trans-migrant community, an official platform for exchanging letters, where you could even get in touch while in another country. Kang Sol had never heard of anything like this before, and Somi enthusiastically continued to share the details. Cho Gaeon-hak remarked that perhaps it was not worth paying attention to, as she was probably being paid to attract new members. At that very moment, the young lady stumbled over her words and hit him hard, and the poor guy barely managed to stay on his chair. The girl, embarrassed, admitted that she would like to add Kang Sol to her friends. After a short pause, the young man said that he agreed in principle. A moment later, Kang Sol had already added all the contacts to his friends list. It could come in handy. At the very least, they could provide useful information. Somi promised that she would not bother him with messages, but would only write about news and offer exchanges, while keeping Kang Sol's identity a secret. Just as the conversation was coming to an end, a man approached them. He looked around the tavern carefully and was happy to see that Kang Sol was there. It turned out that a young warrior had entered the room, and all eyes were on her. The young man turned around when he heard a familiar voice and was surprised to find that it was Mira. She greeted him, and Somi and her friends were in complete shock. They did not expect Kang Sol to be acquainted with such an influential and well-known person. Meanwhile, the girl said that she had important business with Kang Sol, and in fact, a new problem had arisen that involved him. Mira then told him that Hamun had left, and this news came as a real shock to the young hero. She herself was surprised, but decided that it would be better to let Kibo, who was more knowledgeable, tell him everything. It seemed that Hamun had left a message, which was not particularly surprising since their meeting had only taken place thanks to Kibo's intervention. And if Hamun had wanted to change something, he would have turned to him directly. After a while, the guys arrived at the wolf's lair. Kibo greeted Kang Sol and said that he was really quick, because he came straight from Gulia to their lands. But the man advised Kang Sol not to overdo it and reminded him that sometimes you need to rest. Kang Sol thanked him for his concern, but immediately showed interest in the news about Hamun. The wolf looked at him intently and said that Hamun had left an envelope before leaving. It was a letter, but it was not yet clear why the blacksmith had left it. The young man unfolded the letter and began to read intently, which now surely left him slightly perplexed. Hamun wrote that he did not take his rescue for granted, and no words of gratitude could express his gratitude. Therefore, the young man did not shower him with words of gratitude, preferring to act rather than speak. After that, he stated that he had left Novira for one compelling reason. That reason was Snowman, Kang Sole, whom the young man considered the most outstanding person he knew. The hero's vast knowledge and extraordinary wisdom struck Hamun, as if he had been observing the world from Pandia since time immemorial. Unlike other aliens, the snowman looked as if he had already lived a full life in this world and was now acting on the basis of his accumulated experience. This aroused Hamun's genuine interest and an uneasy feeling that the world itself was on the verge of another turning point. Once upon a time, there was a cruel age of dragons, but then came the Iron Age. After that came the righteous and uncompromising age of faith. But soon after, it was followed by the unprincipled and criminal age of lies. Pandia, having survived many changes of era, absorbed much evil and loss. Hamun renounced all of this and lost the courage to accept reality as it was, so he set out to wander the world, taking only his sword with him. This continued until Console appeared on his path, disrupting his usual way of life and forcing him to look to the future again. When the blacksmith gave him a weapon forged from Ugro's sword, it became a kind of gamble. A game that ultimately determined his future, but he was not guided by faith and noble convictions at the time. He was driven by cowardice and selfishness, which led him to shift the responsibility onto Kang's soul, because otherwise he would have had to face reality head-on. Often, such games of chance emptied wallets or poisoned a person's life, but in his case, the opposite happened. His pockets were full, and Hamun had a chance to come out into the light again. However, there was one problem, and it was not a lack of determination, but the fact that the blacksmith had wasted too much time. Hamun decided to forge the best sword and give it to Console at their next meeting, which is why he said goodbye and chose to take action. When the young hero finished reading the letter, he thought that there was nothing particularly important in it. Kibo laughed and said that such actions were quite in keeping with Hamun's character, but Kang's soul did not seem upset at all. In general, if necessary, Hamun could still be caught up with if the need arose. The young hero had several options for how to respond to the message and what had happened. In the end, Kang Soul came to the conclusion that he was not going to dwell on the past and was open to the possibility of meeting him again sometime in the future. Kibo doubted that such a meeting was really possible in the vast Pandia, but he did not argue with him. At the same time, he understood almost certainly that Hamun had left not to flee, but to strengthen himself. Hamun's rank was heroic, and his title as a descendant of Ugro allowed him to forge two relics at once thanks to a rare and powerful combination. However, it seemed that he did not realize that he had already reached his own limit of development. Kang's soul received about as many development points for a couple of tasks as a regular transmigrant would for 5 or 6, and his friends surely noticed that he could no longer keep up with this pace and was just treading water. Koopa left the shadowy abyss of expanding the boundaries of knowledge. Mel wandered the world in search of truth, and now it was Hamun's turn. Kang's soul sincerely hoped that he would succeed, but now it was time to move on himself. The young hero decided that was it and was ready to leave Navira without hesitation. He went outside and Kibo shouted after him that he and Hamun were like 2 peas in a pod, each stubbornly following his own path. Finally, before the guy left for good, Mira approached Kang's soul. The young lady confessed that she would like to be friends with him. She wanted to add Kang's soul through the community because she understood that long-distance communication was extremely important now. Mira also said that she still intended to repay him for his help, as she felt responsible. The young hero considered this unnecessary and did not see anything in what had happened that required compensation. However, Mira insisted, because all her comrades, including Kibo and other innocent people, remained indebted to him. The lady felt that she had to repay him personally since she was the one who had led them and made this decision. The girl planned to stay in Novir and therefore sought a convenient means of communication for the future in advance. A new challenge awaited them as the renewed band of hunters was about to set out once again to conquer the endless forest. They said a warm goodbye and wished each other a safe journey with sincere respect. Sometime later, Kansol had already arrived in Oudenin and exchanged the noise of Novara for a different breath of the world. The hero threw the dice of luck during his journey, and the number 12 that came up seemed to him a very good sign. The guy thought that this time fate was really smiling on him. When the journey finally ended and the group stopped, the first urgent task was to find a place to stay for the night. The last time the travelers had been here, the guy had been looking for traces of Hamun, but now there was no longer any need for that. The guys walked on, not even suspecting that they had been watched the whole time. It was a girl who peered out from around the corner in confusion and watched them closely. Convinced that these were the people she needed, the lady rushed forward decisively. However, at that very moment, Karen's sword was already at the ready, as if the elf had anticipated such a turn of events. The warrior said that this was the first time she had encountered such obvious and clumsy surveillance. The girl asked them to stop, confused, and Karen tried to clarify whether she knew the owner, but Kang Sol did not recognize her. What was most alarming was that this spy was far from alone. Kang Sol turned around and stared intently at the people standing next to her. At that moment, one of them called out to the other and said that the person they were looking for had already appeared. Kang Sol and his companion looked around carefully and warily. Soon a man came out in front of them and apologized for the inconvenience and haste. He explained that he had urgent business, which was why he was trying to catch up with the group. After that, the fighter introduced himself and said that his name was Pan Chung-sik, and that he knew that this meeting was far from accidental. Now Kang Sol understood that the hidden observer was the man standing right in front of him. The young man looked at him sternly and asked if they really knew each other. Pan Chung-sik replied that of course they had already met, since Kang Sol had previously been to Audin, and since then he had been closely monitored. The man said that a room had been prepared for the boys to spend the night, and that they could discuss several important issues there in peace. After a while, the guys found themselves in a spacious castle that immediately gave the impression of incredible luxury. Mr. Chang-sik first stated that he had not initially intended to ask for help. He then said that not long ago, something unusual had been discovered in Audin. The man said that he would like to show it to them first. He then opened his palm, revealing a sparkling ball that emitted a strange, attractive glow. Kang Sol stared at the find in complete shock and instantly realized its possible significance. Pan Chang-sik knew only the basics about this thing, but wanted to learn as much as possible. The young hero looked at his companion and said that it seemed they had found the labyrinth. It really was a labyrinth, or rather its tormenting embodiment, a symbol necessary for entry, associated with self-torture and a special bonus that allowed one to enter it. Kang Sol looked closely at this thing and immediately realized that he had been to a similar place before. Labyrinths were scattered throughout Pandia and were considered a type of ruin, but they differed in that it was incredibly difficult to get out of them. And the most terrifying thing was the thirst for blood that accompanied each such place. The labyrinth had a will of its own and was perceived more as a living creature. Two of his figures had already fallen into this trap. Kang Sol guessed that Pan Chung-sik had already been to these places, and he was surprised by his insight. Now they had only one symbol left, although there had originally been three, and two had already been used to enter. Pan Chung-sik used one of the symbols himself and saw with his own eyes that the labyrinth had special requirements for those who tried to enter it. Only a group of 5 people was allowed inside, and if there were fewer members, the labyrinth simply did not let them through, and immediately after entering, the space was enveloped in absolute darkness. As they moved further in, 5 doors appeared, most of which looked ordinary, roughly knocked together from wood, but one was noticeably different from the rest. Behind each door lay different tortures, fully consistent with the name of the maze. Behind the door that Pan Chung-sik entered was a space plunged into pitch darkness, where it was impossible to even make out the outlines of the walls. That very same bizarre door remained locked until the very end, showing no sign that it could be open. When each of the 4 entered their room, they heard no sounds or signals, but at some point, the last door finally swung open, and the 5th remaining person entered it and was subsequently found dead. Thus ended the first trip to the maze, and this is what Pan Chung-sik saw with his own eyes. After what happened, he refused to go a second time, deciding that it was still too early for him. However, the adventurers in Audin thought otherwise, assembled a squad of mercenaries from the 5 largest guilds, and came to the conclusion that he alone was to blame for the failure of the first expedition. These people had never been there themselves, but the second trip revealed another frightening detail. It turned out that the labyrinth polluted the minds of those who entered it, and after a while, their stay inside began to be reflected in numerical indicators. Mr. Chang-sik did not know this when he first entered the labyrinth, and it is unknown what happened to those who reached the limit of contamination. But the man was aware that the deceased member of the elite had held out until the end, thanks to which it was possible to obtain important information. Another key point was that whoever entered the last door performed something extremely important. It is not known exactly what, but thanks to this, the prisoners of the other 4 doors were freed from their trials and torture. Apparently, the fate of the entire team depended on who entered last, but this is only a guess. Kang Sol said that the information was very valuable, but he wanted Pan Chung-sik to get to the point. The fighter understood that after all the risks mentioned, it sounded crazy, but he still asked the hero to be the last test subject in the upcoming maze cleanup. Pan Chang-shik himself was going to participate again, but he never thought about being the last test subject. And before the team showed up, he hadn't even considered the possibility of returning to the maze. The man was aware of the enormous risk, but he understood that there were things worse than that. He was worried that the maze had consumed him and broken him as a person, so he wanted Kang Sol to go with them and be prepared to risk his life. Pan Chang-sik tried to add something, but Kang Sol calmly said he agreed. The young man ignored his companion's surprise and said that the rest could be discussed tomorrow. Pan Chang-sik wished him good night with some shock. Karen noted that agreeing to this expedition in such a place was very risky because everything here was far from simple. But the girl guessed that Kang Sol was most likely confident because he had some kind of trump card, a secret advantage. The guy thought to himself that most people would not dare to venture into such a dangerous labyrinth at the initial stage because he still had memories of passing through the self-torture labyrinth. Two of his figures had previously challenged the maze. One was defeated and disappeared forever into its depths. The other, despite his young age, was able to pass the test. It was the Angel of Blood, one of his strongest figures, who conquered the maze at a later stage of development. Although the Angel of Blood conquered the labyrinth later than the current Kang Sol, it was still a mystery who was stronger. One thing was clear: if he failed, Kang Sol's future looked extremely bleak, so he needed to follow in the footsteps of the Blood Angel. Karen thoughtfully recalled the words of Jin, who strictly forbade anyone from going there. In Karen's era, there was also a similar labyrinth, although at that time it was called a tomb because those who entered almost never returned. But that didn't stop tomb raiders. And now Kang Sol understood that the labyrinth had existed since ancient times. But the question remained, who created it and for what purpose? The next day arrived and the early sun knocked on the window. Pan Chang-sik came to Kang Sol early in the morning, apologized, but said that a small problem had arisen and that they needed to discuss the selection of test subjects with the Guild Alliance. Kang Sol suggested that someone was unhappy with his presence, but his companion replied that this was not the case. He explained that they were frankly dissatisfied with him because the guy had already suffered a defeat in the maze once, which undermined their trust in him. Of the three characters, only one remained, and naturally the Alliance wanted the operation to be successful, so finding a suitable candidate for the task was on the agenda. Kang Sol suggested that the four guilds would nominate their potential candidates. His companion explained that this was indeed the case, and added that each guild already had a candidate for the role of the final test subject, but after all the persuasion, they would have to prove their qualifications. After a while, the guys arrived at the Odina Guild Alliance, the Tower of Faith. The guy went inside and immediately attracted the attention of those around him. People talked among themselves, whispering about the very thing that was hidden, but to the eye, he looked like the most ordinary adventurer. Meanwhile, one of the guild members approached Kang Sol and greeted him as Lord Hidden. The girl said that the search for Chang-shik had finally been successful and introduced herself as Sun Ju-yun. Kang Sol guessed why he had been summoned here, for the fair selection of the conquerors of the labyrinth. Since many details remained unconfirmed, the guild could not simply trust him completely. Pan Chang-shik tried to explain that there was already evidence and there should be no doubt, but he was immediately attacked with objections. People claimed that this was wrong because they had not been able to see the Hidden One's abilities for themselves, and it was impossible to completely rely on him and entrust their lives to him. Kang Sol looked at everyone grimly and said that if they wanted to, they could check. The adventurers believed that the most worthy should enter the labyrinth, and Sun Yuun said that in that case, they would not waste any time. The lady called for the one without whom it was impossible to pass the test. The crowd immediately began to whisper, finding it hard to believe their eyes, for he was a foreigner. Meanwhile, the man strode forward grimly. He was wearing a combat cloak and had tattoos under his eyes. Kang Sol did not expect to meet the Black Pilgrim here. The enemy arrogantly declared that they should not waste each other's time. The Black Pilgrims were commissioners of the sacred state of Verena, extremely powerful people in distinctive black combat cloaks. Despite the name, which means pilgrims, their organization lived by the law of the jungle, and in reality their missions were far from pious. They were also called the cleaners of Verenos, or the purifiers, doing the dirty work. Kang Bosuk appeared before Kang Sol, and although he bowed slightly before them, he was clearly a pilgrim. He was interested in the labyrinth only as a personal initiative, not as an organization, and it was his own decision to intervene in the course of events. Kang Sol assumed that Kang Bosuk's associates were acting on a different assignment here. The enemy said that his goal was to gain authority in the labyrinth, and that Kang Sol's reputation would benefit his plans. The young man noticed that neither of them was going to back down, so a light sparring match was inevitable. The moment Karen stepped forward, Kang Bosuk said that it was some kind of joke, that his opponent had sent a woman to fight in his place. Kang Sol calmly said that everything was fine because his points were much higher than Kang Bosuk's. The angry enemy replied that in that case they were ready to settle everything right here and now, but Son Ju-un tried to calm him down, noting that the battle could damage the alliance building. The guy replied that everything was under control, and Karen promised to be careful not to break anything. Kang Bosuk dismissively said that such words sounded rather ridiculous and activated his abilities. His weapon was resistant to pain, which reduced the perception of damage. The fighter said that his hammer was made for destruction and delivered a crushing blow to his opponent. Sun Ju-un screamed in horror because the expensive tile had been damaged during the fierce battle. Meanwhile, Kang Bosuk missed again and cursed angrily. The people watched in complete shock, unable to believe their eyes. Karen acted with incredible agility and speed, leaving her opponent confused. Kang Sol calmly and steadily watched the battle, not a single muscle on his face twitching. People discussed how Kang Bosuk was unable to paralyze the attack, which was surprising. Meanwhile, the fighter received a tremendous blow and was completely shaken. The angry pilgrim demanded that his opponent draw her weapon, but Karen noticed that her opponent was stronger than expected, but she was sure that he would not be able to defeat her. Completely enraged, Kang Bosuk lunged at her with his sword, but the young lady easily dodged it. In the next moment, she struck again, leaving her enemy even more confused. The man gritted his teeth furiously, clutched his weapon with both hands and charged forward. In the next moment, Kang Bosuk decisively lunged toward Kang Sol, but the young hero coolly blocked his path with his fist. The enemy could not understand how all this had happened and remained completely baffled. Meanwhile, Karen angrily attacked him, outraged that he dared to touch her master. After that, she asked Kang Sol what to do with him next. The young hero looked at his opponent with contempt and showed clear disregard. Kang Bosuk gasped and said that he was giving up on the maze and admitted defeat. Sun Ju-un clutched her head in despair, realizing that this fighter had failed to live up to expectations. Pan Changshik turned to her and said with dignity that now it was clear that his man was fully competent. She had to admit this, but the question arose as to who would be the last test subject. Perhaps it would be a woman. Karen smiled and confirmed that this was indeed the case. She began to explain the details, but Kang Sol quickly took the shadow back. The people were in complete shock. Kang Sol explained that this was his destined shadow, and therefore he would play the role of the last test subject. Sun Ju-un said that in that case, she would add him to the list of participants along with the others. In the end, everything turned out exactly as Pan Chang-sik had wanted. The young man said that he believed in the Hidden One and hoped for fruitful cooperation. Thus, the young hero found himself among the test subjects of the labyrinth of self-torture. And now he had to cope with the main task. He had to pass through the labyrinth that his figures had once challenged. Clearing the maze did not happen instantly. If one did not perish at the entrance, it took a month at best, and at worst, all three. Considering that most tasks took about a month, such an expedition into the stone depths could safely be called a Cold War. In addition, the labyrinth itself, as the name suggests, was accompanied by torment. If we are talking about whether it was scary, the answer is unequivocal, yes. But Kang Sol was not going to back down because of that. After all, then, he would have betrayed his characters, who always went to the forefront of danger without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, he could not ignore the worthy rewards that beckoned with their promised value. Finally, the adventurer's friend demanded that the boys return only with victory and not lose a drop of pride. She sternly ordered her brother to try to succeed if he did not want to face Sun Ju-un's wrath, and not to forget to share half of the reward. And although the commander-in-chief did not show it aloud, Sun Ju-un's heart was tight with excitement for them. Pan Changshik asked hopefully if it was true, but his sister replied that it was all just speculation. The time had come to enter the labyrinth. Everyone understood that their return depended entirely on Kang Sol, and that the task was simple only in words: survive until they reach the exit. The heroes set off on this journey with the hope of returning alive, their hearts sinking with the anticipation of trials, and the task called the Labyrinth of Self-Torture began. They had to pass through the stone depths, but they had to be extremely careful, as every mistake could cost them their lives. The group cautiously moved forward along the narrow corridor. Pan Changshik finally stopped and announced that they had arrived at their destination. Everything around them remained as it had been before. Someone from the group timidly asked which door to enter and who to go to. One of the guys anxiously said to go to doubt, while another went to fear. Another adventurer decided on the door labeled patience, while Pan Changshik chose ignorance. Completely paralyzed with fear, the guys began to open the doors they had chosen, trembling to their bones. Finally, Pan Changshik turned to Kang Sol and said with firm determination that they would see each other again. He asked the hero not to let him down, as Snowman was entrusted with the responsibility and trust of the entire group. Thus, the fourth door accepted the test subject, and the last barrier of the labyrinth of self-torture was open. Kang Sol could hardly believe that he was here again, ready to face any danger.